Chapter 751. I am Emolan. You will die if you try? Emolan fell into deep thought. In theory, the game world has not yet been fully materialized, or even just begun to materialize. So the current game world is still just a relatively real game. In the game, you will not die no matter what you do. The protection measures taken by this game are indeed quite good, so the one chance of death mentioned by the game officials should be credible. But Emolan thought of a possibility. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if I use my soul to cross the safety red line, and just leave the safety zone, and then my soul is broken and I kill myself, or become disabled? What if it's too late to regret then? Emolan couldn't help but be silent, because he felt that this possibility was not impossible, because this time, he was not going to move anything else, but the soul that was most involved in the essence, the origin. Who can say for sure about the soul? The most important thing is that I don't know enough about the protection mechanism of this game. I know nothing about the principle, and I know nothing about its protection effect. Otherwise, if these were clear, then doing things, experiments, and committing suicide would naturally have a sense of measure and confidence, and I wouldn't be afraid of going too far and killing myself. But although I don't understand, I can ask someone who does. Isn't it enough to just ask? Emolan quickly logged off and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he directly asked the question, will I kill myself if I want to play with souls in the game? Can I do it? Will there be any sequelae if I die once in this version? Can I do it? Emolan heard a younger voice after a long silence. I'll go ask. Oh. Okay. After waiting for a while, the young voice sounded again. It won't kill him, there are no side effects, it works. Okay, then I'm not afraid, I'll kill him, thank you, next time. Just call me directly. I'm dead. After receiving the affirmative response, Emolan did not hesitate, and immediately logged into the game to prepare for the experiment. As the saying goes, as long as it doesn't kill him, then I'll kill him. That's what Emolan was planning at the moment. Since we have to do the experiment, since it's a very costly experiment, then crushing part of the soul is also crushing. Crushing half of the soul is also crushing. Crushing all the soul is also crushing. Maybe shattering the entire soul, integrating the entire will, and facing it with the courage to burn the boats and burn the bridges is the only answer to success? Even if it fails, what does it matter? Since there are no sequelae, then what is the matter with a treasure that can be solved? Is it a matter that can be solved with a treasure? It's not a matter. The soul carries consciousness, and extends the original spiritual power as the body of the soul, and the original spiritual power gives birth to energy spiritual power as the driving force of consciousness. All of this is originally one, so if that's the case, let's merge them all. Emolan muttered to himself, one spell slot after another was shattered, and in the blink of an eye all the spell slots turned into their original appearance, like smoke in the mind. The extremely rich spiritual power gradually gathered and liquefied. In the center of this huge spiritual world, a pure lake slowly formed. The lake was originally extremely pure, but empty. However, as time passed, the lake gradually became deeper, and Emolan's appearance was gradually reflected under the lake. Emolan's thoughts moved, and ripples appeared on the lake. Emolan's soul and consciousness had been completely integrated into the original spiritual power. At this moment, Emolan was in every drop of spiritual power, in this ocean of original spiritual power. Emolan only did one preparation. That is, he used all his consciousness and will to engrave two thoughts on the original spiritual power. Converge. Maintain. These two thoughts are extremely profound, deeply imprinted on every drop of the original spiritual power. Because every drop, every strand of the original spiritual power is integrated with the soul, consciousness, and thoughts are born from the soul and consciousness. So these thoughts are extremely solid. As long as Emolan does not actively erase them, they will not disappear with the passage of time, and they will even gain certain computing power due to the existence of the soul and will. The preparations were almost done. Just when Emolan was about to start, he hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and turned his head to look at the half lotus. Increase the activity of the original spiritual power. Self-healing ability. Maybe it can maintain the activity after the original spiritual power is completely shattered, and maintain the existence of the soul and thoughts. Emolan thought for a moment, and the idea came to him. Half of the lotus directly turned into an invisible liquid and merged into the original spiritual power. It's better to use it. It's pure profit for me to increase the success rate by 1%. After the voice fell, Emolan turned his head to look at the illusory peach again, and shook his head this time. Forget it. When I die, I'll use the peach to recover and increase my spiritual power. The effect of relying on the strength of spiritual power shouldn't be very useful at this time. Emolan took a deep breath, slightly nervous, and dropped his body directly to the ground. Come on. As soon as the words fell, a powerful spiritual power of the origin enveloped his soul, and his consciousness surged out of the spiritual space. In an instant, the spiritual space became empty, with only a 7-ring spell, an ink cartridge floating in it to maintain his body. Emolan's consciousness had already left his body along with his original spiritual power. He looked back at his body, and then rushed towards the repulsive channel. The original spiritual power squeezed together, and sank into the repulsive space. Buzz! The original spiritual power turned into thousands of spiritual particles, and scattered in the world. At this moment, Emolan felt nothing. There was no so-called blank brain. No so-called falling into darkness. No feeling at all, including the feeling of self. As if the consciousness called Emolan had disappeared. It was like a computer that was turned off, and all power was disconnected at the same time. Nothing. Time passed by minute. Emolan seemed to have really died, but there was no sign of Emolan's resurrection. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye a day had passed, and suddenly, a thought was born from the void and emerged. Converge. Maintain. Another day passed, and the fluctuation of thoughts gradually increased, and then a question slowly emerged. Who am I? What am I? In a trance, it seemed that I could sense a spiritual force from the void, but it seemed that I could sense nothing. Time continued to pass, and after half a day, the fluctuation of thoughts or intentions became more intense, and a spiritual fluctuation slowly rippled. I am the Mage Emolan. Chapter 752, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. I am Mage Emolan. I am doing an experiment. I am not dead. I succeeded. A wave of joy spread from this spiritual body. As time passed, the source of spiritual power gathered continuously. The soul and thoughts gathered continuously. In this process, Emolan's source of spiritual power became stronger and stronger. The soul became stronger and stronger. And the consciousness became clearer and clearer. Finally, on the 5th day, the strength of Emolan's spiritual body stopped growing, which means that all the source of spiritual power that could be gathered had already been gathered, and the remaining Emolan could sense that it had been completely annihilated. Emolan sensed the current state slightly, and said softly, "There are only 50% left. About 57%. And the rest have all been destroyed for unknown reasons. Fortunately, the power of the repulsive array is only this great, and it did not hit my original spiritual power particles too far. If the distance was farther, and the spiritual power body gathered for a longer time, I am afraid that a lot of original spiritual power would be destroyed. If the time was longer, there might even be complete destruction, which means death. Every minute and every second, the original spiritual power particles are naturally dissipating. Even if I have the thoughts imprinted in them, it can only slow down the process, and cannot completely stop the dissipation. After all, although my thoughts can be maintained, their strength is limited. If my thoughts were strong enough that day, and reached the point of being indelible, I might be able to completely transform into an immortal soul, and I would be indestructible no matter what. Even if I died, my soul and consciousness would gather together with my mental power until I was resurrected. Of course, I am still a long way from having this level of soul, will, and mental power. It is still a long way to go. It is already very difficult to maintain these few days. Emolan pondered. And that half lotus. I still feel wrong. The lotus has no effect in the dispersed state. It was only after the reunion that the soul's self-healing ability was activated, and it served as a glue to restore the soul that was completely shattered. There is nothing that consciousness cannot be broken. It can be broken, and it will merge again after it touches the other side. It is similar to the original spiritual power. Just like water. A cup of water can be divided into 2 cups. And 2 cups of water can be poured together to become 1 cup again. There is no difference. But the soul is different. As the soul that carries consciousness. When consciousness is not afraid of splitting, the soul is more fragile. If it is broken, it is broken. It is like a piece of porcelain. Even if it is put together, it will leave a series of hideous cracks. It will break at the touch. If we look at it from this perspective, this half-lotus flower becomes an adhesive to erase these cracks. and allows them to grow together again. And the strength is even better. The soul is not only intact, but even stronger than before. However, consciousness, soul, and original spiritual power are interdependent. Consciousness is born from the soul. But similarly, as long as consciousness is not destroyed, the soul can be forcibly maintained by consciousness even if it is broken. However, consciousness cannot be nourished by the soul, and not only cannot become stronger as before, but will be constantly consumed because of the restraint of the soul, until consciousness is annihilated and completely dead. The original spiritual power is also born from the soul, and can nourish the soul in turn. This is the source of the soul's self-healing ability and self-cultivation ability. As long as the soul is nourished by the original spiritual power, it can be restored by consuming time, as long as the consciousness can withstand the consumption. Therefore, humans are indeed fragile, but they are also tough. They are not so easy to die. The truly fatal situation is that when the soul is injured, it lacks any of the consciousness or the original spiritual power. Whether it is weak consciousness or lack of original spiritual power, it will directly cause people to die. But the real problem is that Emolan has all three of these. Although his consciousness has been weakened, he can still maintain his soul state. Although his original spiritual power is only a little more than 50%, it is enough to nourish his soul. Therefore, the only function of this half-lotus is to speed up the recovery of the soul, allowing Emolan's soul and spiritual power to return to their peak state, and then strengthen his soul. Although it looks good, it depends on what it is. There are only 3 kinds of spiritual potions of this level in the entire Mage Association, and only 2 of this lotus have been collected by the entire Mage Association. In the past, they used petals one by one, but this time, they used half a petal directly. Compared to its grade and preciousness, the effect is not good. I thought it would be safe and effective to increase the success rate, but I didn't expect that half of such a precious lotus was just a finishing touch. Saving me some time? Emolan shook his head after a moment of silence. Forget it. It was originally used for insurance, and now the experiment is successful, and it also strengthens the soul, saving me time to heal my wounds. So it's not a loss, and there may not be better effects. Emolan sensed his soul, and suddenly sensed something, and spoke out. My soul's activity seems to have increased a lot. Could it be that the lotus potion itself is not used to restore mental power, but it is used to strengthen the activity of the soul, to permanently enhance the soul, to improve the activity of the soul? Treat the original mental power, treat the soul as just a side effect of its normal efficacy. If that's the case, then although this half-lotus did not provide any help for the experiment, the efficacy itself is not wasted. Right? Not a loss? Emolan smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Don't think too much. Emolan immediately gathered his mind and focused on the experiment. This experiment was successful. First of all, the high-intensity repulsion can indeed act on the original spiritual power. Then the high-intensity repulsion can also break up the original spiritual power into a state of original spiritual power particles that are smaller than the basic particles. Finally, I successfully verified that consciousness, soul, and thoughts can exist in the state of original spiritual power particles, and the original spiritual power can maintain itself and gather itself. As long as the number of gathered original spiritual power particles reaches a certain level, I can restore consciousness and restore thinking. This experiment directly achieved 3 results, which is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone, Emolan said softly. Then, the next step is to change the repulsive force to the repulsive force given to the original spiritual force particles. As long as the original spiritual force particles have the right mutual repulsion force, then I can complete my idea. This basically means that I have successfully created the original spiritual force basic particles, and it will also mean the appearance of the elemental true body and the illusory world. Chapter 753 Master of Spell Structure. But how can I give the mental power basic particles repulsion? Exerting repulsion is just an external force, but if you want the mental power basic particles to emit repulsion, you have to make the mental power basic particles themselves have repulsion, and you can also maintain the repulsion continuously. Emolan's original mental power and consciousness, the soul all entered the body, recontrolled the body. While thinking, the hand unconsciously wrote and drew on the paper. The basic particles of spiritual power are dispersed by repulsion. They are already so small that they cannot be any smaller. I cannot maintain a constant array in such a small space. It can only hold souls, and my consciousness at most. Do I have to use the old method, and use a panacea-like thought to imprint a thought that repels other spiritual powers? But these basic particles of spiritual power also have thoughts of convergence imprinted in them. If I imprint another thought of repulsion, it will definitely be a bug. I am stuck here. So it is definitely not possible to rely on thoughts to engrave, Emolan said very confidently. So in the end, we still have to give the original spiritual power itself repulsive force. And a single original spiritual power basic particle is definitely not able to give it repulsive force. Any magic array, any spell model cannot be accommodated by just one original spiritual power basic particle. However, if some original spiritual power basic particles are used to construct a repulsive structure, with a repulsive structure as a basic particle, it seems that this can create an original spiritual power basic particle with repulsive force. It's just that the original spiritual power basic particles formed in this way will be much larger than the spiritual power particles that were scattered at the beginning. But if you calculate it, Emolan calculated silently in his heart, and then came to a conclusion. The original spiritual power basic particles, with repulsive force obtained in this way, are still much smaller than the elemental basic particles. They are only several to dozens of times larger than the material basic particles that constitute the elemental basic particles, about 100 times. This is already a very, very small size, and the spiritual power basic particles of this size can still meet my various requirements. When Emolan thought about this moment, his spirit couldn't help but be lifted. It's just that at this point, it's back to the most original problem, that is, although the scattered spiritual power can be used to construct the spell structure, it must be maintained by thoughts. And a thought has no thinking ability, and it is impossible to maintain the spell structure of the seventh ring and above. Emolan thought, the thought maintenance he mentioned is the principle of the constant spell model in the spell slot. The spell slot is actually the earliest application of thoughts, but Emolan had never discovered it before. The spell slot is compressed by highly condensed original mental power, and the space inside actually contains extremely strong thoughts. When Emolan constantly memorizes the spell model, these thoughts will memorize the spell model. Even if it is separated from the mind, these thoughts can still maintain the mage model. The more complex the spell model is, the more thoughts it needs to be devoted to it, and the higher the thought intensity is needed to maintain it. This is why Emolan has only one 7th ring spell slot so far, and can only rely on thoughts to maintain a 7th ring spell model. Of course, if you occupy your mind all the time, you can maintain more 7th ring spell models. But this is like starting an application, which will occupy the background computing power, and is not as good as a spell structure with constant thoughts, which does not occupy the thinking computing power. Click to use. However, since Emolan's requirement for the basic particles of the original spiritual power is to construct any object at will, this requirement for the constancy of thoughts is simply impossible. Because the principle of the constancy of thoughts in the spell position of the 6th ring and below is like a bottle of glue, or a drop of amber to seal the spell model, and it can be used at any time, this usage principle is different from Emolan's engraving of thoughts in the original spiritual power. The former is like a piece of amber that wraps the latter, and there will be no conflict. I just need to simplify the magic circle that creates repulsion into a 6-ring spell model, then I can use this spell model to create the basic particles of the original spiritual power with repulsion. Emolan took a deep breath. So close. Emolan immediately began to study the repulsive spell architecture. It is very simple to use the 6th order spell model to achieve the repulsive effect, but it is extremely difficult to compress the repulsive force and enhance it to a level that can affect the mental power. It is simply a regional level difficulty. However, this is the moment when Emolan is closest to the basic particles of mental power, to the elemental true body, and to the illusory world. As long as he creates again, 99% of the problems have been solved. As long as he improves the spell model, he can achieve such a major breakthrough that will be recorded in history. This is simply too simple. Too easy. First, let's focus on the details, and see if we can increase the content and proportion of the composite spell structure and the embedded spell structure after giving up some small details. The so-called composite spell structure refers to a larger spell structure composed of multiple small spell structures. This composite spell structure does not have any additional spell nodes, but it has an additional spell structure out of thin air, and the effect is very good. However, the use conditions of the composite spell structure are harsh. It is necessary to combine multiple spell structures into another spell structure. There cannot be more or less spell nodes. It can be said that every structure, node, and line need to be customized. If there is any mistake, It is impossible to complete the combination. It is extremely difficult to apply and very rare. Every spell model that successfully uses the composite spell structure is worth discussing, giving lectures, and even directly loading it into textbooks for training. The entire Mage Association knows no more than 20 spell models with a composite spell structure, and all of them are high-level spell models. Most of them are copied from the Extraordinary Core, and there are only 2 that are truly created by players, and both of them are created by the same person. This person is Emolan, and one of the 2 spell models is the City Foundation Array. This is why Emolan is called a master of spell knowledge, and no one can surpass him. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Emolan is the first. Grandmasters rely on real strength. All mages are convinced by their skills. There is no other way. Only Emolan can create such a magical compound spell structure. Others can't even understand it without guidance, let alone create it. It can be said that as long as someone can create a spell model with a compound spell structure, then this person can be called a master of spell structure. He is one of the best in the entire magic world, and can sit down and discuss with Emolan. Unfortunately, no one did. Linhua and Lubin couldn't do it either. Every time they saw Emolan's handwriting, they could only shout 666. It's amazing. Chapter 754 New Ideas. A god with a divine skill. The composite spell structure is so powerful. Originally, it was a miracle born in the world, but Emolan created it. This is also one of the reasons why Emolan has a high status in the magic world. Players will not worship you infinitely just because you are a pioneer. Sometimes, people who carry forward the work will be remembered more. The embedded spell structure refers to selecting spell nodes between several spell structures, building energy pathways, and then adding a few spell nodes, building a new spell structure with the original spell nodes and the newly added spell nodes. This embedded architecture can add a spell structure that requires 56 spell nodes by adding 5 or 6 spell nodes. The utilization rate of spell nodes is also very high. When running, you only need to avoid the operation of other spell structures and stagger the operation. It is a relatively effective and simple architecture. Not only Lu Bin, Linhua and others can play with it, but also the elders of the association, and even some elite members can do it. The threshold is relatively low, and it is used more frequently, compared with the composite spell structure, which is a truly top-level mythical technology. The embedded spell structure is one of the mainstream techniques used by the magician world to create spell models. Mage world, what is this? Don't get involved in the affairs of your mage association. Of course, this technology is also the main technology used by Emolan when creating spell models. After all, this technology is relatively simple. Emolan can use it in large quantities in a spell model, and even embed the spell structure into the embedded spell structure. It is not difficult for Emolan to stack it layer by layer. Just like the 8-ring repulsion spell structure in front of us, a lot of embedded spell structure technology is used here. More than 90% of the nodes are involved in the operation of more than 2 spell structures. More than 50% are involved in the operation of 3 or more spell structures. More than 10% are involved in the operation of 4 or more spell structures. And a few spell nodes are even involved in the operation of more than 5 spell structures. That is to say, a spell node has 5 uses, and it is fully covered, and at least 5 spell structures are embedded. It can be said that this repulsion spell architecture is already a nearly perfect spell architecture in the eyes of outsiders. Even if it is changed, it will be an unforgivable mistake. Every change may reduce the effect of the spell. However, Emolan looked up and down, and gradually got the idea in his mind. Before, we only pursued 8 compressions, and only power, so we did not deliberately reduce the number of spell nodes, so there is still a lot of room. There are many places where embedded structures can be used, and the whole architecture can be made more compact. A considerable part of the 2 times overlapping embedded architecture can be changed to 3 times, or 4 times overlapping, and a considerable part of the 3 times overlapping can be overlapped again. The core 5-layer stacking is good. If it is increased to 7 layers, it is not a problem to save a dozen spell nodes. This can save dozens of spell nodes. Emolan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It can't play a decisive role. At most, it can reduce the level of this spell structure from the peak of the 8th ring to the middle of the 8th ring, which is a long way from the 6th ring. In this case, we can only start with the compound spell structure. After all, successfully completing a compound spell structure can save a spell structure, and a spell structure can have at least a dozen. and at most dozens or even hundreds, as long as there are a few more compound spell structures. The spell structure can be reduced to the standard of about 7 rings, while keeping the concept and effect roughly unchanged. This is basically the limit. After all, the compound spell structure is not omnipotent, nor is it created out of nothing. It also uses the original spell nodes, and it also needs a foundation. Emolan frowned slightly. The lowest 8-ring spell has 3,000 spell nodes, and the real top 8-ring spell has nearly 10,000 spell nodes. The maximum number of spell nodes for a 6-ring spell is less than 1,000, which is nearly 10 times the difference. It is impossible to optimize 7 or 8,000 spell nodes. The limit of optimization is the 7-ring spell model, which is about 3,000 spell nodes. The limit is here. Further optimization can only be like this, which will not have any fundamental effect, no matter how much it is compressed. It is impossible to compress it to less than 1,000 spell nodes while ensuring the intention and basic effect. Emolan frowned, thinking quietly in his heart. Although this last step is within reach, it is still full of tests, and every step is difficult. If it is impossible to optimize to the 6th ring while ensuring the purpose and keeping the effect basically unchanged, the effect cannot be changed. If the effect is changed, then the research is useless. What we want is the effect. In this case, we can only change the purpose. That is, the core idea. The effect cannot be changed, and the original effect must be guaranteed. But the core idea must be changed. We need a core idea with lower level requirements, and then conceive the spell structure based on this core idea, and finally optimize it again. In this way, we may have a chance to achieve this effect at the level of a 6-ring spell. Before determining the new purpose, first determine my goal and the task I need to complete. Emolan wrote a line on a piece of paper. High-intensity repulsion that can affect mental power. Emolan thought about it and crossed out this line of words, writing a new line of words. Repulsion that can make different mental power basic particles repel each other. Emolan just finished writing and directly slapped the pen on the platform constructed in front of him. Yes, I don't want repulsion that can affect mental power. I need mental power basic particles that can repel each other but attract each other. I can completely construct a force field type spell model with the spell structure, and directly use the mutual repulsion characteristics of the force field to isolate it. And it is very simple to control the force field type spell model in the 6th ring. Moreover, this kind of force field does not need to affect the mental power at all. It does not matter whether it can repel the mental power or not. As long as it can repel the same force field, it will be fine. Of course, this kind of force field must also have the characteristic of non-interference. It cannot interfere with the basic particles of the mental power to build other arrays. Otherwise it will be counterproductive. Emolan pondered. Although there is no ready-made reference for this kind of non-interference force field spell, it should not be difficult to develop it. After all, it is just a 6-ring spell. No matter how difficult it is, it is just like this. At most, it has some special features. Chapter 755, Basic Particles of Mental Power. Such a low-level magic array repulsion cannot act on mental power, but if I pack the mental power and equip it with a force field, this low-level repulsion will not have any problem in repelling the total force field. Emolan laughed softly. At this moment a magic array was suspended in front of him, a 3-ring. A simple but very effective magic array was suspended in front of him. This spell model can directly generate a force field and repel the same force field. Then the next step is to turn my consciousness, soul, original mental power into basic particles of mental power, but to use extremely fine mental power particles to form a spell model. I must stay awake, because this requires me to operate, so I definitely can't stuff it all in at once. In this case, then let's do it piece by piece. Emolan said silently, and at the same time, he activated the spell structure with the anti-gravity rule crystal ball as the core. Buzz! A repulsive force beam that pushed away all gases, dust, and elements formed in front of him. Emolan immediately merged a part of his consciousness and probed the original spiritual power of his soul into it. Emolan, who was still conscious, immediately felt a tearing pain. The original spiritual power, the soul, was completely torn apart, only the consciousness was still connected. However, because he was conscious and connected, Emolan felt the crazy pain that he had not felt before because he lost consciousness. If physical pain has coma as a safety valve, then mental power and soul pain have no buffer. And there is no coma. As long as the soul does not lose consciousness due to injury, it must be endured. The pain of soul tearing made Emolan grimace. His face twisted, and he wished he could lose consciousness now. Mechanical thinking. A spell fell. Emolan gave himself 100% mechanical thinking for the first time in a long time. Usually, he would keep a part of normal thinking to avoid accidents, but not at this moment, directly 100% mechanical thinking. Because Emolan was worried that he would not be able to survive in a normal state, even if he survived. He might not have the skills of the constant force field array. Under the mechanical thinking, Emolan's mind became clear. Pain continued to flow through the connection of consciousness, but under the mechanical thinking, he could barely suppress it, focusing on the original spiritual power that was blasted away. Emolan was conscious at this time, and could clearly sense the extremely fine spiritual particles gathering towards him. They were really blown far away. No wonder it took so long to gather them together again. Emolan sensed the distance slightly, shook his head, and did not wait in place. He flew to collect them directly. The finest spiritual particles were extremely small, and the power they contained was also very small. So the speed of movement was not fast. However, Emolan's body was different. His body was a 7-ring mage, and he also had a demon body equivalent to an 8th-level demon. It would not take much time to collect them actively. Every time Emolan collected a little, he used his mental power to maintain their size and state, not giving them the opportunity to merge with each other to become larger or directly merge into the main body. When he collected about 100 particles, Emolan took a deep breath and began to control these mental power particles to form a 3-ring repulsion spell structure, directly forming a mental force repulsion field. As a 3-ring mental spell, the consumption of mental power is minimal. The original mental power used to form this spell model can continuously restore mental power, and these mental powers are enough for this 3-ring mental spell, and there is even a lot more. This is why Emolan did not develop a 6-ring repulsion spell, but only created a 3-ring repulsion spell. A 6-ring spiritual system is indeed nothing to Emolan. The mental power consumption to maintain it is a drop in the bucket for Emolan. Not worth mentioning. And even the speed of consumption may not be as fast as the speed of Emolan's recovery. However, the constant array is not Emolan's main mental power, but some mental power particles. That is, a basic mental power particle. The original mental power it produces is not enough to consume a 6-ring spiritual system spell. If you want to maintain it, you must input mental power. But each basic mental force particle needs to maintain a spell model. If they all maintain a 6-ring mental spell, there is no extra mental force to input. However, it is easy for Emolan to maintain a 3-ring mental spell, and there is still a lot of mental force left. Another point is that the 6-ring spell model has at least 400 spell nodes, while the 3-ring spell has at most 99 spell nodes, which is at least 10 times the difference. The mental force basic particles constructed with the 3-ring spell model and the mental force basic particles constructed with the 6-ring spell model are very different in size and volume. From Emolan's perspective, the smaller the mental power basic particles are, the better. If there are other options, Emolan would naturally not choose the mental power basic particles constructed by the 6-ring spell model. These 2 gaps are enough for Emolan to choose to create a 3-ring mental force field spell as the internal structure of the mental power basic particles. Emolan sensed the completed spell model, and with a thought, a layer of constant thought like the inside of the spell position directly wrapped the spell model inside, solidifying it. At this point, a basic particle of mental power was completed by itself, and this basic particle of mental power was suspended in front of Emolan, emitting a repulsive force from the inside out. At this moment, dozens of mental power particles have been connected together under the effect of the spell model, emitting repulsive force while making them look like one body. No, at this moment, they are one body. This is the basic particle of mental power. The basic particle of mental power that Emolan just created. Emolan smiled. The next step is repetitive work, continuously collecting mental power particles to construct basic particles of mental power. This time, because Emolan took the initiative to collect them, it didn't take long. The spiritual particles were still there, without disappearing or losing anything. They just turned into spiritual basic particles after they came back. After collecting all the spiritual power, Emolan put them together directly. However, the repulsive force emitted by the spiritual basic particles was very qualified, so they didn't touch each other at all, let alone merge. From this point of view, this is a batch of qualified spiritual basic particles. After verification, Emolan thought for a while, and took the storage inside the tower spirit and the operation algorithm structure. Chapter 756 Supercomputing Power. Storage, Computing Architecture. Lon looked at the two spell architectures directly called out from the Tower Spirit. The Tower Spirit has gone through many iterations, optimizations, and the Cluster Tower Spirit, the research and development and implementation of the Special Tower Spirit, its internal storage, computing architecture has been updated and iterated countless times. It is no longer the simple appearance that Lon created at the beginning. It has become very complex and mysterious at this moment. Each computing unit, storage unit has reached the limit of the 6-ring spell model, 999 spell nodes. Each spell node here has been considered countless times. And each spell structure has been studied countless times. And has been improved countless times. It is unknown how many people's wisdom has been gathered. And the operation spell structure is the second spell model, with a composite structure created by Lon. Lon looked at the two spell structures, and shook his head slightly. Even at this moment, he felt that the two spell models were relatively perfect. Unless another idea is used to recreate or break through to the field of the 7-ring spell model, there is no room for improvement. He shook his head slightly, without saying anything, directly used the mental power basic particles to construct the spell model. It was just a 6-ring peak spell model. Lan's level was much higher. This kind of low-level spell was formed almost as soon as Lon thought of it. The 6-ring operation spell model was formed, mental power flowed out from the original mental power basic particles and merged into it, activating the spell model. Suddenly, Lon felt his consciousness slightly clearer, and his computing power increased a little. Although the computing power increased very little, Lon was paying attention to this at the moment, and naturally sensed it clearly. Although the computing power increased very little, Lon was still very happy. Because the mental power basic particles that constituted this 6-ring operation magic model were also very few. According to this ratio, if all the original mental power was converted into mental power basic particles, and then the 6-ring operation magic architecture was constructed, then the overall computing power would directly increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Tens of thousands of times. Even at this level, the computing power of ordinary tower spirits may not be as high as Lan's. And there is another point. This really works. Lon sensed the 6-ring operation magic model, and sensed the soul and consciousness contained in the original mental power in this magic model. Originally, such a small number of souls and consciousness were not enough to guarantee normal thinking. At most, they could only be a little spiritual, without any thinking ability. But Lon just sensed it, and found that after a while, with the support of this computing power, such a small number of souls and consciousness could perform simple thinking operations. Although it was just a simple thinking operation, it was not very smart. But it was also a thinking operation. The soul and consciousness contained here were even less than 1/10,000th of Lan's. What does this mean? It means that even if Lon lost 99% of his soul and consciousness, he could still guarantee his thinking ability. The existence of thinking ability means being alive. This is enough for Lon to survive and seek recovery. This is simply amazing. These 6-ring operation and algorithm models constructed by the basic particles of spiritual power are only the size of particles of other elements, or even a little smaller. And the space of this size actually contains 999 basic particles of spiritual power. Each basic particle of spiritual power has at least 99 spiritual particles. So this 6-ring operation model, which is only the size of the basic particles of elements, contains at least nearly 100,000 spiritual particles. And this 6-ring operation and algorithm model is only about 1% of the basic particles of spiritual power. Most of them are empty. The size of the spiritual particles can be seen, and the strength of the repulsive array can be seen. Lon even suspected that even the elemental basic particles were broken into real basic particles, wherever the repulsive force passed. It's a pity that it can't be observed. Lon sighed slightly, then shook his head, and focused his eyes on a 6-ring operation algorithm model again. I am simply a genius. Using the computing power brought by the 6-ring operation algorithm model to control the mental power basic particles to maintain the existence of the 6-ring operation algorithm model, Lon said with great admiration. At first, he felt that there were some problems with this idea, but after thinking carefully, there seemed to be no logical problems, so he did it, and then he succeeded. This operation made Lon feel proud. Well, this 6-ring operation algorithm model is a whole, and it is similar in size to the elemental basic particles. In this case, then this whole, the whole constructed by the 999 elemental basic particles, is regarded as a mental power. Emolan said slowly, defining this mental power, and then his mind moved slightly. One mental power after another took shape. After all the basic particles of mental power have become spiritual power, Emolan separated a part of the original mental power, consciousness, and soul again, and put them into the range of repulsion for fragmentation. The fragmented original mental power particles are constructed into basic mental power particles, and finally into mental power. It doesn't take long to construct normal original mental power, soul, and consciousness into mental power. But it takes a lot of time to fly around and collect the original mental power particles that are bounced away by repulsion. In fact, most of the time is spent on collecting mental power particles. So it took a long time for Emolan to transform all the original spiritual power into spiritual power. Thousands of spiritual powers gathered together. These spiritual powers were connected in series by building a tower spirit. Emolan instantly mastered a computing power greater than that of ordinary tower spirits. Normal low-level tower spirits were completely a younger brother in front of Emolan. At the same time, the storage spell model of the structure firmly stored the knowledge written by Emolan. As long as they are not damaged, they can be remembered all the time. No errors will occur, no mistakes will occur, and they can be read at any time. It can be said that Emolan's task of constructing the first half of the basic particles of spiritual power is basically completed. Why is it basically completed? Because Emolan discovered a very serious problem. That is, before, the soul, consciousness only stopped dissipating after a large amount of original spiritual power was fused and nurtured, and all the spiritual particles that did not have time to return were dissipated because of the dissipation of consciousness and soul. And this time, the spiritual particles have not merged so far, and none of them have even touched each other. Each one still maintains the size and state of the spiritual particles. The consciousness inside them has stopped dissipating because they have gathered together, but the soul fragments and the original spiritual power have never stopped. Chapter 757 Elemental True Body. I really wasted half of it, and now I have to harm this good one. Emolan looked at the intact lotus in front of him, slightly shook his head, and then plucked a petal from it. The mental power came into contact with the petal, slightly exerted force, and directly melted it. In an instant, a huge amount of mental power surged out from the inside of the petal, and directly filled the mental space. The mental power transformed from just one petal has already filled the entire mental space, and Emolan had consumed more than half of the lotus plus a lotus platform before, and the mental power contained in it is unknown how many times more than now, enough for several Emolans. And except for a small part of those spiritual powers that strengthened Emolan's soul, most of them still dissipated. Forget it, spend money to keep safe. Emolan comforted himself, and then poured all his spiritual power into these spiritual powers. Emolan's mind was immediately shocked, and a cool feeling surrounded Emolan's perception. One by one, one by one, one by one, one by one, the spiritual power particles absorbed these spiritual powers eagerly. These spiritual powers were extremely gentle, and once absorbed by the spiritual power particles, they were actively assimilated, and were refined and absorbed in the blink of an eye, and some of the subtle components stimulated the soul, the original spiritual power, which increased its vitality little by little, and made it full of vitality from a stable form. The power in this lotus seems to have a very strange effect. It can make the broken mental power, or soul, grow in a perfect direction. That is, heal. However, when the main body of the soul is intact and all are pieced together, only the tiny cracks can be called healed. When it is completely broken into pieces, each piece is less than 1/10,000th or 100,000th of the complete body, let alone the power of a petal. Even if a whole lotus is absorbed by a soul particle, it may be able to recover a little. But it is obvious that, when the power of a petal is absorbed by countless spiritual particles, it is impossible for it to grow well. But the medicinal effect is still being absorbed by the spiritual particles. With the support of the continuous medicinal power, the original spiritual particles and the soul fragments are gradually changing. A very clever change. The broken soul section gradually softens, and the derived parts gradually gather together. A soul fragment becomes a separate body, and an original spiritual particle becomes a separate whole. They grew fully, and the original spiritual power and soul fragments were also stable, no longer dissipated, and even directly entered the nurturing state. However, the price also came into being. Emolan had a hunch that the soul fragments might be fixed after growing fully, And even if he died once and resurrected again, he might not be able to recover directly. Wait. I can break them up. Put them together. And then stick them together with this lotus. Right? That's fine. Emolan smiled, as he sensed the spiritual power that was strengthened. The effect of that petal not only repaired his original spiritual power and soul, but also directly helped him break a bottleneck, pushing him directly to the level of an 8-ring mage. Of course, this is also because of Emolan's long meditation. His mental power has already reached the threshold of breakthrough. This petal just happened to break through the bottleneck. Return this peach. Emolan silently put the peach back to its original place. Walked up to the 5th floor of the mage tower. Entered the meditation room. Looked at the 4 element pools of earth, fire, wind, and water, and sensed the 4 elements in them. With a thought, a stream of original mental power surged out of the mental space and came to the element pool, directly extracting a batch of elements from the element pool and disintegrating them into thousands of elemental basic particles. The 4 basic particles of the elements and the original spiritual power converged together. One original spiritual power was about the same size as the basic particles of the elements. 4 basic particles of the elements collided with one original spiritual power under high pressure. In an instant, a magic basic particle was born. Emolan once again sensed the basic particles of the elements. No, it should be the structure inside the magic basic particles. After the 4 basic particles of the elements of earth, fire, wind, water merged together, the density of the basic particles inside increased 4-fold. However, Emolan noticed that although these basic particles looked similar, the basic particles from different elements were constructed and operated in different ways. However, the operation modes of the 4 basic particles did not conflict with each other. They complemented each other and formed a complex and mysterious operation mode. At the same time, Emolan felt a pressure on this original spiritual power. Compared with before, Emolan's perception was more acute at this moment. He could sense that the pressure was large and small, and even some areas did not feel the pressure. If it was still the original spiritual power, it would be useless even if it was felt, because the original spiritual power was a whole. Although it was also so large, it was solid and had no operating space. This time is different. This time, the original spiritual power is still so strong, but it is hollow, and is constructed by spiritual power basic particles, just like the internal structure of element basic particles. This is how it can be operated. Emolan silently calculated in his mind, while maintaining the state of the entire spiritual power, controlling these spiritual power basic particles to enter the pressure-free area, and some machines that cannot be adjusted should be kept in the low-pressure area as much as possible. Silently, this original spiritual power was wiped out by the pressure, and the magic power basic particles were restored to the basic particles of the 4 elements again. Emolan immediately merged the next magic basic particle, and the operation inside was exactly the same as before, with only slight differences. That's easy. Emolan smiled. Repeat the experiment, summarize the experience, and don't make things too easy. After a lot of effort, at the cost of erasing some of his original spiritual power and soul fragments, Emolan quickly found the angle and method of embedding. After another fusion, after a series of quick, simple, and effective adjustments, Emolan's original spiritual power suddenly felt no pressure and perfectly became a part of the magic basic particle. And Emolan felt that as long as he wanted, he could directly extract this original spiritual power and restore these magic basic particles to their original elemental basic particles. Success? The next moment, Emolan's original spiritual power poured out like a tide. The elements in the 4 element pools all rose up. After a short time, Emolan's body had turned into an empty shell. All his soul, the original spiritual power, had turned into magic basic particles, turning into a human-shaped magic body standing in place. And the next moment, the magic body flowed out of the window like water and flew into the sky. The next moment, the body swelled. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Chapter 758, Professional Fusion. 5,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, all the elements within a radius of several thousand meters were swept away, and an extremely tall giant was suspended above the Mage Association. The terrifying energy level made all the mages raise their heads suddenly, looking at the huge monster suspended in the sky in horror. At this moment, Lu Bin, who had just returned, also raised his head, looking at the huge giant, and his mental power sensed its essence and showed some surprise. Elemental true body, President succeeded? Lu Bin was a little surprised, and then spoke out. Is it so big? In theory, after reaching a certain level, quality is more important than quantity. If all this energy can be compressed, it would be extremely terrifying if it is compressed to the size of a human, and so on. Lu Bin's face changed when he sensed something with his mental power. Wait, what? Is this what it is after being compressed? It is only this big after being compressed to the limit? How is it possible? How can the president control such a huge element? Did he advance to the 8th ring? No, it is only the 8th ring. This kind of qualitative change cannot occur. At this energy level, any 7th level, 8th level, or 8th level are ants in front of it. Even mages only use knowledge, and their own strength as levers to pry the power of heaven and earth. But this energy level is even greater than the power that mages can pry. Such a high energy level is enough to surpass a large number of 7th ring and 8th ring attack spells just by relying on brute force, and the power of pure energy control. To put it bluntly, even a flying brick can kill you. And if this energy level is used to construct spells, to pry the power of heaven and earth to cast spells, to attack. Lu Bin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Before, he always thought that the difference between the elemental body and the magic code was the weakness. The magic code has the weakness of the body, but the elemental body does not. Originally, Lu Bin thought that Mo developed it to increase the survivability of mages, but now it seems that the reason why mages cast powerful spells is that they use knowledge as a lever, and then use their own strength to pry the power of heaven and earth. The president is directly merging with the power of heaven and earth, turning himself into the power of heaven and earth, and then using the power of heaven and earth to pry the power of heaven and earth. This is playing rogue. This is absolutely amazing, Lu Bin muttered to himself. At this time, the giant floating in the sky slowly stretched out his palm, energy gathered. A whip that seemed to be real, and flashing with thunder on the surface slowly formed. The whip was yanked violently, and there seemed to be thunder rumbling between heaven and earth, and there was a flash of lightning, and a high mountain in the distance was cut in half, and then a terrifying thunder energy burst out, blowing the mountain to pieces. Hiss! Is this still the weakest mage? If anyone dares to say that the mage's body is weak, I will give him a slap in the face. Let him see this elemental body. Lu Bin took a breath. The fighting power displayed by the elemental body has reached the level of moving mountains and turning rivers and seas. This strength can easily change the environment permanently. For some reason, Lu Bin suddenly had a thought in his mind. It would be a pity if this ability is not used to move Mount Everest. What rude thing are you thinking about? The giant in the sky dissipated unconsciously, the terrifying element dissipated with the wind. A magic power fell in front of Lu Bin and turned into a substantial person, said aloud. I didn't think about anything. Hey, President, is your current body a stable substance or an unstable substance? Lu Bin said casually without blushing or beating his heart. Unstable substance. Stable substance is too advanced. It has already involved the field of creation too advanced. I still have a lot of work to do. My current body is just an unstable substance state made of magic power. Oh, is that so? Then is this your real magical body? President? Lu Bin looked at Mo-Lan's body curiously. Yes. So the elemental body is this big. How do you control elements of that energy level? In theory, this is hundreds or even thousands of times more than your original elemental control ability. This energy level is simply out of the ordinary. Mo-Lan smiled slightly. First, I have computing power that exceeds the tower spirit. This is the control technology. Second, I have affinity with all elements. I can control all elements without conflict. This is the way to control. Third, I am the body of the elements. I am not afraid of the backlash of the elements, and as long as I merge with the elements, then the elements are my body. How can I not control my body? This is the result of my control of such a high energy level element. This energy level is outrageous, and President, even if your huge elemental body consumes elements, you can replenish it at any time. Right? As long as there are elements in nature, you can replenish them, and you are invincible with elements, and except for mental spells, President, you have no landing point at all. But who can beat you in the spiritual system? Lu Bin exclaimed. And Mo-Lan smiled, listening to the system prompts. No. 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 Spiritual magic is not my weakness. Huh? Lu Bin was a little surprised. This elemental body is better than you. And better than I thought. For a mage, this is a crucial transformation. It is not only the elimination of physical weaknesses, but also a leap in the mage's own computing ability. and an ultra-long extension of the mage's perception of the microscopic field, and a super improvement in the sensitivity of elements. From these aspects, the increase in the mage's strength by the elemental body is actually the most insignificant aspect. Emolan said slowly. Before the elemental body and after the elemental body are two completely different stages, or in other words, the elemental body is actually just a bonus ability at this stage. What stage? Emolan usually doesn't exaggerate when he speaks, but today Emolan's description is so exaggerated, plus the shocking effect that the elemental body just brought to Lu Bin, this effect is all incidental. Lu Bin's appetite is completely whetted. As if there is a cat's claw scratching in his heart, he hurriedly asked curiously. Emolan was about to speak, but the system prompt in his ear just ended at this time. The changes that followed made Emolan's face slightly change, and he quickly spoke out. Let's talk about it later. I have something to go back in advance. Emolan finished speaking very quickly. The next moment, his body turned into thousands of magic powers. This magic power flowed directly into the sky and sank into the mage tower. In the mage tower, along with the collapse of magic power, Emolan's original mental power and soul once again sank into his body. Emolan's body opened his eyes and couldn't help but recall the system just now. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully breaking the barriers of professions and successfully integrating the professional arcane master and the professional mage. Ding. System prompt. Title: Arcanist Pioneer and Title Mage Pioneer are being integrated. Please wait. Chapter 759, The Divine Office of the Mage. Ding. System prompt. The fusion of occupation, Arcanist and occupation, Mage is successful. Please rename it. Emolan looked at the system prompt, and after a moment of hesitation, he named the profession directly. Mage. Ding. System update. The new profession is successfully named Mage. Title: Arcanist Pioneer and Title Mage Pioneer are successfully fused. Achieved title: Mage. No system prompts or system announcement sounded next, which made Emolan feel relieved, because this meant that his behavior had not yet triggered the force system update, which was a good thing. Then Emolan turned his attention back to the title. He noticed that although the name of the profession had not changed, the title had changed. It used to be Mage Pioneer, but now it has become Mage. At this time, the attribute panel automatically popped up to enter the title page. Emolan looked and saw the two dazzling golden titles of Arcanist Pioneer and Mage Pioneer moving, touching, colliding, and merging. However, the title of Mage Pioneer seemed to be more powerful. Compared with saying that the two merged with each other, it would be better to say that Arcanist Pioneer took the initiative to merge into it. In fact, this is the case. After the title of Arcanist Pioneer was integrated, the title of Mage Pioneer glowed with golden light. The font was slightly blurred. When the font became clear again, the original 5 words of Arcanist Pioneer had become 2 words, Mage. The 2 words of Mage glowed with golden light, as if they were cast from golden water. Emolan looked at the 2 words, and under the perception of his mental power, the 2 words became extremely abrupt. The title of Mage seemed to have broken through some boundaries, from the original plane to 3-dimensional, from a projection of nothingness to a real existence. Emolan had a very subtle feeling towards the title of Mage, but when he used his spiritual power to perceive it, a few words naturally emerged in his mind. Priesthood? Priesthood called Mage? At this moment, Emolan understood a lot in his mind. He suddenly understood that as long as he had a thought, the title of Mage would be separated from the attribute panel, and as long as he took this priesthood and merged it with his soul, he would transform into a god. Named God of Mage. Yes, becoming a god is so simple. There is no need to ignite the divine fire, and there is no need to support the kingdom of God. As long as Emolan merged the priesthood, he would immediately become the god of Mage and master the various powers possessed by the priesthood of Mage. As for the divine fire, divine nature, godly kingdom, these things, Emolan can also study them after becoming a god, condense them. Maybe there is a chance to imprint them between heaven and earth, so that all later gods must follow this set of rules to become gods. As for now, there is none. Of course, it is because this priesthood was originally condensed by Emolan, whether in terms of reputation, qualification, or strength. Emolan is worthy of it, so Emolan can become a god as long as he integrates the Mage priesthood, which others cannot do. Becoming a god is far from that simple. Should I become a god? Emolan thought to himself. This world will eventually become a reality. So the gods in the game will eventually become gods in reality. Although there are many disadvantages in believing in gods, there are also countless advantages and strengths. Moreover, the priesthood of mage should be different from ordinary priesthoods, and the safety level should be much higher. I have also thought of some ways to avoid the risks brought by the belief in gods. In short, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, and the disadvantages can be overcome. It must be said that Emolan was also a little moved at this moment. He is not a saint. He also has selfish desires, and his heart is also shaken in the face of the temptation of becoming a god directly. Even though he usually belittles gods and looks down on gods, he still hesitates and wavers. You know, gods are powerful creatures that are at least above the 12th level. Emolan is only an 8th ring now, which is a big step beyond the gap of 4 rings. Moreover, it does not mean that he cannot improve his strength after becoming a god. As long as he overcomes the disadvantages brought by faith, he will still be a god, and he can still study continuously, improve his strength, and increase his knowledge. In this way, nothing is lost. You get the status of a god, the power of a god, the potential of a god. Everything is good, even if you don't have the power of a god when you just merge. It will increase at a very fast speed, just like the god of light. The god of light at this moment is like a real god, not only has the status and faith of a god, but may even have the power of a god. What's wrong with this? It has to be said that Emolan is very tempted at this moment. Who cannot love something that has no disadvantages? Huh? Emolan suddenly closed the attribute panel. The attribute panel disappeared directly with the title of mage, but Emolan could still feel its existence. At this moment, Emolan fell into deep thought. I am tempted. This is perfect. I can also choose to merge the priesthood and become the god of mages. There is nothing wrong with this. I deserve it in both name and reality. I deserve to be the god of mages. No one will gossip. My prestige will only be higher. Emolan said softly. The more he spoke, the clearer his eyes became. The more he spoke, the more rational his eyes became. This is why he closed the attribute panel and thought. When facing temptation, he might also be swayed by temptation. This is why Emolan did not make a decision immediately. I can choose to become a god, but the premise is that this is a decision I made rationally. At this moment, Emolan's eyes were very firm and rational. Now that I have basically eliminated interference, let's analyze what becoming a god can bring me. Personality? No. After I build the virtual world and materialize the virtual world, I will also have a godlike personality. No. Maybe it is a more noble personality than the real god. Strength? No. This is even more unnecessary. Knowledge is power. When I understand God, I will have mastered the power of God. There is no need to become a god just for this. Then what can becoming a god bring me? Emolan thought for a long time and came up with the answer. It brings me risks. It brings me power that I cannot understand with my knowledge, that is, power that I cannot control, and it lowers my thinking bottom line. When I am used to taking shortcuts, I will not think about exploring knowledge in a down-to-earth manner. Once a person floats, he cannot fall down. If there is one, there will be another. This road will not last long. Emolan analyzed slowly. Becoming a god is not perfect at all. That is just a reason for me to deceive myself. Everything is my beautification. When the filter is removed, becoming a god is worthless. Chapter 760 Staff. Damn it. I seem to have overly belittled deification. Even if deification is not perfect, it is not worthless anyway. Emolan suddenly realized and complained helplessly. Human beings are really strange. They are completely different when they are filtered. Forget it. Although the analysis is rather one-sided, these points do show that deification is not so perfect. Nor is it so good for me. And it is not enough for me to risk being assimilated by faith to become a god. It was decided so happily. This god, I can't do it. After making the decision, Emolan felt light all over. Oh, after making this decision, my thinking level must have risen again. Emolan said with a click of his tongue. Then again, people's thoughts are changeable. Will I want to become a god again in a few days? But it doesn't matter. As long as I keep calm and think, I won't be impulsive, I won't regret any decision I make. I will be responsible for the decision I make. However, even if I don't become a god, there is no need to leave this priesthood in the treasure house. I can make use of it. I will study this ready-made priesthood that belongs to me first, and then use it after I have studied it. In other words, I can use it now, and study while using it. At this time, a very good idea has emerged in Emolan's mind, which makes him look forward to it. Emolan focused his attention on the 4 small potted plants he had collected before, which were the 4 small potted plants he had prepared to make a staff. Because he progressed too fast, these small potted plants were surpassed by him before they became magic wands. And he never caught up. Emolan had not yet developed a growing magic wand, so these small potted plants remained small potted plants. However, due to Emolan's hobbies, although he gave up turning these small potted plants into magic wands, he still spent a lot of energy cultivating these small potted plants, treating them as potted plants, and using them as a small change after research and meditation. After all, these potted plants could not keep up with his own progress. And to be honest, where else in the entire game world can you find 4 potted plants that are matched, precious to such an outrageous degree, and beautiful in shape? Put them out when meeting guests, or just mention them when chatting with friends. It will make people envious and their eyes red, and the sense of accomplishment and pride will be overwhelming. In fact, Emolan's idea was not wrong. Just like now, when Emolan just broke through the 8th ring, these 4 potted plants with different attributes finally broke through the 7th level under Emolan's vigorous cultivation, becoming 4 7th level potted plants. This quality is ridiculously high, which can make people envious. But for Emolan, it is just a potted plant. Because if it wants to be useful to Emolan, let alone a higher level, it must be at least the same level. Right? A lower level? What is that? At this moment, the 4 potted plants are still planted in 4-element pools. But unlike before, Emolan gave the 4 potted plants some soil and patterns to make their shapes more beautiful. For example, the fire-attributed fire-patterned wood, it is rooted on the surface of a large piece of red rock as high as the 8th level. The roots are as vigorous as a dragon and directly rooted in the hard rock, giving people a strong impact. At the same time, cooperating with a customized magic array, the fire-patterned wood is also constantly absorbing the power inside the 8th level red rock. The water-attributed water-patterned wood is rooted on the surface of a dark blue ice. The water-patterned wood rooted in it seems to be frozen by it. The crystal-clear but vigorous water-patterned wood is like a lifelike ice sculpture. The cracked bark and ice texture give a strong impact. The wind-attributed wind-patterned wood and the earth-attributed earth-patterned wood are rooted in the high-level resources of these 2 elements, respectively. Adding some designs by Emolan for potted plants with different styles are formed. It must be said that Emolan really put a lot of thought into it, and these thoughts seem to be of practical use at this moment. Emolan sighed. When I wanted to plant the fire-patterned wood, my level had already surpassed the fire-patterned wood. So I started searching for magic plants of the other 3 elements and named them earth-patterned wood, water-patterned wood and wind-patterned wood, and when I began to conceive the 4-element staff of earth, fire, wind and water and prepared to forge it, my level exceeded again. So I stopped making it into a staff, and cultivated the 4 magic plants while they were still alive and growing, so that they could catch up with me and make a staff tailor-made for me. But I couldn't catch up later. I couldn't help it. Although the level of the 4 magic plants was steadily improving with my resources, my strength was improving too fast. I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep up. Emolan sighed, without any intention of becoming immortal. And there was no mortal element in his words. Later, I stopped dreaming and just thought about raising a few potted plants. I could brag about it when I'm old, and plant them in the association when I die and tell the kids that these are the 4 sacred trees of the association. Maybe these 4 trees will really grow up over a long period of time and become rare treasures. Then one day, a protagonist from the Mage Association will use his own magic to kick the Mage Association's hull. When he leaves, he will subdue the 4 sacred trees and make them into a unique artifact staff. By the way, he will absorb the hatred of the Mage Association and cause the Mage Association to hunt him down. Maybe they will use the foundation I left behind to kill the protagonist. Just think about it. It's a story of joy and happiness. Emolan couldn't help but sigh. But all these stories have to end at this time, because I actually found that I can use these for potted plants again. Emolan shook his head. I never use them when I think about it. But when I don't want to use them, they are useful. The world is wonderful, Emolan said with emotion, and stretched out his hand. And the 4 potted plants suddenly came to life. The trunks and stumps were easily separated, as if they had been cut long ago. The strong trunks were suspended in the air, and they were extremely active. Starting from the bottom, for tree trunks that were only as thick as fingers twisted and entangled with each other, entangled, from bottom to top. The 4 tree trunks were tightly entangled, fitted together, and directly twisted into a spiral wooden stick. The branches of the 4 magic plants were very short, all only the length of a thumb, but they were all very vigorous. And when the tree trunks were entangled, the branches of the 4 magic plants also overlapped. Each magic plant had an average of 3 or 2 branches, and the 4 magic plants had a total of 12 branches directly forming a circle at the top of the wooden stick. At this moment, Emolan stretched out his hand and threw. A diamond-shaped ink box was immediately thrown into the circle of branches, and then a golden diamond-shaped light ball was thrown into it, overlapping with the diamond-shaped ink box. The next moment, the branches at the top of the wooden stick tightly wrapped around the diamond-shaped ink box, and then, a faint golden light flowed in the lines on the surface of the wooden stick. Chapter 761 The Collapsed Gate to Another World. A simple wooden staff with golden light flowing in the lines floated in front of Emolan. The wooden staff, which was no more than 1 meter and 1 meter high, was just made of 4 tree trunks. There was no decoration. Only the lines on the surface of the tree trunks made it more simple and mysterious. At the top of the wooden staff, the mage's priesthood had been integrated with the ink box, and was buckled to the top of the wooden staff by branches like steel buckles. The half-enclosed branches buckled the diamond-shaped ink box, while revealing the upper half of the ink box, finally making it look like a staff. Emolan reached out his hand and grasped the staff. The gentle and simple touch made Emolan quite fond of it. He said aloud, after a priesthood was airdropped, "This staff finally matches me, and can catch up with me." The ink cartridge is used to control the abilities within the priesthood, and provide computing power. At the same time, it can also hold several 7-ring spells, which can be cast instantly. When I upgrade the ink cartridge later, it may be possible to cast 8-ring and 9-ring spells instantly. Maybe I can cast 10 god-level spells instantly, and 10 forbidden spells instantly. Not counting the priesthood first, this ink cartridge alone is enough to make this staff a divine weapon. Right? Emolan said happily. He didn't realize it at all, or didn't intend to realize it at all. His behavior was just like taking 2 level 100 materials, and 1 level 5 material to forge a level 10 weapon in a normal game, and then he was very proud of it, and felt it was very powerful. But it must be said that, no matter what it was, the ability of this staff at this time was slightly abnormal. The operation of the priesthood requires a certain level of computing power support. If we use the tower spirit has its own intelligence and consciousness. How can it be mixed with the priesthood and faith? If we mess with it, we don't know what will happen. If we use the ink cartridge, it has no consciousness. Even if it merges with the priesthood and contacts the faith, there is no need to worry about any major incidents. The main reason is that the essence of the ink cartridge should be beyond the god level. Right? Look at the state of this priesthood. It is completely suppressed by the ink cartridge, and it can be peeled off at will. Sure enough, the ink cartridge is the boss. Emolan shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. He held the artifact-level wooden stick in his hand, connected with his mental power, avoided induction, and carefully sensed the specific ability and level of the priesthood. Although I had a general understanding before, I had not explored the specific and detailed situation in depth until now. Control all elements. You can forcibly deprive elements of control. Holding the staff will gain a high affinity for all elements and automatically increase the power of spells. The specific power increase depends on the level of the spell. Holding the staff will increase the strength of mental power, and the perception range will increase. The activity of elements within the influence range of the staff will increase, and the elements within a certain range of the staff will be enriched. Emolan muttered to himself. The more he perceived, the more shocked he was. The priesthood has brought him too many shocks. Each of these abilities is extremely powerful when taken alone, but the priesthood has mixed them all together excessively. However, there are even more powerful ones. These are just foils in Emolan's eyes, because some of them he can do by himself. What Emolan thinks is the most valuable is that this group of priesthood contains the authority of heaven and earth. But maybe it's because Emolan's mental power rules have not been fully developed. So although this is a mage priesthood, the authority of heaven and earth contained in it is not perfect enough. Or maybe it's because this priesthood is not enough for a real god, just like the dark god and the light god. Although they are gods, they are not fully developed, and their potential has not been revealed. But no matter what the reason is, this budding of the authority of heaven and earth is still enough to prove its infinite potential. In fact, it is not just potential. Right now, at this moment, The power brought by this budding of the authority of heaven and earth shocked Emolan. If you hold this staff, the legendary field is not clear for the time being. There is no specific modeling data, and I don't know how strong the legend is. But in the Master's field, invincible, killing indiscriminately, Emolan said silently, holding this staff, and with the ink box as a computing power blessing. He only needs to think about it to exert extremely strong combat power. And crushing the 7th level may not be a problem. And if Emolan really adds his own ability, and really inputs his mental power to fully activate the ink cartridge, as for the priesthood, Emolan doesn't know how to describe it, because neither the ink cartridge nor the priesthood has seen their limits. When it seems to have reached their limits, it's actually just your limit, not theirs. This is a well-deserved artifact, Emolan murmured. And this artifact will become stronger with the strength of the mage profession. As long as the mage profession does not perish, then this staff will symbolize the highest status of the mage. Well, the highest strength may be taken away by the emergence of a magician who defies the heavens. But the symbol of the authority of the magician profession cannot be taken away by anyone. Because this is the mage's priesthood, the magician's artifact. Emolan didn't say much. Closed his eyes. And the next moment the elements in the element pool rose up. And a magic body was formed directly. The magic body? That is, Emolan held the wooden stick and directly opened the door to the other world leading to the abyss. And stepped into it. President, what are you going to do? Lu Bin's voice came from behind. And Emolan said without turning his head. Kill through the demons. Kill through the demons? Are you so brave after you just upgraded? Lu Bin muttered, however. At this time, Lu Bin noticed the consumption of space power next to him. The moment Emolan stepped in, the consumption of space power soared, and in an instant it exceeded the consumption of a normal 7-ring mage, and the next moment the space power was almost directly drained. Huh? So much? Lu Bin felt something was wrong and turned his head to look at Emolan. President, what did you bring in? Get out quickly, the gate to the other world can't bear it, it's going to collapse. It's going to collapse. Lu Bin saw that the gate to the other world, which was originally very stable, was twisted at this moment, and even had hideous cracks on it, as if it had borne a weight that it shouldn't have borne, and was about to collapse. Emolan, who was inside the gate to the other world, was the first to notice the abnormality of the gate. He had already stepped halfway inside. But he looked down at the wooden staff that had already partially penetrated the gate, and then looked at the twisted gate. He immediately knew what was going on. The divine nature contained in the wooden staff was too high, which might be equivalent to a god. The gate to the other world could not withstand the crossing of a god, or the space element was not enough. So the god could not pass. Emolan was a little disappointed. But just when he was about to pull out the wooden staff, he suddenly found something, raised his eyebrows, and stopped the movement of his hands. Not only did he not take it out, but he even wanted to continue to probe forward. Chapter 762, Spreading Faith Across Worlds. I'll rub it again. Emolan tried to push the staff into the gate of the other world again. During this process, Emolan felt an extremely huge resistance, as if the entire interworld space channel was trying to prevent the staff from passing through. You are too big, I can't get through, I can't get through. Emolan seemed to be able to hear the creaking groan of the gate of the other world. This staff is obviously not big, only about 1 meter long, but it is like a behemoth in front of the gate of the other world, just trying to get in may collapse the entire space channel. Emolan gradually increased his strength. Although the resistance of the gate of the other world was great, it was still unable to resist Emolan's power. However, just as the staff moved forward a little further, there was a crisp sound. Looking to the side, there were hideous cracks on the surface of the gate of the other world. There were electric sparks in the cracks, as if it was a terrifying void storm symbolizing destruction in the endless void. Seeing this, Emolan's face did not change at all, nor did he intend to pull back the staff. He just silently retracted his feet, and the part of his body that had crossed the gate of the other world. Crack! Crack! Emolan hadn't even pulled out the staff yet, and even poked it twice. The crackling sound of the door to the other world suddenly became more frequent. You are trying, I can't resist, but I will break it for you in a minute. Emolan stopped his movements when he saw this scene, carefully sensing the staff, or the state of the priesthood in the staff. Although he seemed calm on the outside, deep in his heart, there was a storm. The power of the staff is declining, and the more it declines, the less power of heaven and earth it can control, and the weaker it is, and the decline is very obvious. At this speed, when the staff really enters the abyss, the priesthood in the staff will lose its authority, and only some relatively insignificant auxiliary power will be left. Suddenly, Emolan remembered that when the winged sky beast entered the abyss before, it was the same situation. The winged sky beast directly lost its instinctive talent in the other world. Emolan reacted to the test at this moment. The blood of the winged sky beast, the talent of the winged sky beast does come from authority. It is because the blood ancestor controlled the power of authority and integrated it into the blood, so the descendants of the blood can obtain a certain amount of authority through the blood flowing in the blood, thus forming the so-called innate instinct. So all the power of authority is only effective in this world. Will it lose all power in other worlds? Oh! Yes, that's right. Authority is the authority of this world. How can the authority of this world be useful in other worlds? Unless the power of this world directly covers that world, otherwise the authority of heaven and earth will have no effect at all in other worlds. After all, the sword of our dynasty cannot kill the officials of his dynasty. But then again, why after losing the power of authority, the priesthood still has some power left? Emolan pondered, but then he reacted. Yes, although the power of the priesthood mainly comes from the world's authority about mages, spiritual power and other related authorities, a considerable part of it comes from the faith brought by the professional title of mage itself. Although the most important power of authority has failed, the power brought by faith will not disappear with the changes of the world even if it goes to another world. Emolan nodded as he spoke. Yes, no matter how many disadvantages the power of faith has. One thing cannot be denied, the power of faith is also a real ability, energy. No matter how it is collected, however, since it has been obtained, it is real energy that can be used. But authority is not for a while authority. Authority should be something close to the origin of the world, by developing unique rules, and then integrating this rule into the origin of this world. With the help of this rule that you have created and integrated into the origin of the world, you will naturally master the authority of the relevant world. This authority does not only come from the power of this rule, but also from other rules that can be affected by this rule. Other world powers, which should be the authority, the origin of the priesthood. The source of these powers is based on the world. But the world power that is mastered by certain rules of creation, when it is separated from this world, it cannot be mastered, or the mastered world power cannot be used. But then again, the spiritual power rules I created were indeed created out of nothing. Since I can form a mage priesthood and master authority in the main material world, can I do it in another world? Can I just change to another world and find a way to integrate this rule into it, and then take advantage of the situation to master the authority of that world? Hiss! Emolan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. If a large number of mages also appear in a world, these mages live, study, and fight in the world, then will this world integrate the concept of mage into the world itself? In this case, as a mage pioneer, can I find a way to occupy this concept and condense the faith of the mages in this world? After the faith is condensed to a certain extent, I will grasp the rules of creation and move them over. In this case, can I merge the rules and faith again, create a mage priesthood, and master the authority of this world again? Hiss hiss hiss. Emolan took a breath, and once again contributed a little to world warming. It sounds like there is a way, but it's not easy. First of all, there must be intelligent life in this world. Then I have to spread the profession of mage. Let them change their profession to mage, and continue to research and promote the mage civilization. When there are enough mages, we can gather a huge amount of faith power, and then we will have the foundation for further attempts. This is like spreading faith across the world. Emolan muttered to himself. He seemed to have discovered something at this moment. And at this time Lubin poked him. President. What's wrong? It's going to crack. Lubin pointed at the gate to the other world and said, at this moment, the surface of the gate to the other world was full of hideous cracks. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would completely collapse in the next moment. Oh! Emolan nodded, pulled the staff out. There was resistance when it went in, when pulling it out. Emolan also felt a resistance, as if the staff was stuck inside when it was about to go in and a little bit, and the force of the blockage was about the same as the force that blocked the staff from entering the gate to the other world, but for Emolan, it just took a little more effort. After Emolan took some effort to pull out the staff, the gate to the other world flashed, but after flashing a few times, it stabilized. This made Lubin curiously look at the wooden staff in Emolan's hand. Chapter 763 Devil Rice. Oh, a divine weapon, made by accident, it should be quite powerful. Emolan said casually, While speaking he threw it to Lu Bin. Lu Bin took the staff, slightly felt it, and was immediately shocked. You call this acceptable? Then Linhua and I would not be able to pass, especially the weapons and equipment made by Linhua. It is indeed acceptable. Emolan nodded and confirmed, making Lu Bin silent, holding the staff, suddenly speaking. President, I suddenly feel that I can beat you. Lu Bin's eyes gradually became abnormal, and the smile on his mouth gradually became dangerous. Emolan seemed not to feel the breath of danger, and said seriously, Lu Bin, strength makes people swell, and this staff carries the power of priesthood. Don't be blinded by the power of faith above. Do you think you can really beat me? Do you really think I can be defeated by some external objects? As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the smile on Lu Bin's face suddenly froze. He had wanted to beat Emolan for a long time, and thought this was a good opportunity. But after listening to Emolan's words, he was suddenly stunned. Looking at the confident Emolan, his heart suddenly wavered. Can Emolan really be defeated with just a staff? You know, even this staff was made by Emolan. Lu Bin looked at Emolan, who was walking towards him, and panicked. I just flirted with the president. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. Emolan walked towards him, grabbed the staff. I'll tell you the answer. Lu Bin let go. Emolan took the staff. It's possible. Sure enough. Lu Bin heard it, and said in his heart, but the next moment he was shocked and reacted. What? President. What did you say? I said it's possible. I think the staff has reached the level of a divine weapon. How can I suppress a divine weapon? Even I just wanted to hold this divine weapon, and go into the abyss to kill, and occupy the 2/3 level blood pools found during this period. But it's a pity that this staff can't enter the gate to the other world. I can't get through. Lu Bin was stunned, looked at Emolan, looked at the staff. So you are just trying to bluff me? Yes, why? Are you going to change your mind? Emolan smiled at Lu Bin. Lu Bin shook his head quickly. Let's not talk about whether there is a trick behind Emolan's smile. Let's just say it simply. Now the staff is not in his hand. I am sure he can't beat Emolan. Wouldn't it be asking for a fight to tell the truth? Okay. Emolan shrugged at this, and threw the staff in his hand to him again. The staff contains my priesthood, and the core of this staff is this priesthood, and the authority contained in it. Who dares to touch this staff without my permission? You still want to use it normally? I am in a good mood if I don't control the backlash of the priesthood to kill him. Emolan curled his lips. Lu Bin next to him played with it, and took notes before handing him the staff. Emolan waved his hand. You can study it for a while, with 2 samples. The research progress will be much faster. Originally, I was planning to go in with the staff and kill a lot of people before taking it back for research. Now that this staff can't pass the gate to the other world, then you can take it for research. I will kill a lot of people myself. Okay, I will finish the research as soon as possible and return it to you. Lu Bin did not refuse, nodded and took it. The level of the gate to the other world is still too low. This cross-world space bridge still cannot bear the passage of heavy tanks. Indeed. Let's not talk about it. I have time and interest now. I will go and collect the 2 level 3 blood pools. For now, the output of radiation aura is still quite good. If 2 more level 3 blood pools are added, the output will definitely increase again. I also want to try the combat mode of the elemental body. Lu Bin looked at Emolan's body for a few times. After looking at it for a few more times, he realized that Emolan was actually an elemental body. Your body structure is becoming more and more real. If this state can be maintained normally one day, then even if it is not stable matter, it will be almost the same. It is different. It will take a while. Unstable matter and stable matter are 2 completely different states. It is absolutely impossible to say that unstable matter that lasts longer is called stable matter. These are 2 concepts. But how can real stable matter be so easy to make? That is the creation of the world. Let's not talk about how much terrifying energy is contained in a unit of stable matter. Let's talk about the characteristics of the elemental body. The elemental body is inherently changeable, inherently unstable, and completely different from the stable body. They may even conflict with each other. No conflict. Emolan shook his head. Lu Bin was stunned when he heard this. And then, he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Emolan stepped into the gate to the other world. The gate to the other world had stabilized again at this time. Lu Bin paid attention to the consumption of space elements. The consumption of space elements increased significantly at the moment Emolan passed through, which was more than the original consumption. However, in comparison, Emolan had already been promoted to an 8-ring mage, so the consumption was also within a reasonable range, and no other situation occurred. It seems that this gate to another world can also be used as an identification device. The essence of an object or a creature, and its status, can be known by passing through a gate to another world. Those that consume less space elements are not necessarily low level, but those that consume more space elements are definitely high level. Although it is impossible to get a specific value, the error is large, but at least it can be used as a reference. Lu Bin smiled and said, then strode away to study the staff and its priesthood. Since Emolan asked him to study it, he would study it, but it is still necessary to return it to Emolan as soon as possible, and he can't keep dragging it out. The scale of these fields is getting bigger and bigger. Emolan, who entered the Abyss world, glanced down and muttered to himself when he saw a large area of farmland below. He knew the reason. It was because several rice seeds planted in the Abyss world had mutated, and a kind of rice named demon rice appeared. This kind of rice has mutated into a 3rd-level magic plant. Eating it can strengthen blood and strengthen the body. However, it contains extremely weak Abyss power. Although these Abyss powers are weak, they will affect the spirit and even distort the mind and make people confused after long-term accumulation. This is a disadvantage, which will make the demon rice a failed mutation. After leaving the seeds, it can be abandoned or planted on a small scale to solve the disadvantages. But the problem is that a mage suddenly wants to use his mental power to attack this breath of Abyss, trying to refine it. But what is the breath of Abyss? Even Emolan, Linhua and others can affect the breath. That is the breath they can refine. They really can't refine it, but this breath of Abyss is still used by them. Chapter 764 Invisible Field. Although the essence of that Abyss breath was quite high, the amount was too little. Compared to the Abyss breath that invaded Emolan and the others, the Abyss breath contained in a bowl of demon rice was just a bowl of water scooped from a lake. During the process of the mage's refining, the Abyss breath naturally invaded the mage's mental power continuously. Under the conflict between the two, the mage was affected, and the Abyss breath, as a rootless duckweed, also dissipated. After the Abyss breath dissipated, the mage also spent a lot of effort to eliminate the erosion of the Abyss breath, and suffered a lot. Just when he was regretting, he suddenly found that his mental strength and willpower had improved a lot, much faster than normal meditation, and his willpower could be strengthened. So the demon rice began to be planted on a large scale. This matter excited Emolan, Lu Bin and others at the time. They started large-scale planting only after they confirmed that the demon rice would not cause permanent damage. Of course, it was a bit hasty to make a decision without a long experiment. But the reason for such haste was also partly driven by Emolan. Because in Emolan's opinion, it was just a game. What was there to be afraid of? Why not experiment while it was still a game? Would they wait until the game world was materialized in the future to experiment on the lives of real people? How could the lives of players who died now be called human lives? If they were really sure that the demon rice had no hidden dangers, it would be a lot of fun. This is rice, and it is a 3rd-level magic plant. Although the rank is not high, rice is a large-scale product that can be grown on a large scale, and it is not difficult to grow. It can be grown on the land of the Abyss. If you add a little demon blood from time to time, it will grow better and faster. It is so easy to grow. Of course, demon blood can accelerate growth. High-level demon blood can cultivate higher-level and better demon rice. This is also an important reason for the name demon rice. Emolan just glanced at the rice field below and flew at high speed. After turning into an elemental body, he was magic power, controlling magic power to fly. Some characteristics of magic power plus no flight resistance. Emolan's flying speed has reached an extremely terrifying and appalling number. If you have to use a word to describe it, it might be rainbow flight. It didn't take much effort for Emolan to reach the sky above the blood pool they occupied. When he arrived, it happened that several mages were driving demon bodies and fighting an 8th-level peak demon. Although Emolan used the 9th-order demon phantom to intimidate this group of 8th-order peak demons that day, as time passed, the initial intimidation had gradually faded. The long-term disappearance of the 9th-order demons seemed to have made these 8th-order peak demons smell something, and they frequently came to test. When they found that the demons who came to test were not dead, they immediately became uncontrollable and attacked every now and then. Of course, this was also the reason why the masters did not take action. They specially left this group of 8th-order peak demons and increased their frequency of coming, so as to train these backbone mages who control the demons' true bodies. Emolan did not disturb them after arriving here. He directly called up the maps of the other two third-order blood pools in his mind, and determined his position using the third-order blood pool below him as the coordinates. After Emolan divided his mental power into a series of mental powers, and loaded the computing architecture and storage architecture into it, Emolan transformed into a self-propelled tower spirit. Then he divided his mental power responsible for the storage architecture into drive letters one by one. One of the drives stored a large amount of information that he would need. Might need, might not need, and would definitely not need, such as papers, small knowledge, and since the space was large and capricious, he just put everything in it. The content was huge and rich, so it was unbelievable to most people. However, this map was just a trivial file that could be retrieved with a thought. The map that Emolan adjusted was extremely high. After all, it was drawn by the Mage Association's own mage. A large number of high-level spells specially customized for drawing were used when drawing. The accuracy was extremely high. The error might be less than 1 centimeter for dozens or hundreds of kilometers. It is said that this aiming was set by a certain president named Lin, who did not want to reveal his name. He intended to use this highest-level map as a backup map for beyond visual range strikes. According to gossip, after the map was sealed, President Lin would periodically select some for beyond visual range strike experiments. Of course, because he believed in the mapmaker, he would bear the pain and tears and tie the mapmaker to a position 1 centimeter away from the target, or simply let the mapmaker tie the target for experiments. Of course, the high-level mapping spells were also customized by Linhua, and every qualified high-precision map delivered would receive a very high reward. Although the map in Emolan's hand was not drawn by Linhua, it was drawn by someone transferred from Linhua, and it also maintained the good professional habit of high precision. It is said that the map drawers in the Mages Association now draw with extremely high precision and are extremely careful. Without exception, President. Just as Emolan was looking at the map, Linhua appeared beside him. How did you get to the abyss? Didn't I remember you were in the association? Oh, I went back a while ago, and then I came back. I heard from Lu Bin that you, President, have broken through the 8th level, and have also forged the elemental true body. Linhua gave a thumbs up. Let's go down and talk. What are you doing here? No, I'm going to deal with those 2 level 3 blood pools. Will you come with me? Linhua's eyes lit up when he heard that. Let's go. After a while, Linhua stared in amazement at the fierce battle between an 8th level peak demon and a 9th level demon. The 8th level peak demon was naturally Emolan's demon body, compared to the previous time when Emolan hid his body inside the demon body. At this moment, Emolan's magic body was transformed into a magic state and completely merged with the demon body. No matter how you look at it, it feels like a real demon. But the problem is, this 8th level demon is frantically bombarding the 9th level demon, setting off a terrifying elemental storm where the 8th level demon is. A series of powerful, earth-destroying spells are bombarding the 9th level demon as if they are free. At this moment, Linhua feels that Emolan is the master of this element. As soon as he thinks, the elements are mighty. As soon as he thinks, all the elements are directly transformed into attack spells and begin to bloom with the power of destroying the world. At this moment, Emolan has broken away from the mode of mainly using his own power to attack, and has almost broken away from using his own power to pry the power of heaven and earth to attack. At this moment, he is similar to directly controlling the power of heaven and earth to attack. This power is endless. Linhua vaguely feels that an invisible domain seems to have formed with Emolan as the center. An invisible field. Chapter 765 Dragon Summoning Technique. Boom! A 9th level demon was killed by various powerful spells in front of Emolan, who had infinite blue. The elemental life's terrifying control over the elements, the way the magician structures various elements, and the utilization rate. If you only have one of them, both the elemental life and the magician are powerful, but they are still limited. For example, the elemental life can control huge elements, but due to the limitations of skills, structure, mental power, it is impossible to release the huge power of the elements, and can only use the elements roughly. If a mage can make one energy burst out with 100 times the power, then elemental life may be to make 100 elements burst out with 1 power. When the two are combined, the mage can make 100 energy burst out with 10,000 times the power. This is the elemental true body. This is also the state of Emolan at the moment. without relying on any external force. Just the elemental true body plus computing power, plus various spell structures. Emolon can use endless powerful spells to smash the enemy to death. As for the 8th level demon body worn outside, in Lupin's words, "Oh my goodness, President. You are so stupid. Others don't think that the demon body can fight against other levels. It's just pure skin on you. The only function is to change the nature of the battle into a challenge between demons for the blood pool. For Emolon, the 8th level demon body is really useless. The survival ability and attack ability of the elemental body are too strong. It also has extremely high mobility. It's perfect. Perhaps the only shortcoming is that he is extremely dependent on the external environment. Once there are no natural elements in the outside world, Emolon can only control the magic power that he has condensed into his body. So if you want to deal with and defeat the elemental body, perhaps the only way is to establish a completely magic-free and element-free state, and then defeat it head-on. Of course, even if Emolon does not rely on external elements, the magic power that constitutes his body has already surpassed the level of normal professionals of the same level. In addition, Emolon's control and utilization of magic power. It should still be common for him to kill mages of the same level and warriors of a higher level in seconds. It should not be a problem to use a space spell to run away. Therefore, even if an environment that completely shields the elements is created, it is only the beginning of defeating Emolon, not the end. This is just victory. If you want to kill Emolon, you must first separate Emolon's spiritual power from the magic basic particles, and then destroy it from the spiritual power particle level. Otherwise, Emolon will not die easily. The importance and power of the elemental body can be seen. It is not in vain that Emolon has spent so much energy and time on research. You know, the peak level of this elemental body is immortal. Immortal. After the 9th level demon was killed, its body level instantly shrank like a balloon, shrinking directly to the peak level of the 8th level. What a pity, even if the demon dies, the blood pool can still drain its power. Hey, President, if we catch the demon and bring it back to our world to kill it, and close the door to the other world, can the blood pool still drain its power? Emolon was stunned when he heard this, and then he was shocked. If it is possible, we can always take advantage of the blood pool. Without the participation of demons, we can directly use the elemental coat to carry the demon power, and then when we reach the main material world, we can kill our own demon coat and disband it. Then won't the demon power be completely extra? Linwa couldn't help but be moved. Emolon's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Find a first level blood pool and try it yourself. Don't harm the 2nd level and 3rd level blood pools. After all, each of these blood pools is equivalent to an oil well and cannot be wasted. Okay, I'll try it later. Linwa nodded, and then saw Emolon directly put his own spiritual imprint on the core of the blood pool. President, what are you doing? Create a 9th level demon body. I'm already an 8th ring now. The 8th level demon body is a little weak for me, so it's dispensable. With my current endurance, a 9th level demon body should be no problem. Once I create a 9th level demon body, I will be able to reach the 9th level in both close combat and magic attack, which basically makes up for the shortcomings and just occupies this blood pool. Oh. Under Linwa's gaze, Emolon's original demon body's energy level instantly rose. Obviously, the power of the 3rd level blood pool has begun to bless Emolon's demon body. With the surge in the demon body's momentum, and the slight change in its image, the power of a 3rd level blood pool was completely born by Emolon, and turned into a 9th level demon body of Emolon. The demon body has now turned into a height of nearly 9 meters. And this is the size compressed by space. Its true size has already reached another heavyweight class. Next one, Emolon shouted softly, and his magic body merged with the 9th level demon body, and then rushed towards another 3rd level blood pool. It didn't take long for the demon in the 3rd level blood pool to be killed by Emolon. After installing a device to collect radiation, the blood pool was temporarily vacant. It won't be long before the prepared mages will come to this 3rd level blood pool to bear the power of the blood pool. It won't be long before the Mage Association will have more than 100 7th level demon bodies. Add to that the 2nd level blood pools and the 1st level blood pools. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Mage Association will have a large number of 7th level demon bodies. At that time, summoning demon bodies will become a very representative spell of the Mage Association, just like the spell of summoning stone beasts, and become a unique spell of the Mage Association. because these spells were independently developed and created by the Mage Association from the source to the end. The summoning contract with the Stone Beast was also signed by Emolan and the White Jade Stone Lion. Other people who are not part of the Mage Association sequence and have not been allowed to release the spell to summon the Stone Beast even if they know these spell models. In the future, Emolan also plans to sign summoning contracts with some elemental life races. Because in Emolan's opinion, elemental life has immortality and can be used as a good tool, which is very suitable if you find a way to develop summoning spells. The utilization rate and cost performance may be very high. There is also the dragon summoning technique. Through the Green Dragon, there is already hope to contact the Giant Dragon tribe. In the future, there may be a chance to develop the Giant Dragon summoning technique. Of course, these are serious summoning spells, not the kind that summons and kills to turn into materials. But it will take some time to realize it now, because in order to sign a summoning contract with the Giant Dragon tribe, you need not only enough wealth, but also enough strength. Chapter 766 The Legendary Demon. Is there a clue for level 4 blood pool? Emolan stood next to the newly occupied 3rd level blood pool. Lin Wenyin shook his head. No found. The positioning of the 3-seater 3-level blood pool is also limited, therefore. The method of positioning the 4-level blood pool with a 3rd-level blood pool will not work for a while. Now I can only rely on luck. If you are lucky, you may be in the next second. Lin Lao, surprised, can't speak. What's wrong? Emolan looked at Lin suddenly dazed. Ask out. Lin Dinging said silently after a moment. President. If we have already found the location of the level 4 blood pool. Do you believe it? Who found it? There is someone in our association who is so lucky. Emolan was also a little confused. Linhua found it just after he said it? Linhua. You are not blessed. Right? Linhua was stunned when he heard it. And then smiled. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Okay. You are panting when I say you are fat. What's the situation? Where is the level 4 blood pool? Are there any higher level demons? Are there any legendary demons? Maybe. Or there must be. Linhua projected a screenshot. And Emolan was slightly stunned when he saw the screenshot. This screenshot shows a seemingly endless sea of blood. In the middle of the sea of blood sits an altar like a towering mountain. On the top of the altar is a dark stone chair. On the stone chair sits a person, wearing full body armor, with barbs and edges that make him extremely hideous. And under the altar are crawling huge demons of various shapes and sizes. However, the huge, strange demons under the altar did not attract Emolan at all. Emolan's full attention was focused on the heavily armored figure on the stone chair. Looking at this figure, Emolan asked slowly, Legendary demon? Linhua nodded. It should be. But I think you may have overlooked something. President. You can look at the lower right corner of this screenshot. Emolan looked down in confusion. And the corner of the screenshot just captured half a demon. However, when Emolan saw this half demon, his pupils shrank suddenly. Little demon? What Emolan saw was the little demon who could perform the 4-ring flash spell. It was the 4th level little demon that he had seen more than once in the main material world. And Emolan had never seen 2 kinds of demons that looked exactly the same in this abyss world for so long. If there are 2 demons that look the same, even the details are similar, then there is only one possibility. These 2 demons come from the same blood pool and are cultivated. President. Are you scared? I was stunned when I saw this just now. Linhua said beside him. Emolan did not respond, but turned his eyes back to the figure on the top of the altar, looking at this figure in heavy armor. Gradually, it overlapped with a figure in Emolan's memory. That was a demon figure seen across the world membrane. At that time, the demon almost forcibly tore through the world membrane through the semi-finished alien world gate and entered the main material world. The powerful momentum of the demon at that time still made Emolan feel extremely pressured. It's that demon. Yes, it's that demon. It turns out that it is a legendary demon. Emolan muttered to himself, and then asked Linhua, Did the player who took the screenshot run away? He ran away. He went there in his real demon body and didn't attract attention. Linhua said aloud. President, what should we do? Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, then shook his head. The legendary demon is too strong. Too strong. I don't know whether this legendary demon is strong or all legendary demons are strong. Anyway, The momentum and power exuded by this legendary demon at the beginning still made me feel desperate, even though there was a world between us. Even now, I have no chance of defeating it. I am very confident of this. Then how about we use meteorites to hit it? Emolan shook his head immediately after hearing this. No. Although the meteorite is powerful, it has a limit. If you want to increase its power, you must increase its kinetic energy, speed and weight. Increasing speed means height and resistance, and weight means the maximum weight we can lift. These seem to be unlimited. But the faster the speed, the higher the heat of the meteorite itself. In the process of friction with the atmosphere, most of the volume will still be melted. Also, if the hardness is not enough, the meteorite will crack, shatter, and melt while flying. There are too many problems here. It seems that the power can be increased without limit. But if you want to increase the power to a certain level, the threshold is still very high. In addition, as a legendary demon, I don't think the sound of the falling meteorite can be hidden from it. And I don't think the meteorite can hit it, because of the larger perception range and faster movement speed. These are enough for it to leave the place before the meteorite falls and hits it. Even if we are the initiators of the meteorite with great kinetic energy, we can't make it change its direction. Therefore, unless the meteorite technique is used to destroy the world and smash the entire ball, it can only be used to hit fixed targets. In fact, there is another possibility. The strength of our meteorite is not low, but I am not sure whether this strength is still high in front of the legendary demon, but I guess it is not. In other words, there is a possibility that the meteorite we threw down will be broken, and the possibility is not low. Emolan shook his head after speaking. Why are meteorites so powerful in reality? Why can't everyone do anything about it? This is because the small meteorites that destroy the world are several kilometers in diameter, and they may be made of pure metal. Even the most powerful weapon in reality may only give it a scratch. In addition, it also carries a huge amount of kinetic energy from the depths of the universe. All of this makes it have the power of destroying the world. But our meteorite technique is artificial after all. It is not that big, not that heavy, not that hard, and it has not been given the original huge kinetic energy. How can a reduced version of a reduced version reach the power of reality? It would be nice if one day the spiritual power could really pull stars from the universe and smash them on the ground. Maybe that is the forbidden spell. Once released, it is very likely to have a great impact on the entire world, and even permanently change the ecological environment. As Emolan was talking, an idea suddenly popped up in his head. Hey, wait, why can't we use elemental metals to make a huge monster, transport it to the sky, and then smash it down? I don't plan to smash the legendary demon. I'll just smash the 4th level blood pool and see if it's good? Chapter 767. Someone is deified. But President, I think this might be a bit risky. Linwa thought for a moment, and silently chose to change his death into adventure. Since we have no way to kill or contain this legendary demon, then we must consider how to bear the wrath of the legendary demon. After all, we still have a lot of family businesses here, and this is also our only source of radiation. If we didn't have these, it would be fine, and we could just pat our butts and leave after we were done, and it couldn't catch up with the main material world, but it does, after all. President, our family businesses are strictly connected to the 4th level blood pool of this legendary demon. It can also be considered that this area belongs to its territory, and it is the demon lord of this area. The main reason is that we cannot determine the various means of the legendary demon and the mode of its rule over this territory. If it only occupies the blood pool, this area is so large that even a legendary demon would find it difficult to find us by luck without much clues. But if the way this demon rules this territory is organized, then as long as there is a little organization, we will be found out by them, and then destroyed by anger, let alone destroying its nest. I don't even recommend letting players appear in its field of vision. You know, it knows humans, and is eager to enter the main material world. Once it sees us, you can imagine what will happen. If it doesn't know our existence, then I can be sure that unless it has nothing to do, and comes to the edge of the continent for a stroll one day, and happens to come to our area, it will be impossible to find us. No matter how well organized this group of demons is, it is definitely not strong enough to actively discover us. After listening to Linwa's suggestion, Emolan calmed down and said after a moment of silence, "What you said does make sense. We have an industry here, so we really shouldn't be so impulsive." Emolan suppressed the impulse in his heart, and then asked, "By the way, How many first level and second level blood pools are there now? About 380 for the first level, about 37 for the second level. This is yesterday's data, and today's data has not been counted yet. Lin was said directly. There is always a 7th ring mage in the association, and more than 100 6th ring mages are fighting for the blood pools in the abyss, all in the form of demons, which is actually 1 8th level demon, and more than 100 7th level peak demons. This kind of power can be divided into many teams, and still crush the demons occupying the blood pools. So every day, you can occupy a lot of level 1 and level 2 blood pools. And now the algorithms for blood pool association and orientation relationship have been optimized a lot, with a much higher accuracy rate, which greatly improves the efficiency of finding and occupying blood pools. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. The more you grab, the more you occupy. It just so happens that mages can occupy blood pools now. Let's give each person in the association a demon's true body, and treat it as a welfare of the association. Although the radiation breath produced by the level 1 blood pool is relatively small, if it accumulates into a large amount, it is also quite optimistic. Emolan recalled the previous reserves of radiation breath. The current amount is probably enough for the fission furnace to run at full power for about an hour. Lin was smacked his lips when he heard this. I originally thought we collected a lot of radiation, but after hearing what you said, why do I feel so little? It's a bit unpleasant. Ha ha ha. Emolan laughed. It's not a small amount. This is the furnace running at full power. If it only maintains the minimum power output, it should be able to last for a week. Right? Maintain the minimum energy output? 1 week, it still feels quite little. I have to keep working hard. However, for such an extremely important substance, we are still unable to quantify it, and can only use a little to estimate it. Hey, President, you can now achieve the elemental true body. So has it already integrated the soul into the microscopic particles? In this case, President, can you observe the radiation breath now? Emolan was stunned when he heard this. I haven't tried it yet, but I should be able to try it. Emolan and Lin will look at each other. Now Emolan has no interest in blowing up the 4th level blood pool. Observing the radiation breath is much more important than that. If it is possible to observe the radiation breath, no matter what tool is used, whether it is the naked eye, mental power, or mathematical tools, it is the same. Being able to observe it will have the basis for research. At worst, it can be put into the oven stably, so that the energy output will not be unsmooth due to too much or too little, and the output energy will fluctuate up and down. Generally, in order to avoid insufficient energy output when it fluctuates downward, it can only be put in more to make it fluctuate upward, and design a higher energy threshold, and would rather waste some energy every moment to ensure the stable output of the oven. If this can be avoided, this alone can save at least 20 to 40% of unnecessary losses. If you could observe the radiation breath, or even observe its fission process, Emolan can even find a way to improve the fission method. Once the improvement is successful, the utilization rate will be doubled, and it may even be 8 or 10 times. In this way, the original radiation breath will be doubled. Isn't this good? In addition, this also means that Emolan's exploration of the more microscopic world has a different meaning. Let's go back. Emolan and Lin will look at each other, and rush directly to the location of the gate of the other world. When they flew to the gate of the other world, the gate of the other world was watching. Some mages were delivering some space boxes to the association. Emolan asked and found out that a small part of it was the demon rice that had just been harvested, and the rest was mostly soil and rocks from the abyss world. And the last part was the corpses and blood of demons. They planned to move these back to try to see if they could grow them. If they could grow them, they planned to dig a few large flat layers under the association to grow demon rice. In their opinion, the Mage Association has such a large territory, and although they have dug a lot of underground structures, the utilization rate is still a little low, which is a waste. Wouldn't it be better to use it for farming? Emolan took a few glances and crossed the gate to the other world, and appeared in the teleportation hall. He was about to go to the laboratory, but at this moment, they suddenly turned their heads to the south. In the south, a violent fluctuation of rules was as dazzling as the sun in their perception, and it seemed that a new sun was slowly rising in the south. When they saw this scene, both Emolan and Lin understood it instantly at this moment. Someone is deified. Chapter 768 Struggle for Power. Someone is deified. Who is it? In this direction, with this kind of rule fluctuation, Who else could it be? Of course, it's our son Galen Hal. Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was looking directly at the dazzling sun. This group of rule sun can only be sensed by those above the 7th ring. So the other 6-ring mages didn't notice anything and continued to do their own things. Inside the association, only Lu Bin, Zhang Guanhua, and several other 7-ring mages gathered beside Emolan with serious faces. Although this name had already appeared in his mind, and he was not surprised, Lin was still felt very, very strange. Although I think he will be deified. This is too fast, isn't it? To put it bluntly, it has only been a short time. How can he be qualified to be deified? Even if he successfully cultivates faith. How much faith power is there? Can he be deified? Isn't the threshold for deification too low? If so, it won't be long before the world is full of gods. And gods are everywhere. And legends are worse than dogs. If you are not a god, you will be embarrassed to go out in the future. Emolan shook his head when he heard this. It is not that easy to become a god. There must be other reasons. Let's listen to what the professionals have to say. Emolan turned his head and looked at Tang Chuan, who was walking over. Tang Chuan has not broken through yet. He is still at the peak of the 6th ring. But it is obvious that he has also sensed this abnormal rule fluctuation through some channels. This is normal. After all, Tang Chuan's major is to study gods. If he can't sense someone becoming a god with great momentum, then this special research is too worthless. Right? President, Member Lin, Member Lu. Tang Chuan greeted him first, and then continued. I have followed up on the teachings of Son Galen Hal, and even the spread of his faith. I have also investigated and calculated the expected number and scale of his followers. After putting these data together, I can give a very certain answer. Even if Son Galen Hal obtains the faith of the entire Southern Empire, even if these beliefs are multiplied tenfold, it is still not enough for him to be deified. It's very simple. There is not enough faith. That's not right. My title has become a priesthood. I had a feeling at the time that if I merged the priesthood, I should be able to be deified. Logically speaking, the faith gathered in my title should not be enough. Emolan said in a strange way. Tang Chuan was stunned when he heard it. Has the title of the president become a divine position? Logically speaking, the faith is indeed not enough. Even if the people who provide the president with the power of faith are all mages. They are all excellent in mental power. But it should not be enough in such a short time. President, are you sure you are just believing in deification? Nothing else? What do you mean? Anything else? Yes. I just think that according to my research, the power of faith gathered in your title, or the faith, is obviously not enough for deification. Even if you have had the title for a long time. Even if there are many mages who have changed their jobs. Is it really not enough? Emolan thought for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke out. Does it count if you created the beginning of a rule? Creating a rule? Tang Chuan was shocked at first, then asked. Is this rule contained in the priesthood? Yes. Was the priesthood born just after the creation of this rule? Yes, a little time passed. It was officially formed after the fusion of the title. Yes, I understand. The key point of your priesthood is the rule you created. The power of faith gathered in the title is just a trigger, but the concept of the mage should also be an important reason, because the mage was also created by the president. Tang Chuan said softly. Emolan nodded when he heard it, looking at the scorching sun of the rules in the south. So you mean that Son Galen Hal also created a rule or something similar, which is the key to deification. And these powers of faith are just a trigger for deification. Well, this possibility is very high. But Son Galen Hal should not rely on creating rules, or being deified. He should rely on his bloodline. Tang Chuan said slowly. And Emolan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Bloodline. Titan bloodline? Yes. Just like your winged sky beast. Son Galen Hal also has bloodline from the Titans in his body. And the power of the world flows in his blood. The ruling family of the Southern Empire is the descendant of God in ancient history and legends. It is a demigod family, and the agent of God in reality. Many people think that this is just a background story, which was fabricated and promoted by the royal family of the Southern Empire to stabilize their rule. However, after my research, I found that this should be true. Their bloodline should come from their names, representing the gods of the sun. And the Son Galen Hal is the one with the purest and thickest bloodline of God among all the royal bloodlines. So the old emperor abdicated, and the new emperor ascended the throne? It should be for this reason. Tang Chuan nodded, and then said softly, the son Galenhal uses faith as a trigger to activate the rules and authority flowing in his blood, and condenses a priesthood, if nothing goes wrong. This priesthood is called the Sun. As soon as Tang Chuan finished speaking, Mo Lan's cautious voice sounded. But there is only one authority about the Sun. If the son Galenhal wants to condense the authority of the Sun through the incomplete rules and authority flowing in his blood, he must steal the authority from the source of his blood, or snatch the authority away. Tang Chuan, can the son Galenhal condense priesthoods of other powers? Tang Chuan did not answer directly, but chose to ask out loud. President, can you change your mage priesthood into a warrior priesthood? Mo Lan immediately understood what Tang Chuan meant. So you can only condense the sun priesthood and can only become the sun god? What about the original sun god? Unless the original sun god is dead, if you want to use the incomplete rules in the blood to condense the authority of the sun god, you must seize the control of this authority. You must use the incomplete rules in the blood and the authority as a medium to seize the authority of the sun god. Alas. Mo Lan sighed slightly and said softly, get ready for the awakening of the Titans. On a towering sacred mountain, there are towering and majestic ancient palaces. On a towering palace on the lower side of the mountain top, invisible chains extend from the void and interweave to form a towering palace. At this moment, a strand of white energy appears around a chain. These white energies corrode the invisible chain from the inside out. The internal force of the chain causes the chain to shake violently, even twitching the side that is woven into the palace. The movement is very loud, like hitting the door with a sledgehammer, as if saying, wake up, I'm going to rob. Chapter 769 God Falls. Wake up, I'm going to rob. The huge sound was like a polite call, and not far from this palace there was a palace of similar size, but unlike that palace, the invisible chains hanging from this palace had turned pure white, and the pure white chains intertwined to form a white palace. Indeed, the palace was also white. Everything seemed so natural, so harmonious, except for a fist mark and a bulge that occasionally protruded from the white palace, making it seem like a big man was imprisoned in this white palace. Maybe it was true. All this happened naturally, but no sound was made. But at this moment, the movement of the chains on the palace not far away also spread here. At this moment, the natural rhythm of the invisible chains on the white palace seemed to stop. The whole palace seemed to emit an emotion. Hack it! Fuck it! The white palace silently emitted countless negative emotions. After the emotions were vented, all the rhythmic pure white chains were still. The next moment, all the rule chains burst out with amazing power and strangled the inside of the palace. The pure white palace was like a terrifying beast trapped inside. From time to time, a hideous mark would appear on the surface of the white palace, but it would recover in a blink of an eye. As the pure white chains strangled, the struggle inside the white palace suddenly increased sharply, and even from the outside, it could be seen that it was quite tragic. As the battle progressed, the chains shook violently, and the waves of rules spread out like ripples. Under normal circumstances, the white palace would not allow these waves of rules to spread out, but at this moment, there was nothing to worry about, because along with the changes in that palace, the competition, the waves of rules had already spread out, and many palaces that were closer had already emitted a faint breath, and the chain shook slightly, and turned into the sound of rules that reverberated above the sacred mountain. Therefore, the white palace simply gave up. But as the violent rule fluctuations of the white palace spread, the palaces farther away also began to emit a breath, and the chain activity in the nearby palaces accelerated, as if the sleeping giant in it was slowly opening its eyelids. At this moment, the white palace and the chains above it shook violently, and then the pure white palace, the chains began to fade in color, and lost their substance. However, the illusory palace made it difficult to see the scene inside. This palace seemed to be light. Outside, the moment the white palace faded, the sky seemed to become gloomy, and the whole world seemed to be filled with a sad atmosphere. Wherever the light shone, the sadness brought by the light could be felt. Feeling this sadness, although they didn't know why they were sad, everyone felt heavy in their hearts, with sad faces, as if they couldn't control their minds, and a sense of sadness surged in their hearts. What's wrong? Why do I feel like crying? Linhua asked. Mo Lan turned his head to look at Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan's face was extremely cautious at this moment, but he also showed a bit of sadness, and said slowly, the gods have fallen, and the whole world is sad. Tang Chuan felt it slightly, and said slowly, sensing the source of the sadness. The one who fell should be a god whose priesthood was related to light. Just as Tang Chuan finished speaking, Mo Lan suddenly spoke up. Then why is the atmosphere suddenly so happy? Is it that although this god is dead, he still wants us to be happy and prepare a cheerful and lively morning party? Tang Chuan was also a little stunned. Sensing the joy in the light, the sadness in the whole world faded away, leaving full of joy. And people would naturally feel happy when they felt it. Tang Chuan said with a strange expression after sensing it for a moment. Logically, this should be the birth of a god with a priesthood related to light, but a new god was born just after the death of a god. Tang Chuan took a deep breath. Let me correct you, the one who just fell should not be a god with a priesthood related to light. The one who fell may be an ancient god who holds the power of light. Based on the information we have obtained, maybe it can be called a titan. The titan fell. Mo Lan muttered to himself, and Zhang Guangmon next to him said after thinking for a moment. Hey, come to think of it, since we are so happy, are we dancing at the titan's morning party? If the titan still has a spirit in the underworld, he will hate the new holder of the light authority. That is, the god of light. It's okay. It's okay. The titan was probably killed by the god of light, so we are just dancing at his grave. It doesn't matter. Oh, so, it's okay then, Zhang Guangmo said, turning his head to look at the Rule Yaoyang in the southern sky. At this critical moment of the conferred god, the Rule Yaoyang not only did not become stronger, but even showed a faint trend of decline. Seeing this, Zhang Guangmo said with a smile, this Sun Galen Hao probably thought that he was deified today, so he is the protagonist today. Right? Now it seems that he is just a minor character. Now the scene is over, and the minor character is also finished. Hey, don't say that, Lu Bin said with a serious face. This Sun Galen Hao must have extremely high historical significance. When history is written in the future, Sun Galen Hao will definitely leave a very important mark. It must be a must-test question type in the history exam. The awakener of the awakening of the Titans, the fuse of the all-out war between the ancient gods of heaven and earth, and the gods of faith. Sun Galen Hao, are you polite? Lu Bin smiled, but Mo Lan, Lin Hua, Tang Chuan and others could not laugh. Their faces were more serious than ever. On the sacred mountain, when the white color of the white palace faded and turned into the palace of light, a sense of sadness entangled the sacred mountain, entangled every palace. All the palaces on the sacred mountain shook violently. The turbulent storm of rules swept across the sacred mountain, but did not cause any damage. While the rule storm swept the entire sacred mountain, strong thoughts awakened one after another, and descended into the sacred mountain. Pisbium. A spiritual wave reverberated over the sacred mountain, and the meaning of Pisbium in the legendary divine language is light. At the same time, in the deepest part of the earth elemental world, where the pressure of the earth is at its extreme, a rock giant opened his eyes. In the bottom layer of the fire elemental world, wrapped in solid fire elements, a flame giant slowly jumped, and instantly vaporized the solid fire elements that wrapped it. In the depths of the earth in the main material world, at the bottom of a trench in the main material world, a respected titan awakened one by one, and in addition to these, there is also the sun deep in the sky hanging above the 9 heavens. The sun, Galen Hao. The danger. Chapter 770 God War. Thief. An idea echoed in the depths of the sun. A giant built by endless flame slowly opened his eyes. This flame giant is similar to the awakened titan giant in the elemental world, but this giant located in the depths of the sun must be larger, more dazzling, more stable, more violent, more warm, even full of vitality and destruction. Compared to the fire titan in the fire element realm, the titan giant in this sun said that it is a body composed of flames. It is better to say that the external image is manifested as the high energy of the flame. Titan, Apollo. The meaning of Apollo in God is the sun. The moment Apollo wakes up, the idea locks the idea along the index of the rules, and is stealing his power. The thief who is robbing him. After locking the thief, he suddenly found that there was some very strange power at the thief. At the same time, the teachings echoed in Apollo's ears, which made him stunned, because he found that the blood of the thief who stole his power came from him. He seemed to be able to absorb these powers perfectly without any hindrance, as if they were specially tailored for him. Apollo felt that if he could absorb this power, it might be of great benefit, and it might even cause a qualitative change in his power from then on. However, when he noticed this, he also felt a little dangerous, as if there was some undiscovered danger in it. At this moment, the sun Galen Hao had died, But his soul and mental power did not disappear. It was just that the consciousness directly connected by the rules was directly shattered by Apollo's thought, leaving no residue. However, Apollo kept the body and power of son Galenhal intact, because he was still hesitating. However, at this moment, a thunder spear fell from the sky, pointing directly at the void above the core church of the God of Light. The thunder spear was dozens of meters long, and it streaked across the sky like a meteorite. The huge pressure caused the void above the church of the God of Light to distort, revealing a virtual yet real space. In this space, a god who seemed to be a perfect human stood in it, facing the thunder spear in the sky, and pressed his hand slightly downward. A divine sound of rules reverberated in all places where there was faith in the God of Light, and reverberated in the ears of every believer in the God of Light. The kingdom of God on earth. A series of milky white light pillars shot up into the sky, and the church below the light pillars was dazzling and sacred in the light pillars. A little bit of milky white starlight floated towards the light pillars. Under the shining starlight, the believers were extremely pious. When the milky white light pillar rushed to the top, the space where the God of Light stood suddenly emitted a wave. The wave that spread on the plain instantly connected the light pillars, and the two instantly merged into one. Before the thunder spear fell, a milky white barrier had already covered the entire kingdom. A thin white barrier blocked the kingdom. Boom! 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 The thunder spear was like a substance, incomparably sharp, and it directly broke through the milky white barrier and pierced into it. Although the thunder spear was stuck on the barrier, a beam of extreme lightning fell directly towards the God of Light. At the same time, a series of thick purple lightnings fell one after another under the summons of the thunder spear. The terrifying energy contained in it made the 7th-level warriors in the distance tremble with fear, because they found that, in front of this terrifying thunder, they were like ants, and they were afraid that as long as a thin lightning thread was separated, they would be enough to turn them into ashes. However, these thousands, tens of thousands of terrifying thunderbolts directly enveloped the entire kingdom of the God of Light, striking down non-stop. And every moment, the terrifying power of the Rule Thunderbolts erupted above. Under the attack of the terrifying Rule Thunderbolts, the milky white film slightly rippled, like waves in the water, becoming more and more violent. But it never broke, firmly blocking every bit of thunderbolt power outside. At this moment, the barrier covering the entire kingdom of the God of Light had only one hole, which was the gap below the thunder spear, and the only bright lightning that entered the range of the barrier. The brilliant lightning seemed to be the sharpest of the thunder spear, compressing all the power of the thunder spear. Although the brilliant lightning was small, it contained endless thunder, and as long as it burst out, it could wipe out everything within the damage range. Standing in the space, the God of Light was perfect and sacred, looking up with a faint look, looking at the brilliant lightning, lips slightly opened. "I say, let there be light." At this moment, believers from the entire kingdom of God floated out a light spot. The light spots gathered, and the God of Light gently pointed it out. Endless light illuminates the world. All injuries and diseases of all people within the range are wiped out, and it feels like the body is immersed in a hot spring, and all the evil feels like falling into magma, and the evil in the heart is burned, and when the heart is full of evil, the flame appears on the body and burns it. All the dark sides are wiped out, but when the brilliant lightning enters the range of light, it has fallen into the quagmire of light after advancing a distance. When the brilliant lightning stagnates, the endless thunder and sharpness hidden inside are completely released, but it does not leak out at all under the wrapping of endless light. The world became quiet. The thunder spear was pulled out from the milky white barrier and flew into the sky. There was a huge eye made of thunder, looking down with an indifferent look. At the same time, a regular thunder sound rang out above the 9 heavens. The rumbling thunder turned into a majestic, indifferent thunder sound. "You are the God of Light, and you control the light of heaven and earth." After the thunder sound disappeared, the thunder eye also closed and disappeared. The thunder spear disappeared into the endless sky, and the might of the thunder palace at the top of the sacred mountain gradually subsided. A thunder spear fell from the sky and stabbed in the center of the square in front of the thunder palace, like a sculpture, like a decoration. The thunder palace fell into silence, and the owner seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. As the owner of the palace fell into the level, many palaces on the upper level also slowly quieted down and fell silent. However, there were also several high-level palaces, and a considerable number of middle and low-level palaces did not fall silent, but gradually became active. Among them, there was a flame palace that was extremely close to the top of the mountain and second only to the thunder palace. A golden sun was suspended above the flame palace. The flames burning on it were stable and violent, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. The energy contained in it seemed endless, and even faintly surpassed the top Thunder Palace. And this palace belonged to the Sun Titan Apollo. Chapter 771. Shoot the sun with a bow. God of Light. A divine voice echoed in the core of the sun. As the ancient god of the sun, born of heaven and earth and born sacred, Apollo was very shocked at this moment. The power displayed in the confrontation between the god of light and the thunder spear made Apollo's heart palpitate. Is this the power of faith? Is this the crisis hidden in this power? Apollo muttered to himself. The next moment, Apollo directly accepted all the power of faith from the body of the thief with his own blood, and even separated a wisp of his mind to enter the body of the sun Galahal, directly turning it into an avatar. It must be said that, although he was very angry about the attempt of Sun Galahal to steal his authority, as a descendant of his bloodline, he could take over the body of Sun Galahal without any hindrance, including the doctrine anchored by the authority of the sun, which did not need any modification, and perfectly adapted to his various situations. It was perfect, and you had no hindrance at all. So perfect that it seemed to be specially customized for him. I will be the sun god from now on. The sun god Apollo. With this thought, Apollo perfectly took over the power of faith. However, at this moment, the altars in all cities of the Southern Empire were all lit up. At this moment, all the sun god believers in the entire Southern Empire began to pray, and countless points of faith merged into the altar nearby, directly activating the arrangement in the altar. Dazzling pillars of light rose from the altars one after another. All the pillars of light gathered and intertwined above the core altar of the Southern Empire royal family, like a finely woven network. The internal arrangement of the core altar was activated, and then an extremely thick pillar of light shot up into the sky, directly enveloping the pillars of light towards the sun Galahal suspended in the sky, and rushing towards the regular blazing sun suspended in the sky, and directly merging into the body of the sun Galahal. But at this moment, he can already be called the sun god Apollo. Apollo, the sun god, felt the incorporation of the pure power of faith, and felt his enormous power begin to increase unprecedentedly. He had a feeling in his heart that if he continued to grow like this, his power might even surpass the Titan King inside the Thunder Palace on the top of the sacred mountain. At this moment, Apollo, the sun god, was more excited than ever. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The body that originally belonged to the sun Galahal and now belonged to Apollo, the sun god, seemed to be undergoing a drastic change. The body, the soul, the power of faith, the fragments of rules, the fragments of authority, and even the thought that it had separated from the past were undergoing extremely drastic changes. Changes beyond his control, which made him feel uneasy, and a sense of crisis lingered in his heart. But he had never found the source. At this moment, Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin and others who were at the border of the Southern Empire could see it clearly. Countless light spots and light columns intertwined and gathered in the sky to form a bow shape. The dazzling sun and the body, soul, power of faith, rule fragments, authority fragments, and the thoughts of the sun god Apollo all merged into one at this moment and turned into a long arrow. The long arrow was straight, with a four-sided arrowhead in front, and the shocking barbs on the straight arrow shaft. All of this was shrouded in a hazy light. Draw the bow, and put the arrow on it. The longbow opened automatically, and the long arrow was put on it, after it was fully charged. Bang! The domain of rules seemed to sound a string bang, and the sharp long arrow turned directly into a beam of light, and shot towards the sun. Apollo, who was in the sun nuclear bomb, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis lingered in his heart, which made the flames on his body irritable. Layer after layer of defense, one after another of terrifying attacks, the space was directly annihilated in front of it. Even the strongest legend would be turned into ashes under such an attack. But the indestructible defense, the unstoppable attack had no effect in front of this long arrow. The long arrow seemed like a phantom, and it seemed not to exist in this time and space. Any attack, any defense did not exist for it. Only Apollo could truly feel its existence, and its extreme sharpness. This arrow passed through all obstacles like nothingness, locked onto Apollo along the mysterious connection, and then came in front of Apollo. No matter what Apollo did, he could not stop this arrow, and he could not escape no matter how he dodged. It seemed like an arrow of fate, and it seemed like a must hit. Once it was locked and shot, it would definitely hit. Sizzle! The long arrow pierced into Apollo's insubstantial flame body, but it made a sound like piercing flesh and blood. Apollo felt the coming of death, and then he lost consciousness. The long arrow pierced into Apollo's body like a spear, and nailed his divine body to the core of the sun. Even if Apollo was an elemental body, he could not be exempted, and he could not break free. Apollo fell into silence, and the sun regained stability again. The sun shone on the earth, and nourished all things. This power that best symbolizes destruction and ruin is so gentle, and nourishes all things. In a place, a voice sounded. Nailed, it went more smoothly than expected. The sun god took the initiative to accept this power. Next. As long as the sun god's faith is not cut off, as long as the sun god's own power is not exhausted, as long as the power of the sun itself is not exhausted, as long as one of these three powers continues, the sun god will not be able to break free. And because the sun god is not dead, a new sun god will not be born. The authority of the entire sun rule has been nailed to the core of the sun together with the Titan sun. A reporting voice sounded, and then another voice. Nail him to death. Sun god must die. Beside the border of the Southern Empire, Emolan, Lu Ben, Linhua and others watched like they were watching a blockbuster movie. After waiting for a long time, the longbows had dissipated, and there was no follow-up. So Emolan stretched his body, and looked at the popcorn in his hand. Is it finally over? Then who can tell me what happened? Summarize it for me? Lu Ben pursed his lips. Obviously, some people planned all this when they helped the sun Galen Hal to be deified. So all this is for. Emolan looked at the warm sun in the sky, and Lu Ben nodded slowly. Sun Titan? Emolan was silent after hearing this. To sum it up, Sun Galen Hal woke up the sleeping Titans. A Titan got angry and beat up the god of light, and then someone used Sun Galen Hal to kill the Sun Titan. In the final analysis, first, why did the Titan beat up the god of light when he got angry? Second, must the sun god die? Chapter 772 Titan Age. It should be easy to understand why the Titans would beat up the god of light when they were angry. Didn't I just say that? The old holder of the power of light died, and the new god of light was born, which means that a Titan was killed directly by the god of light, and the power was taken away. What would the other Titans think if they saw an alien killing a fellow Titan, and also took his house, car, money? To be honest, only one Titan took action, and after taking action, he acknowledged the status of the god of light, which really surprised me. Could it be that the feelings or relationships between Titans are not actually close? Or Titans are not actually a close-knit group, but just a general term for a type of creatures that are born from the heaven and earth and hold the power of the heaven and earth? Just like we call animals. Linhua had just finished speaking when he found that Lu Ben poked him, and then pointed behind him. I saw a beast-shaped creature that was hundreds of meters tall walking towards the kingdom of the god of light. He exuded a powerful rule fluctuation. When he walked to the side of the kingdom of God on the ground, a milky white film formed directly, blocking the front. Boom! The beast's claws, wrapped in the power of rules, directly hit the milky white film. The core church in the nearest city bloomed with warm light. A statue of God overflowed with rich power of faith. The next moment, the god of light stepped out of the statue and stood in the void. Another battle took place. The powerful law. The aftermath of the battle swept tens of kilometers. The side close to the kingdom of the god of light was blocked by the milky white barrier. Only circles of ripples appeared on the barrier. On the side of the Southern Empire, the aftermath of the battle spread unhindered. The earth collapsed. The mountains collapsed. The rivers dried up. And the canyons were like hideous scars on the earth. Fortunately, in order to stop the spread of the Church of the God of Light, people within a few dozen kilometers of the kingdom of the God of Light had been forcibly relocated. So there were no casualties. Linhua looked back. Okay. I knew there must be more than one. But I didn't know whether this was a revenge attack or a challenge to the status of Titan. An attack that would make the rabbit die and the fox mourn. Linhua muttered, and then shook his head. Forget it. No matter what kind it is definitely not the only Titan that will attack the kingdom of the God of Light. The God of Light will be busy in the future. Poor thing. Poor? Maybe they are happy about it. According to common sense. In the face of such a disaster, the gods will show their power to help. Isn't this the best, fastest, and most convenient way to improve the level of faith? Will the God of Light find it annoying? Not really. Right? If it were me, I would have to thank these old friends for sending me the gift package to improve my faith. Linhua shrugged when he heard it. Okay. Then the second point is why the sun god must die. Linhua pondered for a moment and looked at Imolan. President. Considering the background of the players who did these things, the sun god must die. This should be easy to understand. Right? Imolan nodded. Indeed. If you think from this perspective, it is easy to understand. Let's go back. Imolan looked back at the battle behind him and walked forward. The Titans have awakened. A new era is coming. So many god-level combat forces have begun to move. This has a huge impact on the situation. The top of the food chain has changed. Everything will be messed up by them. The entire food chain needs to be rearranged. As the Mage Association, as the leader of the Morse Player Alliance, as high-end players, even if we can't sit at the top of the food chain, we can't appear at the end of the food chain. We have to prepare well. At least, I think the preparations we made before are still a little weak in the face of new challenges. We should strengthen them a little more. Be well prepared to face the infinite challenges in the future. Yes. Imolan nodded gently. When he returned to the Mage Association and was about to go to the laboratory with Linhua, Lubin came over and handed the staff to Imolan. President, I have basically finished the data comparison and experiment. I will return it to you first. If I need it again in the future, I will borrow it from you. Yes. Okay. Imolan took the staff, thought for a while, and walked towards the teleportation hall. President, where are you going? Linhua, who was about to go to the laboratory, was stunned. The Earth Element Realm. I'll go there and come back soon. You can go to the laboratory to prepare first. Oh. Okay. Linhua nodded, and Imolan stood in front of the space passage leading to the Earth Element Realm, and then stepped into it with the staff in hand. The entry of the staff did not cause any abnormality, and it was not as difficult as passing through the gate of another world. The authority is still there. The Earth Elemental World is indeed a part of the main material world, and it is the same world as the main material world. Imolan felt the power of the staff, and said silently in his heart. Looking around, Imolan felt the changes of the staff, but there was no change at all. Imolan did not waste time, and rushed directly to the abyss, stepped into it, and appeared on the foundation of the huge floating city. At this time, the floating city foundation was still bustling with activity. Mages and machines were working quickly. There were tens of thousands of mage nodes every minute and every second. The energy pathways were stabilized. In the core part of the floating city foundation, a newly built energy furnace was located in it. Imolan could see that there were quite a few energy outputs, and the input pathways had been connected. Obviously, a considerable number of functions of the floating city foundation could be tested for actual operation. Of course, this was still a long way from being completely completed. After it is truly completed, there will be 5 fission furnaces installed in 5 different locations of the floating city foundation. Each location can be used as a core location. Each location can be operated independently to ensure that even if a fission furnace goes on strike, there are backup furnaces and backup furnaces and backup furnaces. Even if this one has problems, there is still a backup plus 4 furnaces that can be activated to ensure that there will be no problems with the city foundation. Imolan took a few glances at the progress of the city foundation and walked into the real core of the city foundation. Here is a small platform located in the core. There are 2 square pillars about 1 meter high on the small platform. On one of the pillars is an anti-gravity rule crystal ball. The other pillar was empty, with only a dark hole, as if something was missing. Seeing this, Imolan walked to the pillar with his staff in hand and inserted the staff directly into it. The hole on the pillar was just enough for the staff to be inserted into. After the staff was inserted, there was a height of about 30 centimeters. At this height, Imolan saw the ink box and priesthood with golden patterns on the top of the staff. Dazzling. Brilliant. Chapter 773 Loading the card slot. Buzz. After the staff was placed in the pillar, it immediately caused a buzzing sound. A golden light followed the imprinted pattern, and the magic circle flowed into the entire city foundation. Imolan slightly sensed the breath. At this moment, the staff, the breath of the priesthood had completely merged with the city foundation, indistinguishable from each other, and had become one. This was a unique design of Imolan in the city foundation magic circle. Some treasures could be embedded in the core of the city foundation magic circle to merge with the magic circle, thus drawing out the power and rules of this treasure, enlarging or utilizing it, and blessing it on the city foundation or the floating city. This is similar to the relationship between body and soul. The city foundation is the body. The treasure is the soul. And the two are one. In this case, the city foundation becomes a real platform. And other functions come from the treasures placed and installed inside the core. If you get a higher level treasure or a treasure with better effects, you can take the original one off and install the new one. In this way, the floating city can become more powerful and the functions can be changed at will. Of course, this modular concept is not perfect enough. And MOLAN can only achieve a few things. This core array still has many limitations. At present, it can only bless 3 treasures. And there are a series of problems such as it is troublesome to replace. And the power between treasures cannot conflict. But it is still okay for normal use. At this moment, MOLAN placed the staff on the foundation of the floating city, which means that the staff is inserted into the platform of the floating city foundation as a functional plugin. At this moment, the authority and function of the staff can be used in the floating city. And the staff can also be used to bless the power of heaven and earth. This is the best place for the staff. Or the priesthood. No matter how strong a person is. Can he be stronger than a building? How much energy reserves can a large building have? How much mental power can a large building have? Can the computing power be as strong as a large building? Can the attack power be as strong as a large building? Using the priesthood and authority in this way. Isn't it better than making people become gods? It is also convenient to use. And has high efficiency. And while using the power of faith, it completely isolates the harm and disadvantages brought by faith. In other words, after integrating the priesthood, this floating city will become a god that can be controlled, used, and protects the human race without salary, without regrets. Moreover, real gods may have personalities, may be negligent, may die, but buildings will not. Compared with gods, large buildings such as floating cities that are blessed with priesthood are the top foundation that can be used to guard the fortune of a clan. This was the idea that emerged when MOLAN obtained the priesthood of the mage. So at that time he attached the priesthood to the staff and made it into a plugin. But at this moment, a new inspiration appeared in MOLAN's heart. Gods are born out of faith. Born out of belief. There is no way there is no faith in this world. No matter what, the convergence of human thoughts will always act on something, thus giving birth to gods or something similar. This may be Pangu, this may be Sun Wukong, or a hero in reality, or the sun, the moon, the earth. These forces will inevitably appear, and they must be controlled. Compared to letting creatures with wisdom master these forces, and then controlling these creatures with wisdom, sense, and personality, it is better to use these forces directly. Extract the priesthood of various powers, and use these priesthoods to build floating cities, large cities, or space cities, equatorial rings, and use these buildings to carry priesthood, faith, and then be driven, controlled, and served by people. As long as the buildings are cut off from the birth of spiritual wisdom and becoming gods, then gods will only be positions in the future. Isn't this good? MOLAN thought. And a picture unconsciously emerged in his mind. Baby, what do you want to be when you grow up? Dad, I want to be the sun god when I grow up. Manage the sun. Let the sun shine wherever I want. And not let the sun shine wherever I don't want. Well, I want to be the sun god. The sun god is elected every 5 years. So you have to work hard. The reference standard for the sun god exam is doctoral students in nuclear-related majors, as well as legendary nuclear-related specialized mages. There must be sufficient research results. Otherwise you can't take the exam. Then study hard. Read well. And don't give up on magic and technology. Only in this way can you take the exam for the sun god. Understand? I know. I will study hard. Wow. I am the sun god. If Dad wants to bask in the sun, I will let him bask in the sun. If he doesn't want to bask in the sun, I will let him not bask in the sun. Yeah. MOLAN couldn't help but smile. And then he reacted and slapped himself. Ah. I don't even have a girlfriend. So where is my son? I am a man who wants to become a great sage. But then again, even if I count my achievements up to now, as long as I die, I should be called the great sage MO. Right? MOLAN smacked his lips. Forget it. It's better to live as a sage than to think about these things. Live 1 year, and be a sage for 1 year. Live 10 years, and be a sage for 10 years. If you live 1,000 years, you will be a great sage for 1,000 years. Isn't this better than being a sage after death? Emolan left the core of the city foundation. Since this core is not perfect yet, it can only bless 3 treasures at present. Currently, 2 are still loaded. One of them is the foundation of the floating city, which is the crystal ball containing the anti-gravity rules. And the other is the staff. Next, Emolan can find another treasure that contains powerful rules. Or in other words, although it is relatively weak, it has a very special effect and is very excellent. However, Emolan has no goal or clue at present. After leaving the core of the city foundation, Emolan flew up, looked down at the city foundation below, and quietly watched the casting of the city foundation. The main part of the first phase has been completed, and the next part should be completed by the end of the month, or at most the beginning of next month. The foundation of the floating city is an extremely huge project. Emolan has long been prepared for a long time to cast. On this basis, Emolan divided the entire project into many phases. The first phase of the city foundation project corresponds to the first phase of the military project and the first phase of the city project. The first phase means that the project has completed basic construction, basic functions, and can be put into initial trial operation. As for the floating city foundation, the completion of the first phase means that the floating city foundation can already complete a variety of basic functions including floating, flying, basic life support, basic defense, etc. In other words, if necessary, it can be put into use as long as weapons are urgently installed. Chapter 774 Modularization. Have all the molds for the floating city been manufactured? Emolan found Lin as soon as he left the Earth elemental world and asked. After building a large number of modular wizard towers, the Wizard Association has fallen in love with the advantages of modular rapid construction and rapid repair, and has provided a lot of experience for modular construction, and the extremely high precision and humanoid crane capabilities that every wizard must master have laid a technical foundation for modular production and construction. When we were discussing the construction of the floating city, we had already decided to carry out all the major projects simultaneously. There was no need to wait until the foundation was built before we could build it step by step. The foundation and the top were built together, and they could be installed at that time. So the military project had already started designing and casting when the foundation started. Only the first level of livelihood needed to wait for the test results and test data of the major guilds, and many modifications needed to be made. In addition, the livelihood level itself was not very urgent. After all, the basic life support system had been installed on the foundation of the city. If there was an emergency, it would be enough to use some earth wall magic to build a few 100-story matchboxes. So the livelihood project did not start. The one responsible for casting the military project was a studio under Lin's jurisdiction. Not yet. Some of the small ones were designed casually and thrown to the tower spirit for automatic production. But the big ones are still lacking a little. I'm short on time recently. Whether it's the energy main gun with a caliber of more than 1 meter and a length of nearly 100 meters, or the laser with high light energy concentration, or the electromagnetic rail gun with a launch coil that almost circles the entire floating city, many of the technologies in these weapons need me to lead the team to conquer them personally. Although the magician below is not low in ability, he is still a little lacking in this kind of super limit attack unit. But I have written down the general ideas and theoretical basis for them, so the progress can be steadily advanced. But relatively speaking, it is still relatively slow. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. Lin has indeed not stopped recently. I heard that he has not slept for a long time, and his hair seems to have lost a lot of hair. Well, by the way, Lu Bin's space-related technology, air shock, teleportation, and air lock units. I'm not very clear. Okay, I'll ask later. Emolan walked into the laboratory after speaking, ready to see if he could observe the particles of radiation breath now, and if possible, conduct further research. Seeing this, Linhua thought for a moment, then shook his head, and gave up the plan to do experiments with Emolan. The experiments he and Emolan did together could only serve as icing on the cake. But if he went to several high-end weapon unit research groups, it would be like sending timely help. In the past, he thought it didn't matter. He could take his time, figure it out slowly, and do all these things well. After all, there was no rush. But now looking at the situation, Linhua only needed to think about it briefly to know what the focus of the current work was. After Linhua left, Emolan calmed down and began to conduct experiments. First, He took out a small portion of the radiation breath, and a spiritual force penetrated into it. Then, he dispersed a spiritual force into spiritual force basic particles, and dispersed the spiritual force basic particles into spiritual force particles to improve his observation range little by little, and his ability to observe the microscopic field little by little. When dispersed into spiritual force particles, because Emolan's main consciousness was next to him, they were all within the radiation range. So the spiritual force particles were still connected to the main consciousness, and he could already observe a very subtle microscopic world. At this time, Emolan discovered a relatively large, special, and active microscopic particle. When observing this microscopic particle, Emolan couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. This is the radiation breath particle. Or in other words, this is the particle that emits radiation breath. For a long time, I could only feel its breath, but I could never see it. Can it really be observed? As soon as this thought fell, a sense of joy surged in my heart, because being able to observe means that research can be carried out, which also means that he can fundamentally analyze the fission spell, and thus understand its structure, and thus find ways to improve its structure. Emolan observed this radiation breath particle, which seemed to have natural radioactivity, and some mental particles were slowly broken and disappeared next to it. These radioactive elements seem to be able to effectively damage mental power. But fortunately, Emolan can still bear the speed of mental power loss, and it will not affect the experiment itself. At this time, a thought suddenly emerged in the joyful Emolan's mind. By the way, what kind of rules are the basic spell structure of nuclear fission and the basic spell structure related to nuclear? For this simple question, Emolan only thought for a moment and came up with a very high probability guess. It is probably the authority of the sun. Emolan muttered to himself. The death of the Sun Titan was not unjust. After thinking for a while, Emolan immersed himself in the experiment again. If you want to improve the energy utilization rate, if you want to improve the utilization of radiation breath particles, then the most basic thing is to have a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of the radiation breath particles and fully master the original operation method. Hey, this son Galenhel died so well. He was only the emperor for a few days, and he died. Isn't this a good thing? All the nobles who were oppressing him were killed by them, and then he died too. Only the original royal family was left, and then those who were mainly members of the royal family also died inexplicably. Hey, I heard that it was those guilds who took action, didn't you notice? The players of those top guilds have gradually taken over those cities, and those industries. That's right, they are the ones who least want the original royal family to continue to control the Southern Empire. But then again, the players who originally managed the cities have all left, and directly handed over these cities and industries to these guilds. Looking at their previous behavior, do you still need to think about it? It must be. It was there at the beginning. And he kept saying that he didn't come and didn't come. But he didn't think about it. Would you let you know if he came? What a joke. You don't know anything. So okay. Don't say it. The more you talk, the more you go off the track. Pay attention to your surroundings. This forest was enclosed by the royal family as a royal hunting ground. Not many players have been here. There are many high-level monsters in it. I heard there are even sub-dragon species. So everyone, please pay attention. The penalty for death is heavy now. If you die, you will have worked in vain for at least a few months. You will fall behind the main group if you die once, and it will be very difficult to catch up. I understand. Didn't Shao San spread the baby out? The player holding the big shield laughed, but at this moment, the ground shook. Boom. Chapter 775 Beast Tide. Boom. What the hell? Is it an earthquake? Which bastard is experimenting with earthquake spells underground again? A player who just spoke cursed angrily. It seems that this is not the first time he has encountered such a thing. In fact, the last time a mage was found to be performing an earthquake spell underground, he personally chased and killed a mage with a big knife for 3 blocks. According to him, this is what he said. It's not an earthquake, nor is it someone performing an underground spell. It's something that is drilled up from the ground, and this vibration is just the movement caused by them coming to the ground. The mage who was in charge of the alert just now suddenly changed his face and said aloud, "Run!" Hearing the mage so urgent shouting, others are not curious. Although curious, but there was no half hesitation, turned directly at the fastest speed. In dangerous places, they absolutely believe in the perception of the alert mage, and absolutely obey the command of the mage. At least obey this command. The last time, they met a 7-ring warcraft. This was how they survived, because they are obedient, certainly originally. There was no obedience. It's curious, players who like to look at 2 eyes, but it was gone later, no one. After running several hundred meters, they finally sensed the huge momentum behind them. Like a mountain. They cursed in their hearts, and felt lucky at the same time, and then ran faster without looking back. The alert mage sensed the situation behind them without distraction, and when he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! A rock giant nearly 100 meters high broke the mountain and stood up. Beside it, rock giants dozens of meters high surrounded it, also emitting a powerful momentum. The alert mage sensed the momentum, and couldn't help but recall the breath of the 7th level warrior he sensed by chance before. The breath of these rock giants is stronger. Hiss! 7th level. 7th level. All of them are 7th level. The lowest is 7th level. The mental fluctuations of the alert mage echoed in the minds of every player in the team. In this real game, the team building prop is the mage. Only the mage or other magicians can connect the mental power of the entire team, forming a team with incomparable tacit understanding and a team channel, which can facilitate command and communication. The higher the level of the mage's team building tool, the more people can be in the team, and it is simple and easy to use. At this time, the mage's words were refreshed frantically in the team channel, which surprised the players who heard this. The lowest level is level 7. Originally, their speed was the fastest, but after the mage finished speaking, the speed was even faster. However, the credit is that the attack did not come for a long time, and these rock giants did not seem to have the intention to attack, but just walked around. Don't they intend to attack? Just now. They just made the bed shake when they got up, and now they are just going to take a walk. The mage just had this thought in his mind and rejected it the next moment. Looking at the direction, interval, and movements of the rock giant, the mage had an idea in his mind. Such a strong aura is emitted, and there is such a movement and interval. Is this to drive away the monsters in this entire forest? What do they want to do? When a thought came to the mind of the mage, countless wild beasts were startled by the huge aura. At this moment, a roar sounded, and a silverback gorilla several tens of meters tall stood up, and its huge hands beat its chest, making a loud noise like continuous thunder, which directly triggered thunders from heaven and earth. When this angry silverback gorilla was about to roar at the rock giant not far ahead, it suddenly felt something was wrong. It turned its head to look to the left, then to the right, and finally to the front. Rock giant several tens of meters tall looked at it silently, and the attention of the nearly 100-meter tall rock giant was also attracted, and it turned its head to look over. The silverback gorilla, who was holding a stone in his hand and preparing to throw it, was stunned, and silently smashed the stone on his head. Snap! The hard green stone that exuded only a trace of elemental breath broke. The silverback gorilla patted his head, turned in a direction as if nothing had happened and prepared to leave. Passing by. Roar! A rock giant next to him roared, and the huge and noble momentum instantly locked onto the silverback gorilla. The silverback gorilla's body stiffened, turned silently, turned in one direction and ran, and in the process he kept roaring, driving all the monsters along the way forward together, with a terrifying 7th level aura on all 3 sides. The monsters in the entire mountain range ran forward in extreme panic. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of monsters stepped on the ground, ran, and the mountains and the earth shook. Many players also ran out of the forest like them. The players ran in front, and the monsters chased behind. However, it didn't take long for a player to be caught up by the monsters, and then merged into it without any obstacles. As long as you run along with them, no monster will pay attention to them at all. For a while, all the players seemed to come over, and began to be consciously caught up, and then merged into it. Hundreds of thousands of wild beasts. The beasts are running wildly, forming a wave in the shaking of the earth. The beast tide. The huge beast tide is advancing continuously under the influence of the rock giants behind. Advancing. Everything in the way must either merge into the beast tide, keep up with the pace of the beast tide, or be trampled and razed to the ground by this boundless beast tide. But fortunately, this forest originally belonged to the exclusive hunting ground of the imperial royal family, so no one is allowed to approach the surrounding area, and no one is allowed to live there. So in the beast tide, besides the beasts, there are players, and there are players dotted among them at intervals. The alert mage who had just discovered the beast tide was also moving forward with the beast tide. Looking at the direction of the beast tide, the map of the vicinity appeared in his mind. After a simple positioning, the mage suddenly reacted. The land of the god of light is ahead. The mage was shocked. And at the same time, his words echoed in the minds of other members of the team. What? What do you mean? I mean that these giants are driving away the beast tide for a purpose. Although I don't know what their goal is. I know that the land of the god of light is ahead. It is the one summoned by the god of light some time ago. This group of rock giants just want to drive us over. The mage took a deep breath and said slowly. If nothing unexpected happens. According to what is said on the forum, these rock giants behind us that are tens of meters high and nearly 100 meters high are probably titans. The legendary ancient god titans. At least their descendants were ethnic groups of the ancient god titans. Chapter 776 Titan Age. Titan? Hiss. The players were suddenly startled, looking back at the huge and powerful rock giant. Descendants of the ancient god titan, are they at least level 7? Let's think about how to run. We can't afford to offend either the god of light or the ancient god titan. They fight. They fight, but if the god of light casts a spell, we will be the first to die. Based on what we saw that day, as long as there is a ray of light, we will be wiped out. Run? How can it be that simple? There are beasts all around. Don't think it's nothing now. It's because we are running. If you change direction, or try to run back, you will be trampled into slag even if you are made of iron. Moreover, there are rock giants watching from behind. They are here to drive away the beasts. What do you think they will do if they see a small beast trying to escape from the beasts? Snap. They will kill it like a mosquito. These beasts are all level 7. You can kill our level 7 beasts with just one finger, the wizard said helplessly. In my opinion, we should stay in the beasts. Because we will definitely die if we go out now. But if we are in the beasts, even if we really attack the kingdom of the god of light on earth, as long as the god of light does not attack us, we still have a chance of survival. After all, the mage said quietly, there must be more than just our wave of beasts being driven over. If it were just us, it would not be enough for the god of light to slap us. So there must be a large number of monsters being driven from all directions of the kingdom of the god of light to form a beast tide to attack. We are just a tiny part of it, like a drop of water in the ocean. We should be facing the army of believers of the god of light. If you think about it this way, it is still quite safe. When the battle scene becomes chaotic, you can find a chance to run. Okay. The player next to him nodded, but then asked with some discomfort. One thing, there are so many of us here. Why do you call it a beast tide? It always feels weird. What about the human tide? Aw, let's call it a beast tide. The players were speechless, following the rhythm of the beast tide and rushing towards the kingdom of the god of light. At this moment, they were like a drop of water merging into the waves, slamming hard into the kingdom of the god of light. If you stand in the sky and look down at the entire kingdom of the god of light, you will find that there are dark beast tides on all sides of the god of light, fast surrounding the kingdom of the god of light, gathering and impacting. And just by the breath sensed by the players, there are 3 kinds of titan bloodlines discovered. That is to say, at least 3 ancient titans have set their sights on the god of light, and then commanded the titans left behind to drive the beast tide to attack the kingdom of the god of light. The god of light seemed to have become a public enemy all of a sudden. The mere existence would attract the hatred of the ancient god titans. Perhaps it was because the existence of the god of light was an insult, denial, and provocation to the ancient god titans. The god of light was born of faith, the god of faith who killed the ancient god titans to seize power, the god of faith who quickly became stronger. Once these 3 labels were attached, the god of light was destined to attract a large number of hostile ancient god titans. The titans were all ancient gods. Although the ancient gods were just a general term, just like living things, there were various titans classified under the ancient gods. Each titan looked different, and had different personalities, but killing the ancient gods and plundering power had already violated the ancient gods, and they would definitely become enemies. On the forum, a large number of players discussed while watching the show. This melon is quite delicious. After all, the players who have become part of the beast tide have gone all out. Or in order to maximize their profits, they have started live broadcasts in large numbers, such as online live broadcasts of the stories that Titan and Warcraft have to tell. For the sake of the god of light, Titan actually did this to Warcraft. Shocked. This group of people is really miserable. They went out to fight monsters, and got caught in the beast tide. Is there anything worse than this? They are basically all masters. They died last time, which was really a heavy loss. To be honest, with such a heavy death penalty, those who are still qualified to go and dare to go to these high-level monster areas to fight monsters are basically not bad in strength. They belong to the upper middle class of players, and are the backbone of most normal guilds. The death penalty is so severe now, it's a pity to die. I still hope they can survive as much as possible. Otherwise, this will weaken the overall strength of the players. From the perspective of the overall situation, this is not conducive to the players' situation in the entire game world. After all, most of the opponents of the players in this rubbish game are not players, but the indigenous people with huge advantages, who believe in gods, and the fucking ancient gods. If it were normal for me to change maps and fight monsters, it would be fine. I would just treat it as a virtual reality version of the Soul game. It doesn't matter if the difficulty is a little higher. But the highest level boss of this game will actually rush directly to your novice village or resurrection point to kill you completely. Which is outrageous. Fortunately, these titans are only attacking the kingdom of the god of light. And these players just happen to be involved, rather than being specifically targeted. No titans directly ran to the player's city to cause trouble, which is fortunate. Indeed, if the titans ran to the city, we would really have no way to deal with it. We can't beat them. So fortunately they didn't come. But then again, after Titan discovered the benefits of faith, would he also come to collect faith? If he really came? Wait. He should. Maybe he probably wouldn't come. Right? This post was interrupted here. No one replied to this post, which made it quiet down, and its popularity gradually declined. But before this post disappeared from the forum, someone replied, and the reply was just 2 words. I'm coming, President. Something happened. Linhua and Lubin found Emolan, and their faces were very serious. All the guild leaders in the alliance have sent messages. I want to ask the leader, what should we do? Emolan, whose experiment was interrupted, did not answer immediately, but opened the previously blocked information panel. As soon as he opened it, he saw messages popping up one by one. Emolan read them one by one quickly. After reading them all, he fell into deep thought. In such a short time since he started his research, the outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes. From the beginning to now, there are dozens of ancient god titans whose names have been revealed. Among these dozens of titans, there are more than 20, more than 30 blood clans. Dozens of titans mean dozens of ancient gods. Dozens of titan blood groups mean a group of titan bloodlines with the lowest level of 7 and the highest level of legendary or demigod. Although titans are mainly distributed in the Southern Empire, Northern Empire, Saya Empire, and have not yet affected the Morse Player Alliance, but they can be encountered, and it is only a matter of time. Emolan asked immediately after pondering for a long time. What is the reaction of the Saya Empire? Chapter 777, Kill the Tribe. I don't know. In response to Emolan's question, Linhua shook his head very straightforwardly and said, the Saya Empire is simply a desert of players. Due to some unknown factors, there are almost no players in the Saya Empire, and there is almost no news about the Saya Empire on the forum. Only in some areas bordering the Saya Empire do players occasionally mention the Saya Empire. For now, there is no information at all. Do we need to send some people to investigate? Emolan thought for a moment after hearing this, and then shook his head. Forget it, we don't need to care about that kind of place. We just need to do our own thing. Emolan said, and walked forward. Let's go, many guild leaders are here. Let's go meet our allies. It's a good opportunity to meet up and discuss this matter face to face. Okay. Linhua, Lubin followed closely, but at this time, a message came. What? The Nyewa Guild wiped out a Titan tribe? What's going on? Gung Tao is playing such a big game this time. When Emolan heard the news, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and said in disbelief. Linhua, who was standing next to him, said, they are descendants of the Titans with flesh and blood. Although they have Titan blood, when the Titans are asleep, this branch of Titan blood is not very well mixed. The powerful ones are just a few 9th level monsters, and the most powerful one is only half a step away from being a legend. That's pretty powerful, right? Emolan was speechless. When he found Gung Tao, he gave him a thumbs up. There were also Yifei and others beside him. Emotion. Long time no see. Long time no see. Emolan nodded, greeted him, and then looked at Gung Tao and asked, Hey, Gung Tao. How did you do it? It was good? You wiped out a Titan tribe. This is probably the first Titan tribe to be wiped out. Right? Hee hee. Hee hee. It's nothing. There are only 3 or 5 10,000 person magician groups. And the energy attack of the guild city. I killed several level 9s in 1 second. And the rest were just cut into pieces. Not to mention. This is all thanks to emotion. This 10,000 person magician group relies on deep spiritual connections. The energy attack of this city is also an offensive weapon we obtained by using the magic tower technology to make some minor modifications to the city blueprints. It can mobilize the storage of the entire city, the savings, and the professionals in the city to launch energy attacks. In fact, it is just a big brick. Only then did we deal with this Titan race. Minor transformation? Emolon curled his lips and said aloud, but he was also quite impressed in his heart. The research and development capabilities of these top guilds should not be underestimated, although they are not as good as the Mage Association, but their R&D departments must have gathered a large number of talents, relying on a civilian-level energy system, with the help of some of the technologies, based on the energy flow of the city, to gather strength, directly transform a civilian city into a war fortress. Similar to the Mage Tower, it is indeed a veritable top guild, a veritable guild base. Nyehua, the Troublemaker Guild, is well deserved of its reputation, and has never disappointed anyone. Hee hee, I'm sure it can't be compared to Emotion's hands. It can only be barely useful. It can be regarded as a civilian reform army. It seems that the ones that Emotion has not released are the best ones in the bottom of the box. Right? Gung Tao smiled. And when he heard what he said, dozens of ears around him stood up instantly. And Emolon looked at him with a smile. Why? Old friend. You are thinking about my family assets just after meeting? You are the leader of a guild with a market value of billions. So don't think about my things. Be generous. Be generous. As soon as Emolon said this, the others were immediately alert. They immediately reacted. Some people had speculated that there was a new large-scale war building hidden behind the city drawings. But there was no evidence. Unexpectedly, it was hammered here. Just using the public welfare part to transform it into a concentrated energy weapon can exert such a terrifying power. How terrifying would the war part designed for attack be? This can't help but arouse thousands of reveries in people's hearts. Gung Tao continued to speak after hearing this. Hey, if my stuff is worth tens of billions, then if you take out your stuff, Emotion, then the market value alone must be hundreds of billions. Right? And it's all real. Emotion. If you dare to take it out, I dare to give you the money. It's a pity that you never do such things. If you are interested, I will help you to get the lead. And let me earn hundreds of millions, or even billions of his agency fees. Gung Tao said jokingly. Anyway, my market value of several billion is all imaginary. The risk is too great. It can't be realized at all. It's all just a pie in the sky. And the reason why someone can draw this pie is because I am in the Morse Player Alliance, and under the control of Emotion. Otherwise, it would have to be cut in half. Okay. Stop bragging here. Aren't you afraid that the Titan will run to your guild's base and flatten it? As soon as Emolon finished speaking, Gung Tao's face immediately turned bitter. Hey, Emotion. I'm also scared. Didn't I run here immediately? Emotion. You have to protect your old brother. If the Titan really comes, my guild's valuation may not even be worth a fraction of it, let alone several billion. Gung Tao's pitiful look made Emolon roll his eyes. Emolon didn't believe a single punctuation mark in his words. If this was the case, how could Gung Tao have time to talk nonsense with him here? He would have been thinking about how to deal with it in a hurry. I don't believe you, Emolon said directly. Gung Tao smiled embarrassedly. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but it's really like this. The ancient god Titan. The two words ancient god have already explained the problem. We don't have the ability to fight against the ancient god. All we can do is to minimize the losses and avoid losses. Emo god. Although Gung Tao said a little outrageous, it's really like this. The appearance of Titan has a huge impact on us. Although most of them have not yet affected the Morse Kingdom. It will definitely happen sooner or later. Emolon nodded when he heard it. His face became a little serious. He didn't ask why Gung Tao had to fight a Titan tribe and kill them all. As the president of a guild, he must have considered all aspects before he dared to do this. They couldn't possibly not know what the consequences would be. Since this kind of thing has happened, it means that the conditions brought by these Titans are unacceptable to the players. It is inevitable that conflicts will occur. It is a matter of time. It doesn't matter who caused it. Emolan looked around and saw that everyone was there. Nodding. Since everyone is here, let's discuss how to deal with it and pool our wisdom. Chapter 778 Mage Core. The meeting is over. The meeting of dozens of people lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, a large amount of intelligence data about Titans was shared here, and a large number of technical catalogs were also shared here. Even the Mage Association benefited greatly from the technical exchange. But these are secondary. The real main thing is that this time, the attitude and method of dealing with the ancient god Titan and the Titan race were clarified. And in this process, the main combat power of each major guild was also clarified. In this process, the main combat power displayed by each major guild surprised Emolan, because many of them were familiar technologies, and many of them were developed and circulated by the Mage Association and released. These technologies are not very eye-catching in the Mage Association, but they play a decisive role in the outside world and truly change the situation. Deep spiritual connection is such a technology. The deep development and utilization of this technology alone has led to these guilds forming a super mage group of more than 10,000 people, or a mage core. 10,000 people. Theoretically speaking, a mage tower of 10,000 people is enough to produce a spell effect equivalent to a 9-ring spell. And this is only a mage core of 10,000 people. Emolan just learned that the God of War guild used precious materials to create a super spiritual connection core, and integrated 100,000 mages of the same attribute to conduct experiments. According to him, the high-value super spiritual connection core was directly scrapped. It will be completely scrapped after 2 or 3 uses at most. But as for the power, Yifei's original words at that time were like this. I don't know how powerful it is, but I estimate that if a legend comes to resist, I think it should be able to kill it. However, if 100,000 people are integrated together to cast a spell, if everything goes well, the command is reasonable, and there is no interference, it will take about half an hour to 2 hours. The specific time is uncertain, depending on the situation. In other words, a super mage army of 100,000 people will only have one attack opportunity in the best case. As for more specifics, Yifei didn't say anything. He only released a few spells in the first experiment, and then never conducted a second experiment. The core was also sealed up and put in the bottom of the box. Oh no, the finale, the Suppression Foundation. And this is just one of them. Their main combat power also has another point. That is the Mage Tower core. The engine technology is no longer exclusive to the Mage Association. Although the Mage Association still has the most advanced technology today, the engines produced by other guilds are also usable. With the mass production of engines, and the mass construction of Mage Towers, a Mage Tower core was formed. A Mage Tower is equipped with a driver and a mage. The driver drives the car, and the mage controls the Mage Tower. Directly transformed into a war fortress. Directly transformed into an all-round tank that can attack 360 degrees. Can attack the air, the ground, and the sea, and basically has no upper limit on ammunition. Using the mobile element pool, it can store element energy almost unlimitedly, as long as the element supply is continuous. 2 people can be invincible below the 7th level, and this kind of Mage Tower unit is calculated by Legion in the real top player guild. It must be said that, relying on the big tree of the Mage Association, enjoying the advanced technology of the Mage Association, and under the protection of the Mage Association, it has become the first area in the entire game world to completely break away from the oppression of the nobles. In addition, the Mage Association has integrated the entire Morse player alliance, eliminated unnecessary internal friction, and used technology to mass-produce various materials needed by players, and then supported the player guilds that are oppressed by the nobles and in dire straits. Everything has made the guilds within the Morse player alliance shockingly wealthy, and has also directly created a group of super guilds with a market value of hundreds of millions, billions, or even nearly 10 billion, and hundreds of thousands of players. Of course, while they are getting richer, the Mage Association is also more endowed. How does that saying go? Work hard, work harder, work harder. Next year the boss can buy a villa and drive a Ferrari. In fact, the relationship between the Mage Association and these guilds is similar to this, but the proportion is not so exaggerated. Let's not talk about the Mage Association. These player guilds have made so much money and resources, and they are also willing to invest resources and money in the military. This is how we can create a Mage core of 10,000 people per capita, and a Mage Tower core per capita. And this is only the per capita level. The trump cards that each guild has devoted itself to developing. And the foundations are different. In fact, after such a calculation, Emolan found that the strength of their alliance is not weak. It's just that they are all friendly and make money. They all smile and look easy to get along with. There is no civil war, nor war with the outside world. So they don't show off. This group of people is really powerful. Emolan muttered. Linwood beside him smiled. Didn't say anything, but just silently calculated something. Hey, Linwood, what do you think of letting them maintain those nodes? Linwood didn't react for a moment. What did you say, President? I was just thinking about something and didn't hear clearly. I say, what do you think of letting the nearest member guild maintain those nodes? Linwood nodded after a moment of silence. This is a good idea. First, we can mobilize the resources of the major guilds and let them maintain and upgrade the nodes. Second, their guild's mage power and technical strength are definitely stronger than the single maintenance team we sent out, and the effect will be better. Third, this can also dispel their concerns and make them more loyal to the alliance. Fourth, and lastly, I think this can increase their sense of participation. If we do everything on a grand scale, it will be bad for both us and them. For us, we may not get good results even if we spend a lot of time and effort. For them, sometimes not participating is not a good thing. On the contrary, participating will make them more recognized. So I think this idea is very good, as long as we do a good job of training and docking. It seems that both of us have similar ideas. Lu Bin, what do you think? Me too. After getting the feedback of the two people's agreement, Emolan nodded. Then let's do it this way. We are responsible for the core and some main maintenance and key technical support. And other guilds are responsible for the maintenance and upgrade of nodes nearby. So, Guanmo, you are familiar with this project. You are responsible for activating the nodes, handing them over for maintenance and training. Yes. Jean Guanmo, who was walking behind, nodded and then left to find the guild leader, who had not left yet, while Emolan walked straight ahead. Ahead was the teleportation hall, or the space passage of the Earth element world. Chapter 779, Floating City Out. Floating City, Linwood said slowly, as he looked at the giant object slowly rising in front of him. Lu Bin beside him was also shocked. No matter how many times I see it, this floating city can always bring me a new shock. To be precise, it should not be a floating city yet. It should be called a floating city foundation embryo. It is just an embryo of a city foundation. The city foundation has not yet been fully formed. It is only the first phase of the city foundation project, let alone the floating city. Emolan said slowly, but from the look in his eyes, he was quite satisfied with the giant object slowly rising in front of him, even proud, but then his face changed slightly, and he shook his head and said, in fact, the current floating city foundation should not be left. This abyss is the most suitable place to build a floating city. The endless earth elements provide it with energy to float. The surrounding high-density rocks provide high-quality raw materials for the manufacture of the floating city. And the bottomless abyss provides it with enough space. The conditions here are perfect for building a floating city. President, if the floating city flies out of the abyss, it will consume energy, right? Lin Wishing asked. Emolan nodded slightly. Inside the abyss, a huge amount of earth elements surge up every minute and every second. These earth elements will be absorbed when they enter the power radiation range of the anti-gravity rule crystal ball and become the energy source for floating power, supporting this floating city foundation that is heavier than a mountain. As long as it flies out, where can the element concentration support this level of consumption? There is not enough earth elements in other places, so it can only consume the stored energy. Although a lot of earth elements were collected during this time in the abyss, it can't sustain the consumption for long. The energy required to keep the foundation of the floating city suspended in the sky is too huge. Otherwise, how could I have thought of developing a fission furnace? Because I have been thinking about it for a long time, only the mode of mass energy conversion through fission can meet this terrifying energy consumption. Only this kind of energy that can destroy the world can hold this floating city in the sky, Emolan said, suddenly pointing at the foundation of the floating city, and asked with a smile. Do you want to calculate how heavy this thing is? Linwood looked at the foundation of the floating city suspended in front of him, and couldn't help but recall the process of casting the floating city in his mind. The black rocks that make up the foundation of the floating city are all compressed by the maximum output of the 7-ring stone wall technique. Each time, The huge rocks that are tens of meters long, high, and wide are compressed into rectangular stone strips that are 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 30 centimeters high. The original rock materials used for compression are also high-density, high-hardness rocks from the deep abyss, and the mass is extremely large. And this solid behemoth that is more than 1,000 meters long and wide, and 100 meters thick is all built by stacking and fusing these 2-meter-long stone strips, with very few hollow parts. The mass of such a huge thing, Lin couldn't help but shake his head slightly just thinking about it, and couldn't help but say out loud, if this thing falls on a legend's head, can it crush him to death just by weight? If the weight is all on the legend, it shouldn't be a big problem. Right? Emolan said after thinking for a moment. But this kind of experiment can't be done, because the hardness of this floating city foundation does not meet that standard. 10 centimeters of thickness can block 7th level spells or physical attacks, but it certainly can't block legendary level attacks. Such a large floating city foundation is like a board in front of an individual legend. As long as the legend can make a depression that can accommodate him, he can be like a nail, and only needs to bear a small part of the weight. In this case, it will naturally not cause much damage. But I know one thing. As for this floating city foundation, let alone the future, it is so big now, so heavy now. In reality, as long as it is placed in the sky and then dropped, it should not be a problem to cause a big earthquake or the extinction of dinosaurs. Linwe and Lu Bin looked at this behemoth and shook their heads slightly, while Emolan smiled. Okay, no more talking. Let's go up. Emolan finished speaking, took a step, and appeared directly above the floating city foundation, followed by Linwe and Lu Bin. Standing at the front of the floating city foundation, Emolan put his hands behind his back, and a thought came to his mind. A command appeared in the core of the floating city foundation, and the ink box started to operate, controlling the various magic arrays on the floating city foundation. Then, the floating city began to move forward, very slowly at first, but gradually accelerated. But Emolan did not speed up completely, because the space channel leading to the association was already within reach. Fortunately, it is a space channel that is close together. As long as you break the space, you can rush through it directly. No technical content is required. If it is a cross-border gate like the Abyss, it will be over. It is impossible to get through it. You can only try to see if you can directly cross the void and pass through it. President, I feel that after the floating city is formed, you will not be able to use any space channel. No space channel can withstand the size of the floating city. The floating city can only rely on flying to go anywhere. Of course, if the floating city starts the space transmission by itself, and suppresses the space by itself, it may be able to transmit under the same volume, but it will most likely still fly. You will know after trying it later. Anyway, you are a space mage, and I don't need to consider this. You can study it. Several question marks appeared on Lu Bin's head, and Emolan spoke at this time. Lu Bin, stabilize the space. Stabilize the coordinates. It's going to pass. President, you really think highly of me. Let me stabilize the space created by the floating city foundation, maybe in the next life. I can only pull the coordinates. A bronze luster appeared in front of the floating city foundation, which was space bronze. The moment the space bronze appeared, the space seemed to turn into substance, and became a level that the space bronze could touch. The huge mass, under the huge kinetic energy, slammed into the space channel leading to the association, and slammed into the space membrane. Ping! A crisp sound like glass breaking. The space passage blocking the floating city foundation in front of it was smashed to pieces, forming a huge space passage more than 1,000 meters long and more than 100 meters high in front. This force carried the scattered space fragments and poured into the depths of the void. Lu Bin glanced at it, and suddenly found that a terrifying space storm seemed to be brewing. No, it had already started. The terrifying space storm swept everything, as if it was going to destroy everything, and spread rapidly, making Lu Bin's eyes widen. And before he could say anything, the floating city foundation, which was still rushing forward, had already crashed into a node in the void according to the coordinates. Ping! Chapter 780 Space Storm. Ping! Another crisp sound like glass breaking. The Earth elemental world and the main material world are indeed tightly attached to each other. The floating city foundation has just crashed into the void, and has already hit the space node where the main material world mage association is located. Of course, This tight attachment is only for space mages. If ordinary people cannot find the space node representing the main material world and open up a space channel from it to enter, no matter how they attack, it will be useless, and they will only get lost in the endless void. In the main material world, above the Mage Association, the space was instantly shattered, forming a huge space hole. The huge space fluctuation attracted the attention of everyone in the Mage Association except the warriors. Everyone subconsciously looked up, but saw nothing. There is a cover-up. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. But then, they remembered the notice they had received before. Mo Lan, Lu Bin, and Linhua, the three presidents, will conduct an experiment. There will be some normal fluctuations during the experiment. There is no need to be surprised. The specific time nodes are as follows. Recalling this notice, I felt the space movement that seemed to be a large area of space shattered at this moment. Normal fluctuation? Forget it, you are the president. If you say this is a normal fluctuation, then it is a normal fluctuation. In the obscured sky, a floating city slowly floated out, and the space channel behind it quickly healed. Lu Bin, who was shocked, looked back. The terrifying space storm swept through the depths of the void and quickly spread to the shallow layer of space. The terrifying power destroyed everything within the range of the storm. The space channel healed, just like the curtain slowly closing on the stage to cover the space storm behind. On the surface, this space is still normal, but in the eyes of a mage like Lu Bin, this is frightening. Because it looks very normal on the surface, but anyone who dares to tear the space or perform space teleportation, flash, will be torn apart by the terrifying space storm the moment they break into the space. This is the power of nature, which cannot be resisted. President, next time, if anyone is ready to use flash or space jump to escape or attack in front of the floating city, you can directly control the floating city to smash the space. As long as you hit, as long as the force is strong enough, a space storm will be formed directly to sweep the void, which will not be limited to the place where you hit, but will affect a large area. Within this range, before the space storm subsides, anyone who dares to use space displacement will die, or whoever is exiled by the space spell will die. It can directly block an entire space by force. If the time is up, just hit it again, and it can be blocked again. This thing is too massive, and the energy consumed to move it will be very terrifying, but at the same time, once it moves, the kinetic energy it carries will be extremely terrifying, so terrifying that even the space can't bear it, and it will smash the space, and the space storm formed by the kinetic energy, TSK, so terrifying. Whoever enters will die. Then it seems that there is no need to prepare spells to suppress space? A direct collision can destroy a large number of space displacement spells. Mo Lan also said with a smile after hearing this. You still need to prepare the spell to suppress space. After all, this can only be used against those who are escaping, and those who are known to come in advance. If someone secretly teleports up, then this will be useless. At this time, you need to use the magic array to suppress space in real time to defend. Lu Bin shook his head and said, That's true. Mo Lan nodded and lowered his eyes. The floating city base had already flown to the original position. The next moment, the floating city base slowly descended. Below the floating city foundation is the mirror lake. The foundation fell very slowly. After a long time, this huge monster finally stuck to the water surface and slowly pushed away the lake water, sinking down. This huge monster could not float on the water surface. After a while, the foundation of the floating city had touched the bottom of the lake, but the buoyancy on it was still slowly decreasing. Although the foundation touched the bottom of the lake, it still fell slowly. Everything at the bottom of the city foundation was flattened and began to sink. Whether it was the silt at the bottom of the lake or the normal soil, the rock could not bear this density, weight, just like an iron ball placed on tofu, sinking directly without any hindrance. Mo Lan did not stop it, and continued to let it sink, sinking, until the top of the floating city foundation came near the water surface. Only the top of the entire floating city foundation was exposed, and the rest was hidden in the lake water and the silt. The core of the floating city foundation continued to release anti-gravity to maintain the floating posture of the floating city foundation. It's just that the floating position has changed from the air to the underground. There is no essential difference. The normal Earth cannot support the floating city foundation at all. After the floating city foundation is stable, all the 7-ring stone wall spells loaded on it are under Mo Lan's control. And the 7-ring stone wall spells are released according to the established range. The huge number of 7-ring stone wall spells directly turn the soil at the bottom of the floating city into hard, large-scale dark rocks. These dark rocks cover a wide range, extending hundreds of meters deep downwards, and extending to the surroundings can easily reach 10 kilometers. Tens of kilometers. Such an underground behemoth interweaves its branches and transfers the weight of the floating city foundation to the land of more than 10 kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers in radius, which barely bears such a huge weight and prevents it from sinking. At this time, the anti-gravity added to the floating city foundation slowly dissipates. However, the core of the floating city still does not stop running. Instead, more earth elements flow into the anti-gravity rule crystal ball. A majestic and terrifying force is bred and circulated in the core of the floating city foundation. As this force was gestating and flowing, the staff hummed softly, and a faint golden light enveloped the force, and slowly merged into it. Emolan felt the energy gestating, and began to send messages directly in the group. At everyone. Get ready. Start the mage tower. Start the element pool. Ensure that the element pool has sufficient supply of elements. And start the mage tower in 20 minutes. Received. Received. A series of message replies. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. And before Emolan could start the floating city, a thick khaki light column suddenly rushed up from the horizon in the distance. Then, one after another, yellowish-brown light pillars shot up into the sky, turning into pillars that stood between heaven and earth. Emolan paused for a moment when he saw this. Swoosh! The terrifying energy that was nurtured inside the core of the floating city foundation also shot up into the sky at this moment, turning into a huge jade pillar that reached the sky. When this energy pillar reached the top, it was as if it had touched a barrier. A ripple exploded from the top of the energy pillar and quickly spread to the horizon, spreading to those energy pillars. Chapter 781. The formation begins. Buzz. Ripples of energy ripple from the top of each light column. When different energy ripples collide with each other, they merge together. Energy connection, using each light column as a node, using energy ripples to build energy pathways, using the Morse Player Alliance area as a base. At this moment, Emolan constructed a super formation covering the entire Morse Player Alliance area on this vast land. This super formation was something Emolan had thought of, and started to design a long time ago, and constructed. Emolan vaguely remembered that it was after he first knew about the existence of Titans, and understood their strength, that mage towers were being built on a large scale, and mage associations were being established in various places. So Emolan had this grand idea in mind, and put it into practice, which was Emolan's arrangement at the time. In order to arrange this giant magic array, in order to ensure that the spell nodes were completely composed of mage towers. In addition to building mage towers in major cities, Emolan also built a large number of mage towers in the wild and maintained their normal operation, which also cost a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. It was because Emolan prepared in advance, arranged and planned in advance, that this super magic circle came into being. It was also because of this that Emolan wanted to protect all the players and indigenous people within the Morse Player Alliance. Otherwise, although the Mage Association is powerful, it is not enough to protect the entire Alliance area. At most, it can only protect the city of Red Maple City. After all, the area of the Morse Player Alliance is not small. The players and indigenous people probably have a population of tens of millions. However, the core of the magic array was originally designed to be the headquarters of the Mage Association. It was only later that the floating city was found to be more suitable as the core of the magic array. Although it is only the foundation of the floating city, it is already a complete energy structure building. As the core of the magic array structure, it can bear the energy pressure of the entire giant magic array and maintain its operation without any problems. Therefore, the core of the magic array was replaced from the association headquarters to the foundation of the floating city. Of course, this is only part of Emolan's arrangement, or half of it. There is another half of the arrangement. I hope it will not be used one day. Emolan withdrew his thoughts and cast his eyes on the magic array in the sky. Get up, Emolan muttered to himself. The next moment, countless complex patterns intertwined in the sky, and a huge amount of energy was input into it. The next moment, a yellow-brown shield that spanned the entire Morse Player Alliance area slowly formed. This shield itself was hundreds of meters thick, and was connected to the earth through pillars of light, and to the mountains and rivers. This yellow-brown shield that was hundreds of meters thick only appeared for a few seconds, and then disappeared. However, As long as a person or creature with keen perception carefully senses it, they can still perceive the thick shield above their heads, which can give allies a strong sense of security. Of course, such a large shield and such high-intensity energy fluctuations are also likely to attract the attention of the Titans. After all, to a certain extent, except for the size of the coverage area and the difference in the energy used, the function of this khaki barrier is actually no different from that of the kingdom of God on Earth. This is enough to attract the attention of the Titans. But there is no way to do this, because some Titans have noticed that this area has not been destroyed by the God of War Guild. Sooner or later, the Titans will pay attention to it, which means that sooner or later, the Titans will come. In this case, rather than letting the Titans come in without any defense to kill and destroy, it is better to defend in advance and let the Titans come in advance. After all, after such a long period of development, the Morse Kingdom, as the junction of the three empires, has a stable overall situation, and the commercial resources are jointly developed and integrated by the Alliance. In this case, the Morse Player Alliance area has almost become the core area of the player economy of the entire game world, or the essence of the entire player economy. In this land, the major guilds and the Mage Association have opened a large number of technologically advanced factory facilities, so as to convert various advanced magic array technologies into actual productivity at the first time. In addition, there are also a large number of player guilds from other empires who come here to invest, build factories, and do business. It can be said that the economic development level of the Morse Player Alliance area exceeds that of everyone else, which directly and indirectly affects the work and life of most of the players in the game world. If there are Titan-level creatures fighting in such a place, then no matter whether they win or lose, the aftermath of the battle will cause great damage, and it is very likely to destroy those factories on a large scale. The economic losses and confidence impact it may bring will directly affect the entire player world. Emolon had an ominous premonition at this moment, and suddenly said, "Maybe the Titan is coming soon?" Lubin next to him was stunned when he heard this, and laughed. "Then we are lucky. He came just when we put up the shield." Emolon glanced at Lubin and said lightly, "It's not a coincidence at all. It's just that the Titan is nearby, and was attracted by such a huge element and the fluctuation of rules. Look! It's coming!" Emolon pointed to the sky and said. Everyone looked up and saw 9 huge snake heads appearing in the sky overlooking the entire Morse area. Each huge snake head seemed to be bigger than a city. The 9 snake heads poked their heads out, as if covering the sky and the sun. People couldn't imagine how terrifying his whole body would be. The surroundings were silent, with only Emolan's faint voice. "It's just a projection. Oh, it's not the real body. I was just wondering how many people would eat snake soup with such a big body." "I'm disappointed." Lubin was a little disappointed. Linwa beside him also frowned slightly when he heard it. "It's not the real body? I was just wondering if I could hollow out his whole body and transform it into a machine to create a Titan-level puppet. After all, such a big reminder. Its body strength is definitely high enough. Large size, great power, and it also contains rules. It's a pity. Otherwise, I might be able to conceive an energy building similar to the floating city." Emolon was silent when he heard it, and looked at the eyes of the surrounding mages. Well, the group of mages he trained did not disappoint him. They are really a group of crazy, crossed-out mages. But Emolon looked at the players, and the natives who were sensing the Red Maple City. The players were fine, although they were shocked and worried. But they were not afraid, and they still kept their fighting spirit. They were only worried about their own industries and property being destroyed, not anything else. But the natives were different. At this moment, a considerable number of the natives were shocked and their minds were blank. They even began to beg and pray on their knees. Even the professionals. After all, there are too many differences between the natives and the players. The gap is not only in reality, knowledge, but also in mind and will. Alas. Chapter 782 I am the Mage Emolon. Alas. Emolon shook his head slightly. Linwa, who was standing next to him, roughly sensed it, and immediately realized what had happened. He said softly, "President, you can take a look at the mages who have changed their jobs and have undergone systematic learning." Emolon looked at them, and found that the mages who changed their jobs did not have similar behaviors. There was still fighting spirit in his eyes. He nodded gently. A sense of relief suddenly rose in his heart. Linwa continued, "Isn't this exactly what we need to do? Mage civilization, What is mage civilization? A civilization with only mages as a profession? No, when have we ever excluded other professions? On the contrary, basically all professions were developed by mages. I can be sure that the development project team or creator of each profession must have the mage profession, and it plays a pivotal role. So mage civilization is a civilization with the mage profession, the mage's technology, and the mage's will as the main body, among which the mage's will ranks first. Don't be afraid. Don't be superstitious. Develop. Innovate. Question. Never give up. This is the most important thing. This is what we need to do. Isn't it? We are on the way, Emolan said softly. And since they are still a little lacking in confidence, let me give them some confidence first. Just as a senior's protection. Emolan's voice fell. His thoughts paused slightly. And he moved the magician priesthood in the floating city foundation. With a thought. A projection of the same size as the Hydra Titan slowly formed, standing opposite the Hydra with his hands behind his back. If it was just a projection, it would be fine. Not worth mentioning. But what is really shocking is that this projection of Emolan is like a real thing. And the aura it exudes is the same as that of a god, standing between heaven and earth, holding the power of heaven and earth. Once the projection is completed, it directly blocks all the aura of the Hydra. Faith god. I didn't expect that such a weak country actually has a faith god. It is grand but also hides a bit of coldness. It sounds like 1,000 snakes spitting out their tongues between heaven and earth, which makes people feel chilly when they hear it. And they can't help but get goosebumps on their bodies. I am the Titan Gabriel, who believes in the gods, and tell me your name. Gabriel, which means corrosion in the Titan language, is an ancient god who controls corruption or similar authority. Emolan put his hands behind his back and said lightly, I don't believe in the gods, I am a person, or a mage, you can call me Mage Emolan. Emolan's voice echoed between heaven and earth. His words resonated with the rules, and all the mages who changed their jobs heard this sentence, which made them tremble, and their blood boiled, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in their hearts. Because they are also mages, they are professional mages comparable to the status of gods, comparable to the status of ancient gods Titan. I am the Mage Linhua. I am the Mage Lu Bin. I am the Mage Ong Guanma. I am the Mage Song Lin. I am the Mage Lin Mo. I am the Mage Ho Yu Quan. I am a mage. Some of these mages are well known, some are unknown, some are powerful 7-ring mages, some are just mage apprentices who have just changed their jobs, their statuses are different, their identities are different, but at this moment, they can't help but say this sentence. Some mutter to themselves, some are loud and wanton, some even shout softly, but no matter what, when they utter this sentence, they contain unparalleled pride and confidence. The voices of countless mages echoed in Emolan's ears, in Titan's ears, and in the rules. People who were not mages, professionals at this moment, all looked at the mages around them, looked at the projection of Emolan in the sky, and could not help but feel a surge of envy and desire in their hearts. I am the Mage Lulu, someone whispered softly, and just after saying it, he looked around uneasily, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one was paying attention to him, and was secretly happy in his heart. Mage? Is this your authority? Your faith? The divine words that overlapped like the faith of 10,000 snakes sounded again. But at this moment all the chilling feelings were dispelled by the courage in his heart. And it seemed that all the momentum and pressure were stopped by Emolan. You can't understand it. And it doesn't matter how you understand it. Anyway, leave this area. This is not a place you can set foot in. My servants were killed in this area. The 9 snake heads all stood up at this moment. Just seeing these 9 snake heads makes people's backs cold, as if they were stared at by a poisonous tongue, which could launch a fatal attack at any time. And it is true. This 9-headed Titan venomous snake has entered an offensive posture. The terrifying rule power directly affects your entire Morse area, as if it will launch an attack in the next moment. At this tense moment, everyone can't help but focus their eyes on Emolan's projection. But the projection has no expression change, facing the offensive threat of the Hydra Titan. Emolan's tone has not changed at all. I killed it. Emolan said this as if he was saying that he would have Hydra soup for lunch today. So plain. So terrifying. The moment the words fell, everyone felt as if they were electrocuted, they were trembling all over, the nerves were tense, they dared not blink. Looking up at the projection in the sky, it seemed that the war would break out in the next moment. Withdraw from this area. I'm not negotiating with you. This is my ultimatum. One wave has not subsided when another wave rises. The goosebumps that tremble all over the body have not subsided yet it rises again. But what is shocking is that, after the Hydra looked at Emolan coldly, it really retreated. The Titan Gabriel really retreated in the face of Emolan's crazy provocation. At this moment, all the mages couldn't help but feel unbelievable, but with it came a sense of pride. A wave of excitement made them unable to help but say to their friends and passers-by, "Look, this is the mage. I am also a mage." After the projection of Titan Gabriel dissipated, the projection of Emolan also dissipated. While the outside world was reveling, Lu Bin in the Mage Association was covered in cold sweat, and his back felt cold, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, we scared this Titan away, otherwise we would be finished if we really fought." "President, you were really calm just now. If we talk about acting skills, you are still the best," Lu Bin said in amazement. In his opinion, Emolan's performance just now was just dancing on a tightrope. "Oscar owes you a little golden man." After Lu Bin finished speaking, he found that Emolan was looking at him in surprise, seemingly a little puzzled. "Who told you I was acting?" "Lu Bin, huh?" Chapter 783 I Am God. Huh? Lu Bin was shocked. He heard something else from Emolan's words, and asked immediately, "What do you mean? President? What do you mean? Who said you acted? You really weren't acting just now. Were you real?" "Yes." Emolan nodded lightly. And Lu Bin was shocked again. "But isn't Titan an ancient god?" "That's the ancient god Titan, who controls the power of heaven and earth, a god-level existence." "President, you are only a master level, and there is still a whole legendary level between you and the god level. Let me sort it out. Before, you were saying that you couldn't beat the legendary demons, but now you're going to fight the god-level ancient god Titan head-on? Wait, no, did I miss something?" Emolan glanced at Lu Bin. "Do you think you can scare a god-level ancient god Titan with your acting skills?" "President, don't you have the priesthood of a mage? You used the priesthood of a mage to pretend you believed in gods, etc. The priesthood of a mage, President, you are obviously a master mage. You shouldn't believe in the god of mages." Lu Bin looked at Emolan in doubt. "President, you didn't secretly merge the priesthood to become the god of mages, did you? Didn't you say before that you didn't want to become a god? If it's because of Titan, we can think of other ways to deal with it. There's no need to do this." Emolan was a little amused and shook his head. Interrupting, "Lu Bin, don't think too much. I haven't merged the priesthood of mages, and I'm not the god of mages. But are you ignoring something? Do you think that the floating city is incomplete because it has not been built yet, and it has no combat power?" Lu Bin thought of something, and couldn't help but open his mouth, pointed at Emolan, and then pointed at the floating city foundation under his feet. Emolan continued, "What is belief in gods? The priesthood and authority, and then the body, soul, energy." Emolan pointed at himself and said, "This is the soul." Emolan pointed at the floating city foundation and said, "The priesthood is on the staff, and has become a module of the floating city foundation, and has merged with the floating city foundation, and the authority of the priesthood still exists on it. The floating city foundation itself stores extremely strong, a lot of elemental power, and can even activate the fission furnace to produce more powerful fission destructive energy, plus the magic array of the floating city foundation itself, and the strength of the city foundation itself. What else is more suitable as a body than this? This is the body. With a priesthood, a body, energy, and a soul. Why can't this be a complete god? Is it because my soul as a master wizard is not worthy of it?" Emolan smiled. Linhua, Lu Bin and others were shocked. So when I stood on the floating city foundation, I was a god." Emolan's smile faded, and he said expressionlessly, "You only saw the Hydra Titan enter the attack state. But do you know why he suddenly entered the attack state? Because I first used chi and locked his body with an attack. And his attack posture was just a locked counterattack posture. I was not joking at the time. If he dared to go one step further, I would let him be trapped here," Emolan said expressionlessly, and the murderous intent in his words made no one doubt the truth of his words. "God is coming. Let's kill him." Linhua, Lu Bin and others almost held their breath. Emolan's powerful spirit shocked them. "Okay. Go away. I will deter all Titans from the floating city during this period. No Titan dares to enter the Morse area until I leave the floating city. Unless there are more than one Titans attacking together. This situation will not happen before all empires, kingdoms, and low-resistance intelligent creatures are divided by a group of titans. This period of time will not be too long. But it is not short either. It is a very precious period of development. You should also work hard, integrate resources, and complete the construction and arming of the floating city as quickly as possible. Only a complete floating city can give us the capital to fight against multiple ancient gods and titans, and the possibility of victory. Linhua, especially you. You are responsible for the development, design, manufacturing, and installation of large-scale weapons in the floating city. Your task is heavy, and you must hurry up. Understood? From today on, I and the entire project team will not sleep until the weapons are manufactured. When Linhua spoke, he and many members of his project team stroked their hands from their foreheads to the back. No more sleep. The sun shone on them, giving them a golden edge. The dazzling light made Emolan squint his eyes slightly. Okay, keep going. Emolan nodded and continued. There is another thing, which is to notify all the major guilds and all the branches of the association. From today on, we will strictly control all forms of belief within our area. Once we find anything wrong, we will immediately destroy and ban it. In addition, we will strengthen the prevention of the entrances and exits of major mountains, jungles, underground worlds, and those space passages leading to different spaces. Let those guilds that have opened up space passages either guard them for me, or temporarily close them. If there are any monsters attacking the indigenous cities, towns, villages and causing casualties during this period, I will deal with them one by one afterwards. Guangmo, you are responsible for this matter. Yes. Zhang Guangmo, who had transformed his demon body into a layer of heavy armor and wrapped himself in it, took a step forward with an elemental alloy staff as thick as an egg, and shouted in a low voice. Yes. Emolan looked Zhang Guangmo up and down, especially the alloy staff in his hand that was as thick as an egg. Emolan knew that the main body was gold-patterned black steel, mixed with space bronze, and at least 7 to 10 kinds of elemental alloys with extremely low production were mixed in. This staff should be the staff with the strongest melee ability in the entire Mage Association or the entire game. Of course, what most people don't know is that Zhang Guangmo's elemental alloy staff actually hides several high-power, high-burst instantaneous fixed magic arrays, some of which are fixed at the end of the staff, some are fixed at the top of the staff, and some are fixed in the middle of the staff. From the outside, it can't leave any traces. As for whether it is reasonable, as a mage's staff, it should be very reasonable to be able to instantly cast several high-burst spells. Right? I really hope that someone will go through all the trouble to ban the spellcasting ability of Zhang Guangmo, a 7-ring mage, and then confidently fight him in close combat. Emolan smacked his lips and thought, that must be very interesting, but hey, Guangmo, as a mage, you should usually dress like a mage, so that the style is neater and looks better. Zhang Guangmo thought for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded. Good. Chapter 784 Experimental Field. Okay, let's go, hurry up, we don't have much time left for development. Emolan said slowly, and everyone was shocked. Yes. Many core mages of the association dispersed, and many mages who were originally working on the Floating City Foundation also returned to their posts. And Molan sat cross-legged in the core of the Floating City Foundation, communicating with the core of the Floating City Foundation, using the authority in the staff to amplify the range of mental perception, using the shield covering the entire area, the Mage Tower, the mental network covers the entire Morse area. At the same time, the mental power faintly locked the Hydra Titan, who was still nearby, and at the same time staring at another Titan next to him. Sensing the blatant lock and the open stare, the cold snake eyes of the Hydra Titan turned back to look at this side, and then swam away. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees on the ground withered and rotted, and no grass grew. The other Titan also left silently, choosing to go to other areas. After the two Titans left, Emolan's perception was slightly restrained. But for the Titan with keen perception, as long as he carefully sensed, he could find the aura of power passing through the sky from time to time. Whenever they felt this breath, whether they were members of the Titan tribe or Titans, they would change direction and choose other areas. For them, this was a feast of cutting the cake. A whole delicious cake was placed on the table without any cover. No matter who came, they could cut a piece with a knife and enjoy the deliciousness of the cake. At this time, when there were still large pieces of cake, there was no need to fight with the same level to compete for it. Otherwise, it was very likely that the cake obtained in the end would be smaller because of this battle, which would directly affect the mainstream trend of the next era. You know, the power of faith can make the ancient gods break through their own rules and become stronger again. You also need to know that these titans have just awakened from their slumber, and they are not newly born. The titans born by heaven and earth in the era before the birth of human beings have already ruled this land, and they fell asleep for some reasons. Otherwise, there would be no monsters with titan blood in this world, and it is even more impossible for the titan race to exist. However, the Morse area is guarded by Emolan, a wizard comparable to a god, but other areas do not have such a wizard. Other areas do not even have legendary ones. The strong ones in the titan race can reach the legendary level and can wreak havoc at will. This was also the first time that Emolan discovered that the main material world had so many ancient gods and so many legends. When looking at the fire elemental world, the earth elemental world, and other elemental worlds, when looking at the abyss, there were a lot of strong people. There were all kinds of high-level semi-elemental life forms everywhere in the elemental world. And in the abyss world, there was a first-level blood pool with a 7th level, a second-level blood pool with an 8th level, and a group of 7th level, a third-level blood pool with a 9th level, and a group of 7th and 8th level. And master-level demons were everywhere. Emolan was surprised when he saw it before. They are all worlds. But why are these elemental worlds and the abyss world so strong, while the main material world is so weak, and the entire human race does not even have a legend? But now he found out that it is not that the main material world does not have many legends, but that the human race does not have many legends. The human race is not the protagonist of the main material world, nor is it the master. It is just a young race born when the titans were asleep. The protagonists of this world and this era are the titans and their race. But it will not be the same in the next era. The protagonists of the next era no longer belong to the ancient titans, nor to the new gods. The next era belongs to the mages, although it is a bit miserable to believe in gods. I can only feel sorry for it. Emolan looked up at the sky. His sight seemed to follow the mysterious connection of the rules, and saw a sacred mountain that stood above the sky and earth. Between the stars, the rules were crisscrossed on the sacred mountain, and dozens of palaces were located in it. In Emolan's words, a new incomplete rule shook slightly, and it seemed to make the whole sacred mountain shake slightly. The origin of the land? Emolan whispered softly, and then immersed his mind in the microscopic field, continuing to gain insight into and study the structure of the radiation aura. Although he was obsessed with research, he always paid attention to the entire Morse area. Once a titan invaded, he would be hit head-on in an instant. For mages, the Mage Association is a gathering place for high-end talents and high-end technology. The Morse area is the technical experimental field of the Mage Association, where countless mages' theories are transformed into practical applications. This Morse area is the basic foundation of the entire mage civilization, and even the prototype of the mage civilization. Therefore, Emolan actually attaches more importance to the safety of the Morse area than anyone can imagine. While Emolan is doing his best to protect the Morse area, there are chaos in other areas. In the capital of the Northern Empire, a group of lizard-like monsters appeared outside the city. The long bodies of tens or hundreds of meters exude a wild and powerful aura. Even with their steps, the earth moves with them. Boom! The arrows of the master archers shot at the wild giant lizards in the lead like a falling meteor. Where the arrows passed, a huge groove was plowed out of the ground. However, when this powerful arrow came to the leading savage giant lizard and shot at its pupil, the savage giant lizard did not move at all. Not even a single defensive move. Just when some people thought that the savage giant lizard was doomed, the space around the savage giant lizard seemed to be infected by the khaki color, slightly yellowing. The arrow that was just so sharp and unparalleled fell directly to the ground in the khaki area and blew up a big hole. But not a single dust was raised in the khaki area. Legendary realm. The master archer who guarded the imperial city fell into despair. Just when he was about to draw the bow again, he found that his hands had lost strength. The strong bow that was originally very easy to use seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment, making it difficult to draw the bow. Even the arrow in his hand fell down because he couldn't hold it. At this moment, a yellowish starlight shot from more than 10 kilometers away and pierced the master archer's body. Snap! The bow and arrow just fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the archer who just held it was pierced and taken dozens of miles away, directly into the mouth of the wild giant lizard. Legend. At this moment, everyone fell into deep despair. Seeing this, The wild giant lizard flashed a trace of human disdain in its eyes, strode directly towards the imperial city, and came to the city gate without even looking at it, and directly crashed into it. Chapter 785. Hit him. Bang! The legendary savage giant lizard slammed into the gate with a loud noise. The gate of the imperial city trembled slightly, but it still stood still, and the savage giant lizard stepped back a few steps, shaked its head, feeling a little dizzy. Haha, I'm afraid you'll die of laughter. A mere legend dared to directly hit the gate of the imperial city. Don't you know that although the royal family of the Northern Empire has declined, oh no! Although it is gone, but their ancestors were also glorious. Right? A mere legend dared to hit? Brothers, beat the dog when it's down. While it's dizzy, charge. A heroic laugh echoed at the gate of the imperial city, and then the earth shook. A night group of up to 10,000 people merged into one, and charged forward. No, not just in this direction, not just one, a full 8 cavalry groups of up to 10,000 people charged at the same time, directly targeting the group of savage iron cavalry. The players in the capital of the Northern Empire reacted immediately, when they saw the familiar flag. That's the God Hunter Guild. And the Rose Maiden Guild. That's the Wolf Guild, and that's the other side. They're here, they're all here, all 8 guilds are here, not one is missing. Listening to the noises from the outside world, listening to the voices from the outside world, all the nobles gathered in a castle looked at the aggressive savage giant lizard, looking at the 8 knight legions that shocked them all. Some people grinned. It turns out that this group of projectors has developed such a powerful force without us noticing. And we have no news. It seems that we have to clean up this group of projectors when we have time. Otherwise, they may become a greater threat than the royal family. After they have the ability, they will definitely clean us all up without hesitation. We are natural enemies of them. The tall and strong noble, who looked old but still had the power of a tiger, slammed the table heavily. Bang! Are they worthy of rushing to the front? Are they worthy of fighting for the civilians and property under our command? This is a right that belongs exclusively to us nobles, and cannot be violated. Kill! 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 As soon as the words fell, countless auras rose to the sky, teams of knights showed their murderous intent, and rushed towards those terrifying wild giant lizards with fearless fear of death. At the same time, a large bow condensed and formed in the sky, and a giant with a blurred face appeared, drawing his bow and arrow, and in an instant, his peerless edge directly locked onto the wild beast. At the same time, a large number of infantrymen wearing heavy armor and holding tower shields tens of centimeters thick rushed out from behind the city wall, and their auras were connected to each other. In just a moment, the fighting spirit surged, and turned into a steep and majestic mountain, and stood still. Inside the city, the presidents of the 8 major guilds, and a series of small guilds were in a big house. The other people in the house quickly, and neatly packed up their belongings, stuffed all the valuable and useful things into various space boxes, space equipment, and the presidents of the major guilds gathered together to discuss things. Have you packed your things? We were already on guard against those bastard nobles, and this time we heard the news in advance, so we packed our things a long time ago. I've packed my things too. Okay, then let's get ready to escape. By the way, have you reset your resurrection points? Especially those on the battlefield. Yes, my brothers have set them up outside the city. My home is also set up, in the mountains outside. Me too, I set it up in the kingdom of Morse. Well, it's good that they're not in the city, huh? Wait, where did you say it was? The head guild leader suddenly glared and asked, and all the guild leaders looked over. Morse Kingdom, are there any problems? All the guild leaders looked at him with their eyes rolling. Almost all the resurrection points of my guild have been moved there. We have already set up industries there as resurrection points. Damn! Awesome! Great! Why didn't I think of that? Lao Zhang, you are the most despicable among us. The guild leader was speechless. Even his resurrection point was not set that far away. Okay, since everything is ready, let's go. Each of you take the natives with you, and take good care of them. When we go out, no matter where we go, whether we build a city in the mountains or seek asylum in the kingdom of Morse, the indigenous people we bring with us are our basic base. If we want to develop and make a comeback, we cannot do it without them. It was difficult to lead people away before. But now that the legendary Titan tribe has come up, the opportunity has come. It's not good, President. It's very bad. A player ran in and said loudly, and the president in the lead narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? The Tiandahui is going to assassinate the emperor again? What? The player was a little confused when he heard this. The president asked directly, when he saw that he didn't understand his joke. It's okay. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Oh, it's like this. That group of nobles sent troops to fight against the Titans. What the hell? Hearing this, all the presidents were confused. The leading president asked hurriedly. This group of nobles is hiding a legend? Damn. It's so shady. Brothers, disperse and run quickly. After dealing with the Titans, these bastards will definitely deal with us first. These presidents immediately stood up and prepared to run. It was obvious that they all had a very clear understanding of their own positions. But before they could leave, they were stopped by the player who reported the news. No. There is no legendary combat power. The Archer Corps, Knight Corps, and Shield Guard Corps deployed by the nobles are at most at the peak of the master level. They just rushed forward and died. Upon hearing this, the presidents immediately stopped moving and sat back in their original seats. Lost in thought. We dare to rush forward because we can be resurrected. But why do they? We can be resurrected, and we have changed the resurrection point. But why do they? The friends were all stunned. After a long time, one of the presidents slammed the table hard and said loudly, "What a bunch of pigs. Why didn't I realize they were so brave before?" The leader of the God Hunter Guild, Godslayer, slapped the table and smiled helplessly. Okay, I didn't expect these nobles to be responsible and not just run away. Let's fight. The noble scum has already charged. We can't just run away. Right? We usually talk to those aborigines in a good way. We usually scold those nobles like shit. Now they are charging. We don't have the ability to take all the millions of aborigines in the Imperial City away intact. If that's the case, beat him up. It's impossible that he's not even as good as a noble. Right? Beat him up. 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 It's just a game. Who's afraid of who? Anyway, my resurrection points are all in the Morse Kingdom. Beat him up. Wait. Why does something seem wrong? A president couldn't help but have a few question marks on his forehead. Chapter 786 Demon Knights. Boom. Boom. The heavy infantry corps that condensed into a towering mountain suddenly stepped forward and shook. The heavy infantry corps took a step forward, and the mountain took a step forward. The tower shields in the hands of the heavy infantry suddenly slammed down. The power of the mountain directly pressed on the wild giant lizards. Except for the legendary wild giant lizard in the lead, all the wild giant lizards suddenly sank, and their bodies became extremely heavy. Trample. 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 The heavy infantry corps on both sides forced their way over one after another. Layer after layer of sealing power condensed in the center, making the air stagnant like amber. At this moment, arrows with a diameter of several meters fell like meteorites, directly covering all the wild giant lizards. At the gate of the city, the elite cavalry regiments that were ready to go had already reached their peak speed, calculating the time well. And when the heavy infantry was the strongest, the cavalry just happened to come into contact with the wild giant lizards at the moment when all the arrows fell. At this moment, the three tricks summarized by the aristocratic system to deal with individual strong men or monsters were fully demonstrated. Heavy infantry suppresses them in a range, limiting their speed and range of movement. Archers kill them one by one. If they fail to kill them, they also use attacks to disrupt their rhythm and formation. Finally, the knights rush in, crushing and washing them like a torrent. Although these three tricks are old-fashioned, as long as they are not super strong, they can escape from these three tricks. Even the master dragon at the top of the food chain cannot escape from this set of tricks, and can only be killed. In fact, in history, more than once, a master dragon died under these three tricks when trying to attack the palace to rob gold and silver treasures. However, this time, these three axes were not practical, because the opponent was a legendary savage giant lizard. The savage giant lizard, which was hundreds of meters long, showed a hint of humanized teasing in its eyes, and its thick claws took a step forward casually. An invisible wave spread out, and the space instantly turned slightly yellow. In just a moment, the domain had covered the entire area at the gate of the city, and even part of the area inside the city. The moment the terrifying pressure in the domain fell, the mountains pressing on the other savage giant lizards instantly cracked and turned into pieces. And the arrows that had not yet fallen in the sky also fell directly to the ground, without any hit. The moment the charging knights entered the area, the terrifying gravity made them stagger violently, and they almost lost their balance. The strength of the legendary titans was beyond everyone's imagination, and was a world apart from the master level. All the nobles saw this scene. Their faces changed slightly. And at this moment, a proud voice sounded. Ha ha ha. You scum of the nobles. Let your players come to save you. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw players pouring out of a mountain outside the city like a tide. And each of them held a staff in their hands. Each square formation had at least 10,000 people. More than a dozen square formations were lined up. At most, the largest square formation had 100,000 people, which were lined up all over the mountains. At the same time, the earth shook. The original 8 10,000-person knight groups gathered together with the 2 10,000-person knight groups that appeared in the back. When the 100,000 knight groups gathered together, a player appeared in front of the 100,000 people with a huge chariot covered with patterns. When all the chi of the 10 knight groups was connected to the chariot steel, the terrifying momentum broke through the clouds. A giant chariot took shape in the sky. Within the steel, the fighting spirit rose. At this moment, the legendary savage giant lizard couldn't help but turn around, and the tail behind it shook slightly. On a mountain peak, the guild leader who had left the city for some reason was watching quietly, and suddenly spoke out. Since we are going to fight, let's fight to our heart's content, and show off our power. Although the final result is to run away. But running away before fighting and running away after fighting are two completely different concepts. In this case, let's fight. The moment the voice fell, the elements between heaven and earth seemed to have boiled, and terrifying spells fell one after another. Bear's strength, cat's agility, leopard's speed, wolf's coordination, stone skin technique, sharp technique, spells that were originally very low level, but whose effects and levels were developed to the extreme, took shape in the hands of the 10,000 mage corps, and fell on the 100,000 knight corps. In an instant, the terrifying momentum doubled, and the coverage of the Huabu instantly doubled, and the fighting spirit within the coverage area stagnated. At this moment, even the guild leaders were quite surprised, because they jointly refined this chariot steel to deal with the nobles, and they had never tried it, and the nobles had not been able to use it. They did not expect that the strength could reach this level. This made many guild leaders look at the nobles in the city from afar, with regret in their eyes. In the city, the nobles listened to the voice and looked at the powerful 100,000 knights. Their faces turned green instantly. At this time, the leading noble old general was very sensitive to his sight, and he could not help but look over. When he tasted the pity in the sight, he reacted instantly. He could not help but swear for a long time. Damn it. I can't stand it anymore. The Duke of Tulip, need your help. The old general noble, Duke of Tulip, who still had the power of a tiger, was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. As a master warrior, his angry voice echoed over the imperial capital and in the ears of many presidents. Duke Tulip took off a pendant from his neck. The pendant was a sculpture. The sculpture was a demon with goat horns, a human body, and goat hooves nailed to the altar. Demon Legion, charge. The altar appeared above the knights under his command in an instant. The altar rotated and became larger. The light fell on the knights. It seemed that a powerful seal had been lifted on the knights. The knights, who were already tall and strong, collided again. Rands grew on their heads. They turned into demons. They sat on heavy war horses with ferocious fangs growing out of their mouths, and thick scales appeared on them. The aura merged with the knights. In a blink of an eye, the 10,000-man human knight army was directly transformed into the 10,000-man demon knight army. Even though they were transformed into demons, these knights were extremely neat, with calmness in their eyes, and iron-blooded. The powerful abyss aura merged into one in an instant, directly breaking the suppression of the legendary savage giant lizard domain, and the aura soared to the sky. It is said that the Earl of Tulip destroyed the 13 kingdoms in one day, crushed the 2 knight armies of the Northern Empire, and the demon knight army, which was famous throughout the continent, reappeared in the world. Kill! The rough but murderous voice of the Duke of Tulip echoed over the imperial city. Kill! The leader of the God Hunter Guild, God Slayer, looked at the demon army in surprise, and his voice also rang out. Kill! Trample! 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 On one side was the gorgeous Huabu Knights Legion that suppressed everything with great momentum, and on the other side was the contradictory demon army that was cold, killing, chaotic, and orderly. The two legions moved forward at the same time, raising their momentum and speed to the peak in an instant. Charge. Chapter 787 Win. Roar. The legendary savage giant lizard roared, and its thick tail twitched to the ground, and the earth element surged wildly, and one after another. Thick and sharp spikes burst out from the earth, one by one, like the ridges of swords, and burst out like mountains, and the terrifying pressure instantly descended on the chariot knights of the player's side. These spikes seemed to be endowed with life and spirituality, even if they were out of the control of the savage giant lizard. They would roll in the earth like earth dragons, and the heavy earth surged towards the knights like waves, blocking the steps of the Huabu knights. The legendary savage giant lizard that temporarily blocked the Huabu knights rushed back towards the demon army in the midst of the earthquake, and during the charge. The dark and shiny rocks rolled up on its body, forming a layer of indestructible full-body heavy armor, and it was shining with metallic luster. If Emolan were here, he would find that the heavy rock armor on the legendary savage giant lizard was somewhat similar to the armor on the bear he hunted. The power of the savage giant lizard, which was fully armored, had been extremely concentrated. The originally wide range had been gathered and compressed, and the rules inside were almost boiling. It only took a moment for this power to burst out and destroy everything in front of it. And this moment was the moment when the savage giant lizard collided with the demon army. Obviously, facing the two-sided attack, the savage giant lizard's instinct made it make a decision instantly, dragging one side to destroy the other, and forcibly turning the two-sided attack into two round-robin like single-handed duels. However, all things in the universe, a plain voice sounded on the battlefield, and a little green light fell like raindrops, sinking into the earth. The battlefield was silent. The wood element was boiling. The wood element rules were boiling. And the next moment, the land that had become barren had little green sprouts. In just a moment, these little green buds suddenly grew into arm-thick, thigh-thick, and 1-meter-thick tough vines. Countless nearly 1,000-meter-long tough vines twisted and waved on the ground, binding and restraining everything on the ground. And these vines would take root directly the moment they touched an object. And the roots, like iron wire and steel drills, would look for any gaps where they could take root. Once they penetrated into them, the terrifying penetrating power of the plant would continue to penetrate, quickly branch out and fix, and intertwine and bind each other. This spell makes full use of the vitality of plants and the breakthrough power of roots. Even if the vines are forcibly broken, it is useless. The roots have already penetrated deeply into the body. Unless the whole piece of flesh is torn off in an instant, it is impossible to remove it. Once there is a little bit left or a moment of hesitation, it will grow again, intertwine, and fall to the ground. Even if the legendary savage giant lizard breaks countless vines in the vine forest, more vines will rush up. Although these vines cannot trap the legendary savage giant lizard, it is impossible for the savage giant lizard to break out in a short time. Even the rolling earth that blocked the Huabu knights was hardened into a block by the countless vine roots, and could no longer move. The commander of the 100,000-man mage army smiled when he saw this effect. Hee. The powerful single-target spell can't hit you, but you can't avoid my range control spell. Right? If you can't make a precise strike, I will cover you with firepower. If I can't kill you, I will trap you. Brothers, well done. Prepare the spell again. As soon as the words fell, the mage army of up to 100,000 people started to move again. With the boiling of elements, the second spell began to enter the preparation sequence. Kill! Kill! Under the tacit understanding of the commanders of both knights, the Huabu knights and the demon knights collided with the savage giant lizard at almost the same time. Boom! Boom! The ears could no longer hear the sound. This was the roar of the rules. The three boiling rules collided and intertwined here. After getting close, the real bloody battle broke out. At this moment, no one could retreat. Retreat means death. Only by moving forward bravely can you win a glimmer of life. Boom! 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 The three legendary combat forces collided crazily at the city gate. The collision of rules could be clearly sensed throughout the imperial city. The aftermath was raging, mountains fell, the earth collapsed, gravity reversed, large chunks of rock floated in the air, and were smashed to pieces by the aftermath the next moment, and the rest of the wild giant lizards in the battle range were torn to pieces by the aftermath at the first moment, turned into a puff of blood mist, and only the heavy city walls survived the aftermath, leaving only new scars. In the center of the battlefield, the chariots charged, the demons bit. Every minute and every second left a lot of wounds on the legendary wild giant lizards. Every minute and every second tore off large pieces of keratin, large pieces of flesh and blood. The attacks of the savage giant lizard all apply tyrannical rules. The terrifying rules seem to compress the weight of a mountain on its claws and tail. Every attack can easily shake the chariot and the demon projection. Every attack is players disappearing in white light. Every attack is knights who have turned into demons being shattered into mud. Kill! This is an unprecedented bloody battle. The chariot and the knights are all composed of players. They will all be resurrected and fearless. Although the demon army maintains rationality in the demon state, there is no trace of fear or escape. They are all carefully tuned into killing machines, and will not escape. Only the savage giant lizard roared, and tried to leave the battlefield several times, but was grabbed by the tail and pulled back. He even paid a heavy price to tear off a piece of meat from the savage giant lizard. Madman! Madman! All crazy! Along with the roar. A mental wave spread. But who would care about it at this moment? This battle? Until death. Roar! Boom! The heavy body of the legendary savage giant lizard fell to the ground. And the two eyes on the head that was torn off after being hit hard were empty. Looking at the sky unwillingly. The legendary savage giant lizard died here. Pa! At this moment, the president and Duke Tulip, who were watching the battle, relaxed at the same time, and sat down on the ground. We won! On the battlefield, the fighting spirit resonance disappeared. The chariot Huabyo that carried the power of the Huabyu knights turned into powder, and dissipated with the wind. The demon bodies of the knights in the demon army dissipated, and the better ones survived, but more people died silently the moment the demon bodies dissipated. Only 67,000 members of the 100,000 Huabyu knights were left, and more than 30,000 players were killed. Originally, there were only more than 8,000 people left in the 10,000 demon army, and when the demon bodies faded, there were only more than 2,000 people left in the entire knight army. But we won! Chapter 788 Battlefield Relics. We won! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. During the battle just now, almost everyone stared at the battlefield, and didn't even dare to blink. Because it was too dangerous. Although on the surface it seemed that so many people from the two Knight Legions survived, it seemed that the victory was relatively stable. But everyone knew that, although the two Knight Legions seemed to be legendary level combat power on the surface, in fact, they were indeed legendary level combat power, they were essentially far behind the legendary level. That is, no matter how injured or weak a true legend is, it is still a legendary creature. It is still a legendary power. It will never fall from the legendary level. It is not like a legendary will become a master level peak after being injured. No matter how much it is injured, the essence of a legendary is still a legendary. This will never change. But the legendary combat power of the knights is different. They just use some rare items to force a qualitative change from quantitative change. Their legendary combat power is forcibly stacked by quantity. If the number of stacks is lower than the threshold of maintaining legendary combat power during the battle, then even if there are extremely precious props as legendary triggers, it will be useless. The power level will drop from legendary level in an instant, becoming a master level peak combat power. And the master level peak combat power is just an ant that can be easily crushed in front of the legendary savage giant lizard. Even in front of the injured legendary savage giant lizard. Whether it is the chariot Huabyu Knight core or the demon core, they are basically stuck on the edge of combat power drop at the moment before the savage giant lizard died. In fact, at that time, as long as the savage giant lizard persists for another minute or two or hits twice more fiercely, the two legendary combat powers will drop to master level combat power in an instant. When 3 legendary warriors fight against 1 legendary wild giant lizard, 2 legendary warriors fall to master level warriors. The result is obvious. Win. How is it possible? Can it rely on the 100,000 mage legions that didn't cast a second spell until the end of the battle? To be honest, mages in single combat or small-scale battles are always gods. But if it is on a large-scale battlefield, when fighting in a legion, thick skin, high tolerance, and low requirements are the king. Therefore, the battle with the savage giant lizard was a narrow victory. It was very narrow. It took 3 legendary fighters to kill a legendary savage giant lizard. And they also crippled themselves. Alas, what can I say? The high-end combat power is still too weak. And our means to deal with legendary monsters are still too scarce. Forget it. We won anyway. The legendary savage giant lizard died. It was a victory. And even the body of the legendary Titan tribe became a trophy. But then again, the president, who spoke, fell into deep thought as he looked at the chaotic battlefield. How should we take out our spoils? It seems that we have almost no ability to clean up the battlefield? Hearing this, the other presidents around looked at the battlefield, and were stunned when they saw the situation clearly. The battlefield at this moment was still the same as the previous battle. The ground was cracked. Several bottomless cracks were like an abyss. The broken mountains fell to the ground and became extremely steep cliffs, and above the cliffs, huge rocks were flying around. Even worse, a mountain was suspended in the air, which showed that the rules were disordered and the gravity was reversed. If it were just that, it would be fine. At most, it would just form a spectacle of chaotic or even reverse gravity. But the fatal thing is that, in this battlefield, there is not only gravity as a rule, but also chaotic demonic auras, hideous demon projections, and the sky-covering steel that seals everything, crushing the terrifying chariots that collide with it. The three rules still collide with each other based on the residual thoughts in the attack. Attacking, making the already extremely chaotic rules here even more chaotic. The aftermath of those irregular attacks can still easily destroy and crush any combat power and creatures below the legendary level. This area has become a well-deserved restricted area. Watching this scene, a guild master who had changed his job to a mage calculated silently, and then spoke out. Legendary thoughts can remain for a very long time, coupled with their deep control over the rules, and their deep use of the power of the rules, which can cause great damage to the rules, while also causing a significant reversal and change to the rules of the overall environment. The combination of the two can make a legendary attack affect a very long period of time, which is what we call a long-term impact on a large area of the environment. So I estimate that although this rule battlefield has not yet reached the point of permanent preservation, at the current rate of dissipation, it will take at least 300 to 500 years to dissipate, and it is estimated that it can maintain the legendary strength in the next 200 to 300 years, instantly killing all combat power and existence below the legendary level. In layman's terms, in 200 or 300 years, this place will become a true master-level restricted area, which is the legendary battlefield ruins. Ancient battlefield ruins? Well, we understand all this, but we still have a problem now. Not how to get in, but how should they get out? A guild leader pointed at the players and indigenous warriors, who were trembling and dared not move within the battlefield, and asked if it was an individual legendary warrior or a monster. It would be fine. Even if they were injured, they would never lose control of their own power and would never hurt themselves under their control. But they were not these players and indigenous warriors. They were all legendary combat forces that burst out from the collective. After they disbanded and lost their legendary combat forces, they could not even control the attacks they had originally launched, and they turned their backs on people. If they were hit, they would be killed, and they were at the core of the battlefield. The rules were chaotic. The rules and attacks fluctuated chaotically, and legendary attacks were flying everywhere above their heads. Don't dare to move. Everyone fell into silence. After winning, he was killed by his own attack. What a miserable death. No, I'll make a video and post it on WeChat Moments. See if I can earn some clicks. As for the people inside, they are hopeless. Wait for death. The leader of the God Hunter Guild, God Slayer, sighed and shook his head. Go. The Mage Corps. Go ahead. Cast a spell to pave the way. Save them all. Yes. The commander of the 100,000-man Mage Corps responded. In the entire area, only they can work hard to reach the legendary level of combat power. They are the only ones who can rescue the people. However, at the moment when the Mage Corps was about to cast a spell, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 789 Titans Attack. Boom! The earth shook violently, as if an 18-magnitude earthquake had erupted at the foot of the Imperial City. The strong tremor made the professional warriors lose their balance and fall to the ground. There seemed to be a magical power hidden in it. Even the elite warriors with extremely strong balance ability fell to the ground. Among other shocks, the Imperial City's walls that could withstand legendary battles were the first to be hit, cracked, and the shock collapsed. After the shock, the terrifying power erupted from the ground, the earth cracked, a series of hideous cracks appeared at the city gate, and quickly spread toward the Imperial City, and expanded in the process of spreading, expanded. In just a blink of an eye, a deep abyss thousands of meters wide, even tens of kilometers wide, swallowed up the entire Imperial City. Under the horrific shock, all fragile objects or creatures were directly shattered or even turned into a pool of rotten meat. Blood mist, and the wreckage of the building fell into the bottomless abyss without making a sound. Even the players standing outside the city were covered by the horrific shock. First, the mountain under their feet collapsed. The next moment, warriors and mages of different levels died one after another. Even if the mages flew into the air, they could not escape the range of the vibration. Even in the air, they were shattered to pieces and fell down in the vibration. The strongest player was a master-level warrior. He had a strong physique and strong adaptability. He also persisted for a long time in this terrifying shock and was the last to die. At the last moment of death, he tried his best to maintain consciousness, staring at the source of all this with wide eyes. At the gate of the former imperial city, the source of the abyss, the earth was broken, and a huge monster slowly stepped out of the broken earth. And a spiritual force spread. Destruction is the messenger of the killing god. The master-level warrior had completely lost consciousness after hearing only half of it. But the terrifying aura emitted by the monster still made him tremble. When he appeared, it seemed that the heaven, earth, sun and moon were all revolving around him, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. Ancient god Titan, master-level warrior. No. This name slowly emerged in the mind of the player, who was reborn from the blank board. On this day, the whole world was shocked. 1 month in the year of the Titan era, Duke Tulip and the projectors killed the legendary envoy in the northern imperial city. After that, the Titan appeared, and millions of people in the northern imperial city were wiped out. The resurrected God Hunter Guild President Shurshan took a deep breath, opened the chat interface, and directly contacted a player arranged by the previous guild not far from the Northern Empire Imperial City, and asked him to go to a position where he could see the Imperial City and open a video call. When the video was connected, Shurshan couldn't help but breathe when he saw the picture above, and his heart ached slightly, because the original Northern Empire Imperial City has disappeared instead. It is an endless abyss across dozens of kilometers at this moment. There is just a flying bird passing by. It can be over the moment when flying over endless abyss, no vision, flying birds directly exploded into a blood mist, small with the wind. Compared to the battlefield relics at the entrance of Huancheng City before, this is the real battlefield relic, or ancient gods. The Titan rules left here are difficult to wear out by the passage of time. Maybe thousands of years have passed here, and there will be no change in here. Become a complete restricted area, anyone or creature will die. And what the Imperial City originally came here can be imagined. According to Godkiller's understanding, the permanent population of the Imperial City, excluding players, is in the hundreds of millions. And it is very likely that it exceeds 20 million with permanent players. It's okay for players. Even if they all die, they can still be resurrected. At most, they can start from scratch. After all, there is still one chance to revive. And although the loss is heavy, it won't lead to a ban. But the indigenous people, millions of them just disappeared, destroyed, and really died. If it was just an ordinary game, it would be okay if it was just an ordinary NPC. No matter how many died, it would just be a plot kill. And no matter how many died, it would just be a number. And the players might even laugh when they saw it. But it's different here. When players choose to call them natives instead of NPCs, it's different. The hundreds of millions here are no longer a number, but a living life. So living that even Godkiller can still remember it vividly. West, the slave he bought and arranged in the steel mill, worked hard after being released from slavery. His favorite food is braised pork. Every time he sees the sugar color being fried when making braised pork, he will shout. And Godkiller also knows that West secretly likes a female player in the logistics team of his guild. Every time the female player comes over, West will work with 200% of his strength. The work efficiency of the entire line can be greatly improved by him. Before, Godkiller had arranged this female player to inspect the steel mill with a very bad taste. Then he saw West's blushing face and working hard. Godkiller enjoyed it because it reminded him of his youth. And the greedy old nobleman was greedy every time he traded steel, elemental stone, and magic plant. Godkiller had wanted to change his partner a long time ago. But he saw his young daughter by chance. Her shy expression instantly made Godkiller decide that he would settle the deal. And Tom's family lived at the intersection of the guild station. Although their life was difficult, they were still very positive. There were also those who helped them cover their base. And even the Earl of Tulip. One after another. The vivid image of each person was vivid in my mind. Everyone was not an NPC. Not a simple intelligence. But a living being. This was a brand new world. When players entered this world, They were also integrating into this world. There were enemies, opponents, friends, and even lovers and couples. But at this moment, with the appearance of a bottomless abyss spanning dozens of kilometers, everything disappeared without a trace. In the northern Imperial City, hundreds of thousands of people were wiped out. God Slayer felt a slight pain in his palm. He looked down and found that he had clenched his fist at some point, and his nails dug deep into his palm. Huh? God Slayer let out a long breath and said, "Notify those who are still alive, and those who have resurrected outside the Imperial City to evacuate, and go to the Kingdom of Morse." God Slayer closed the video chat after giving instructions, closed his eyes to rest, and slowly opened his eyes after a long time. Opened the chat interface, found a person, and made a voice call. "Hello, President E. I am God Slayer of the God Hunter Guild. Can you introduce emotion to me?" Chapter 790 Millions of accounts deleted. "President, something big has happened." Lu Bin projected a screen in front of Emolan. When he saw the picture clearly, Emolan frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this abyss? What big has happened? This abyss is not a big problem, but the location of this abyss is a big problem. Lu Bin took a deep breath and said slowly, "This location was originally the Imperial City of the Northern Empire. The Imperial City of the Northern Empire, where the royal family was destroyed by the nobles. Wait, what do you mean by this? Where is the Imperial City? Where are the people inside?" Faced with Emolan's question, Lu Bin pointed directly at the projection and spoke. "The Imperial City is gone. It is said that there are hundreds of millions of Aboriginal residents, and there are hundreds of millions of players, but all of them disappeared overnight. All the players resurrected at their respective resurrection points. The players whose resurrection points were set in the city were unlucky. They died again just after resurrection. The account was directly deleted. The number of accounts deleted today directly exceeded all the previous cumulative totals. I heard that it may even exceed 7 digits. Although the rest of the players were lucky enough to set their resurrection points in other places, and were not deleted, they were all directly wiped out, becoming a clean blank slate, and even lost their property. They are basically trapped in the Imperial City. The guilds in the Imperial City were even worse off. Although most of them did not have their headquarters in the city, and their assets were stored outside the city or in other cities in order to prevent the rules, they still had a large amount of industry and wealth in the city. In addition, they also had the noble network and connections that they had painstakingly built. All of them were gone in an instant. It can be said that they had nothing in an instant. It is said that some investors jumped off the building. In an instant, their assets evaporated along with the Imperial City. These are actually secondary. Although the players suffered heavy losses, at least they are still alive. Except for the investor who planned to jump off the building. No one is in danger of life. And no one has died. But the indigenous people are different. The indigenous people will not be resurrected. If they die, they are really dead. Millions of indigenous people, from civilians to nobles, from ordinary people to master professionals, from individuals to professional legions. No one escaped. No one survived. All died. Emolan suddenly felt a chill on his back when he heard this. Looking at this bottomless abyss, he took a deep breath. At this time, the message popped up. Emolan took a look and said, "The leader of the God Hunter Guild, one of the 8 guilds in the Imperial City of the Northern Empire, God Slayer, was introduced by Yi Fei. He said he had something to talk to me about. I didn't know what it was before, but now I know." Emolan answered the phone directly after he finished speaking. "Hello. I'm Emolan. Well, I have a general understanding of what happened just now. Okay. You guys come over. I'll take care of things here." Emolan hung up the phone and looked at Lu Bin. "They plan to come to the Morse area and asked me before they come." I agreed. Lu Bin nodded. "Should we inform the guilds in the alliance in advance? After all, we are all in the same alliance, and we have agreed to allow other guilds to come in. This kind of issue is probably more sensitive." "Indeed. We need to inform them. I will talk to them," Emolan said, and then glanced at the abyss in the projection, and sighed. Entering the Titan Age. The ancient god Titan is active in this land, and this kind of thing has basically become inevitable. Sooner or later, it will happen. Compared with the ancient god Titan, the human race that has just sprouted is too weak. Too weak to have such a large territory. Too weak to have such a large number of people. This kind of thing Even he is powerless. The limit of his protection is the Morse kingdom. If he leaves this acre, even he is just an ordinary master mage. Nothing more. There is no way to deal with him now. Collect his intelligence and information. When you have the ability and opportunity, you can kill him as soon as possible. Okay. After Emolan finished speaking, he directly opened the chat group of the Morse Player Alliance and said directly in it, I agree to the guilds of the Northern Empire's Imperial City entering the Morse area. After Emolan finished speaking, the group immediately fell silent, and Emolan continued. I also posted on the forum that I agree to the collective migration of guilds and indigenous people from other regions into our area. I agree. No objection. No objection. No objection. Me too. They all agreed, no one disagreed. Thank you, everyone. After Emolan finished posting, he closed the chat interface and said to Lu Bin, edit a notice agreeing to all regional guilds and natives to move into the Morse Kingdom area and post it on the forum. They all agreed, no objection. Okay. Lu Bin nodded and then spoke again. They definitely have no objection. They are not stupid. Everyone knows that in the entire Morse area, only you, the president, can stop the Titans. Only you can deter the Titans. The previous experience of Beiwang City is there, you know. Gung Tao and his men also killed the legendary Titans. Now that they rely on the president, these smart people naturally can't sing a different tune and slap the president's face. They will definitely take the overall situation into consideration. Anyway, whether they really take the overall situation into consideration or pretend to take the overall situation into consideration at this time, you will definitely not treat them unfairly with your personality. They are very careful about this personality, Lu Bin said with a sneer, and Emolan smiled when he heard it. It doesn't matter. With my current strength and status, it's normal for them to do what I like. And it's good this way. A group of sensible people is better than a group of ignorant people. It saves me a lot of trouble. That's true. Lu Bin nodded, and then left. Emolan's legs were a little numb from sitting cross-legged, so he gathered a chair and sat down, and looked to the west with cold eyes, where a Titan had just spied, and changed direction and left after being warned by him. This is the third Titan driven away by Emolan, and if there was no Emolan, the Morse Kingdom area would be no different from other areas ravaged by Titans. Forum. On the forum, what happened in the Imperial City of the Northern Empire has caused a great uproar among the players. 7-digit account deletions in one day. The entire city was annihilated. Tens of millions or even tens of millions of players died. Millions of indigenous people died. One after another, each one touched the sensitive nerves of the players. Chapter 791, The Great Escape. The Titans are generally at the master level, and the leaders of the tribe are generally at the legendary level. Although the number of their tribes is small, due to their high average strength, their overall strength is also extremely strong. The savage giant lizard is a very typical Titan tribe. Generally speaking, the Titans are walking as gods, messengers of gods, and agents of gods. In other words, the Titans themselves usually do not appear, but the Titans themselves are us, the indigenous people, and cannot resist. Even if we use all our strengths to kill the legendary Titans, it will inevitably lead to the appearance of the ancient god Titan. The strength of the ancient god Titan is currently unpredictable. The only time he fought with players was this time in the Northern Empire Imperial City. Of course, it is better to say that he attacked rather than fought. However, the result of this attack was the collapse of the entire Northern Empire Imperial City. This reminds me of the fallen Atlantis in mythology, the city that was sunk into the ocean by the gods, the continent that was sunk into the ocean by the gods. Millions of players, millions of natives, this is just a blow from the gods. I don't want to express anything, I just want to say, we now have no way to deal with the Titans. In other words, when the Titans arrive, we can only kneel down and become slaves. Oh! Or to put it in a nicer way, believers of the ancient gods, provide their own faith to the ancient gods, or be destroyed. After trying their best to take away the legendary Titans, they were destroyed by the angry Titans, and all the cities and the natives were destroyed together. When will the Titans come back? Sooner or later. Because what the Titans need is faith. So don't have any fluke mentality. As long as there are people or intelligent creatures gathering, there will inevitably be traces of the Titans. So far, the only two people who killed the Titans and survived are Gung Tao of the Morse Kingdom. The only one who directly forced the ancient Titans to retreat is Emolan of the Mage Association. And Gung Tao survived under Emolan's protection. I don't know how Emolon forced the Titans to retreat. I don't know if Emolon can still force the Titans to retreat. And I don't know if Emolon can defeat the Titans. But so far, Emolon is the only one who's successfully forced the Titans to retreat. And he is also the only one who can possibly fight the Titans. Having said so much, I have also revealed my cards. I am just an MO fan. But I have said so much. And I just want to make one point. Run away. While the Titans have not come yet. And while the Titans' territory has not been divided up. Run away quickly. After this post appeared on the forum, it caused a lot of discussion. During the discussion, countless people also argued about how to resist the Titans. At the end of the discussion, they found that all the methods discussed. Methods seemed so powerless when facing a real Titan. A real god. Some people suggested that if they couldn't beat them, they should join them. Gods can always fight against gods. If you want to become a god, you either pick the ready-made fruits, or become a god by yourself. There is no clue about becoming a god by yourself, but picking the ready-made divine fruits, they are not stupid. The god of light is still alive and kicking. And it is said that there is a rumor that if this action of picking divine fruit succeeds, it will be fine, but if it fails, it is very likely to damage reality. As soon as this rumor came out, it immediately dispelled their bold ideas, and they believed it. Of course, becoming a god in one step. The temptation is too great. There are always people who think they are special, think they are more thoughtful, and think they are luckier. Such people always exist. Otherwise, where would the gossip come from? So they still haven't thought of a way to resist Titan. At this point, they are more curious about Emolan's way of fighting Titan. Suddenly someone said, "Hey, we have been discussing this for so long. Why don't we just tag Emolan and ask him?" As soon as the voice fell, the post was cold and quiet. After a long time, someone said something. "We don't want to. Do you really think that anyone can tag Emolan? If you can do it, then tag him." At Emolan. "Did you really tag him? How dare you? Why not? How many people tag Emolan on the forum every day? If not 1,000, at least hundreds. If I tag him again, he won't see it or notice it." At Emolan. "Thank you, I noticed it. Hey, there's actually a Emolan imitation account here. I almost believed it. This is really Emolan." In a small room, a mage trembled instantly, looking at the name, looking at the homepage. Every cell in his body seemed to be shouting, Damn it, Emolan was actually tagged, ah." "Well," Emolan replied. On the post, Emolan's reply was refreshed. "The method to force Titan back is very simple. I just point at his nose, and tell him to go away, and then he goes away." Really? Really? Fuck, it makes sense. Why didn't I think of such a simple method before? As long as I act realistically, then Titan won't be able to figure out my strength. In order to be cautious, I'll just leave. Great. As expected of Emolan. This method is simply Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. It's perfect. I won't say more. I'll try it now. But then again, before I try, can you give me some advice? How can I survive after I finish? After all, Titan will definitely doubt that I don't have the strength to defeat him. What if he doubts me and tests me? It's very simple. Then I really have the strength to kill Titan. Emolan's reply appeared again. This made everyone fall into silence. Then Emolan sent another message. Of course, this may still be difficult for most players. So there is no need to force it. If there is really no other way, come to the Morse area. At least try to maintain the overall strength of the players. This is not just a game. After Emolan replied to this, many players waited for a long time, but did not receive Emolan's reply. And it seemed that he had already left. And this post was directly pushed to the top of the forum popularity list because of Emolan's reply. And the font became larger and red and fixed at the top of the forum. The most common reply after the comments of that post was, "I'm coming. I'm coming. The god-level Titans are coming to fight us. Who can withstand this? I can't withstand it. Pack up your belongings. Find a way to bring more natives. Save as many as you can." The impact of the destruction of the Northern Empire's imperial city spread. The first impact was that all players, nobles gave up confronting the Titans. Titans chose various ways to seek refuge. And the most common one was migration. Chapter 792 Development Space. Escape. Escape to the area of the Morse Kingdom, where there are human gods. There, no one will force you to believe. There, no one will force you to do anything. There, everyone is free, and can decide what to do. This is a sentence passed down by word of mouth among countless indigenous people. It is said that it was first said by a player, but later this sentence spread. Of course, this did not cause any response, because the indigenous people did not know what it meant. They did not know that the imperial city of the Northern Empire had been destroyed by Titan, and they did not know that tens of millions of people in the imperial city had died. They didn't know that the master level and legendary Titans had already begun to walk on the continent, conquering one city after another, killing all those who resisted, and then erecting statues, believing in or worshipping. However, due to the word human gods, this sentence still spread in the world of the indigenous people. While this sentence was spreading, these indigenous people also found that the vast majority of player forces were collecting their wealth, collecting their property, and cashing in the real estate, and then migrating with them. Because of this large-scale activity of players, the economy of the entire indigenous world was in turmoil. At this time, many nobles were shocked to find that the players' property had become so huge, and their strength had already reached a scale. But before this, they knew nothing. In addition to the economic turmoil, the migration of all players also directly caused the indigenous people to feel uneasy. The fearless, lawless and fearless projectors all migrated this time. Is the situation really that serious? Mage Association. Lubin found Emolan again. President, let me say this in advance. I don't disagree with all the players coming here to take refuge. I just think that the Morse Kingdom is so big. Can it really accommodate so many players? Can it really support so many players and so many forces? Indeed, the main activity areas of the players and indigenous people in the Morse Kingdom are in the city and the surrounding areas. There are many wastelands, vacant lots, and primeval forests far from the city. If they are all developed, they can accommodate a large number of players. There is no need to worry about food. They can grow food with cutting-edge magic array technology. At worst, they can use space-stretching spells to stretch the farm. It is no problem to grow enough food. At first glance, it is not difficult to let so many players survive. But they are not taking refuge for a short time. As it stands now, they have to wait until they have the strength to fight against the gods before they can leave. For such a long time, just surviving is obviously not enough. What we need to provide is not living space, but development space. Although there is a large mountain range passing through the Morse Kingdom, there are a lot of monster resources. And there is also an underground world passage. But once a large number of players come, it is obviously not enough to share. And it may even directly lead to a situation where 1,000 players are fighting for a monster. Let's not talk about the fact that it is easy to intensify conflicts. And let's not talk about the serious shortage of resources for the development of player forces in the Morse Kingdom. Take these players for example. If they don't have enough room for development in the Morse Kingdom, they will just waste their time here and stagnate their development. But in this case, their migration to the Morse Kingdom will have no practical significance. Instead of this, it is better to let these players disperse. Go to the wild. Disperse in the deep mountains and forests in the form of tens of thousands of people. Avoid the indigenous cities in a small-scale form. Occupy various resources and seek development in the cracks of the Titans. Under high pressure, they may develop faster and gain the strength to fight against the Titans earlier. Emolan nodded silently when he heard this. Well, what you said makes sense. In fact, most of the players who are migrating now think so. Because they all know that the Titans' target is large-scale intelligent creatures, and even if they want to, there are not enough Titans to conquer the small-scale ones. After all, even among the Titans, legendary ones are rare. So as long as they act on a small scale and develop, then they can avoid the threat of Titans. In this case, guilds are dispersed, and individual players don't matter. Only a very small number of players will completely move into our area. Then you, President. Lu Bin was a little puzzled. Why did I say that? Emolan smiled and said, I said that to provide them with a stable rear area. A safe rear area for them to settle down players. Logistics departments, production factories, and indigenous people. They are outside and can move freely, but the industry cannot, logistics cannot, and the indigenous people cannot. If there is a safe and stable rear area, then the impact of Titan on them will be minimized. They can develop more peacefully. Emolan explained. But after Emolan's explanation, Lu Bin not only did not understand, but became more puzzled. No, President. Aren't you back to the question you just asked? Even if their main part does not come, even if they will continuously transport resources in for production and development. But there will still be a part that will inevitably be transferred to the Morse Kingdom. Although this part is not much, it can be magnified to the entire group. Morse Kingdom still cannot provide it. Right? After all, there are two major empires in the north and south, and players from dozens of surrounding kingdoms. Such a large group. Emolan smiled at Lu Bin's question. But what he said made Lu Bin's eyes widen. Yes, so I plan to announce the Abyss World, build a gate to another world within the Morse Kingdom and open it to all players, the natives to develop it for free. Oh no, it can't be open for free, they have to provide the space power to maintain the gate to another world. But it has to be open for free anyway. Open the Abyss World? Lu Bin was stunned, his brain was working fast, thinking. Suddenly he thought of something, he suddenly looked up at Molan, he suddenly realized what Molan wanted to do. President, you want to? And Molan smiled when he heard it. The Abyss is a brand new world. The resources that the main material world has should also be there. This should be able to meet their development needs. Also, Lu Bin, don't forget one thing. Emolan said slowly. Titans have no authority in the Abyss. President, I roughly understand what you mean. Lu Bin understood everything at this moment. Yes, Titans have no authority in the Abyss. Chapter 793 God-level profession. However, President, your mage authority will also be invalid in the Abyss world. Right? No, that's not right. President, whether you are a priest or a floating city foundation, you can't enter the Abyss world. The small spell of the gate to the other world can't bear it at all. Fortunately, you didn't merge the mage priesthood at the beginning, otherwise you can't escape. As Lu Bin was talking, he suddenly thought of something, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. And Emolan nodded when he heard it. Yes, the priesthood of the main material world will be invalid in the Abyss, but this is the best way. We only have one mage priesthood, but there are at least dozens of titans, at least dozens of priesthoods, exchanging one for dozens. This deal is simply too cost-effective. Of course, it doesn't mean that we should regard all titans as enemies. If we can get equal status with this mage priesthood, it would be the best if we can successfully keep the last piece of land in the main material world. After all, these titans are of different races, and they are even enemies of each other. If we want to fight, it will be a one-on-one duel. Although I don't think this is very realistic. Emolan shook his head slightly. After all, I have always had a fine tradition. Forget it, it shouldn't be that bad. As long as I keep a low profile, how could the titans come to besiege me? Lu Bin nodded when he heard this. He seemed relieved. The situation he just thought of did not happen. But the next moment, what Emolan said made his face change slightly. But we still have to find a way to develop a cross-world jump space channel with a higher carrying capacity. After all, if we can't hold on, the floating city still has to be withdrawn, and we can't give up. Even if the priesthood is invalid there, the floating city is still a floating city. Moreover, the originally very powerful gate to another world has now shown its limitations. I can't even guarantee whether the legendary level can use the gate to another world to cross the world. I doubt it. But we can't not advance to legendary level. And we can't not cross the world to jump. So, Lu Bin, you are a professional space mage. And you studied the gate to another world. This higher level method of cross-world jump still needs to be left to you to study. Emolan patted Lu Bin's shoulder and said earnestly, Thank you for your hard work. At least you have to build a cross-world space channel that allows the floating city to pass through before we retreat. Right? Even if it's a one-time thing. Lu Bin's face turned bitter. And he slapped his face with one hand. Oh! I'm working overtime. Come on. Emolan patted Lu Bin's shoulder in an encouraging way. And then Lu Bin turned around and left. Back to the topic. Lu Bin laughed at Lin for working overtime a few days ago. And was gloating. Lu Bin seemed to hear Lin was laughter in his ears. After Lu Bin left, Emolan did not rest. In fact, Emolan had not rested for a long time. He was no less busy than Linhua. And he did not plan to rest now. First, as a legendary mage, his mental strength, will, and soul had undergone several transformations, which were already extraordinary. He would have no problem persisting for a year or two. Second, it was not the time for him to relax. The situation was undergoing a huge change. And if he prepared more at this time, he might be able to save a little more of the player's strength, which would make the player's strength stronger. This was very important. Because just like what Emolan said before, this is not just a game. Emolan even thought more deeper and farther. What he was considering at this time was, if the game world materialized, then the people, creatures, objects in the game world would definitely materialize together and appear in reality together. Right? If so, then the enemies in the game should still be enemies. Right? Emolan felt a little chilly when he thought that Titan might appear in reality. Although the Sun God, who has the greatest potential and may be able to master the rules of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion through players, has been nailed to death and sealed. Other Titans should not be underestimated. Just like the Titan that destroyed the Imperial City of the Northern Empire. It only took one strike to destroy a city, players, and a total of tens of millions of indigenous people. If this were to happen in reality, in a densely populated area in reality, Emolan would be horrified. Speaking of which, there should be countermeasures for this phenomenon. Right? If there is no placement method, how can they make the game world materialize? Emolan felt relieved. And after thinking for a while, he shook his head. Regardless of other things, at least I must master the power to control Titan and counter the gods before the game world is fully realized. Unlike now, I rely on the priesthood, but use the common means of professional mages. Means that every mage of the same level can use. That is, through means that can be popularized. Or to put it another way, push the profession of mage to the level of being on par with the gods. Or the priesthood, a god-level profession. Not just a god-level position. Emolan took a long breath, and then cast his eyes on the floating city foundation under his feet. However, it seems that there may be some tricks. But can this be considered a trick? Isn't this also the ability of the mage profession? When the virtual world cannot be materialized for the time being, when it has not yet reached this level, why not use energy buildings to build a domain belonging to the mage? Don't you think so? Floating city? Emolan's face was a little more relaxed. Because for Emolan, the construction of the floating city itself determines that it can be replicated. As long as one of his floating cities is successful, he can use a lot of manpower and material resources to build floating cities in batches. Or directly create an immovable super energy city to protect the human race. This method seems to be more appropriate than letting the mage have the power comparable to that of a god, and then guarding the city all the time. As for how to build a floating city without a mage priesthood, how to make the power of the floating city reach the level of a god, isn't it nothing more than mastering the rules? And there is no rule that only mastering the rules can be comparable to the fighting power of a god. As long as the power of the weapon can reach the level of killing a god, it can also be considered comparable to the fighting power of a god. Right? Emolan recalled the time when Lin Wei used the destructive energy of the fission furnace to build a cannon. As long as the energy is large enough, the gods can still be killed. And mass energy conversion can provide this terrifying level of energy. Hey, this idea seems to be simpler, more convenient, and more in line with the idea of modern weapons. It will also be easier to replicate, with a lower threshold, and easier to mass produce, Emolan thought, and then shook his head. Forget it. Let's build my first floating city now. I hope that the floating city can be mass produced one day, when the sky is full of floating cities. It must be a very beautiful era. Chapter 794 Untitled Public Beta? I really look forward to it. Emolan muttered to himself. In fact, there is another way to build a floating city, but Emolan did not say it out loud, or he did not dare to say it out loud. This way of building a floating city is to hunt titans, use the titan's body to build the level, use the titan's authority as the core, and use these two as part of the materials to build. You can also build a real floating city, at least with god-level combat power. A titan is a floating city that can suppress the foundation. Although the floating city built in this way cannot be used in other worlds, there are many limitations, but if it is only in this world, then it is definitely a very good floating city, and it can also be used as a console to control the world. In fact, Emolan occasionally has an idea in his mind, that is, if there really is a key to materialize the game world, then will the game world only be fully materialized when all titans have become floating cities? No, not floating cities. But all titans have died, until all the world authority is controlled by the players. And such a game world will become real after it is materialized. That is, it will become a world that is completely controlled, and owned by the human race. If materializing the game world is indeed a very bold and careful plan, then materializing such a world seems to be much more reasonable than materializing an uncontrolled, dangerous world full of ancient god titans that may explode at any time like a time bomb? Emolon pondered, and said silently in his heart, perhaps there is such a key. If this key is not dropped, then the game world will never be fully realized in reality. So when I asked if I could create rules, the answer I got was whatever. So if we can't get a good result in the end, then this world can't be realized. Then we can try to flatten everything and clear the files? Wait. When it was first released, it seemed that it was a public beta without deleting the files. If there is an accident, will it be changed to a public beta with deleted files? If there is no accident, and the game is successfully realized, then will it be changed from a public beta to a formal operation? Damn. It's amazing. Emolon was shocked, and his scalp tingled. Emolon rubbed his face with both hands, muttering to himself, the boss is indeed the boss. He is awesome. No wonder he could say such domineering words. It turns out that he has the confidence. Emolon knew in his heart that although this was just his guess, it was probably infinitely close to reality. Right? Because without a perfect plan, who dares to gamble with the fate of all mankind? Who can let the whole world gamble together? Huh? I have been thinking for so long. I have to get down to business. Emolon shook his head slightly, stood up, looked down, and saw that there were already mages coming over with components. Components as big as buildings were floating in the air. They were the first phase of the livelihood project on the floating city. Some of the more important facilities in the plan were placed in the first phase. For example, there were storage rooms for precious experimental materials, advanced laboratories for high-end experiments and advanced experimental equipment, and tower spirit clusters for the livelihood part. There was even a universal magic array factory that could maintain a constant magic array. This was only the first phase. If the third phase of the floating city was completed, the floating city would become a large energy building that integrates combat, production, planting, and living functions, and has the ability to jump in space, navigate in the star realm, and maintain survival. At that level, the floating city will become a brand new research platform for mages, allowing them to live, protecting their safety, helping them capture, suppressing test subjects, and helping them study the starry sky, other worlds, and objects that could not be studied before. Just like Emolon. After the floating city was built, Emolon even wanted to try whether the floating city could block the surface of the sun, the temperature and pressure inside the sun. And if it could, then he would try to conduct an in-depth study of the sun at close range or even at negative distance. In this case, the research on the sun will surely undergo a rapid change. After all, no matter what kind of observation method can be more convenient and effective than getting close to it, how can it be effective? This is just the sun. There are also starry skies and gods. Oh no! Living gods. Under the unified planning and deployment of the blueprint, the magicians use the amplified telekinetic array to directly lift the heavy components, and then put them on the floating city foundation like building blocks. As long as they are put on and aligned, the 7-ring stone wall technique on the floating city foundation will operate autonomously, connecting the components with the floating city. Emolon looked around for a few times, and after making sure there was no problem, he flew into the air, condensed a chair and sat down, and after a moment of hesitation, he contacted Lu Bin. President, what's the matter? Have you calculated the other spatial coordinates of the Abyss world? We open the Abyss world, but we can't give them the coordinates we have. Right? Other things are fine, but the main thing is that the gate to the other world is so big, and the transportation efficiency is only so much, which is definitely not enough for all players to use. Oh I haven't calculated it, but I still have a few coordinates in my hand. Cross-world coordinates, I can't describe them for the time being, nor can I express them in writing. So, I will send you the gate array leading to these coordinates. As soon as the voice fell, Emolon found that Lu Bin's mental power swept directly over, and after connecting with his mental power, a batch of different gate spell structures were transmitted over. 99. Emolon raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised, and asked curiously, where did you get so many coordinates? If they were not calculated, how did you master them? Random attempts, I roughly found some rules, and then asked the tower spirit to do random experiments, and after doing tens of thousands of experiments, I got 99 coordinates. The main thing is that the goal I set for the tower spirit was 99. Do you want more? If you want more, give me some time and I can come up with a lot more. The speed is much faster now. Oh, is that so? Emolon suddenly realized as he spoke. Wait, You have already come up with 99 coordinates, and you can come up with more at any time. The number of specimens should be enough. Enough for you to calculate the rules and laws of cross-world coordinates, and summarize part of the coordinate system. Right? As soon as Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin curled his lips. There are 3 golden mountains in front of me, one big, and another big one. I can't split myself, so can't I do it all at once? The coordinates are only obtained because after entering the parameters, the tower spirit can complete it. I don't have time to go deeper. I can only record the inspiration, and do it later when I have time. Okay. Chapter 795. Open the Abyss World. This is a problem. Emolan scratched his head, feeling helpless. He had encountered this kind of problem many times. Many times. There were many research directions, but he was really powerless, and could only choose the most important one among all the options for in-depth research. Since other people also had their own ideas and research directions, even Emolan could not let others research the projects that he did not have time to research. Of course, the particularly important ones are exceptions. If there is really no other way, we can only hand them over to others for research. But this time it involves the issue of ability level. What Emolan can research, but not everyone can research. And more people are still in a state of being able to research but not having the time and energy to research. Is this a luxury worry? No, I guess most other mages are like this. This should be a worry of the times. Alas, it is still the lack of foundation, the lack of talent, and the unreasonable distribution that led to this situation. Moreover, in order to deal with the Titans, Linwen and Lu Bin were assigned research tasks during this period, which directly occupied the research time of Lu Bin, Linwen and their project teams. Emolan rubbed his head. The association still lacks some time for quiet development. If the association is allowed to develop quietly for 100 or 200 years, it will be good to complete all the research and practical applications. Any Titan will be praised in a minute. Oh no! It can't be praised. Each Titan is unique and a precious research specimen that cannot be replicated. At that time, it will no longer be the Titans chasing the players, but the players chasing the Titans. Emolan shook his head, opened the forum directly, and posted a message. The Abyss World is a different world from the main material world. Unlike the elemental world, the Abyss World has no connection with the main material world. The Abyss World has similar products to the main material world, which can provide players with free development. In addition, according to experiments, the authority held by the ancient god Titan is invalid in the other world. This is like 2 independent companies. Authority is like shares. The shares of this company cannot play a role in another company. So the strength of the ancient god Titan will be greatly weakened. The specific degree of weakening has been tested. But as far as I know, the difference between legends and gods lies in authority. Just like the god of light, when he does not have legendary power, he is a god because he has authority. So I boldly guess that after the ancient god Titan loses authority, it is very likely to fall to the god level, or even directly fall to the legend. In this way, the Abyss World can be used for development and refuge, since the gate to the Abyss World is needed, and the gate to the Abyss World spell has a certain amount of uniqueness. In order to ensure that each gate to the Abyss World can run smoothly and maximize the effect, I plan to build a total of 69 gates to the Abyss World in the Morse area in 5 days. Everyone can prepare to come to the Morse area. By the way, please don't let any saintly bitch ask me why I don't just donate the gate to the Abyss World spell model. Why not just make it public? If anyone still asks, please spray him to death when you have time. I don't want to waste time on such people. And waste more words. One more thing to add, all the materials for building this gate to another world are from the Mage Association, and all the maintenance is done by the Mage Association or players from the Morse Player Alliance. However, entry and exit are not free, and the fee is based on the number of people, level, and volume. The fee is space elements. These collected space elements are roughly used to supply the space element consumption of the gate itself, and the extra part is my profit. That's it, I won't say much, friends. If you plan to come and interrupt your trip to the Abyss World, you can start collecting some space elements in advance. Finally, I would like to remind you that there are demons in the Abyss, both high and low levels. And there are also legendary demons. Demons should be invincible among the warriors of the same level. Those who enter should be careful. It is not absolutely safe inside. Emolan directly sent this post with his own account. There was a reply just after it was sent. Emolan. Why don't you donate the spell model of the gate to another world? Why don't you make it public directly? Emolan. Why do you charge fees and earn space elements? Don't you know that it is a good thing to maintain the operation of the gate to another world at a loss? Also, there are dangers in the abyss? Emolan. Why don't you clean up all the demons and clear out a safe zone? If a player dies in it, can you afford the responsibility? Can you afford the compensation? Emolan was so angry when he saw this reply that he laughed. Okay, I'm already angry. Emolan glanced at the name of the poster and raised his eyebrows. Gung Tao. Emolan closed the forum and opened the chat page, found the Morse Player Alliance group, and spoke. At all members, have you all seen the post I posted on the forum? If you haven't seen it, go and check it out now. Thank you for your support and understanding during this period. I also hope that everyone will continue to cooperate in the future. We should also properly restrain the players in the guild and avoid too much conflict with foreign guilds and players. Considering the influx of a large number of players from the outside world, it will indeed bring great compression and impact to the development space of brothers. I, Emolan, don't like to help outsiders while pitting my own people. That's too cheap. So in order to compensate for the impact on the development space of the Alliance members, I decided that each of the 10 permanent Deputy Alliance leader guilds in the Alliance will have a gate to another world. And every 4 ordinary members will share a gate to another world. As for the spell model, I will send it to you separately. You build it, maintain it, and use it yourself. As for the gate to another world shared by the 4 guilds, I will send the same gate to another world spell model to all 4 of you. You can discuss it. You can use it roughly according to the method of 6 hours per day for each guild, or 1 day for each guild. The construction cost and maintenance cost are also paid by yourself. I will not be responsible for it. By the way, among the 10 guilds with unique gates to other worlds, Gung Tao's God Killer Guild is an exception. These guild leaders were still immersed in gratitude and excitement. But when they saw the last sentence, they burst into laughter. Each of them read the post posted by Emolan. Those who didn't read it naturally read it after Emolan's reminder, and naturally saw the first reply under the post. Gung Tao's reply. Poochie. Ha. Thank you, leader. Poochie. Ha. Thank you, leader. Ah. No, leader. No. Poochie. Ha. Thank you, leader. In a row of neatly thanked leaders. Gung Tao's wailing was particularly eye-catching. Chapter 796 Scale 10,000. Oh. Emolan. Why don't you make the spell model public? Why do you still want to make money? Why don't you run at a loss? Gung Tao. Tut tut tut. You are so brave. Yi Fei said in the group like Gung Tao. Gung Tao's face turned black when he saw it, and he replied unhappily. Same here. Yi Fei. The leader is peeking at the screen. You dare to say these words that make people angry. You are so brave too. I think so too. Yi Fei. Why don't you and Gung Tao share a door to another world? Emolan smiled and said. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly glared. Fuck, Alliance leader, I'm joking, don't do that. Ah, that's it. Alliance leader is awesome. Alliance leader is awesome. Gung Tao. You bastard, go away. Yi Fei immediately quarreled with Gung Tao in the group. The other presidents didn't even want to work anymore. They took out watermelons and melon seeds to watch the show. Emolan smiled and shook his head slightly. He sent a new coordinate of the gate to another world spell model to Gung Tao. What he said just now was just a joke, just to tease the naughty Gung Tao. After all, Gung Tao was just joking before. Although he got angry when he saw those words, he didn't bear grudges. Everyone knows that he never bears grudges. It is generally acknowledged. After sending out spell models with 20 different coordinates, Emolan also called up a map and began to distribute the remaining 69 gates to other worlds. Yi Fei and Gung Tao in the group did not copy, but spoke out. Everyone. All the players outside have 69 gates to other worlds. And many of our guilds have 1 each. And the worst is 4 guilds each, which means that the worst standard is 1 in 240 of all players, which is not a low standard. The leader was really nice this time. Not only did he make up for our losses, he also doubled the amount. Now that everyone has received the gate to the other world, then let's show our sincerity. Right? I hope everyone will not disappoint the leader. Don't embarrass the players in the Morse area. Don't embarrass the leader, and show some sense of ownership, understand? 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 Don't worry. Fei, we are not ungrateful. We have already formulated a firm policy of clinging to emotions for 100 years, so these things will definitely be done beautifully. Add 1. Add 1. Plus 12,138. After Emolan distributed the 69 gates to the other world, he took a look at the group, and his face changed immediately after seeing it. What the hell is this policy of firmly holding my thigh for 100 years without wavering? Fuck shameless, but this taste is okay. Which guild is this? Let me take a look. Emolan smiled. Unconsciously, some guilds have made the road wider, unlike some guilds that are not named here, just like readers who read books without voting, unconsciously narrowing the road. Smiled, closed the chat interface, Emolan saw that the distracting thoughts in his brain were cleared. His most important thing now is to improve the fission method of the radiation breath, improve the energy utilization rate, and increase the efficiency of the fission method. Because of the consumption of the fission furnace, the energy output power represents the maximum operating time of the entire floating city base. And the longest operating time of the floating city base directly determines the longest time that Emolan can fight the Titan as the god of magicians. This is the most important thing in a state of war, which is above everything else. Of course, luckily, after being able to observe the radiation breath, Emolan easily found the direction and entry point for improvement. This, plus the ability to accurately judge the amount of radiation breath and reduce unnecessary energy waste, allows Emolan to increase the efficiency of the total radiation breath utilization by at least dozens of times. Of course, even if Emolan improves the fission furnace, there are still other things to do, such as condensation, building a virtual world. This is related to Emolan's breakthrough, and even Emolan's legendary power, the path of a god-level mage, which is also very important. In addition, there are a series of projects that need to be studied, but there is no time to study. In short, Emolan only hates that he does not have enough time, hates that there are only 24 hours in a day, and hates that he has no time to split himself. No one is more eager for time magic than Emolan, but no one has ever heard of time magic. And no one knows whether time magic exists. If it really exists, then even if it can slow down the flow of time by half, it will be fine. In that case, Emolan can conduct 48 hours of research a day. In that case, Linhua and Lu Bing can voluntarily work overtime for 24 hours after the normal 24 hours of work every day. Isn't that good? Is there anyone who doesn't desire time magic? Is there anyone who doesn't desire time magic to really exist? Unfortunately, Emolan thinks that time magic may not exist, because of the definition of time. Time is a parameter used by humans to describe the process of material movement or the process of events. Time is determined by the law of periodic changes of materials that are not affected by the outside world. This definition makes Emolan believe that time does not actually exist, but is just a parameter used by humans to describe the process of material changes. If so, how can there be time magic? It is denied from the fundamental principle. And without the help of time magic, Emolan can only use a pen to record the inspiration, ideas, general research direction of the time for the projects that he has no time to study, and then wait for the future when he has time and conditions to study them one by one. But I don't know when I will have such a luxury. When Emolan calmed down to study, the post he posted on the forum had been fermented enough, and almost aroused heated discussion among the people. Originally, quite a number of player guilds did not plan to come to the Morse Kingdom, and only planned to hunt on their own. After all, as long as the target is small enough, there is no need to worry about attracting the attention of the Titans. The same is true for production bases. If you can't beat them, can you hide? But when they heard the news about the Abyss World, they immediately made up their minds. That is, to go. First, as an alien world, the Abyss World must have special products that are different from the main material world, which are of great value. And as an alien world where the Titans will be suppressed if they invade, it is very likely to become the main activity area of players in the future. Anyone with a little ambition will definitely send people to explore the way. This is the first. The second is that everyone knows that during the incident in the Northern Empire's Imperial City, 2 Knight Legions with legendary combat power fought against the legendary Savage Giant Lizard together. One of them was the player's Chariot Huabi Legion, with a scale of 100,000. The other was Tulip's Demon Legion, with a scale of 10,000. Chapter 797 The Gate to Another World. 10,000. No matter which player heard this number for the first time, they were extremely shocked. Although the combined strength of the 10,000 demon legions is weaker than that of the 100,000 chariots and Huabia legions, they have also become a legendary force. If this method can be replicated, then the simplest arithmetic can be used to calculate that the 100,000 chariots and Huabia legions, which were originally only a legendary force, can be directly transformed into 10 slightly weaker, but no different in essence, legendary forces. It is easy to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Although I was envious before, there was nothing I could do. This demon army belonged to Duke Tulip, and Duke Tulip and his family had been destroyed along with the imperial city of the Northern Empire and the attack of the Titans, and disappeared without a trace. The last clue was a direct grandson of Duke Tulip. This grandson was outside at the time, not in the imperial city, so he escaped. But when many players traced the past, they found that this grandson had died some time ago by coincidence. He was murdered, but it was not clear who did it. The last clue was cut off here. Once the clues were cut off, many people wanted to find the training method of the Demon Legion, but couldn't find it. There was no choice but to give up for the time being. But at this time, they heard about the Abyss World and heard that there was a demon clan in the Abyss World that was as powerful as the warriors. At this moment, the word Demon Legion appeared in their minds, which instantly attracted their attention, and they immediately decided to enter the Abyss to investigate. After all, the so-called Demon Legion must be the control and use of demon power by humans. In this case, it doesn't matter if they don't know the real training method or the utilization method. The demon has been found, and it is certain that the demon power can be used artificially. Then it is just a matter of studying how to use it. What is the difficulty? Under the trend of various reasons, the elite teams of each guild gathered in the Morse Kingdom one step ahead of time. At this time, the outside world has heard that Emolan has given a batch of gates to other worlds to the guilds in the Morse Player Alliance. Among them, many guilds even have a gate to other worlds alone. This immediately aroused the envy and greed of countless people. There are also countless players who contact these guilds through various means to see if they can sell the gate to another world, or build it in advance, and open the gate to another world. The prices are all sky high. Unfortunately, the guilds in the Morse Player Alliance have almost the same tone to the outside world. They all say that they will not sell it at any price, and will consider commercial cooperation and development in the future. However, there is one thing. The gate to another world they control will not be built in advance. They will only start to build it after Emolan completes the structure of the public gate to another world. Only after Emolan completes the structure of all the public gates to another world will they start to seek cooperation with the outside world, develop the gate to another world commercially, and make rational use of the gate to another world resources. Their tone was very firm. No matter who came, no matter how high the price was, they did not waver. In desperation, more people came to discuss future cooperation with them, but no one asked them to open the gate to another world in advance. At this time, all the eyes of the entire player world fell on Hanfeng City, which was the location of the first public gate to another world structure announced by Emolan. It is said that the reason why Emolan built the first gate to another world here is very simple. That's it. It's close. I'm too lazy to run so far. Emolan stretched his waist and happily decided the first and only gate to another world that he built personally. He would just throw it to the young man of the Mage Association. This little thing didn't need him to do it himself. A few days passed in a flash, and countless elite players gathered in Red Maple City, which directly brought the number of players in Red Maple City to a new high. Moreover, the quality of this group of players was extremely high, and the average level was extremely high. There were many players with 6 rings and 6 levels, and there were also many players with 7 levels. There was even a player with 7 rings. It can be said that a group of heroes gathered. Hello everyone. I am Emolan. All players who want to pass through the gate to the other world should connect to the spiritual network covering the sky above Red Maple City. If you are not a mage, let the mage help you connect. After the connection is completed, you can get familiar with it. Look at the background introduction of the Abyss World, the environment introduction, and the demon introduction I put in. This information should be relatively rare in the outside world. You can take a look. And about 30 minutes later, that is, at 9 o'clock, the reservation system inside the spiritual network will be open for reservations. The reservation numbers are sorted according to the time of the reservation. After the construction of the gate to the other world is completed, enter according to the order of the reservation number. Remember, one number per person cannot be carried, charged according to the energy level, strength level, no credit. An hour later, I built the gate to another world on a vacant lot in Hongfeng City near the Mage Association. After the reservation was completed, according to the reminder in the mental network, I arranged to queue up for entry. Those without reservations could not enter the area where the gate to another world was located. Early in the morning of that day, a mental wave reverberated directly over Hongfeng City. All players received this mental wave, but none of the natives received it. The seemingly ordinary mental wave diffusion actually contained extremely complex operations. Obviously, Imolan had a more in-depth study and use of the computing power he mastered. Almost the moment Imolan finished speaking, countless spiritual powers connected to the public spiritual power network of Hongfeng City. Instantly, the huge spiritual power access and information influx brought great complexity to the spiritual power network. Fortunately, the original single tower spirit has been strengthened and raised to become a tower spirit cluster, a network-based station cluster tower spirit specially designed for running the spiritual power network. The huge amount of computing and information was immersed in this base station without causing any ripples, but the terrifying number of online people shocked Imolan. TSK, there are so many people. If all of them make reservations, then even if the gate to the other world is running 24/7, it won't work. It will take 3 days and 3 nights to complete the journey. Forget it, it's none of my business. I'll install the gate to the other world, and then simply say a few words and leave. There are so many people who have made reservations, so let them line up and enter slowly. Imolan continued his research, but an hour passed before he could calculate a few times. When the planned time arrived, Imolan appeared on a vacant lot in a flash. At this moment, there were already several mages casting spells on the vacant lot. A simple stone wall spell was cast to form a simple building. The gate to another world placement area, payment area, queue area, waiting area, etc. Imolan appeared at the gate to another world placement area, and directly placed the standardized gate to another world components, using the 7th order space demon supernatural core as the gate to another world component core to carry the entire spell. They have a lot of this stuff. Gate to another world, open. Chapter 798 Creating a wizard? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the red and black gate to another world slowly opened. The gate to another world, which was 3 meters wide and more than 7 meters high, was adjusted by Liu Bin after the spell model was adjusted. The formed gate to another world lay directly on the ground, becoming more than 7 meters wide and 3 meters high. After the gate to another world was formed, a breath of abyss permeated the air, but before it could float out, it was sealed by Imolan. After sealing it, Imolan used the stone wall technique to condense a wall in the center of the gate to another world, dividing the gate to another world into 2 ends. And there is a word written on the wall. Enter. Exit. Enter from this side. Exit from this side. The 2 sides do not interfere with each other, that's it. After Imolan confirmed that the normal operation of the gate to the other world was fine, he clapped his hands and flew into the air. The gate to the other world has been opened. Behind is the abyss world. At this time point, I will not be verbose, just briefly mention 3 points. Of course, each point has only 3 small points. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm done. I wish you all the best. By the way, finally remind everyone, be sure to be careful of the abyss breath before entering, if you don't know what the abyss breath is. It's best to read my introduction to the abyss world, otherwise don't look for me if you die for no reason. You deserve it, Imolan said, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. The teleportation point of the gate to another world officially entered the working state. Under the guidance of the voice, each player entered the teleportation point according to the reservation number, and then evaluated under the guidance of a voice, paid the space element, crossed the gate to another world, and entered the abyss world. Everything is highly unmanned and automated under the control of the tower spirit. Everything is so simple and efficient. 99 coordinates, 99 gates to another world are scattered in 99 locations in the abyss continent. No 2 locations are close together. Each gate to another world is very far apart. Although the first gate to another world has just been constructed, it is like a horn has been blown. In the next short time, all 99 gates to another world will be completed and put into operation. So far, players have started the process of large-scale exploration and development of the abyss world. Imolan, who left, also temporarily stopped the improvement experiment of the fission furnace, and began to think about a problem. The authority of the main material world can only be used in the main material world. It is useless when you leave the main material world. Since there is such a thing as authority in the main material world, will there be something similar to authority in the abyss world? Or does authority exist? If it really exists, can I find a way to spread the concept of the mage in the abyss world on a large scale, and then form the concept of the mage in the abyss world, and then find a way to condense the authority of the abyss mage? If it is feasible, then with this abyss mage authority, I can also obtain the power of the first level of the gods in the abyss world, which will not only help me explore the abyss world better, but also better resist the titans from crossing the border, and also help me understand the nature of the power of authority more deeply, so that I can quickly condense the authority of the mage in the other world in the future, or analyze the origin of the world more conveniently through authority. Mo pondered, recalling some of his previous conjectures and inspirations about the condensation of authority in the abyss world. If you want to consolidate the authority of mages, no matter what, the first point must be the profession of mages. If even the profession of mages does not exist, then the authority of mages certainly does not exist. Hey, from this perspective, the birth of new authority seems to be a part of other shares diluted and condensed to form a new authority. Mo suddenly frowned and shook his head. No, that's not right. If the new authority is the power separated from the previous authority, then the birth of the new authority will definitely alarm the titans, who hold other powers, and be opposed and attacked by them, because this is equivalent to dispersing and weakening their power. However, none of this happened, so it must not be like this. The emergence of new authority should be the result of the condensation of the new power in the world. Just like a company, shareholders are the power, and new authority is the new people who invest in the company. Money comes and becomes a new shareholder. In the world, power comes and forms a new authority. The original authority is not the victim, and may even be the beneficiary. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain all this. It should be like this. Mo thought for a moment and shook his head slightly, returning his thoughts to the previous train of thought. If you want to add the concept of mages to the abyss, then you must let the abyss have mages. However, if it is just about having mages, it should have been completed. I don't know how many mages have entered the Mage Association alone, and there will be a large number of mages among the players who will enter next. It's just not clear whether mages from other worlds can leave the concept of mages in the abyss. After all, mages are from other worlds, and it is not clear whether they will be connected to the origin of the abyss. In this case, I'm afraid that a large number of life forms in the abyss world will have to be transferred to become mages. This method should be much more reliable. However, life forms in the abyss world. Demons? High-level demons? Mo pondered. Demons have mental power. Can they be transferred to mages? Mo had the answer as soon as this question came to his mind. It should not be possible. Demons also have extraordinary cores, just like Warcraft. And Warcraft cannot be transferred. Forget it. We will know if we can transfer to mages after trying. There is no need to guess here. Mo thought. And the six-armed snake demon at the entrance of the 5th floor of the bathroom mage tower came to Mo side not long after. The six-armed snake demon, which had originally fallen to the 6th level, has now reached the 7th level on its own after a period of training. After the six-armed snake demon came over, Mo immediately tried to let it change its job to a mage, and let it concentrate its mental power. After a few quick experiments, Mo came to some conclusions in his mind. Let's not talk about other demons for now. There may be some demons with mental power, and they can change their jobs to mages. But the six-armed snake demon has no mental power, only super strong, extremely sharp perception, and it cannot change its job to a mage. Mo let the six-armed snake demon leave again, thinking, if we want to make high-level demons become mages, but six-armed snake demons cannot be transformed, it is estimated that a considerable number of them cannot be transformed. Do we have to look for high-level demons that can be transformed into mages? That is too inefficient and unrealistic. Mo frowned slightly, and suddenly an inspiration came to his mind. However, can I put the player's blood into the demon in the blood pool to create a demon with human characteristics? Or can I directly use the function of the blood pool to create a mage? Chapter 799, a fragment of the rules of mental power. Making a magician. This. Mo was talking, and suddenly he fell silent. Why do I have this damn sense of deja vu? Mo shook his head. It still feels like a magician who destroyed the world. It was originally an ordinary experiment, but it created an enemy that could destroy the world. It's just a test subject. It's not true that a magician can't control his test subject, and there will be large-scale experimental accidents everywhere. Emolan just finished speaking and suddenly paused, because he found that this confident look, the damn sense of déjà vu, is stronger, more appropriate. Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. It won't be me. Emolan has long had enough self-confidence. This confidence does not come from his status, nor from previous successes or the boasting of others. This confidence comes from the knowledge he has mastered and the thought of continuous improvement and thirst for new knowledge. Such a Emolan will not be afraid, but will only face difficulties and become stronger and stronger. Unless I die halfway through the experiment, and then the experiment goes out of control, and this will only happen in a waste world where the world becomes weaker as time goes by, and the ancients become stronger as time goes by, and the descendants are all waste. This kind of ancient wizard destroys the world by doing an experiment, or becomes the big villain in the future. In a world of continuous progress, where successors surpass their predecessors, the world will only become stronger and stronger. The problems that predecessors have not solved will be gradually solved with the progress of the world. At that time, the ancient times will mean backwardness or a history to be remembered, and a carrier of culture. At that time, the problems left over from my experiment may be the magic experiment that every elementary school student must do. That's all. Emolan put his worries aside and began to think. On this side of the blood pool, as long as a drop of blood is dropped into the core, the blood pool will produce demon worms that contain some of the blood owner's genetic characteristics. These demon worms all have the same characteristics. With repeated evolution, some of these demon worms may evolve towards the blood owner, evolving into a demon tribe. And this drop of blood actually only provides the strongest feature of the blood owner, the main gene of the demon worm. The structure should be originally in the blood pool. If you must say, that drop of blood is a plugin installed on the demon worm to form a variety of identical but different demon worms. It shouldn't be difficult to create a demon human. Just find a player to drip blood on it. But Emolan thought for a while and shook his head. But forget about creating a demon human. Although I have the ability, I still have to have a bottom line. Emolan gave up the simplest option of creating a demon human. It's not because he was afraid of trouble. It's mainly because Emolan felt that there were not many people who could restrain him. Maybe the fewer people who restrain him, the more cautious he would be, because there are fewer external constraints. He can only set his own bottom line and restrain himself. If a person has lost the bottom line to restrain himself, if a person is stepping over his bottom line step by step, updating his bottom line, then sooner or later such a person will be destroyed by others or self-destructed in the process of constant expansion. As the saying goes, the only function of the bottom line is to be violated, crossed, and then redefined. But if you can't abide by the bottom line you set for yourself, are you still a human being? Maybe for the time being, but sooner or later you won't be. After Emolan gave up the idea of creating a demon human, he began to think about how to create a mage. Making a mage, this does not conflict with making a human being, or in other words, I am not going to make a mage, I am just a demon who can be transformed into a mage, that is, a demon worm with mental power. Perhaps I can put the structure of the mental power rules in the core of the blood pool? After all, the gene structure in the blood is a structure, the characteristic structure is a structure, and my rule structure is also a structure, which should also be a plug-in for the demon worm, thus creating a demon worm with mental power talent. After thinking for a moment, Emolan cut out a part of the mental power rules, adjusted it slightly, formed a macro structure, then stretched out his hand and lightly touched it, ice crystals condensed, and a thumb-sized blue sphere floated in front of Emolan. I deleted the architecture of the computing core. This should be okay. Right? Emolan thought. This extracted mental power rule architecture is incomplete. It deleted the computing architecture. After all, Emolan is just confident, not stupid. If the computing power architecture is also added, who knows what kind of demons will be born? If a group of demons with supercomputing power are born, although they may be caught as laborers, there is also the possibility of capsizing. After all, the number of demon worms is extremely abnormal. If a batch of demon worms are born, and the computing power of all demon worms is connected in series, then collective consciousness, superintelligence, and supercomputing power will be born. Oh! Then Emolan will have a lot of fun and things to do. After all, computing power is actually too abnormal to some extent. According to some theories, powerful computing power can even predict the future. If you can even calculate the entire universe, you will become an omniscient person, and thus become omnipotent. Although computing power is only a relatively useful tool before causing qualitative changes, and although the possibility of causing such an accident is very small, Emolan will not take risks easily, and will not easily commit suicide. Snake Demon. Emolan called softly, and soon the six-armed snake demon appeared in front of Emolan. Put this bead in the core of this blood pool. Emolan stretched out his hand and pointed, and a ray of light carrying the map sank into the six-armed snake demon's eyebrows. And then, he spoke. Yes! The six-armed snake demon caught the ice bead, and then turned and left. After the six-armed snake demon left, Emolan continued to improve the spell structure of the fission effect, and tried to improve the energy efficiency of fission as much as possible, and the controllability. As for the demon worms with spiritual power talent, as long as the spiritual power structure is placed in the core of the blood pool, there should be no problem. So Emolan only needs to wait for the birth of a new batch of demon worms in the blood pool. As soon as the demon worms come out, Emolan will know whether they have spiritual power. As long as they have, even if they are not strong, Emolan will not interfere, but silently wait for it to ferment, silently wait for this batch of demon worms to become real demons. Emolan really wants to know what kind of demons will be born in this way, and what kind of characteristics they will have. As for the job change to a mage, as long as the demon worms are ready, then just find a mage to change jobs, no need to rush. Chapter 800 Dark Ages. It's done. The furnace in front of Emolan was slowly rotating. Although he was a little tired, he still had a satisfied smile on his face. This was the new fission furnace that Emolan built with a new fission architecture. Perhaps it could be called the fission furnace generation, which is the so-called 1.0. The previous version seemed terribly rough to Emolan. It could only be an experimental version at most, and the version number could only start with 0. This new fission furnace was spherical, with a diameter of more than 60 meters. Compared with the previous fission furnace, it did not shrink, but became much larger. The fission furnace, with a diameter of 60 meters, is already a huge monster. It is suspended in front of the eyes, and its shadow covers a large area. Such a large fission furnace is completely forged from an extremely precious element alloy. Even the Mage Association produces this alloy very slowly, and a large part of the element alloy is produced in a rare amount. The material used to cast this fission furnace is almost a sky-high price. However, the interior of this fission furnace is mostly a reaction chamber, which is hollow, so the actual weight is not that exaggerated. Compared with the appearance, weight, and other aspects, the biggest change of this fission furnace is its function. Compared with the original version, which was extremely rough and could not even accurately deliver fuel, this version has updated the structure of driving fission to the best extent, and added a new structure to control the fission speed and efficiency. Finally, some humanized operation engineering was added, and all of them were integrated into this new fission furnace. At this point, it is estimated that only the volume of the building can accommodate a furnace of this level. Well, it was originally designed for buildings, but Lin was seen unable to install this version on his mecha, so he could only find a way to develop a mecha version of the fission furnace. Emolan laughed. You know, the element alloy used to make the fission furnace also incorporates space bronze, an extremely special space-based element metal. The integration of this space-based element metal makes the fission furnace immune to space harassment, so that the fission environment will not be polluted by space fluctuations. And while maintaining a relatively stable fission environment, it will also isolate the direct influence of all space spells. Of course, if the whole thing is to be displaced, there is no problem with the jump. But if you want to use the space-stretching spell to change the size of the fission furnace, it is basically impossible. Moreover, the energy hub installed on a combat weapon such as a mecha obviously cannot be installed using the space-stretching spell. Otherwise it would be a pure suicide. Forget it. This is Lenwa's business. Let him worry about it. It's none of my business. Emolan thought for a moment and shook his head, and gently threw the fission furnace suspended in the air. Lenwa, collect it. Oh, okay. The fission furnace drew a beautiful parabola and flew to Lenwa's laboratory. Before it landed, Lenwa caught it. Huh? How did it become so big? Wasn't it only 10 meters originally? The function and power change more. You take it. The power of the weapon and the interface specifications will probably need to be adjusted a lot. Take it and try it yourself. Well, Luckily you finished it early. My official weapon has not been completely finalized, and I haven't started making it yet. Linwa's voice echoed in Imolan's ears. I'm going to be busy, you keep going. Imolan rolled his eyes, took out his notebook, wrote down the last paragraph of the research record on the fission furnace, and completed it. After finishing, he let out a long sigh. It can be considered as completing one thing, but a lot of things happened during this period of time. Now it has been more than 10 days since Imolan opened the door to the other world. During these 10 days, the game world has undergone great changes. Someone from the Mage Association regularly sorted out these changes and sent them to Imolan. Imolan only needs to read the report to roughly understand what happened during this period of time. A large number of player guilds deployed their logistics departments to the Morse Kingdom area and began to purchase land in large quantities. The value of land in the Morse area began to rise sharply, and the prices of shops on the main streets in several major cities doubled greatly. A large number of player guilds gathered in the areas around the Morse area, with the Morse area as the core, and radiated outward in a circle. The closer to the Morse area, the higher the player density. Generally speaking, from the inside to the outside, the farther the regional player guild is, the stronger the strength is. Of course, it is also not possible to avoid a few stupid guilds that seem to have misunderstood the meaning, caused some misunderstandings, and nestled among a group of big guys. The gates to the other worlds and the Abyss world have all been opened. The coordinates of the other world gates opposite to the gate near the royal capital are high in the sky. After killing several warrior players, who rushed in with interest, after measurement, the passage of the gate to the other world is located at about 1,800 meters in the air. Later, the parachutes near the royal capital became very popular, and gave rise to a number of small workshops making parachutes. Seeing these messages, Imolan's mouth twitched slightly. Who wrote these reports? Imolan glanced at the signature. This name, let me think, he seemed to be a crappy novelist before. Oh, no wonder he wrote reports like this. Oh no, he wrote reports like this. No wonder he changed his career to become a mage. Imolan muttered, but when he saw the next message, his face suddenly became serious. A city in the Northern Empire was razed, nearly 1 million natives were killed or injured. The one who did it was Titan. Imolan closed his eyes, sighed slightly. The good mood just now disappeared without a trace. The dark cloud of Titan once again enveloped his heart. The following news became quite heavy. One Titan after another built churches, began to collect beliefs. They already had a group of fanatical believers. These believers morbidly demanded that others also believe in them. Imolan looked at the shocking data one after another, looked at the shocking photos one after another, and his heart twitched. Titan Age. Imolan closed his eyes, muttered to himself. The darkness and despair revealed in these 4 words are difficult to describe, but it seems that it can be described very simply. This is a time when alien gods are in power. Humans are just a bunch of 2-legged sheep raised by aliens, and the human race has no human rights. Imolan closed his eyes tightly, and the report in front of him turned into ashes in a ball of fire. After a moment, Imolan opened his eyes again, looking at the floating city that was taking shape below, looking at the gap left at the bottom for installing new fission furnaces and weapons. Linwa, are the weapons ready? Linwa, who suddenly heard Imolan's voice, asked several questions. Chapter 801 Origin Kingdom. President, are you crazy? You just gave me the new version of the fission furnace 5 minutes and 37 seconds ago, and now you're asking me if the weapon is ready? Linwa was stunned, and Imolan suddenly realized. Oh, is that so? Then it's okay. Imolan closed his eyes and meditated, but his consciousness had already covered the entire Morse Kingdom, searching and searching. At this moment, Imolan wished that a Titan would come to cause trouble. Even if it just touched him, he could legitimately beat him to death. After a long time, Imolan sighed slightly. Strength is the root of everything. If I have the strength to sweep everything, why would I care so much? I will kill anyone who makes me unhappy. After a moment, Imolan's mind regained its calmness, and his eyes were pure. To regain calmness, keeping calm is the most basic instinct of a mage. As a mage, you may treat the enemy emotionally, handle things emotionally, but you will never fight or practice emotionally, because emotions are often a precursor to disrupted rhythm, and a mage who loses his rhythm is actually equivalent to failure. A calm mage is the strongest mage. Imolan, who regained his calm, reflected his spiritual space, his spiritual power, and his soul. The virtual world is constructed by spiritual power and soul. When the virtual world materializes into the real world, this real world becomes an important part of the mage's soul and body, and even becomes the sustenance of the mage's soul. This virtual world can be said to be the ultimate core of the entire legendary level, and even the divine mage level at least 2 levels. Therefore, the virtual world cannot be constructed blindly when constructing it. It is very likely that the structure of the virtual world may represent the mage's future potential, combat power, that is, the future. Therefore, the structure of the virtual world is very important, and this is another key node that determines the mage's potential. Emolan has a very deep understanding of the virtual world structure he proposed, and is very aware of its hidden meaning. So we must be cautious. Emolan exhaled slowly, and gently lifted his right hand. 5 extremely complex projection structures slowly emerged. These 5 structures are complex and natural at the same time. They are exquisite. As if they contain rules? As if they are rules? In fact, this is indeed the case. The first of these 3 structures is a super magic array structure covering the Morse kingdom. It is a magic array with the authority of the god of magicians as its core. Its structure is created by the combined efforts of Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin and others. It is definitely the culmination of the mage association before the appearance of the floating city. The reason why it is before the appearance of the floating city is that after the appearance of the floating city, it becomes a magic array on the floating city. The second is the magic array structure on the floating city. Its complexity and technical content are naturally needless to say. The third is the force field emitted by the dark dagger sealed by the Mage Association. This force field was observed by the mages of the Mage Association and described using the beautiful 4-dimensional language of spell structure. The fourth is the dark domain structure of the Dark God, which is the Dark God information obtained by Emolan through fighting with darkness. The Dark God domain information is copied, and has some charm of the Dark domain. As for the 5th type, it is the structure of the Kingdom of God on Earth. As soon as this structure appeared, it was targeted by the Mage Association. After spending a lot of manpower, material resources and energy, it finally mapped out the complete structure of the Kingdom of God on Earth not long ago. The structure of the Kingdom of God on Earth that can block the attack of Titans is of high level. The 5 structures are in the shape of a wheel in Emolan's hand, as if the rules are moving in his hand. But Emolan still feels a little bit regretful, because Emolan has another structure that he covets, but cannot get. That is the bright space where the God of Light was born. The origin space, or the true Kingdom of God. You must know that this is not an ordinary space. Nor is it the Kingdom of God on Earth created by the God of Light, but his true Kingdom of God, the place where he was born, the origin of faith, the authority of heaven and earth, and the interweaving of rules. This kind of space structure that is enough to give birth to gods is precious even to Emolan. If he can get it, it may even raise the structure of the illusory world to a higher level. Of course, maybe we can also get some byproducts, such as the composition, authority, and rules of the God of Light. If we study such a birthplace thoroughly, then we can basically study the structure of the God of Light at birth thoroughly, and there will be no secrets. But because of this, the God of Light in the Origin Kingdom will definitely guard it tightly, and will not give anyone the opportunity to spy in any way, otherwise it will be a fight to the death. But it's not that there is no chance at all. A possibility emerged in Emolan's mind, and this possibility made him fall into deep thought, and he muttered to himself after pondering for a long time. The God of Light was able to expand to such an extent at such a speed, and even quietly killed a Titan without alerting others. Although the details are not very clear, but looking at the situation at the time, it is estimated that if the Sun Galahel had not awakened a large number of Titans, the actions of the God of Light would not have been exposed. Such a powerful God of Light certainly has the reason of starting high, but the player at the time definitely made an indelible contribution. First of all, he helped the Church of Light to preach in the early days of the Church of Light, established the Church's organizational structure, and specially tailored a set of extremely excellent doctrines, which laid the theoretical and organizational foundation for the large-scale spread of faith and the exponential expansion of believers. This is just a simple expansion plugin in the early stage. What's even more outrageous is that the player failed to assimilate the God of Light, and was assimilated by the God of Light instead. The God of Light directly read the player's memory and thinking, directly possessed the player's memory, knowledge, and most importantly, excellent thinking methods from modern times. From this level alone, the God of Light has already given himself a time traveler template. What's even more outrageous is that, after assimilating the player, The God of Light even mastered the player's system panel and logged into the forum. Who knows what the God of Light read in the forum at the beginning? Who knows what the God of Light absorbed in the forum at the beginning? Later, the God of Light even directly used the system panel to reply to my message. Emolan was a little terrified just thinking about these things. Although the game account had been banned by the system, there was such a long period of time in between, enough to read many sections, enough to do many things. Huh? Emolan took a long breath, muttered to himself. However, assimilation also has two sides. Chapter 802 Spiritual Connection in Reality. God of Light, you assimilated that player, but it also means that the player assimilated you. But later the players could not hold out, and was dispersed and died. So you were the one left. But the reason why players are players is that they are immortal. How can a player who plays games die because of playing games? Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, flipped to a report from the past, opened and turned to the last page, looked at the account written on it, opened the chat interface, entered the account, selected to add a friend, and sent a message directly. Hello. I'm Emolan. I want to meet the Sun God and discuss something with him. Could you help me contact him? Emolan waited quietly after sending the message. This is not the original player's account. The original player's account has been occupied by the God of Light and deleted. This account belongs to the original player's companion, who is also the second person who jointly organized the forced investment and control of the Sun God. According to the information held by the Mage Association, he is a very good mage and the vice president of a guild. Oh, he is the president now. The original president is dead and his account has been deleted. In other words, their original president was the God of Light, well, the God of Light, who stole their president's account. Emolan received a reply not long after waiting, and immediately opened the chat interface to check. He has deleted his account. Emolan smiled slightly when he saw this reply. I know, I want to meet him in real life. You should have his contact information. Right? Faced with Emolan's question, the other party did not answer directly, but asked out loud. Excuse me. What do you want from him? I want to buy some information from him. Some information about the God of Light. Emolan did not hide his purpose, and said directly, I came here with sincerity. As for the method of transaction, whether it is in reality, currency in the game, or resources in the game, we can discuss it. Emolan did not receive a reply for a while after sending the message. After a long time, he spoke out. He agreed. This is his contact information. You can contact each other directly. I won't interfere. Contact information, XXXX. Okay. Thank you for your help. Emolan dialed the number immediately. After chatting for a few words, he went offline with a smile. After going offline, he went out for the first time in a long time. He took a car, a train, and a plane. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Emolan saw a young man with a slightly fat body and a kind face in another city. Hello. Emolan. I'm Zhao He. Hello. I'm Emolan. The two found a tea house and walked into a private room. After they sat down, Emolan didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I want the structure of the original space of the God of Light. I think you should have obtained this relevant information when you merged with the God of Light. Zhao He nodded. Yes, it is true. But I told you on the phone that this information and this structure are stored in my brain. But this knowledge is too profound. I can't even describe it in words. I'm not afraid of you laughing at the spell structure that can describe this level of knowledge. Although I have this information, I can't understand it myself. I can't analyze it. In this case, I can't describe it in the language of spell structure. Zhao He smiled bitterly. It would be easy in the game. A basic mental connection spell can solve all problems. Even if I can't understand it, I can directly transmit it to you through mental connection. But my account has been deleted. I haven't met the conditions so far. I can't pass the account creation review standards. I can't create an account again. Zhao He shook his head and looked at Emolan. But you said on the phone before that there was a way. That's why I'm willing to meet you. I don't know what you mean. Facing Zhao He, who was curious or looking forward to something, Emolan smiled. Why do you need to ask me what method is? Didn't you just say it? Zhao He was stunned when he heard it, and recalled what he just said, and suddenly spoke out. Spiritual link? Yes. Zhao He looked at Emolan when he heard it, and saw that Emolan's lips were not open. Nor did he speak, and the sound just now sounded directly in his brain. This is a spiritual link. Spiritual link. A spell that is basically the lowest level in the game. Or it can't even be called a spell. Just a trick. This can basically be called the most widely spread spell. Any apprentice of a mage basically has mastered this spell, because as long as they master this spell, they can easily team up with a group of warriors, because the spell of Mental Link alone is enough to make a group of strangers reach a very high level of tacit understanding, and double their combat effectiveness. Similarly, this mental spell has a low threshold and does not require the participation of elements. It is basically the first spell that all mages learn and release later. It is normal for such a spell to be released in the game. Mage apprentices can do it, but this is reality. However, Emolan saw that Zhao He's face was normal, and he was not surprised, He probably had guessed it a long time ago. The title of emotion is correct, it's really powerful. After Zhao He finished speaking, he recalled the information stored in his mind, and directly transmitted it to Emolan. The moment Emolan came into contact with the information, he felt that his perception had fallen into a pure white space. The huge amount of information in an instant made Emolan's brain swell slightly, and it took a while to relax. This is all the information I have about the origin of the kingdom of the God of Light. Zhao He said aloud. Emolan was quite surprised after he relaxed. Just give it to me like this? I think the famous Emolan shouldn't give me so little. Right? Emolan smiled when he heard this, and said in a good mood. Of course, the information you gave me is very valuable, just make an offer, you can make a higher offer, I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Emolan fell into deep thought, and suddenly spoke again after a moment. But before you make an offer, I have something to tell you in particular. I sensed it when we were connected mentally just now, and I probably sensed your mental power, and even the trauma of your soul, which should be the reason why your application to register an account again was not approved. I just watched the injury of the soul, but the origin of the origin is a little worse. It takes a lot of time to cultivate. So, this time the harvest exceeded my expectations. Before the official transaction, let me give you a gift first. Emolan said softly. Next moment, the fingers were gently. Chapter 803 Endless Treasure House. Buzz. Zhao He only felt as if his spirit was immersed in a handful of warm spring water. Comfortable, relaxed, cozy. Emolan looked at Zhao He with his eyes closed, retracted his fingers, and suddenly felt a little weak. His brain was throbbing, rubbed his temples gently with his hands, and sighed slightly. The level of embodiment of this game is still not enough. It's so difficult to release a first-level spell, I almost didn't release it. I'm afraid that the level of mental strength I have in reality is not even up to the standard of a mage apprentice. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. I guess my strength can only be fully synchronized when the game is fully realized? Forget it. Don't think too much. Zhao He had opened his eyes at this moment, looking at Emolan and asking. I was just now. Oh. I slightly accelerated your mental recovery. If nothing goes wrong, if you apply for an account now, you should be able to pass the physical examination, Emolan said casually. Zhao He's eyes lit up immediately. After playing this completely virtual reality game, playing other games is boring. And he can only watch but not play, which is even more tormenting. But he didn't expect that the distance is now restored. Thank you very much. Emolan waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Just consider it as a gift for this transaction. With your recovery, even without me, you can recover completely in a month or two. You also said it would be a month or two. This saves me a month or two. How about this? Consider it a transaction. Otherwise, I don't know how to thank you. I said it's a gift. So it's a gift. Transactions are transactions. I don't need this little thing. So you don't have to be too polite. After Emolan and Zhao He chatted for a while. Emolan got up and left. After Zhao He sent Emolan to the door. He returned to the box and sat in the box. Zhao He, who had been calm just now, changed his expression instantly. Fuck hack fuck fuck. A radical, what did Emolan do just now? Mental link? And mental recovery spells? Fuck. Shit. Spells, this is actually a spell. This is the real world. Emolan. Did he forget that this is the real world, and treated this as a game, and then just cast it casually? This is unreasonable. When did you cast spells in the real world? Or I am the one who is crazy. Reality is also a game? And it is a broken game full of bugs? Zhao He, who had just tried to maintain the image of a master in front of Emolan, could not hold on after Emolan left. Endless shock and incredible emotions hit Zhao He's mind. After a long time, Zhao He slowly calmed down and muttered to himself. In fact, I should have known it long ago. Or rather, I had already guessed this. But there was no direct evidence. I couldn't cast a spell. And no one cast a spell in front of me. So even if I had a lot of circumstantial evidence because of many things, I didn't dare to believe it. And I didn't dare to make this bold guess. And I didn't dare to be sure of this bold guess. Until now. Zhao He muttered to himself. Until Imolan was in front of me. Casting a spell in front of me. After going through so much. Falling. Glorious. Falling. 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 At this moment, Zhao He finally realized. So should I cling to Imolan next? Imolan, who was about to go to the airport, received a message from Zhao He on the way. Emotion. I wonder if I can apply to join the Mage Association after I re-register my account. Imolan was stunned by the message. The title has been changed to Emotion. Imolan rubbed his head and replied after thinking for a moment. When you were still the Sun God, you applied to join the Mage Association. I rejected it at that time. Now you are not the Sun God. So you can. But Imolan paused slightly and said it again. Now the rules and regulations of the association have been improved a lot compared to before, including clear regulations for special recruitment in addition to unified recruitment. As the president, I can only lead by example. According to the regulations, every senior member of the association has the right to nominate. And then the association will hold a meeting to discuss and determine that the nominated person is qualified and meets the special recruitment conditions before the special recruitment can be carried out. The next step is the assessment. This link is very subjective and flexible. I will tell you clearly that as the person I nominate, no matter what, you will definitely not be rejected in this link and will definitely be able to enter the next link. That is the ability assessment link. In this link, you do not need strength, but you need knowledge and research and development capabilities. You must show corresponding research results and research capabilities to enter the Mage Association. At this moment, the link is based on hard strength. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. And whether it is suitable or not is clear at a glance. Any mage can see it. So this step will definitely be implemented without compromise. In other words, whether you can enter or not, it doesn't matter what I say now, you have to speak with your own ability. If you are confident, I can nominate you. Thank you in advance for the nomination of Emotion. I believe in my ability. Then come to Hongfeng City to find me after you register a new account. Imolan turned off his phone and boarded the plane. It took Imolan half a day to return to his home and log into the game again. Imolan, who returned to the game, presided over the floating city base and sensed for a moment. He was relieved after confirming that no Titan took advantage of this opportunity to attack. He stretched out his hand. And the sixth one, which was the spatial structure of the origin of the kingdom of the God of Light, slowly emerged in his hand. The complexity of this structure was beyond imagination. And the beauty was beyond imagination. Just looking at it quietly gave people a shocking power. The other 5 structures immediately felt a clear gap in front of it. In this structure, both the overall layout and some details shocked Imolan. And Imolan was quite obsessed with it. If you fully understand the knowledge contained in these structures, even Imolan's level and depth can be greatly improved. Because this is a truly God-level structure, which has successfully bred gods. An absolute God-level structure. Sure enough, the world has just reached the top magician. Imolan murmured. At this moment, Imolan has discovered a treasure house containing endless knowledge, and an endless vein containing the creation of heaven and earth. The origin space of a God of Light alone contains such a rich structure knowledge, and the origin kingdom of a God of Light alone is so valuable. What about other gods? Imolan murmured to himself, thinking about these gods. Each god has a place of birth, and each has an origin kingdom. I'm greedy. Chapter 804 God Seed. Under normal circumstances, this kind of birthplace of God, the origin God's kingdom, is absolutely a taboo for God, and whoever dares to touch it will definitely be fatally hit. Unless the god is killed directly, or captured, it is impossible to get the structure of the origin God's kingdom. Imolan pondered. To be honest, even if the god is killed or captured, it is not necessarily possible to master the structure of the origin God's kingdom. And now it is because of the existence of players. No, because of the existence of the ultimate protection of players' lives. Players will not die after being assimilated by the gods, but their accounts will be deleted. although the player's accounts will be deleted at the moment of assimilation. The moment of mutual assimilation is enough for players to master the structure of the original kingdom of God, because at that moment, the players are actually equivalent to gods. Mo-Lan's mouth curled up slightly. Just like the God of Light. Although Zhao He's account was deleted, he still has the information of the Kingdom of Light in his mind. But he can't understand it, can't use it, and can't describe it. But as long as the spiritual connection is used, the information of the Kingdom of God and the structural information can be completely derived and transmitted. This is the case with the God of Light, and the same is true for other gods. Mo-Lan was happy. Tang Chuan, bring me all the information and contact information of those confident fools who were deleted after being assimilated by the gods. No, that group of little geniuses. Tang Chuan, puzzled, brought the information. President, why do you want the information of these confident fools? Hey, how can you talk like that? Tang Chuan, how can you call people confident fools? And you have the strength, the confidence to assimilate gods. These are all little geniuses. How can you call them fools? Tang Chuan was confused. I remember it was you, the president, at the beginning. Just pretend I didn't say anything, President. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Hey, wait, I'll send you a structure, you take a good look at it. Tang Chuan immediately received the structure sent by Mo-Lan, and when he checked it out, he was immediately shocked by the complex structure. He had never seen such a beautiful structure. But after a closer look, some of the structures looked familiar, as if they were similar to God of Light? Tang Chuan said puzzledly, and Mo-Lan nodded. Good eyesight. Yes, this is the architecture of the God of Light, and it is the basic architecture of the Kingdom of Origin. Hiss. Tang Chuan couldn't help but take a breath as soon as Mo-Lan finished speaking. The Kingdom of Origin? Yes, the Kingdom of Origin. Hey, this, President. How did you get this, the player of the God of Light? Tang Chuan looked at the materials just handed to Mo-Lan, and reacted instantly, and let out a long breath. Indeed, it is indeed a group of little geniuses. Mo-Lan smiled when he heard this. Okay, you go and study first. See if you can infer the structure or body form of the God of Light through the structure of this origin kingdom. It would be even better if we can use this method to breed other things. And if we can use this research to find the weakness of the God of Light or distort his thinking through faith, it would be a pleasant surprise. Tang Chuan nodded silently. I'll try. After Tang Chuan left, Mo-Lan immediately started to contact the 4 people in the information. Except Zhao He, the 4 players who successfully assimilated with the gods are all here. It seems like a lot. But in fact, there are countless people who try to assimilate gods and want to ascend to heaven in one step. And they are the ones who succeeded. To say that there is only 1 in a million is to belittle them. Of course, the success only brought them the awakening of the gods, and the deletion of their own accounts. In addition, it directly led to the waste of countless human, material and financial resources invested before and after. Except for some research materials and partial results on the gods, there was no return. And it also led to the awakening of 4 gods. Mo-Lan looked at the 4 materials quietly, and suddenly realized, no, they didn't get nothing. They got all the information about the gods, and the structure of the origin kingdom of God. Mo-Lan was shocked. They seemed to have gained nothing. But in fact, it's just because their accounts were deleted after death, and they can't log into the game. The benefits they got can't be redeemed at all. But as long as they register an account again, and log into the game again, the information about the gods they have will become a booster for their progress. Besides being a piece of knowledge and information, the structure of the Kingdom of Origin in their minds can also be used as a virtual world when the master condenses the virtual world for them. As long as they successfully cultivate to the master level, there will be no threshold at all when condensing the virtual world. Mo-Lan recalled the existence of the structure of the Kingdom of Origin in Zhao He's mind at that time, and muttered to himself, this is simply a natural virtual world. Even because of the real existence of the Kingdom of Origin, the threshold for its complete realization will become very low, directly cutting the threshold for promotion to legendary level magician in half. Although due to the real existence of the gods, condensing such a virtual world, relying on such a virtual world to promote to legend has a very big safety hazard. But at the same time, there are also great opportunities behind the hidden dangers. It is a bold guess. As long as the gods above are killed, the legendary wizard, who is promoted to legend in this illusory world, can completely replace the gods. and it can be predicted that compared with the previous players who were assimilated after becoming a legendary wizard, the wizard's willpower and cohesion level have reached an extremely excellent level. In addition, the condensed illusory world replaces the original kingdom of God with the illusory world, and the illusory world takes over the faith. With the illusory world as a dike, and the high-level world that condenses at home, it is entirely possible to directly become a god of faith. Emolan muttered to himself. And if you don't want to become a god, you can continue to follow the path of a mage, because this is done step by step, so the foundation of a mage is not empty. So, these players who have been assimilated by the gods and banned are really huge potential stocks. Each of them is a treasure. There are hidden dangers before killing the corresponding gods, but as long as the corresponding gods are killed, they have the potential to become gods of faith. Only by killing the gods can one have the potential to become a god of faith. I feel something is wrong. The threshold seems to be quite high. Huh? But never mind. Even if the threshold is high, it still cannot negate their value. Emolan thought quietly, then shook his head. Forget it, let's get their original kingdom structure first. Chapter 805 Encourage and Support Idiot Behavior. 3 days later, Emolan looked at the 3 newly added structures in his hand, with a satisfied smile on his face. After all the contacts were made, Emolan took a day to retrieve all the structures of the 3 origin kingdoms. As for why the 4 idiots only retrieved 3 origin kingdoms, the problem was also very simple. The person was found, but the player did not intend to sell. He insisted on not selling, and Emolan did not insist on buying, so he gave up and bought the other 3. From Emolan's point of view, the player who didn't sell still had some ambitions for the gods, and seemed to think that the position of the god of faith was in his pocket. So he would not leak the information and structure of his own original kingdom of God. Looking at his confident look, could it be that he has kept some tricks? Emolan muttered, and took another look at the names of him and the god of hunting. After a moment of silence, Emolan shook his head silently. Never mind. Even if there is a trick, it's none of my business. It has nothing to do with me. Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan. Emolan's thoughts moved, and his voice sounded in Tang Chuan's ears. He arrived in front of Emolan in a short while. President. Well, you take these 3 original kingdoms of God. Emolan continued after transmitting the information of the 3 original kingdoms of God to Tang Chuan. I got 3. So, you do one thing during this time. Spread the word. For players who are interested in replacing gods, as long as they have a feasible method, and have already started to implement it, they can start assimilation. Our Mage Association can provide technical support. And even Emolan, I may personally help solve the problem at a critical moment. Emolan thought for a moment and continued. Tell the public that we need experimental data. We need players who assimilate gods to provide real-time feedback information. In addition, if the player successfully replaces the gods and becomes a god, then he needs to cooperate with the Mage Association to conduct experiments within a reasonable range. And what to do if it fails? I don't need to say more. Right? If it succeeds, study the specimens of the gods. If it fails, obtain the information on the structure of the original kingdom of God, and further study. Is that right? Yes, that's it. Tang Chuan nodded when he heard it. Okay, I'll take care of this. This should be very attractive to many people. After all, it's not common to get the technical support of the top mages. Even the technical support of the god of mages. By writing a blank check. I think so too. Emolan smiled. Come on. The rich mine of the gods is waiting for us to dig and mine. Yes. Tang Chuan was about to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to leave, Emolan remembered something and spoke out. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Although there's no evidence. According to my guess, after a player successfully assimilates a god, even if he dies and deletes his account, he will have great benefits after registering again. It's very likely that they will be promoted to legend more easily. And if that god is killed, they may even have the hope of inheriting the throne. Tang Chuan was startled, and looked back at Emolan in surprise. Emolan smiled at this. Don't be so surprised. They certainly deleted their accounts because of failure. But deleting their accounts also means that they had a short-lived success. In that brief success, they assimilated the gods, they replaced the gods, they became gods. That is to say, they became gods for 1 second, or even shorter, and then died, and their accounts were deleted. But even if they died, and their accounts were deleted, It cannot be denied that they had successfully become gods, and it cannot be denied that they were gods before they died. And a god who died and reincarnated with his memories, cultivated again to become a mage, is it easier to advance to legend? What's wrong with it? Is it easier to become a god? Is this excessive? Is it unreasonable? It makes sense. Tang Chuan said slowly. Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Tang Chuan looked up as soon as he left Emolan. Silently, a shadow without substance appeared in the sky above the Morse kingdom. Others, creatures did not feel anything. But the Titan who was about to approach the Morse kingdom paused, then changed direction slightly, and passed by the Morse kingdom. The Titan passed by, and Emolan retracted his gaze after it was far away, and shook his head slightly. The frequency of Titans seems to be getting more and more frequent recently, which is not a good sign. Emolan muttered to himself, which may mean that the Titans can no longer easily find the gathering places of ownerless, intelligent creatures, and began to look one by one to see if they can find any fish that have slipped through the net. This made Emolan feel slightly uneasy. He looked down at the floating city that had been roughly formed below him, and then he barely calmed down. The days of peace and stability may not last long. Emolan put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and condensed the 9 structure projections in front of him. 4 of these 9 structures came from the original kingdom of gods, and the remaining 5 were mostly related to gods. Even if they were not related to gods, they basically represented and symbolized the peak of the current array structure. Then, my illusory world will be based on these 9 structures. Emolan whispered softly. The heaven and earth give birth to gods with the original kingdom of God. So I will see if I can use this illusory world to give birth to a little truth. Give birth to a legend. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan immediately called up the simplest of the 9 structures, browsed it roughly, and put it aside after browsing through it all. It only took a few dozen minutes. Then the second, third, fourth, and fifth ones. These 5 structures vary in complexity, and the total time spent is only a few hours. Of course, a large part of the reason is that Emolan is already very familiar with most of these structures, and even created or developed by him. It is naturally very simple to go through them again, and it doesn't take long. But the 6th architecture was different. The 6th architecture was the architecture of the original kingdom of God that gave birth to a god. The complexity and the amount of information contained in it rose several levels in an instant, and a considerable part of it was quite novel to Emolan. The difficulty began, working day and night. A special scientific research tower spirit cluster, the ink box provided it with great computing power, and even borrowed some functions of the mage's authority to assist in deduction. Under this circumstance, Emolan also took 5 days to fully understand the architecture of this kingdom of God. Then came the 7th, 8th, and 9th, which took 7 days, 5 days, and 4 days respectively. The time spent gradually decreased, but it still took a full 21 days to fully understand these 9 architectures. And the most important step is here. Chapter 806 Immortality. Finally, it's all done. Emolan rubbed his brows. His eyes showed a bit of fatigue. After thinking for a moment, Emolan gave up the plan to directly define the structure of the illusory world, and sat on the wheel suspended in the air, with his eyes slightly closed. When Emolan opened his eyes again, it was already a day later. In this time-sensitive bald head, Emolan slept very luxuriously for a whole day. On this day, Emolan's fatigue was swept away, his whole mind was unusually clear, and his thinking was much more agile than before. Until this moment, Emolan calmed down and began to conceive his own way of constructing the virtual world. The structure is the core of the extraordinary civilization developed in the game world. In this extraordinary civilization, everything extraordinary comes from the structure. Even the rules are also a kind of structure. And the spell model is a model that is closer to the structure. It intercepts a part of the structure and releases it, turning it into various magical spells. In such a world, everything has its own structure. Space has a space structure. Gods have the origin of the kingdom of gods. And even the world has a world structure. What Emolan has to do now is to initially condense a structure that belongs to him. Of course, when Emolan said that he created his own architecture based on the 9 architectures, he did not mean to put the 9 architectures together like building blocks. Nor did he take a little from this architecture, cut apart from that architecture, and piece them together to form his own architecture. That is not called creation, but tailoring. When Emolan said that he created his own architecture based on the 9 architectures, he meant to fully understand the 9 architectures. Understand? absorb the essence and concept of the 9 architectures, and finally turn them into soil. Plant the seeds of Emolan's unique path. Absorb the nutrients of the soil, and grow a unique illusory architecture of Emolan. Listen, the seeds are sprouting. It was as if there was a thunder in Emolan's mind. A seed sprouted, tried hard to absorb nutrients, and thrived in Emolan's consciousness, with scattered thoughts and ideas as bricks and stones, and Emolan's road as the construction plan. He built a virtual world belonging to Emolan. This virtual world is actually not complete, nor perfect, and can even be said to be very immature, because it has just been born. But since its birth, every moment, every minute and every second, it has been improving and growing at a very fast speed. At this moment, Emolan suddenly had another feeling in his heart. This virtual world that does not exist on the material level, does not exist in the spiritual world, only exists in Emolan's consciousness, and only exists in Emolan's imagination is very rising. Although this is an illusory world, as it takes shape, Emolan can clearly feel the strength and stability of his thoughts. Emolan even has a feeling at this moment. If his body is broken again at this time, and his soul is dispersed into millions of particles again, he can last longer. And Emolan even has a faint feeling in his heart. If this illusory world can really be completed, condensed, and materialized, then it is very likely to suppress consciousness directly and become another anchor point of consciousness. With the existence of this new anchor point, consciousness will gain a certain degree of stability. That is to say, as long as the illusory world is not broken, consciousness will not be destroyed. Or, even if the soul is destroyed and completely eliminated, he will still be immortal. At this point, the soul is only a carrier of his consciousness. Emolan can also sense that when the virtual world is completely perfected and a trace of reality is derived, it is time for him to advance to the legendary level. And if the perfect virtual world wants to be derived, it must have the power of faith. The power of faith related to the structure of the virtual world. And this power of faith can actually be described in another way. The directional legendary degree. Emolan murmured. And this directional legendary degree can also become one of the powers of the virtual world after a trace of the virtual world is manifested. And it will also maintain this virtual world. As long as the legendary degree is still there, the reality of the illusory world will not be erased, nor will it disappear. And if the illusory world does not disappear, the mage's consciousness will not be obliterated. At this moment, Emolan couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise in his eyes, muttering to himself. So actually, when a mage becomes a legend, he already has a bit of legendary nature. Does he already have some immortal characteristics? It is not easy to defeat a legendary mage. This is also difficult, but it is even more difficult to completely wipe out a legendary mage. As long as the legend of the mage is still passed down, as long as the knowledge created by the mage is still being studied and used, the legendary mage will not die. Immortal. Emolan smiled softly and murmured to himself. Now, it's getting exciting. The next version is still for the mage, and it has been strengthened again. The strength of the legendary mage is so strong that even I, a mage pioneer, can't stand it. Emolan couldn't stop laughing, and slightly sensed the illusory world that was gradually improving in the depths of his mind. In fact, Emolan has another feeling. That is, for legends, Emolan does not need to worry about anything. Just follow the steps. Legend degree? This is the thing I lack the least. All the training books related to mages in the whole game. All the beginner mages need to remember. At least 50% of the content to be memorized is provided by me. As long as you learn mage knowledge, I can't avoid it no matter what. And I have to memorize it no matter what. There are many full texts to memorize. The power of faith gathered in me has directly condensed into a mage priesthood. What I lack now is the perfection of the virtual world. There is no threshold for the legendary level in front of me. When my virtual world is completely perfected, it will be the peak of my master level. And at the moment when the virtual world is perfected, a ray of truth will emerge to lift me to the legendary platform. Emolan closed his eyes and continued to sense the changes brought about by the condensation of the virtual world. In addition to these changes, the condensation of the virtual world seems to have brought some changes to the mental power. Although there is no direct relationship between the illusory world and mental power, the illusory world exists in the depths of consciousness, suppressing and stabilizing consciousness, and even enhancing consciousness. Thought is the core of the soul. the basis for the condensation of mental power. And mental power is condensed from the soul. When the thought is enhanced in a series of reactions, the mental power is directly strengthened by the thought. And the quality of the mental power has directly increased to a certain extent, becoming more condensed and more powerful. And with the improvement of the illusory world, the thought gradually strengthened, and the mental power also slowly changed. At this moment, Lon suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. Chapter 807 Main Gun Deicide. Come on. Come on, hold it steady. Don't tilt it. If it breaks, it will have to be recycled. Below, Linwa's voice sounded. A group of mages came over carrying a very long black and gold pillar. There was a spherical structure on the top of the pillar. It was flashing with a dark green light. Lon heard it and said, Linwa, if there is something that needs to be recycled, if it is touched installed on my floating city, I will recycle you immediately. Lon stepped down, pointed at the black and gold pillar, and asked, What is this? Cannon? Linwa chuckled when he heard this, walked with Lon to the end of the black and gold pillar, pointed at the dark barrel, and said, Yes, this is a cannon, the main cannon I designed for the floating city. The barrel is more than 900 meters long, and the caliber is up to 11.37 meters. The entire barrel is made of elemental alloy. I won't talk about the cost. It's pure elemental alloy. You know it yourself. This elemental alloy is specially customized for the barrel by our project team. This elemental alloy can not only restrain, compress, stabilize, and highly resist the elements, but also has a feature that is, with the corresponding array, the characteristics of the bronze part of the space in the elemental alloy can be added to the energy. That is to say, this cannon is a normal artillery attack when this normal function is not activated. After activating this function, it can attack space. Space barriers, space confinement, etc. are all within the attack range. It can also be used for hunting. Just one shot can set off a terrifying void storm on the surface of the void and in the depths of the void. In addition, part of this function will be turned on normally. After it is turned on, the muzzle of the cannon will be directly locked by the locking system. The person or position will fall into a very high level of space blockade to prevent space evasion. This is one of the characteristics of this cannon. In addition, because this cannon fires highly compressed destructive energy from nuclear fission, it is naturally capable of breaking rules and collapsing structures. That is to say, in front of this thing, regardless of whether there are rules or not, regardless of how to defend, all beings are equal. There will be no high power for this one, and low power for that one. The power exerted when hitting a god and a person is the same, and the power will not be suppressed by certain specific rules. Theoretically, this destructive energy produced by fission can be infinitely stacked, and there seems to be no upper limit. As long as the materials can withstand it, as long as the magic array can withstand it, as long as the wallet can withstand it, its power seems to be able to rise infinitely, even to kill gods. As for the specific power of this cannon, I haven't done a specific test on this, and I don't dare to do a specific test. It can be turned on and run later. President, you will have a general idea after feeling it. The power should be quite strong, and it should be worthy of the caliber of over 10 meters. Of course, even if the power is not satisfactory, I can't do anything in a short time. This is already the pinnacle of my artillery. I have abandoned all compromises, and the entire function of the gun is to serve the power attribute. However, this has also caused a series of problems. For example, the main gun has extremely high energy requirements and extremely high requirements for instantaneous energy input. So far, only the fission furnace can charge it. And even if the fission furnace is running at full load, it will take tens of seconds to perform a minimum standard launch. For a 100% power launch, the charging time is as long as 10 minutes. And the 100% power launch is extremely demanding on the gun barrel. After each 100% power launch, various auxiliary arrays need to be activated to restore the state of the gun barrel. Only in this way can a second full power launch be carried out. Otherwise, there is a risk of barrel explosion. This maintenance time takes at least 30 minutes. Ideally, it is best for a technician to align and inspect each time a shot is fired. Of course, it is not realistic to inspect all the time. So the launch can be carried out after half an hour of maintenance by the supporting auxiliary array. But after 10 shots, manual maintenance is required, because I only have about 10 shots left. I have a magic array designed on the cannon, which is responsible for monitoring the state of the cannon. After connecting to the tower spirit will monitor the cannon in real time. There is also a sighting system, a detection and locking system specially developed for the sighting system, as well as related tracking systems, moving direction, speed, method deduction system, floating city posture adjustment system and other magic arrays, software, many of which are separate accessories, which will all be installed on the floating city later. After Lin Wu finished speaking, he pondered for a moment. Of course, since this is the first time to cast such a large caliber cannon, it is also the first time to cast such a powerful cannon. There must be a lot of problems with this cannon, and a lot of inconsiderations. But without experience, there is no way. We are all crossing the river by feeling the stones, and this can only be improved and corrected slowly in use. That's okay, there will definitely be a lot of problems for the first time. We can modify it in practice, and learn in practice. Mo Lan looked at such a huge cannon, and the numerous accessories behind it, and sighed slightly. It's not easy. This is more than just making a cannon. Look at each system, from detection to locking, from locking to aiming, from aiming to firing, from firing to maintenance, monitoring, etc. These individual systems are hard work. Lin Wu touched his hair, feeling it a little sparse again, and immediately threw a little magician on his head. The element surged, and the hair volume instantly became thicker. It's okay, the situation is special now, and I have already completed all these systems when constructing this main cannon, so it will be much easier for me to develop, manufacture, produce, and install other attack weapons. Mo Lan nodded gently. Then let this cannon be the main cannon of this generation of floating city. You are the developer, you come up with a name. Lin Wu raised his eyebrows slightly. Name, since it is the main cannon developed to deal with the ancient god Titan, then let's call it the God Killer Cannon. This is the God Killer Cannon 1.0 version. Main cannon God Killer Cannon also, straightforward, clear at a glance. Mo Lan nodded approvingly, and at this time the mage brought over a bunch of cannons. Lin Wu spoke up when he saw it. The God-killing cannon just now is the main cannon. And it consumes a lot of energy. Takes a long time to charge. Has a long cooling and maintenance time. And is costly. In order to adapt to various situations. To supplement firepower. And to avoid firepower gaps. I made a batch of secondary cannons after making the main cannon. There are roughly 3 levels of secondary cannons. Namely 300 meters long, 100 meters long, and 10 meters long. The calibers are also reduced to 4.5 meters, 1.3 meters, and 412 millimeters respectively. Chapter 808 Armament. The number of guns in these 3 specifications is different. The largest specification of the secondary gun, that is, the 300 meter type, only cast 12 guns in total. The 100 meter type cast 120 guns. As for the smallest specification of the 10 meter gun, more were made, after all. This is the most material saving. So only 3,600 guns were made in one go. Lin Wu said slowly. Although it looks like a lot, there are not many guns scattered on the 4 sides of the floating city. The key is that due to its energy level and the effect of attacking space, it is unrealistic to distort space and fire all the cannons in all directions in the same direction. For the same point, at most 1 or 2 cannons can be used to attack. So I suggest installing more. This is more practical than any defense. After all, as long as the enemy is killed, there is no need for defense. No, this is defense, Lin Wu said slowly. Another point is that, considering that these are all energy cannons, although due to the special nature of fission destructive energy, the dragons with high elemental resistance or even immune to elemental attacks are no different from elemental life in the face of destructive energy. Among them, elemental life may even cause higher damage. Even if the elemental true body of the president is hit, it will be hit the same. But I'm still worried about accidents, such as those who are immune to energy damage, such as you who can sense and even affect the radiation aura. And President, why are you staring at me? Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to hit you. I'm just taking it as a consideration after all. What if someone has similar means as you? It's better to be safe than sorry, right, President? Mo Lan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Wu. Lin Wu seemed to be a little guilty. Really? Really, it's truer than pure gold. Pure gold is actually not pure. Mo Lan said faintly. Lin Wu's tone stagnated. President, let's continue discussing weapons. In order to prepare for special situations, and to provide diversified means of attack, I will also design an electromagnetic railgun with an ultra-long acceleration track as a secondary main gun. Since the power of the railgun is proportional to the length of the track in a certain sense, I will only design this electromagnetic railgun in advance. and then install it after the third phase of the floating city project is completed. It can only be installed at that time. In addition, there are basically electromagnetic rail secondary guns with the same specifications as the fission energy cannon as a supplementary attack method, which can be used to carry out physical attacks. As for the projectiles, ordinary solid projectiles, ordinary armor-piercing projectiles, ordinary high-explosive projectiles, or nuclear fission weapon projectiles such as special projectiles, and even possible fusion weapon projectiles and antimatter weapon projectiles in the future. Then these are basically single-body attack methods. In addition, there are also shock weapons, electromagnetic network weapons, high-energy laser weapons, etc. that we discussed and designed at the beginning. These weapons are still in the design stage. Well, if some previous experiences are excluded, I have already created folders for these projects. Emolon twitched slightly when he heard this. Forget it, there is no rush for the others. The others can be included in the point of improving the facilities of the floating city. Only this main gun is the top priority. That is why I am so anxious to urge you. In addition to my identity as the god of mages to fight against the enemy, our association must also have a second means to compete with Titan. As long as this main gun can meet the design standards, then the others can be slightly slow. Emolon took a deep breath. Install the main gun. Install the fission furnace. And debug everything. Then, let's try it. President, are you going to try it yourself? Linwa's eyes flashed with a strange light. And he said eagerly, are you going to attack the president? You came here to blow me up with the cannon. Emolon suddenly said. Linwa blinked his eyes. Isn't it that no one except you, the president, is qualified to judge the power of the main gun? It's all for work. Oh, really? But can't I gather defense in front and use the cannon to attack? Do I have to resist a cannon myself? Emolon raised his eyebrows. And Linwa seemed to flash a trace of disappointment when he heard it. And then said in a serious surprise, that's what I think. President, when you say give it a try, do you mean you plan to resist a cannon yourself? This is not good. Right? I don't believe a single punctuation mark in your words. Emolon sneered, and then Emolon suddenly paused. But then again, our site is not suitable for testing main guns of this level. Let's test it in the near-ground area. I'm afraid I can't control the aftermath, and then the aftermath will directly bounce the ground, so that it won't hit the Mage Association's head. And if we do the experiment at high altitude... Emolon groaned for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Without the giant magic array to block it, Titan can directly sense the fluctuations here, which is not good. Linwa, the main gun can't withstand the space channel when it is fired. Right? It can't be transferred. Right? Linwa shook his head and said, unless the strength of the space channel can withstand the power of the main gun head-on and not collapse. The space channel will definitely not be able to transfer the main gun attack. Otherwise, we can just open a space channel and fire the cannon on our heads. Isn't this a fatal flaw? Self-destruction? In that case, it means that we can't use the gate to another world to transfer the attack to the abyss. Emolon suddenly had another inspiration and asked directly, Linwa, what if I extend the muzzle into the space channel and directly probe the other side of the space channel? Can such an attack land directly on the other side of the space channel? No, first, the god-killing cannon itself has a magic array that can crush the space channel. Even if we turn off this function, it will not be affected. The second point is that the destructive energy of the god-killing cannon is input from the bottom, accumulated, compressed, and then ejected along the barrel after brewing, and it will be affected when flowing in the barrel that is nearly 1,000 meters long, further compressed, condensed, and strengthened, so as to unleash the most terrifying power. Although it is not the highest power when it comes out of the bottom of the barrel, it is already a huge destructive force. Again, unless the space channel can withstand the destructive energy attack of this power and operate normally, there is no way. If you want to use the God-Killer cannon to attack the other side of the space channel, there is only one way, Linwa said slowly. That is to stuff the entire God-Killer cannon, including the bottom, which is nearly 1 kilometer long, to the other side of the space channel, and then fire it. Chapter 809 Legendary Civilization. Then don't install it yet. Let's go and try it out first. Otherwise, we only know that it is powerful, but we don't know how powerful it is. This won't work. It will cause problems at critical moments. Emolon said after a moment of hesitation. While the cannon is not installed yet, take all the accessories and systems, and go to the abyss to test its power. If it is really powerful, try it with a legendary demon. Just treat it as a real combat rehearsal. I will also take this opportunity to see my test site. That's fine, but neither the tail of the god-killing cannon nor the fission furnace can pass through the gate to another world. Right? After all, the gate to another world is so small. We can put other things in the space box and take them over, but these two Buddhas can't be put into the space box. The trick of stretching space is invalid unless... Linhua hesitated for a moment. Unless we use a real space, similar to a demiplane, a small world model for transportation. We do have inner space, but I remember we don't seem to have such a large inner space. We don't have such a large inner space, but it doesn't mean that the gate to the other world can't be expanded. After saying that, Mo Lan turned his head and looked in the direction of Lu Bin's laboratory. Lu Bin, come out and open the door. What? Lu Bin's puzzled voice came over, and Mo Lan immediately told him the whole story. We're going to try the cannon, open the gate to the other world a little wider. I don't need one that can pass through the floating city now. You can make one that can pass through the cannon and the fission furnace. Is that okay? Oh, this is easy. Wait a minute. Lu Bin finished speaking. After a while Lu Bin's voice sounded again in Mo Lan's, Lu Bin's ears. Found it. Take it. Release the gate to the other world according to this spell model. This. Adjusting these parameters can expand the gate to the other world. Not to mention that the space consumption will be multiplied many times, but it doesn't matter. After Lu Bin finished speaking and sent the spell structure, he disconnected. Obviously, Lu Bin is very busy now. After receiving the spell model, Mo Lan did not wait, and released it immediately. A huge circular gate to another world was formed, and the iconic breath of the abyss surged out. The god-killing cannon that was originally prepared for installation was lifted up again by many mages and carried into the huge gate to another world. After the god-killing cannon entered, Mo Lan sat down, and a spiritual body stepped out of his body. The next moment, the magic power condensed, and the magic power body was formed. The magic power body, which looked identical to Mo Lan, grabbed the left hand with its right hand and pulled it down, and threw it to the ground. The moment it landed, the left hand quickly evolved, and finally turned into a miniature Mo Lan, and then expanded, turning into the size of a human. Linhua's eyes twitched slightly after watching this series of operations. President, what are you doing? I'm splitting up. My real body definitely can't leave. It was fine before, but now Titans are passing by more and more frequently. If I leave, something might happen. So if you want to enter the Abyss world for experiments, you must split up. Can't you see it? Linhua's mouth twitched. I can see that you're splitting up, but why does your split up first condense the elemental real body, and then evolve the split up by tearing off an arm? Can't you just separate a part of your soul and consciousness from your body, and condense the elemental split up directly? Wouldn't it look more handsome this way? Linhua fell into deep thought, thinking. Suddenly Linhua, who was thinking, seemed to find something. Handsome. Wait. He seems to be quite handsome. Linhua fell into deep thought. Let's go. What are you thinking about? Mo Lan's clone stepped into the gate of the abyss, and called Linhua. After Linhua entered, the huge gate to the other world was also closed. The main body left in the association connected to the tower spirit cluster, the ink box, and used supercomputing power to perfect the virtual world. At this stage, when the master mage constructs the virtual world, it is the node where the mage has the strongest demand for computing power. After all, if the virtual world is to be closest to reality, it must be calculated. Everything needs to be calculated. The whole world must be calculated. At this stage, the amount of computing power directly determines the progress of the construction of the magician's virtual world. The greater the computing power, the faster the virtual world is deduced, and the progress is naturally very fast. If the computing power is low, or even without external computing power support, then you can only use your own computing power as a master mage to deduce and calculate. Although the Seven Rings mage converts his mental power into a computer cluster, which allows the mage to have computing power comparable to that of a tower spirit, or even comparable to that of a tower spirit cluster, a supercomputer, it is still difficult to deduce a virtual world by himself. Although the answer to the world, the root rules are determined by oneself, although this is just reverse deduction using the answer, although it is not using all things in the world to deduce the rules of heaven and earth, although the difficulty is relatively low, this is also deducing a world, building a world, the time required by one's own strength will be extremely terrifying, and it may not be completed until death. So the mage is actually a profession that is very dependent on society. In the early stage, systematic learning is required, and a large amount of basic knowledge needs to be absorbed. These are not what one person can do in seclusion, and one person can do research. This requires systematic education, and the joint research of the whole society, and inheritance can be completed. In the middle and late stages, when it comes to the threshold of advancing to legend, even if the initial construction of the seed of the illusory world is completed, it still requires extremely terrifying computing power to deduce it, and construct the virtual world. This computing power is so huge that it is not enough for one person to create a few tower spirits. This requires countless tower spirit clusters. A large tower spirit cluster will gather computing power together. It is basically impossible for one person to complete and maintain its operation alone, because the pure mental power consumed by the operation of a large tower spirit cluster alone is not enough to drain a master-level mage for a few minutes. To complete this step, at least you have to rely on a large force with huge computing power. After completing the deduction framework of the virtual world through the computing power provided by the big forces behind him, it has just begun. The power of faith, or the legendary degree, is not something that can be called legendary. It is not something that one or two people can condense. If you want to reach the standard of promotion to legend, you need an astronomical amount of faith. The only way is to take a civilization as the foundation, contribute to civilization, and spread your own achievements and achievements in civilization in exchange for the qualification of promotion to legend. After being promoted to legend, it seems to be much easier. After all, the legendary mage already has a certain degree of immortality. If you cultivate to the peak of legendary mage, it is basically immortal. However, the problem lies here. Chapter 810 Schizophrenia? A legendary top-level mage has basically gained the ability of immortality, but is this the end? No, this is just the beginning. Even if this mage has no ambition to become stronger, even if this mage has been at peace, and no longer has the heart to rise, this is just the beginning. The immortality of a legendary mage is not brought by himself, or it is not brought directly by himself, but is given by the materialized illusory world. As long as the illusory world is immortal, the mage is immortal. The maintenance of the illusory world is based on the power of faith. That is, the legendary degree. If a legendary wizard wants to maintain immortality, and wants to maintain it for a long time, he must maintain enough legendary degree. Only in this way can he remain immortal and live forever. This directly determines that even if he becomes a legendary wizard, he must rely on civilization. And he must continue to contribute to civilization and refresh his legendary degree frequently. Of course, in some special cases, under the threat of death, there must be legendary wizards who suppress others to maintain their legendary degree. After all, if no one is fighting for it, it is obviously easier to maintain the legendary status. Although such a situation will inevitably lead to no one being able to maintain the legendary status. It is inevitable that some people will have crooked ideas. As an immortal legendary wizard, he must be very powerful and extremely wise. If such a person does such a thing, it will have a great impact. But at this time, the legendary status becomes a natural limiter. With public supervision and reputation, the legendary status will have a very high deterrent and direct deterrent power. The will of the people is the will of heaven. In these circumstances, no matter how powerful the wizard is, he will be subject to civilization. No matter how powerful the wizard is, he is destined to be unable to break away from civilization. It is impossible to be like the extraordinary civilization in other fantasy stories, where the strong are unscrupulous and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. In the civilization of mages, mages are still just a profession, not a lofty transcendent. Mages are still just an advanced productive force that serves the overall civilization. This also means that power will always be locked in a cage. And this cage was built by the strongest man of the era, the pioneer of mages, Emolan. Similarly, Emolan will be the first mage to be locked in a cage, and will also be the biggest loser in history. This is the future self that Emolan cut off with his own hands. And the twisted mentality of future mages. And the unscrupulous path. That's good, Emolan murmured, and then communicated with all the available tower spirits in the entire Mage Association, the Scientific Research Tower Spirit Cluster, the super large Scientific Research Tower Spirit Cluster. All the spare computing power was coordinated to deduce the architecture of the virtual world for it. the progress bar of the virtual world, which had not changed at all. After Emolan coordinated all the computing power of the Mage Association, the progress bar of this massive computing power was still relatively slow, but it was already advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Emolan's legendary degree has long been exceptional. Legend has no bottleneck for him. When the progress bar reaches 100%, Emolan will be a legend. While the main body is trying to deduce the structure of the virtual world, Emolan is carrying the god-killing cannon with Lin and others to the edge of the Abyss continent, intending to conduct experiments in the deep void outside the Abyss continent. After all, if this main gun is really worthy of its name and can effectively kill Titans, then this is a god-level attack. Although this is not their main material world, Emolan is not so bold to try a god-level attack on the Abyss continent. There is nothing in the void which will not destroy flowers and plants, and it is not easy to cause the deep void of the Abyss continent to be the best experimental place. The gate to the other world of the Association was originally opened at the edge of the Abyss continent. Emolan and his companions left the Abyss continent not long ago. After leaving a beacon, they flew towards the depths of the void. During the flight, Linwa looked at Emolan and asked curiously, "President, is this your elemental body? It's really amazing that you can maintain two bodies with independent consciousness in different worlds." Linwa complimented him at first, and then changed the subject, revealing his ugly face. He asked curiously, "President, aren't you afraid of your clones rebelling? Will your clones rebel? If they won't rebel, you've always said that you don't have enough clones, then you can now split yourself, split into clones with independent consciousness. Doesn't that mean that you can do multiple projects at once? If the same world can't have independent consciousness, then you can completely lock different clones in different worlds, separate their consciousness, and let the clones work overtime to research several projects at the same time." Molan stared at Lin speechlessly. From the lines, he clearly saw the 4 words eating melons and working overtime written all over. Obviously, as a new era mage, 007 can no longer satisfy him. He has begun to plan to pursue 007 *N is the number of clones. How many clones can be made to achieve one person doing multiple 007s at the same time? You can work more than 24 hours a day. You can work 48 hours. 96 hours. Facing Emolan's dangerous eyes, Linwa reacted and smiled awkwardly. "Curiosity, curiosity, pure curiosity, I definitely don't want you, the president, to work overtime." Emolan glanced at Linwa unhappily after hearing this. "It's all me. Will I hit my left hand with my right hand? Rebellion? I rebel against myself? How is that possible? Although it's a clone, we are all the main body, all me, all myself. There is no such thing as rebellion or not. If you want to consider it, you should consider schizophrenia. You actually doubt whether it will rebel? As for the clones you mentioned for research, that's completely stupid behavior. What I split are real consciousness and soul. Dividing from 1 into 2, it's just dividing one wisdom into 2, each is only half of the original, lowering one's own upper limit. What's the use of increasing the quantity? Did you separate them to make people laugh? Oh, is that so? Then forget it." Lin was suddenly realized, and then thought for a moment and asked again. "Then President, will you have schizophrenia? Will you have a second personality?" Emolan's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm just giving you an analogy. I just want to prove that your guess is outrageous. I'm not saying that I will have schizophrenia. No. I won't. I am me. The consciousness is still this consciousness. This consciousness has been anchored by me, even if it crosses the world. The anchored consciousness does not exist to derive schizophrenia and second personality. As long as there is no problem with the anchor point, I am still Emolan." Chapter 811. Run Through. What if there is a problem with the anchor point? Lin fully demonstrated an excellent quality as a scientific researcher. He does not stay on the surface of the problem, but will break the casserole and ask the bottom until the problem is solved. Of course, this excellent quality has another name if it appears on inappropriate problems. Argumentative. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. "You are just looking forward to my mental classification, right? You don't mind watching the fun? I tell you, if there is a problem with the anchor point, and the two consciousnesses are not synchronized within a very long time span, because of the passage of time, because of the different people and things you meet, consciousness will indeed change to a greater or lesser extent. Changes accumulate little by little. Normally, it's fine. Fusion and assimilation will solve these problems. However, if the time is too long, the changes in the two consciousnesses are too great, so great that they conflict with each other and cannot be integrated. Then they will split. However, it is not a mental classification. It is just split into two people. They can be regarded as twins of a higher level. Do you understand? However, the anchor point must be the foundation of the legendary mage. If you are a mage, your foundation has problems. Your foundation is crooked. Then what are you doing? As the anchor point of the mage's foundation, if there is no interference from external factors, the probability of problems will naturally occur is lower than the concept of schizophrenia and 18 different personalities that you will naturally develop. Oh, so that's it. Lin was suddenly realized and asked curiously. Then how did you know that? President? Emolan was silent. After a long time he let out a faint sigh, directly coordinated, controlled the god-killing cannon to turn around, and slowly aimed at Linhua. Linhua was stunned, thinking that he had blocked the muzzle, so he flew up a little. However, the muzzle also moved a little at night. Linhua flew down a little, the muzzle moved down a little. Linhua went left, the muzzle went left. Linhua went right, the muzzle went right. At this time, the fission furnace was turned on, and waves of destructive energy poured into the god-killing cannon, and in an instant, Linhua understood something, and drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. President, let's not joke, this is my real body. Emolan had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he sneered. Do you think I'm joking with you? President, I was wrong, and I made the god-killing cannon. After all, it's not right to use it to kill me, right? This is unreasonable. Isn't it normal for a swordsmith to die in sacrifice of the sword? This is reasonable. Linhua's eyes widened. Facing such a heartless Emolan, his heart gradually turned cold, and after calming down and thinking about it, he said slowly, if that's the case, then, President, I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued. After a while, Linhua, who was in a mess, followed Emolan, with a smile on his face. The group flew out for a while. After Emolan estimated that they were far enough, he took out a mobile earth element pool. This box-shaped earth element pool was filled with liquid earth elements. As soon as Emolan thought about it, these earth elements flew out and instantly turned into layers of rock buildings in the void. It was impossible for Emolan's clone to have the strength of the god of mages when he entered the abyss. It was impossible for him to test the cannon with himself. And it was even more impossible for him to really use Linhua as a sacrifice. If you just fire at the void, you can't directly see the power, it's not vivid enough. So it's a good choice to bring the earth element and use the earth wall to make a high-density target. The degree of damage to the target can easily see its destructive power and power limit. Of course, the latter premise is that the target can block the most powerful god-killing cannon attack. Not only Emolan, Linhua, but also a group of mages quickly released one stone wall after another to transform the earth element they carried into high-density hard stone and keep it suspended in front of them. There is gravity in this void. If there is gravity, shouldn't there be land at the bottom? After all, even if there are falling rocks, no matter how little dust there is, it will be enough to form a piece of land at the bottom after years of accumulation. But Emolan and his team never observed the land. Nor could they fly down. There was even a wizard who wanted to experiment with his life and hid in a man-made meteorite and kept falling down but couldn't hit the bottom. In the end, he came back to life and said that he flew for several days and then died for no reason. He didn't even know how he died. No one knows what is at the bottom of the void. But although there is nothing in this void, there is air and elements. But they are all very thin. After a while, a huge table-shaped rock floated in front of everyone. The tabletop is a circle with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. There is a cylinder with a diameter of 20 meters below the center of the circle, which is hundreds of meters long. Such a huge table is suspended, and the tabletop is facing everyone. The size of this table, coupled with the high density of this table, is already the limit of the lifting of many mages including Emolan and Linhua with the help of various lifting arrays. Even if it is a little heavier, it will directly turn into a meteorite and fall down because it cannot maintain its suspension. President, charge up, 100% power. After some preparation, Linhua said slowly. Emolan nodded. Fire! Yes! The moment Emolan finished speaking, the god-killing cannon, which was fired at full power for the first time, let out a roar that belonged to god-killing. The highly compressed energy column broke out instantly, and there seemed to be countless black clouds in the gray-black energy column. Thunder flashed, and a strong breath of destruction filled the air. At the same time as the firing, Lu Bin said beside him, "The energy column fired by the god-killing cannon will explode when it hits the target, but when designing it, I added some delayed stable magic array effects. Through this effect, the explosion distance of the energy column can be set, how far it will explode after being fired. Generally speaking, this distance is controlled by the main control tower spirit installed on the cannon, and it is adjusted according to the distance of the target. Generally speaking, for large targets, it will explode after breaking through the surface defense, and for small targets, it will explode after hitting, in order to maximize the explosion power as much as possible, and in addition, when the energy column cannot penetrate, it will explode immediately. Now we are using the longest distance explosion. Let's see the penetration ability first. Of course, if it can't penetrate, it will explode directly, blowing this big table into pieces. And if it penetrates successfully, we can see a hole that penetrates hundreds of meters of high-density stone pillars." As Lin Wu's voice fell, the gray-black energy column had already hit the target. Looking at the picture in front of him, Lin Wu spoke again. "Just like now." Chapter 8:12 World Wall Membrane. Piercing. The god-killing cannon showed in front of everyone that it was a direct penetration under highly concentrated energy. A through hole with a diameter of 10 meters appeared directly in the center of the high-density stone pillar with a diameter of 20 meters. Emolan, Lin Wu and others could see directly from this side to the other side. However, this hole only lasted for a moment. The next moment, the entire stone pillar collapsed directly. The stone pillar with a diameter of 20 meters did not leave even a fragment with a diameter of more than 1 meter. And there was still a trace of terrifying destructive aura on these fragments. The entire big table had only a circle of rings on the tabletop still floating in the air. Lin Wu's voice rang in Emolan's mind. Although the energy column did not explode, the target pierced by the destructive energy will also leave a destructive aura, which can also be regarded as residual attached radiation. If it is on a living thing, at the least, the wound will not heal. Well, this is the case when the person is not dead after being hit by a shot of the God-Killer cannon. At the worst, the entire structure will collapse directly, leaving no body. Emolan nodded gently, and his voice also rang in his other ear. "It's very powerful. It seems that we can't test its strongest power here. Isn't that a good thing?" "That's true. The higher the power, the better. But then again, how far did you set it to explode? If it doesn't explode, will the energy column continue to move forward?" "When I set the explosion distance, I set it to the maximum. Well, that is, I set the upper limit. It can only touch the upper limit before it reaches the upper limit. So it will keep flying?" "That's not the case." Lin Wu waved his hand and said, "Our technology cannot maintain the stable state of destructive energy for that long. In fact, the upper limit of the distance I mentioned is actually in seconds if calculated by time. It's just that the energy column is too fast, so it looks very long. As long as the time is up, the energy column will lose its stable state, which means it will explode directly. Look, it's exploding now." Lin Wu pointed to the black energy and lightning and thunder mixed in it that were spreading far away due to the explosion and said, but he was startled just halfway through his words. "No, it's not the set time yet. Could it be that such high energy caused the duration of the stable posture to be shortened? If so, then we have to add the variable of energy level to rebuild the calculation model. Otherwise, there will be problems in actual combat." Sure enough, only practice can expose problems. Otherwise it would be a joke if this problem was exposed in actual combat. Lin Wu said slowly, looking at the movement caused by the explosion. He suddenly found some problems. After some deductions and calculations in his mind, a possibility suddenly emerged. "Wait, the calculation seems to be correct." Emolan looked at Lin Wu in confusion. Didn't you say it exploded ahead of time? The time doesn't match. It's not a wrong calculation. Could it be that the energy column hit something else and couldn't penetrate it, causing the explosion?" Emolan smiled, but found that Lin Wu was looking at him seriously, which made his smile disappear. "Did it really hit something else and couldn't penetrate it?" Lin Wu nodded slowly. "I'm afraid it really hit." Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, pointing in all directions, all empty. "We are in the void, let alone the front. Even if we shoot backwards, we can't reach the Abyss continent. It's so far away. What can we hit if we shoot outside here?" Lin Wu was also silent. "Who knows? No, I don't think anyone knows. I hope it's not a living creature otherwise. From all aspects, it's too miserable for both it and us. Emolan and Lin looked at each other, and couldn't help falling into silence. However, at this moment, Emolan suddenly frowned. President, what's wrong? Lin asked with some doubt. Emolan did not answer, but released his perception to sense carefully. Lin did not disturb him, and waited slowly beside him. At the same time, he also released his mental power to sense, to see if there was anything to find. After a moment, Emolan and Lin looked at each other, and said in unison, "The air is flowing." The next moment, Emolan and Lin looked at the direction of the air flow at the same time, which was the direction of the explosion just now. I think I may know what the god-killing cannon hit. I know it too, and I also know that the god-killing cannon may have damaged it. Lin said slowly, then the two looked at each other, both saw a curious look in each other's eyes, and then couldn't help but smile. "Let's go and take a look." "Let's go!" As soon as the words fell, the two quickly flew towards the place where the explosion occurred. The mages carrying the god-killing cannon and related accessories looked at each other, and then someone spoke up. "Follow me, the president is curious about this, so aren't you curious?" After the words fell, everyone followed with the god-killing cannon. The explosion site seemed not far away, but when Emolan really flew, he realized what it meant to run to the death before reaching the mountain. It just looked close. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the destructive energy caused by the attack of the god-killing cannon had a larger coverage area than his phenomenon, and its power was probably beyond his imagination. And its speed was also beyond his imagination. In just a few seconds, the attack of the god-killing cannon had already crossed an extremely long distance. So far that it took Emolan and others a lot of time just to fly over. In the process of approaching, Emolan and Lin found that the speed of the air was slowly increasing. And when approaching that area, it even turned into gusts of wind, turning into an extremely huge and powerful storm. To resist the storm, Emolan opened his shield to block the destructive aura left by the god-killing cannon for everyone, ensuring that the mages present would not die from the invasion of these radiation auras. Holding the shield, passing through the storm. When seeing this scene, Emolan and Lin looked at each other. Lin said slowly, "Atmosphere." Emolan shook his head and corrected, "This is different from the atmosphere. Although it looks similar, it exists in a different form and operates differently. It can have another more vivid and specific name." Emolan said slowly after a moment of silence. "World membrane," Lin continued to say. "In fact, they should have the same name. For example, the sky. Our first shot of the god-killer cannon pierced the sky. Oh! It opened a big hole in the sky." Emolan looked at the world membrane that was healing rapidly, and threw an attack at it. But the membrane did not fluctuate at all, looking at the large-scale hole in the world membrane. At this moment, Emolan once again had a clearer understanding of the attack intensity of the god-killer cannon. Chapter 813 Abyss. World membrane? President, what do you think is outside the world membrane? Endless starry sky full of planets? Or is it the void filled with space turbulence? Lin asked softly. The two questions he asked are actually two forms of existence of the world. The first one, the world exists in the starry sky like a planet. Even the world in the form of a continent exists in the starry sky under the protection of the world membrane. This starry sky may be different from the reality. It does not exist and operate in the form of galaxies and galaxies. But it is also an endless world in general. The planets are distributed in a vacuum without up, down, left, and right. The second one can actually be the chaos theory from a holistic perspective. The world is not located in the starry sky, but in chaos. The world is artificial, or born by chance due to the collision of chaos. It absorbs the power of chaos to grow or maintain its existence. The world is separated by chaos. As for what kind of existence this abyss continent is, Emolan resisted the storm, looked at the world membrane that was healing rapidly, perceived the situation outside the world membrane, thought about it, and said slowly, "It should be the star realm. The situation outside should be a vacuum rather than the void, otherwise the gas inside would not leak out like crazy. And I didn't sense the violent space breath or chaotic breath." Emolan said again after a moment, "Whether it is the main material world or the abyss world, they all exist in the starry sky. Well, the word star realm should be more appropriate. Then why is the small space we opened up located in the void?" After Lin finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and smiled. "Yes, This is just a small space. Emolon did not speak. He strode forward, as if walking in the void. He walked towards the hole in the world membrane. The hole blasted by the god-killing cannon was very large, so large that it has not yet completely healed. Emolon walked directly to the edge of the hole, resisting the strong wind, resisting the violent rays from the star world. Although he would not be affected even if he was directly exposed to these rays in his magic body, Linhua and other mages were different. They all came here in their original bodies. If they were directly exposed to these rays, it might be directly fatal. So Emolon still held up a shield that was enough to block various dangerous rays. He looked at the starry sky with expectation. But when the starry sky really came into view, Emolon felt a hint of disappointment in his heart. Darkness. Darkness. Darkness that swallowed everything. Even the light was swallowed by darkness. There was no sun. No stars. No constellations. Nothing. Only darkness. Emolon felt as if he was in a huge black hole. There was no light from the outside world. Even if he created a light spell and threw it out, it would not illuminate a large area. Its brightness was like a match that was about to go out in the sea. Looking up, Emolon only saw a faint white light in the distance, and a huge continent, and a huge sphere at the top, which was shrouded in the dim white light, but seemed to be divided into two halves. At this moment, Emolon was deeply shocked. At this moment, a concept seemed to emerge in his mind. He opened his mouth and murmured, "This is not the star realm. This is the bottomless abyss. This is the graveyard of the world." Emolon's murmur echoed in Linhua's ears, making Linhua terrified and looking down involuntarily. Below, he seemed to see layers of huge black shadows, which were the wreckage of the world. "Is this the abyss?" Linhua muttered to himself. At this time, Emolon turned his head and looked at him. "Linhua, are there any satellites?" There are." Linhua immediately realized what Emolon meant and took out a small satellite and spoke. However, the shields installed on these satellites cannot block many star rays. If the satellites are released, they will be broken in a short time. I can sense that some rays will damage some structures of the satellites. After all, I haven't cast an elemental body yet. I can't build a shield of this level before my mental perception has undergone a qualitative change. Although Emolon has long taught Linhua and Lu Bin how to cast an elemental body, in fact, neither of them has chosen to cast an elemental body yet, because they still want to prepare something. So they have been dragging it on at this stage. Let me try. Emolon took the small satellite, and with a sweep of his mental power, he found that there was a pool of liquid elements stored inside as energy. If it was just running normally and silently, it could run for a long time. After thinking for a while, Emolon mobilized a group of earth elements. The earth elements gathered and were constructed with a stone wall structure that surpassed the 7 rings. They condensed and turned into a layer of stone shell to wrap the small satellite inside. And when condensing, streams of mercury flowed in and embedded in it, turning into a constant magic array. Buzz! A shield slowly emerged. Finally, Emolon embedded the remaining half box of liquid earth elements directly into the stone shell. Everything was built. After confirming that the small satellite inside could still observe the outside world through magic, Emolon stretched out his hand and threw it. In a flash, the stone shell was like being fired from a cannon, and it rushed upward in the gravity-free vacuum of the starry sky. During this process, Emolon continued to use several spells to accelerate it, and that direction was the direction of the hazy white light above his head. It's okay to fly wherever you can, and let it go. The rest will be dealt with when you have time. Emolon then condensed a piece of stone and searched in front of the healing world wall membrane. It was found that it was cut open without any obstruction. He tried several methods to maintain the space channel, and found that they were all useless. Emolon took a last look at the abyss and turned away. Let's go. Let's go. Do you still want to go over and do some research? Lin Wowen nodded. I do have this idea. President, shall we leave now? Let's go. We can't stop the healing of the world membrane. Nor can we maintain the existence of this hole. Do you have to fire a cannon from time to time while you are researching? And we don't have time to come here to research now. Let's do it next time. Wait until the current difficult issues are resolved, and then bring a batch of space bronze to try. I think space bronze might be useful for this world membrane. Then again, the body of a bronze giant, with a tiny amount of Titan blood, was so useful. What kind of space bronze would a legendary Titan with Titan blood produce? If it is this Titan, Wouldn't it be a god-level elemental metal space bronze? This thought came to Emolan's mind. He sighed twice, and leapt against the wind with Linwa and others without looking back. Behind them was the slowly healing world membrane hole. They left now, but they would come back sooner or later, and this place would surely become a big window, and a big research room for them to study the astral world and the abyss. Chapter 814 Individual Weapons? President, what are we going to do now? Linwa walked beside Emolan and asked. Let's go find the 4th level blood pool, find that legendary demon. Emolan said with a smile. I've been eyeing that blood pool for a long time. I just thought the legendary demon was difficult to deal with, so I never touched it. After all, I couldn't bring the staff in, and I was a little nervous to fight it alone. And now there's such a good opportunity, why don't you go and do it? Emolan clicked his tongue. That's a level 4 blood pool guarded by a legendary demon. It's a good opportunity to use the god-killing cannon to try it out in actual combat. After all, in a real battle, the enemy will definitely not stand still and let you hit them. After all, the purpose of our god-killing cannon from the beginning was not to attack large-scale targets, nor to attack fixed buildings. We forged the god-killing cannon just to kill gods. That is, to accurately strike individual targets, and individual targets at the god level have super strong movement speed, and they all have extremely sensitive perception. Let alone the most perceptive mages. Even melee fighters, who have reached the legendary, or even divine level, have extremely sharp perceptions. They react even more sharply to situations that threaten their lives. If they can't aim accurately, or if they can't hit the target, then no matter how powerful it is, it will be useless, and can only be used as a big firecracker. After all, this cannon is nearly 1,000 meters long. Although such a long barrel successfully gives the god-killing cannon extremely strong power and compression, it also means that aiming is extremely difficult. It is 1,000 meters long. Even if it is offset by 0.1 degree, the entire god-killing cannon must be moved. And this god-killing cannon cannot pass through the space channel. So it is impossible to aim it using the space channel. Linwa laughed when he heard this. President, if I dare to build it, don't I have this confidence? The energy column fired by the god-killing cannon will explode. And this explosion is basically equivalent to a nuclear explosion. When did I say that it must hit the target to cause damage? Of course, I also know that the speed of the gods is extremely fast. And it is very likely that they will not be able to hit directly. If the accuracy is not enough, the range can make up for it. Also, the posture adjustment system of the gun, the silent sneak attack system of the first shot, the subsequent chi locking system, the auxiliary space suppression system, these systems are all prepared for aiming, but, President, there is one thing that needs attention. The posture adjustment system is based on the floating city floating in the air. According to my original plan, the God-Killer cannon would have been installed on a universal wheel, which can adjust the angle at will, and combined with the posture adjustment of the floating city, in the 6 directions of east, west, south, north, up and down, except for the bottom. The side and bottom can be aimed to a certain extent. However, there is no floating city at the moment, nor universal wheels, and the God-Killing cannon is too heavy to be lifted by one person. We can only adjust the angle according to the command of the cannon tower spirit. Although it is feasible, there is one more procedure, and one more layer of coordination requirements, which is directly slower than the design, so it may affect the result. After all, in a legendary battle, both sides have extremely fast speed, reaction, and attack. Being 1 step slower may lead to failure, let alone being 2 steps slower. This is a question, so I think. Linwa looked at Emolan, and suddenly laughed, which immediately made Emolan feel a little alert. Linwa, what do you want to do? Linwa chuckled and asked. Hee, President, I remember that your magic body is 5,000 meters high when it is unfolded. Right? Yes, what's wrong? Emolan looked at Linwa warily. Ahem, President, I'll give you an example, you say. Is there such a possibility? It doesn't need to be unfolded to 5,000 meters. 2,000 meters is enough. 2,000 meters tall, you can carry the God-Killing cannon less than 1,000 meters directly on your shoulder, with many aiming systems. Wouldn't it be able to hit whatever you point at? Emolan was stunned when he heard this, turned his head to look at the God-Killing cannon next to him, and suddenly fell into deep thought. After a moment, the elements gathered, and a giant 2,000 meters tall took shape, looking as majestic as a god. The abyss is still a little bit worse. The elements are thinner. But the main thing is that the elements here are all raw elements. if they were replaced with the elements in the Mage Association that have been refined several times by the Association's mages, the time it takes for my magic body to take shape would be reduced by at least 90%. Emolan's voice sounded like thunder between heaven and earth. What he said about the elements around the Mage Association being refined was actually because countless mages meditated all year round, and their mental power output was covered. And the elements, they were often controlled by the Association's mages. After a while, the elements there basically have a layer of imprint. And with this imprint, the mages of the Mage Association can control these elements easily. Often, the elements gather as soon as they think about it, and they can control them at will. And the speed of casting spells can be accelerated by several levels. In comparison, if foreign mages want to control these elements, not only will there be no convenience, but there will be a little more resistance. One increase and one decrease. There is a gap, which can actually be called home field convenience to a certain extent. This is not an association. And of course, there is no association environment. Linwa said. President, try to carry it, and see if it is comfortable to carry. Okay. Emolan nodded, stretched out his hand, grabbed the nearly 1,000-meter long god-killing cannon, and put it directly on his shoulder. From a distance, it looked like a person carrying a small short version of a rocket launcher. Linwa's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he immediately gave an order. Brothers, install various systems for our president. As soon as the voice fell, the magicians flew up one by one and installed the accessories on Emolan. Emolan also cooperated. When the accessories were placed in place, he automatically generated a slot with magic power to fix them, and connected the magic power to its energy interface as an energy supply. After all the accessories were installed, a light screen appeared in Emolan's mind. System installation completed. System self-checking. Aiming system self-checking. Posture adjustment system self-checking. Looking at the lines of data flashing on the light screen, Emolan used his mental power to scan, and had an overview of the image after the various accessory systems were equipped. Looking at this image, he looked down at Linwa, who was admiring it, and nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly reacted in his heart. Linwa, I suddenly found a problem. Ah, what problem? Is the God-Killer Cannon a single-soldier weapon you designed for yourself? Yes. Wait, no, how could it be a single-soldier weapon? Is there a single-soldier weapon that is 1,000 meters long in the world? Chapter 815 Curved Cannon? Really not? Really not? Really not? Emolan looked down at Linwa, and after staring at him for a while, Linwa finally couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, I admit it. I plan to install this as a pendant on my elemention. Different pendants are used in different situations, so as to achieve the effect of rapid style change, adapting to various battlefields, and various roles. I have only developed this set so far, that is, the God-Killing Cannon, which is used for attacking and sniping. In the future, I plan to develop a set of pure defense, a set of melee, and a set of stealth. After all, as you all know, compared to building a spell structure on the spot, I am better at preparing everything in advance. Perhaps the combat power you can exert by being quick-witted is stronger than this rigid one. But for me personally, I prefer to prepare equipment in advance, and then adjust my style by changing equipment to adapt to the environment. And the combat power exerted in this way will be much stronger. Emolan nodded when he heard this. That's not a problem. But what do you use this God-Killing Cannon for? Sniping? You use this thing as a sniper? What's the problem? An ultra-long-range scope, long-range, one-shot fatality, sniping, is there something wrong? Emolan fell into deep thought. It seems to be fine. Emolan shook his head and strode forward. As he stepped forward, his figure shrank rapidly. By giving up a certain amount of magic power and compressing a part of the magic power, Emolan successfully suppressed the height of his magic body to about 1,000 meters. Emolan, who was about 1,000 meters away, carried a 1,000-meter long God-Killing Cannon and rushed quickly in the air towards the direction of the 4th-level blood pool. Seeing this, Linwa and others thought for a moment, then stopped flying and put up a shield to land on the barrel. The 4th-level blood pool was very far away from the edge of the Abyss continent, and was already very deep in the Abyss continent. In the vast Abyss continent, even Emolan needed a long time to travel. It took Emolan about a day to reach the 4th-level blood pool. But before that, he went to get his 9th-level demon body. The demon's true body and the magic power's true body merged. And the magic power's true body which appeared in the form of a demon, carried the god-killing cannon on its shoulder, just like carrying a wrought iron rod. However, when he came to the vicinity of the 4th level blood pool, Emolan had already restrained all his auras, and remained calm, without even a trace of murderous intent. Although Emolan was not an assassin, although Emolan had not professionally learned to restrain auras and murderous intent, but for a mage, this was also handy. All particles that might cause aura leakage were wrapped by mental power, blocked, and the wind and dust that disturbed the outside world were all smoothed out at the particle stage, as if it were normal. And for a mage who pursues to stay calm and free of distractions at all times, it is very easy to restrain the killing intent. After everything was ready, Emolan did not choose to use his mental power or spells to lock the legendary demon on the 4th level blood pool. Since he planned to test the God Killer Cannon today, Emolan would test it thoroughly. To test detection, to test aiming, to test tracking, to test locking. Otherwise, if it is just to test the power, why bother? President. The detection system also has several different functions, which can detect space, void space wave detection, element detection with the largest detection range, optical detection with the most hidden element-free wave detection, etc. Under normal circumstances, multiple functions are used in combination to complement each other's shortcomings. In special cases, it can be selected separately. Among them, the optical detection mode without element fluctuations is most suitable for sneak attacks. President. You can choose the sneak attack sniper mode through the gun body tower spirit. This is a specially debugged, customized mode, compared with the normal optical detection without element fluctuations. This mode is more concealed, less noisy, and the picture will not be projected. The whole process is controlled by the tower spirit, to avoid the human sight to alert the enemy. Emolan nodded lightly, immediately connected the tower spirit in his mind, and selected this mode. When choosing this mode, Emolan found that a watermelon-sized object on a plug-in was slowly floating into the air. It seemed to be filled with a lighter gas, just like a hydrogen balloon, and it floated up naturally, and the whole process did not produce a single element fluctuation. When the plug-in flew up, Emolan keenly discovered that a ray of light was always keeping the connection between the plug-in and the god-killing cannon, and this ray of light was directional, transmitting information. And it could only be detected when it was close at hand. Even if it was a little further away, Emolan might not be able to detect it. Please input the target characteristics. This sentence was projected on a screen in his mind. Emolan thought about it, and immediately took out the original screenshot of the legendary demon and inserted it into the tower spirit. Just a moment later, a voice sounded. The target is locked. The straight line distance is 27,351.34 meters. Please start charging the main gun. Please stabilize the gun body. Stay still, adjusting the direction of the muzzle. Adjust the gun body. Okay, wait. What? Stabilize the gun body? Adjust the direction of the muzzle? Hearing the words of the tower spirit, Emolan was stunned, but when he sensed the situation of the muzzle, he was stunned. The front 30 meters of the god-killing cannon were mechanically moving. Under Emolan's gaze, the originally straight front 30 meters of the god-killing cannon had turned into a perfect curve. And this curve was not fixed. As long as Emolan shook the god-killing cannon slightly, the curve would adjust accordingly, ensuring that the muzzle was always locked in the same direction. This cannon can bend. Emolan was shocked, and his voice rang in Lin was mind. Ha ha ha. Lin was voice echoed in Emolan's mind. President. You didn't expect it. Did you? I didn't tell you this on purpose. Look. Are you surprised? This cannon is actually curved. Lin was said with a proud smile. He was obviously very proud of his unconventional and miraculous design. However, when he was about to explain the design principles and ideas to Emolan, Emolan's voice of sudden enlightenment sounded in Lin was mind. So that's it. This god-killing cannon does not have physical ammunition, but uses energy as ammunition to attack. What really restrains these energies is the unique properties of the cannon's magic array and the cannon's elemental alloy, not the physical hardness. So as long as the energy can be destroyed stably, as long as the power and accuracy can be guaranteed, it doesn't matter if the barrel is bent. This directly solves the problem of the need to adjust the barrel significantly to aim a kilometer-long barrel, which is great. Lin was smile gradually disappeared. Chapter 8:16 Demigod. Lin 1, am I right? Emolan's voice sounded in Lin was ears, as if he had stabbed him hard again invisibly. Right. Lin was said with a very bad face. as if he was eating instant noodles without a fork, and the time for buying vegetables was super doubled. Okay, stop talking and fight quickly. Although it is the quietest and most concealed detection mode, it is easy to be discovered after a long time. After all, at the legendary level, especially the combat professionals, their perception is too sharp, especially when facing a fatal attack. Even if there is no leakage of aura, and no killing intention, he may suddenly have a sudden inspiration, or feel uneasy in his heart. God knows what the principle of this thing is. If I can figure it out, I will have to strengthen it by 100 or 80 times, and change it into a warning spell, and develop a special shielding spell. Is this the legendary fate spell? Or the cause and effect spell? Or the principle of the time spell that predicts the future? Linwa's complexion recovered a little, and he shook his head. I don't know. I'm still charging. Can't you charge first, and then use the detection system to detect and lock? Wouldn't it be less likely to alert the target? It's unrealistic. Always maintaining 100% power charging puts a huge load on the gun body. One more second of maintenance will double the time and workload for later maintenance. Maintain for a long time? You just wait for the barrel to explode, and then ascend to heaven with the God Killer Cannon. I won't leave you any dregs. As for the problem you mentioned, don't worry, the lock has already shifted. It was just pre-locked just now. It will shift after charging starts. The muzzle will also shift a little bit. The muzzle will be adjusted 1 second before charging is completed. The lock will be completed instantly. The gun will be fired the moment the lock is basically completed, minimizing the probability of alarming the opponent. Oh, is that so? Emolan suddenly realized that the detection system was completely running in the background. And Emolan could not see it either. But after taking a look at the muzzle, the angle was indeed deviated a little. One thing worth mentioning is that Emolan and his companions were hiding behind a mountain at the moment. Emolan also used this mountain to hide his huge figure and the huge god-killing cannon. So the god-killing cannon was actually aiming at the legendary demon through the thick rock mountain. While waiting for the charging time, Emolan chatted with Linwa through his mental power. From time to time, they discussed the mysterious principle of perception of the mind, and from time to time, they discussed the aiming and locking methods when the Sun Galen out-sniped the Sun God. The two chatted with great interest, but they did not mention the legendary demon sniper at all. They even tried to erase the thought from their minds. No, the thought did not appear at all until the voice of the tower spirit sounded in Emolan's mind. The God Killer Cannon is about to finish charging. Do you want to fire it immediately? Emolan immediately became alert, connected to the tower spirit, and entered a command. Fire! Authorization received. Authority verified. Fire immediately. 5, 4, 3. After receiving the order, the tower spirit immediately began to count down. When it counted to 1, the terrifying destructive energy instantly surged along the barrel, turning into a beam of light that broke through the power at the speed of light. There was lightning in the gray-brown light column, and the gaps in the space flickered, like a scene of the destruction of the world. Without a sound or a trace, a 10-meter diameter hole appeared at the bottom of the heavy mountain. Through this hole, Emolan could see the legendary demon on the opposite side. That is, when the god-killing cannon was fired, the demon's momentum surged in an instant. When the terrifying momentum soared into the sky, Emolan was shocked. The breath of authority. This is not a legend. This is a demigod. In an instant, everyone, including Linwa, changed their expressions, until Emolan said another word. Wait, the god-killing cannon is a god-killing cannon. This is just a demigod. Oh, it's okay then. When Emolan's mental fluctuations fell, the destructive energy column fired by the god-killing cannon had already hit the legendary. No, demigod-level demon. It's not that the demigod-level demon didn't dodge, didn't run away, it dodged, ran away, but the speed of the destructive energy column was too fast. The terrifying space suppression, the energy field of the destructive breath suppressed it tightly, severely limiting its speed, and the chaotic space fluctuations in the destructive breath made it dare not use space spells to move away, and it could only rely on the demon wings that appeared behind it to fly. But when it was flying and dodging under the pressure, the muzzle of the god-killing cannon was only offset by a tiny angle. You know, the god-killing cannon fired an energy column, not an energy bomb. The distance of 20 kilometers allowed this tiny angle to catch up with the dodging demon. Just like a fan. The angle is small, but as long as the distance is long enough, the distance this line will pass will be extremely long. When facing a target smaller than 10 meters, The default mode of the god-killing cannon is often that the energy column explodes the moment it touches the target. Therefore, at the moment when the god-killing cannon hit the demigod-level demon, a nuclear explosion of extremely high magnitude instantly unfolded with the demigod-level demon as the core. Boom! A flash of lightning, and the mushroom cloud raging in the space crack slowly rose. Fortunately, the killing range of this nuclear explosion did not exceed the range of the god-killing cannon, but in the face of the dazzling explosion, like the sun, and the slowly rising mushroom cloud, although there was a high mountain in front of him as a shelter, Emolan still transformed from a human form into a sphere to cover the god-killing cannon and Linwa and others. After the aftermath of the nuclear explosion dissipated, Emolan held up the shield to resist the nuclear radiation and flew into the air. Inside the shield, Linwa's voice sounded. "President, is the demon dead?" Emolan nodded slowly. "Dead? Dead without even a slag left. I guess the demigod-level supernatural core was vaporized in the nuclear explosion. The power and ability of the god-killing cannon did not disappoint us. I don't know whether it can successfully kill the gods, but at least the demigod-level life has to kneel before the god-killing cannon. Then again, I didn't expect that this god-killing cannon could change its angle while firing. Why not?" Linwa said while leading people to check the status of the god-killing cannon and collecting precious actual combat data. "By the way, President, why did you suddenly say it was a demigod just now? Isn't this a legendary demon? According to the rules of the blood pool, the demons in the first level blood pool are at the peak of the 6th level, and enter the 7th level through blessing. The 2nd level blood pool demons are of the same strength, and enter the 8th level, and the 3rd level blood pool enters the 9th level. No matter how you calculate the 4th level blood pool, it should be occupied by the 9th level demons, whose strength is the 10th level, and enter the legend? How can it be a demigod? Don't you have any logic?" Emolan said slowly after hearing this. "Reality will not be logical with you. At the moment when this demon's momentum burst out, I sensed the breath of authority." Chapter 817 Lord of the Abyss. Authority? Linwa was startled. He was very sensitive to the word authority. He turned his head to look at Emolan, but saw that Emolan had dispersed his magic body, leaving behind a shield and walking towards the blood pool alone, towards the center of the nuclear explosion. The closer to the center of the nuclear explosion, the more violent the destructive aura becomes. When it gets close to the inner ring of the nuclear explosion area, the extremely violent and chaotic destructive aura will not last long even if a master-level warrior comes in, and his body may collapse and die. However, these destructive auras are also fading at a very fast speed. It is estimated that they will completely dissipate in a short time. Only the lingering radiation will remain. In the radiation area, no grass will grow. However, these radiation auras may be absorbed by the blood pool along with the demon blood, and then turned into energy for breeding demon worms. Is this also a way to eliminate the subsequent effects of the nuclear explosion? Linwa muttered to himself, turning his head to find Emolan standing above the blood pool to explore something. Authority. Emolan looked down at the blood pool, said in a low voice. Linwa couldn't help but ask after hearing this. What authority? President, is the authority still down there? Is the demigod not dead? Comparatively speaking, Emolan, who already possessed the priesthood of a mage, was obviously much more sensitive to the breath of authority. Emolan narrowed his eyes, carefully sensed the breath of authority, and said softly, "It's not authority, but it is authority." A few question marks appeared on Linwa's forehead. "I don't understand what you mean. What is authority? But not authority? I mean, it is authority, but not the kind of authority we understand. In other words, it should be the authority of this abyss continent, and its existence is different from that of the authority of the main material world." Emolan thought for a moment, and gave an example. Let's put it this way. The main material world is a group company. There are many subsidiaries under the company, such as mages, gravity, and thunder. These are all subsidiaries. My mage priesthood is actually a newly established subsidiary. Then I took control of the shares of this subsidiary. But it was only the authority of this mage. I could not influence other subsidiaries, such as thunder and gravity. At most, I would invest in them to seize other authorities. They were not interoperable. This was the authority of the main material world. And the authority I saw now. It had no branches or subsidiaries, no specific classification, no attributes. It was authority. The authority of the head office of the Abyss continent. However, one thing to note is that this was not all authority, but only part of the total authority. Otherwise, this demon would not only be a demigod, but a true god, Emolan said slowly, looking at the blood pool below. But this authority is not on the demon, but on this 4th level blood pool. The demon just now did not have the authority. The demon controlled the blood pool, and then indirectly controlled the authority through the blood pool. This mode is actually a bit similar to my control and use of the mage's authority. I keep the mage's authority fixed on the floating city, and then I control the authority by controlling the floating city. No, this should not be called a demigod demon, even if it completely controls this authority. It should not be called a god-level demon. They should be called demon lords or abyss lords. Emolan said slowly. Linwa was shocked when he heard it, muttered to himself. Abyss lord who is higher than a god. After thinking for a moment, Linwa said again, are there such big differences in the fundamental authority between two worlds so close? Different worlds, the rules and structures are different. Linwa licked his lips. This sounds much more interesting than the monotonous worlds. Emolan glanced at Linwa when he heard it. The difference is not as big as you think. Different paths lead to the same destination. If you look at the essence through the surface, they are actually the same. At least for the two worlds we have seen so far. It is nothing more than using various methods to utilize the energy of heaven and earth in the early stage, such as taking it into the body, or directly calling it. Then after reaching a high enough level, various methods are used to utilize the rules. Master the rules, master the authority, and thus step into the god level. In fact, they are all the same. That's not the case. Isn't it different if the same energy is used in different ways? I think that the different ways of using power, rules, and authority are the charm of different worlds. Similarly, I think these different methods must have their own advantages and characteristics. Absorbing these advantages and using these characteristics to inspire inspiration, isn't this also the path for the continuous improvement and development of the mage profession? That's true. Emolan nodded when he heard it, and quietly looked at the 4th level blood pool that was exploded below. Linwa beside him smiled. Ha, we have been talking about blowing up blood pools, and finally blew one up today. Hey, President, do you want to master this authority? Emolan shook his head when he heard it. I can't master it. To master this authority, you must be at least a legend. Anyone below the legend who dares to touch this authority will be crushed to death by it. Emolan supported his chin with his hand and thought. I would like to attach this thing to the weapon above, such as a sword, a scepter, or a throne. In this way, it will be a semi-artifact. Whoever holds the weapon can borrow the power of authority. If the power of the weapon is fully exerted, it will be equivalent to holding authority. Emolan was tempted. Maybe after 1,000 years, I can become a famous artifact forger. Artifact? Semi-artifact? Linwa's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. But he couldn't think of any reason to argue. These are indeed genuine artifacts. Semi-artifacts? But why did he want to complain? After racking his brains, a flash of inspiration flashed in Linwa's mind. And he finally figured it out. President, people forge artifacts by using various materials, creating authority out of nothing, and pulling authority into the artifact. The key is to create and pull out authority. But President, you first got the authority, and then integrated it into the materials. Although they are all artifacts, can they be the same? Emolan tilted his head, thought for a moment, and asked, aren't they all artifacts? Didn't I get the authority? Is there any problem? Linwa couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. What's wrong? Emolan spoke directly when he saw this. Hey. Anyway, they are all artifacts. These are all important. Let's go quickly. The blood pool is almost repaired. What if it explodes again after it is repaired? Don't bother with the blood pool if you don't mind the trouble. What if it explodes directly? Chapter 8:18, Radiation-Scented Stone. Oh. Linwa's thoughts were interrupted, and he didn't think any further. He looked down at the cracked blood pool below and couldn't help but admire. This blood pool is really hard. Although there is a little distance, it is almost head-on to resist the nuclear explosion. Only a few small cracks appeared. Emolan looked at the blood pool below that was basically shattered by 5 or 6 cracks, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Small cracks? It is worth mentioning that, the higher the level of the blood pool, the larger the area. A level 4 blood pool can actually be called a blood lake. And such a blood lake is completely shattered and divided into pieces by 5 or 6 cracks. Fortunately, the blood pool was quite powerful. Even though it was broken like this, it was still healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, as the crack area expanded, even at a speed visible to the naked eye, it would take a lot of time. After all, it would take a long time for a person to walk such a long distance. After all, the blood pool carries the power, and the area is so large. It's not surprising that it didn't break. But I think if you just bombarded it in the middle, it would break, Emolan said with a smile, and flew to the sky above a gap in the center of the blood pool. His figure sank directly into the blood pool through the gap, and Lin followed closely behind. However, when Emolan and Lin entered the blood pool, their faces changed drastically, and they turned their heads to look in the same direction. The next moment, the shield that Emolan had put up instantly became several times stronger, because the radiation inside the blood pool instantly increased by 100 or 1,000 times compared to the outside world. With this level of radiation, if the shield is not strengthened, Emolan, who is a magic body, may be fine. But Lin's mortal body will definitely be finished if this happens. And he can immediately commit suicide and go back to start over. At this moment, Emolan and Lin stared at the source of this terrifying concentration of radiation. That should be the center of the blood pool. There, Emolan seemed to see a sun in a trance. He blinked his eyes and looked again. Only then did Emolan see clearly. It was a sphere with a layer of golden red hazy light on the surface. The sphere was only the size of a fist. The blood pool was filled with a fusion of blood and spiritual power. But the sphere was empty around it. A hole was formed in the center of the blood pool, as if nothing could get close. When seeing this sphere, both Emolan and Lin tensed up in an instant. Gulp! Lin swallowed his throat and asked cautiously, "President, is this the solid radioactive breath we are looking for? Or the radioactive breath raw stone? The surface is luminous. It is definitely a radioactive mineral. Judging from the terrifying concentration of radioactive breath below, it is definitely the radioactive breath raw stone we are looking for," Emolan said softly. Lin looked at the spherical raw stone and asked terrified, "If such a large equivalent is triggered to cause a chain reaction, it will explode. Do you think all the Titans can withstand it? Even if it is just the most primitive detonation, it has not been through multiple magic arrays like the god-killing cannon. The elemental alloy doubles its power, enlarges it, condenses it, but it can't withstand its large equivalent. President, we have all calculated how much it would take to condense such a tiny radiation breath into a substance. And to condense such a huge piece of raw stone, I seriously doubt that the radiation breath that constitutes it can directly flatten a continent." The frightened Emolan gradually calmed down after hearing this, and shook his head. "Maybe, but it is estimated that it will be difficult to detonate, and it is difficult to cause its fission. At least it is much more difficult than the radiation breath," Emolan said slowly. "After all, controlled nuclear fission is going on inside this blood pool every moment. The radiation breath is the raw material, and the energy generated supplies the blood pool's creation demon worms. In such an environment where nuclear fission reactions are constantly taking place, this raw stone is still stable. This is enough to explain the problem. It has considerable stability, and is not so easy to be detonated. Why don't you try it?" As soon as Lin finished speaking, Emolan looked at him with shocked eyes. "You have to die. Right? Well, okay." Lin shrugged, and Emolan said unhappily, "Don't take me with you if you want to die." After Emolan finished speaking, he looked at the raw stone, and after a slight perception, he found that the extremely strong radiation here was all because of this raw stone. This raw stone was continuously releasing radiation, which directly raised the concentration of radiation in the blood pool to such a terrifying level. If this rough stone is regarded as a radioactive mineral, then the radiation is the radiation it releases. President, this concentration of radiation is enough to keep the fission furnace running at full power. Right? Lin turned his head and looked at Emolan. And Emolan nodded. More than enough. Then how long is its decay process? If it is long enough, then, President, we can directly install it in the core of the fission furnace, which should be able to keep the fission furnace running at full power. Right? How long the decay process is. How long we can maintain full power operation. And looking at the current situation, its decay process is probably not short. During this period of time, not to mention unlimited energy, but at least energy freedom can be achieved, At least the floating city can float freely. The floating city can directly start the cruise mode, or even directly drive the floating city with sufficient energy to fight Titan. It must be said, at this moment, Emolan's heart was moved as never before. This rough stone is so tempting. Huh? Emolan took a long breath, and walked towards the rough stone. The closer to the rough stone, the stronger the radiation smell. However, it was still within Emolan's defense range. Emolan soon came to the blank area outside the rough stone, held up the shield and floated in the blood. Looking at the spherical blank area, Emolan reached out to the rough stone. But when his hand entered the blank area, Emolan felt that countless energies and countless particles penetrated his palm, destroying the structure of the magic basic particles. Even Emolan felt that his mental power and consciousness seemed to be hit by the terrifying radiation. Before he could retract his hand, it was like a collapsed building block, and it disappeared like quicksand. I finally know why there is a circle of blank area here. Linhua, who was next to him, had a serious expression on his face, nodded slowly, and then took out a metal box the size of a suitcase from his inner space, took out the things inside, and handed the metal box to Emolan. My box is an elemental alloy. The main material is black steel with gold patterns. The overall density of the alloy is extremely high, and the sealing is relatively good. Maybe it can block radiation, and is used to store raw stones. Emolan immediately took the metal box, directly used magic to construct a heavy hand, piled the thickest and most tight shield on it, then opened the metal box, and slowly approached. Chapter 819 Furnace Core. Buzz. The elemental alloy box made a buzzing sound, and the temperature of the entire box rose rapidly, but Emolan could clearly feel that the radiation from the radiant aura raw stone was weakening, or being blocked. It worked, Emolan thought to himself, and immediately accelerated, using the box to scoop up the fist-sized raw stone, and then immediately closed the lid and locked it. At the moment of closing the lock, it could be clearly felt that the concentration of the radiation in the entire blood pool was weakened. Emolan found that the temperature of the alloy box containing the raw stone rose rapidly, and finally turned red. Linhua suddenly spoke up when he saw this. President, this raw stone is continuously releasing radiation, and such a large amount of radiation is accumulated in the box at a very fast speed. It won't start fissioning directly, because the mass reaches the critical point. Then at the center of the nuclear explosion, the raw stone is also violently impacted, causing the balance to break, and fission occurs. Will the whole continent rise together? Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. There should be no critical value for the radiation breath, unless we actively stimulate nuclear fission. The simple accumulation of quantity will not lead to nuclear fission. Don't worry. But President, if you can remove the should in your words, I think it will be more convincing. After all, the radiation breath we have collected is only so much. We can still be sure if the amount is less than this value. But if it exceeds, President, are you sure? Emolan was silent. 2. He turned his head to look at the box containing the radioactive raw stone. It had turned red. Just one look at it could tell the amazing high temperature contained in it. Emolan grabbed it directly with his hand, and then took the fission furnace with one hand. President, what do you want to do? Install it directly? Don't you want to test it again? Don't you want to test it without stimulating the nuclear fission structure? Linhua was shocked. He didn't realize that Emolan was so reckless. Emolan opened the fission furnace and spoke calmly. First, the explosion of the god-killing cannon that was enough to kill the demigod demon has already affected this rough stone. After all, the crack is so close to here, but the rough stone is still stable. This shows its stability, and it can maintain stable stability even in extreme environments such as nuclear explosions. Second, such a precious stone, even if it is unstable, what should we consider is to enhance its stability, and use it safely while maintaining its stability, instead of using the structure that stimulates nuclear fission to stimulate it, and stimulate it to explode, knowing that it is unstable. Isn't this courting death? It's fine to flatten the area, that is, to take the demons, maybe even the players can't be killed, but losing such a stone that can enable us to achieve energy freedom? This is a strategic level item. Isn't this a sin? If you tell others, I'm afraid it will make people laugh to death. Linhua, what we need to do is not to destroy the danger, which is to cut off the way forward, and we do not need to ignore the threat, because this is the way to destruction. We need to take an intermediate value, stay vigilant, and then find a safe way, reasonable safe use. Emolan modified the fission furnace to a certain extent. After the modification, The radiation breath stone has been installed in the core position of the fission furnace, which continuously inputs the radiation breath into the fission furnace reaction chamber, which can be regarded as the core of the fission furnace. When the structure used to stabilize nuclear fission in the fission furnace was running at full power, the speed at which the original stone released radiation was instantly slowed down. This was a surprise, which allowed Emolan to keep the magic array open at all times, reducing the speed at which its radiation was released, thereby stabilizing the energy output of the fission furnace, and then reducing the magic array's strength when it was needed to run at full power, and increasing the radiation output. After this adjustment, Emolan slowly closed the fission furnace and spoke to Lin Wu again. Where else is a better place to store this raw stone than the fission furnace? The strongest stabilizing array, the strongest nuclear fission deceleration array, powerful physical defense, spell defense, and a barrier that can resist almost all known energies, elements, and perception methods inside the fission furnace before the fission furnace is damaged. Even if there is a nuclear explosion on the surface, the main fission furnace is not damaged. Then the stable environment inside will not be disturbed. And if you want to damage the fission furnace, let's not talk about our protection of the fission furnace, the physical properties of the alloy of the fission furnace itself, and the various protective arrays installed on it are enough to ensure its defense strength. In addition, the fission furnace is installed in the core of the floating city. It can't break down even if anything in the floating city breaks down. If even the core of the floating city is gone, we're probably all doomed. This is the safest and most secure place in the entire Mage Association, and even in the entire game. To put it bluntly, even if this raw stone really explodes, and really explodes with a devastating force, compared to other places, the fission furnace is the only one, and it is also the best place to suppress its power. The magic arrays on it can definitely reduce its power to the maximum extent and reduce the consequences of its explosion. Emolan pondered for a moment and continued. As for the last point, the current situation, what is the current situation? To put it bluntly, we are basically in the most dangerous moment now, facing the threat of Titan. If our floating city is blown up, what does that mean? It means that the situation has reached an extremely bad situation. In this case, let's just blow it up. At worst, we can make a space jump and explode in the middle of others, which is also good. Lin Wu nodded silently after hearing this. We need to think of a way to research a corresponding array and strengthen its stability. Yes. After seeing the fission furnace running stably for a while, Emolan put it together with the god-killing cannon and sank into the blood pool. In addition to this radioactive raw stone, this 4th level blood pool itself has great research value, compared with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level blood pools. The more efficient fission method and energy utilization method are not discussed for the time being. The fact that this blood pool carries authority, or symbolizes authority, is very tempting to Emolan. What is authority? To put it in a more vivid way, authority is the origin of the world. Carrying authority is equivalent to carrying the origin of the world. Of course, it does not mean that this is the origin of the world. It should be said that it symbolizes and is connected to the origin of the world. Although studying this 4th level blood pool cannot be said to be studying the origin of the world, it can also provide some information. Although the authority carried by this 4th level blood pool is negligible, if Emolan understands the authority structure, Emolan may be able to directly touch the core of this abyss continent world. You must know that the authority of this world is different from the authority of the main material world. The authority of the main material world is scattered, but the authority of this abyss continent world is unified. Chapter 820 World Architecture Projection. If I can really get a clue, Emolan muttered to himself. Then the authority to control this layer of the abyss continent, at least it is comparable to a god. Right? Or the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss. Emolan thought as he looked at the architecture in front of him. At this moment, he was sorting out the architecture in the blood pool, classifying it bit by bit according to different functions, and then conducting targeted analysis and research after all the classifications were completed. The structure of this blood pool is very complicated. When Emolan figured out the structure and projected it to watch, he was suddenly stunned. This structure, Emolan muttered to himself. He could see some shadows of the world structure in the blood pool structure. Although this world structure is different from all the space structures he has seen, some similarities still allow Emolan to make this judgment. Is this the reason why the blood pool can carry the authority of the world? At the level of the 4th order blood pool, the blood pool itself is no longer a simple blood pool. Although it still looks like a blood pool, It is essentially different from other blood pools. The other blood pools are just ordinary levels. But the 4th level blood pool is already a partial projection of the world of this layer of the Abyss continent. It can carry authority. How can the projection of the world structure not have corresponding authority? Emolan muttered to himself as he looked at the blood pool structure. Not only that, this structure also contains the power of nurturing and creating the world. The 4th level blood pool is no longer like the 3rd level blood pool below, which is not producing demon worms. The 3rd level blood pool is just a factory for manufacturing demon worms. But the 4th level blood pool is already using the principles of the world structure to breed and create demon worms. The demon worms bred in this way will definitely have a stronger foundation and higher potential. Emolan exhaled slowly. Yes, that's right. This part of the structure is not only very similar to the part of the structure in the origin space of the God of Light, but it is exactly the same. This part represents the gestation of the world. The power of creation. Emolan muttered to himself. The value of this 4th level blood pool is greater than I thought. This part of the world structure projection. If I can take out some of the essence of knowledge and integrate it into the seed of my illusory world, then my illusory world will be more perfect and closer to a real world. The closer to the real world, the easier it is to break through the legend. And the stronger you will be after breaking through the legend. Emolan immediately began to study. But he stopped not long after he started and shook his head. No. After the split, the consciousness is divided into 2 halves. The soul is divided into 2 halves. And I guess even the wisdom is divided into 2 halves. My body is still a small part. Fighting, assisting, extracting the extraction structure, etc. is not a big problem. But if you really want to study it, it's not impossible. But the efficiency is too low. Research still needs to be done after the 2 bodies are together. I'd better quickly finish other things, and then study this structure. Emolan thought for a moment, and after making a decision, he immediately started scanning and recording the structure, arrangement, etc. of the entire blood pool. During the scanning process, Emolan also saw a large altar, which looked like the one of the demigod demon before. What surprised Emolan was that this altar did not break, but smashed the blood pool under the shock wave of the nuclear explosion, and fell into the blood pool. Although its surface was a little damaged, the main body was not damaged. Emolan did not move during the scan, and only came back to check it carefully after the scan was completed. Hey, did the previous demigod demon use this altar to connect to the blood pool? There is actually a trace of authority on it. There is also this material, which is similar to elemental stone, similar to elemental metal, neither gold nor stone, and has a lot of abyss aura, blood, and spiritual power. Is this a hodgepodge? Emolan looked at the altar with a strange expression after sensing it clearly. It stands to reason that these things mixed together will only become a mess. But under this breath of authority, they are actually integrated together, becoming an altar with extremely special materials that is neither gold nor stone. Emolan thought quietly, sensing the breath of authority, and gradually had inspiration in his mind. This is simply a natural embryo of a semi-artifact. Emolan immediately made a decision in his mind. He wanted to use his mental power to lift it up, but even with all his mental power, he couldn't shake it at all. This altar seemed to be only the size of a small mound of earth, but in fact, it weighed more than a mountain, and its density was extremely high. Emolan saw that his mental power couldn't shake it, and shook his head slightly. The next moment, his body suddenly grew, and a giant with a height of more than 2,000 meters slowly condensed. The terrifying giant looked down at the altar in the blood pool below, and reached out to grab it. Get up! The giant's roar echoed like thunder over the blood pool. Under Linwa's gaze, Emolan suddenly lifted up the altar, and carried it on his shoulders. Linwa! Let's go! Emolan's voice echoed over the blood pool. Linwa was stunned when he heard it, and turned his head to look at the blood pool. He had already roughly sampled the things he needed to study, and backed them up. After all, he knew that he couldn't stay here for long. There were other things to do in the main material world. He was just thinking about the problem of the blood pool. President, aren't you going to defend this blood pool? You and I both have things to do, so we can't stay here. The god-killing cannon also has its mission, so it can't stay here, and the others can't defend it. Let's go. The most important things have been taken away by us. As for this 4th level blood pool, let them fight for it. Let them occupy it. We already know the location of this blood pool, and we can come and take it whenever we want. Okay. Linwa nodded when he heard this, and immediately followed Imolan's footsteps, but after walking for a while, Linwa looked at Imolan curiously. "President, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to fly?" Imolan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he shook the altar on his shoulder. "This thing is heavier than I thought. I just tried it. I can't fly with it. The only thing I can do is to release as much force as possible, so that I won't break the earth with every step." Linwa looked at the huge altar on his shoulder when he heard this. The altar was the size of a mound of earth, and it could be called a small mountain. In other words, Imolan was carrying a mountain at this moment, which made him fall into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and transformed into a huge demon. Of course, although it was huge, it still looked like a child in front of Imolan. Linwa controlled the demon's real body to help lift the altar, which made Imolan feel lighter and faster. Chapter 821 Demon Throne. "Come out." Imolan stretched out his hand, and the heavy altar flew out of the gate to the other world and flew towards Imolan. Linwa looked at Imolan's clone. It was obvious that the consciousness of the two bodies had been reconnected at the moment the gate to the other world opened. All memories were connected. It is powerful when it is combined. It just relied on the power of the floating city. Imolan smiled. The altar fell on a piece of open space on the surface of the floating city. The fission furnace and the god-killing cannon flew out one after another. The fission furnace, which had been reborn, fell directly into the core of the floating city. The buckle connected, and the channel docked. The installation was completed in an instant. The surging power rushed into the floating city like blood, making the floating city buzz, as if it had come alive. "Let's install the god-killing cannon as well." "Okay." Linwa began to debug and install the god-killing cannon, and connected the cannon tower spirit to the control system of the floating city. Imolan raised his hand and projected the structure of the fourth-order blood pool in his hand. Partial structure projection of the world. Is this the so-called authority structure? Imolan thought quietly, then shook his head, stopped thinking about this question, and began to study this structure. Although this structure is high-level and complex, Imolan had come into contact with the main structure of it, had studied it, and even had considerable attainments. For example, regarding the blood pool, Imolan had studied the first, second and third order blood pools. For example, regarding the creation, he had come across it when studying the structure of the divine kingdom of origin, and had also been involved in it, and his attainments were not low. Although the structure of the blood pool in this world is of a high level, it is actually equivalent to the semi-god level. Although the level is raised by one level due to the projection of the world structure, it is not much higher than the structure of the divine kingdom of origin of the gods. Imolan did not spend much effort to analyze and digest it. In his consciousness, the seed of the illusory world was like a real seed, taking Imolan's knowledge and memory as soul, taking root in it, and growing slowly. The knowledge of the fourth-order blood pool structure that Imolan had just analyzed and digested became its best nutrition and fertilizer, laying the foundation, increasing its foundation, and strengthening its potential. After understanding the fourth-order blood pool structure, Imolan looked at the huge altar, and gradually had an idea in his mind. "Fire," Imolan said softly, and the fire elements in the void quickly gathered and turned into a flame in front of Imolan. The flame may seem ordinary, but if there is a legendary who has just started to touch the power, he will probably be terrified. In the eyes of the legendary, this ordinary flame has been integrated with the power, and even simulated the power of fire through the mage's priesthood, which almost represents the flame of the god level. Even a little spark is enough to burn a legend to ashes, Imolan thought, and the flame adjusted accordingly. From exploding to gentle, the gentle flame spread, gradually turned into a sphere, with flames as nodes and lines of fire as connections. In a moment, a flame turned into a complex structure. As the structure evolved rapidly, a miniature flame world suddenly took shape in front of Imolan's eyes. Looking at this miniature flame world, Imolan had an idea, and the altar on the floating city was thrown into it. It fell into the interior of the miniature flame world, and the flames licked the altar. The terrifying high temperature instantly burned the altar, which was neither gold nor stone, red, and melted it directly after a while. However, before it could vaporize, a force of creation fell from the interior of the miniature flame world and turned into a red liquid burning with flames. It did not vaporize it, but just merged into it and was continuously refined. After the flame transformed by the power of creation was completely integrated into it, another ball of fierce fire emerged, making the viscous liquid boil. Time and time again, this ball of viscous liquid has been refined countless times. The altar that was originally as big as a small hillside was only 3 or 5 square meters. The essence in the altar had been refined and compressed together, and even directly raised its quality to a higher level. However, this is secondary. The real amazing thing is that this ball of liquid has withstood the burning of the God-level flame, withstood the burning of the flame integrated into the authority, and thus can withstand the structural imprint of the microflame world. If this ball of liquid is shaped into a staff, then all the legendary mages will fight for it. Right? At least after integrating a trace of the structural imprint of the microflame world, the fire element spell activated by this weapon will undergo a qualitative change in power, as long as a trace of the structural imprint is triggered. Emolan looked at the ball of liquid in front of him, and this idea suddenly popped up in his mind. After successfully integrating a trace of the authority mark of the microflame world, this ball of liquid has become a top-grade material below the god level. The mark of the world structure is so magical. What is even more magical is that this microflame world was created by Emolan in combination with the fourth-order blood pool structure. In other words, the trace of structure mark attached to this ball of liquid is also effective in the abyss world. Even if the fundamental rules have not changed, this trace of structure mark is also effective in other worlds. As for the fundamental rules, as long as other worlds also have fire elements, it means that the fundamental rules have no boundaries, which almost means that this should also be effective. Of course, this is basically the limit of the original material of this ball of liquid. Not everything can bear the structural imprint. If ordinary materials are put into the microflame world, they will evaporate and disappear in less than 1,000th of a second, let alone being refined for such a long time to bear a trace of structural imprint. Even the original material of this ball of liquid is only enough to bear a trace. Even if it is a little more, it will completely evaporate and disappear. Should I use it to forge a staff? Emolan thought quietly. After a moment, Emolan made a decision in his heart. As soon as he thought about it, the liquid slowly began to take shape. It did not become a long staff, but slowly evolved into a huge stone base. The shape of this stone seat is not unfamiliar. It is the throne where the demigod demon originally sat on the top of the altar. The backrest seems to have sealed a demigod demon. The shape is predetermined by heaven, majestic and grand. The moment it takes shape, it seems as if a legendary demon has released its pressure. The breath of the abyss rises to the sky. Emolan did not remove the breath of the abyss in the material during the smelting process. On the contrary, Emolan specially retained it. An altar was refined into a throne, and the breath of the abyss contained in it was also refined and compressed. At the moment when the throne was finalized, Emolan grabbed a wisp of his own breath and injected it into it. Buzz! The demon throne is initially formed. Chapter 822 Miniature Flame World. White Jade Lion, you go for me. Emolan said directly. The White Jade Lion, who was lying in the corner of the association, woke up from his sleep and appeared in front of Emolan with a few steps. Yes, master. After the White Jade Lion came over, Emolan threw the demon throne directly over, and directly passed the method of controlling and the purpose of this trip into the mind of the White Tiger Lion. The White Jade Lion immediately carried the throne on its back and stepped into the abyss world and rushed towards the depths and left it, Emolan thought. The demon throne has an aura comparable to that of a demigod demon, and has the aura of the world blood pool structure. Demons below the legendary level, or even below the demigod level, should not dare to touch it. If the 4th level blood pool has not been occupied by other legendary demons, then if this demon throne returns to the blood pool, it may really be able to integrate that ray of authority and turn it into a semi-artifact of the abyss world, with the blood pool as its back. The same huge energy, and the floating city. The mage tower has the same effect, and the power of the demigod will be in its hands. It should be possible, and it is worth a try. Emolan also added some of his understanding and creation of authority when refining the demon throne. In addition, the origin of the microflame world for smelting and casting the demon throne is the projection of the abyss continent world structure in the 4th level blood pool structure. So Emolan is still somewhat confident. Emolan collected his thoughts and set his eyes on the miniature flame world. There is an old saying that goes, when a person has a hydraulic press at home, there will only be one hydraulic press left in his home. The structure of the miniature flame world is what Emolan has just mastered. It is a temporary elemental miniature world constructed by relying on Mo Lan's high understanding of the world structure and space structure, his mastery of the condensation of the virtual world, and the supercomputing power connected to Mo Lan at this moment. The mastery of this method actually means that Mo Lan's mastery of the world structure has been improved in stages. And it also means that Mo Lan's virtual world has been deduced to a certain extent, with the virtual world as the bones, the knowledge of the world structure as the flesh, and the ability of the mage priesthood as the basis. This is like the hydraulic press that Mo Lan just got. At this moment, Mo Lan always wants to refine something. Just at this moment, Zhang Guangmo passed by, and Mo Lan's eyes lit up immediately when he saw him. Zhang Guangmo, who was passing by, felt creepy immediately, as if he was in the core of this mage association, and felt a fatal crisis under Mo Lan's nose. "President, save me!" Zhang Guangmo sensed the crisis, and immediately ran to the safest place in the entire mage association, on the floating city, next to Mo Lan. But Zhang Guangmo, who had just come over, suddenly felt something was wrong, and suddenly realized something, looked up with a stiff neck, and said with a forced smile, "President, I remembered that I have something urgent to do. I'm leaving first." "Pa!" Zhang Guangmo had just raised his foot, when a hand landed on his shoulder. Mo Lan pointed at the miniature flame world, and said softly with a smile, "Guangmo, what do you think this is?" "This must be the latest magic structure developed by you, President." "His. So strong. So powerful. But President, I really have something urgent to do. I'm leaving first." Zhang Guangmo wanted to leave, but he couldn't. He could only listen to Mo Lan's explanation of this structure with a bitter face. The more he listened, the more surprised he was, the more shocked he was, and the more addicted he was. Until, "Can I teach you?" "Yes. Yes." "Can I put you in and refine you?" "Yes. Yes." Zhang Guangmo was startled, stared at Mo Lan with wide eyes, and said quickly, "No. No. Hey, don't be afraid. Didn't you just listen to me? My miniature flame world is still effective. As long as you go in and practice it, as long as you don't die, your body will definitely be imprinted with a trace of structural projection. In this way, without magic, your body alone can challenge the legend." "And beat the legend?" Mo Lan urged. But Zhang Guangmo was not overwhelmed, and said quickly, "But I can't bear it. I will be vaporized instantly if I go in. And you said that if I come out alive, I can beat legends with my physical body. But, can someone who can't beat legends with his physical body come out alive? Impossible. President, don't try to deceive an honest man. Even someone who can beat legends with his physical body can't come out alive. You just told me that this is a miniature flame world constructed by the world of god-level flames. A demigod-level physical body will be reduced to ashes if it goes in. I don't think even a god-level physical body can come out alive if it goes in. What am I? I won't go in, I won't go in, I will never go in." Zhang Guangmo shook his head frantically. His desire to survive was overwhelming. "Oh, okay." Mo Lan shook his head in disappointment. At this moment, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the staff in Zhang Guangmo's hand, an elemental alloy staff made of gold-patterned black steel. This made Mo Lan think of a serious use. Zhang Guangmo saw Mo Lan looking at the staff, and his heart tightened. But fortunately, Mo Lan was not so stupid. What he was worried about did not happen. Mo Lan directly transferred a batch of gold-patterned black steel ore from the warehouse, and put it into the miniature flame world. The gold-patterned black steel ore turned red as soon as it fell into it, and melted in an instant. The melted liquid black steel with golden patterns quickly vaporized under the licking of the flames. Seeing this, Zhang Guangmo, who was standing next to him, also became interested and stared closely at the black steel with golden patterns inside the miniature flame world. Because he suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Under the divine flame, the black steel with golden patterns may finally show its true colors. Perhaps 100% pure gold patterns are no longer a luxury. No longer a dream? With this idea in mind, Zhang Guangmo looked at the miniature flame world expectantly. Inside the flame world, the liquid black steel with golden patterns quickly vaporized. But all the vaporized parts were black. As the black part continued to decrease, the proportion of the golden part increased. 10%, 20%, 30%, 30%, 40%. The ratio that was impossible to achieve in the past was now easily achieved in the microflame world. 50%, 60%, 70%, However, when this ratio reached 70%, the speed of purity improvement gradually slowed down. Seeing this scene, Zhang Guangmo was shocked. What level of elemental metal is the golden patterned black steel? It is so difficult to purify it in front of the god-level flame. However, at this moment, Emolan stretched out his hand and through it, the micro-flame world flew into the sky, and its area expanded rapidly. In an instant, the entire lake where the Mage Association was located, and even Hanfeng City were shrouded in the shadow of the micro-flame world. Emolan pushed with all his strength. At this moment, the flame surged again. Chapter 823 Mage, God of Light. Awesome. Zhang Guangmo looked at the miniature flame world in the sky. There were trees, flowers, insects, and grass in it. Although everything was made of flames, it was still lifelike and vivid. The original miniature flame world was only a few dozen meters long and nearly 100 meters wide. And nothing could be seen. But at this moment, when the miniature flame world enveloped the entire Mage Association, and even the Red Maple City, Zhang Guangmo sensed the true power of it, and muttered to himself. Back then, a titan sank the entire imperial city with one strike, killing tens of millions of people, and the destructive power was extremely terrifying. But now it seems that the president's microflame world is not bad. If the president sinks the entire microflame world, it will explode suddenly. Zhang Guangmo was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and Emolan beside him heard and laughed. It's nothing for the microflame world to explode, but everything affected will be vaporized under the terrifying high temperature, including the earth, until the flame spreads and the temperature drops slightly. The earth will turn into magma. The entire covered area will double in size, and turn into a sea of hot magma. The flames in it will become spiritual because of the hidden structure, so this flame will never dissipate, just like the flame mountain in Journey to the West. This place will become a forbidden land of fire, where the fire element is enriched, and the terrifying temperature will be emitted. The temperature of the entire Morse kingdom will increase significantly, and the climate of the entire kingdom will change dramatically, and the large amount of water vapor will evaporate, and the surrounding area will turn into a vast desert, a biological forbidden area. However, since this miniature flame world also contains the power of good fortune, this flame magma will not turn into a simple forbidden land of destruction, but will also contain the power of good fortune. With the passage of time, after 1,000 or 800 years, or even 10,000 years, this magma ocean is very likely to evolve into a brand new flame ecosystem. For example, the flowers, plants, insects, fish, birds and beasts that I evolved. Some of these may be nurtured by the power of good fortune over a very long period of time to develop true spirituality, turning into flame elves, or with the imprint of the flame structure, enriched, nurtured by the power of good fortune, turning into extremely precious genius treasures, high-level magic plants. And the ground beneath the earth may also be due to the drastic changes in the environment, the burning of a large amount of flames, the breeding of the power of creation, and the birth of extremely high-level mineral veins. Is this the power of the gods? Zhang Guangmo murmured in shock. And Emolan nodded. Yes, this is the power of the gods. No, that's not right. This is my power of creation, my illusory world, my supercomputing power. These are all the results of my hard research. Gods? Titans? TSK? Emolan sneered. If the gods don't know how to learn, change, and research, they will be just like that. However, if the gods also know how to learn, research, and improve themselves, then the gods will become an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Emolan fell silent, and then spoke slowly after a moment. For example, the god of light, Guangmo. Didn't you notice? Is the structure of his kingdom on earth a skill he was born with? No. It is a super formation built by him imitating the structure of his original kingdom of God. The kingdom on earth. What did he use to imitate? What method did he use? He used scientific methods, research methods, and even the methods of mages. I didn't react before, and thought it was just a coincidence. After all, there is no detailed structure of the kingdom on earth. But when I found this out later, I saw that the God of Light had definitely learned a lot of the techniques and structures that I had made public, and had applied them to the structure of the kingdom of God on earth. Can you believe it? He had definitely learned a lot of mage knowledge from his followers, and his attainments in this area were not low. The fact that Emolan, the pioneer of mages and the strongest mage, could say that his attainments were not low shows how far the God of Light had come. Zhang Guangmo opened his mouth wider and wider. The amount of information in Mo Lan's words was too much for him to handle for a while. And his brain was stuck. But it's not bad. Mo Lan laughed again. Obviously. Although he was surprised that the God of Light was learning magic. He didn't care. On the contrary. He was a little happy and proud. Because when the gods with power could concentrate on learning magic, it was a great recognition of magic. In the future, you can call the God of Light a magician. And he must call me the Grandmaster. Mo Lan glanced at Zhang Guangmo after he finished speaking. Are you confused? Because of my strength, or because the God of Light is a mage? Huh, both of them. Zhang Guangmo said slowly. Mo Lan smiled and shook his head. You guys, I'm too close to you, and because I'm also a human. Although I already know that I'm comparable to a titan, comparable to a god, I'm still bound by the inherent impression in my head, and I think it's incredible that my miniature flame world is so powerful. But in fact, this is very normal, just a very normal method of a god. As for the God of Light being a mage, this is even more normal. He is a god, not a fool. To put it bluntly, he was almost assimilated by a mage before, which was enough to make him pay attention to mages. In addition, after he assimilated the player, he gained the player's thinking. I was also scared before. But later, I thought it was very normal, not abrupt at all. Zhang Guangmo nodded gently, and at this time Mo Lan looked up at the sky. The miniature flame world in the sky had already erupted at its highest temperature, burning the liquid gold-patterned black steel in the most violent manner. 80%. 90%. The volume of the liquid gold-patterned black steel is getting smaller and smaller as the purity increases. The liquid gold-patterned black steel with a purity of 90% is already like a small golden ball, but there are faint black lines on the surface. Perhaps it can be called black-patterned gold steel at this moment. After the purity reaches a sufficient level, even the highest temperature of the microflame world is difficult to melt, and the speed of purity increase slows down again. At this time, Mo Lan suddenly sensed something, turned his head and saw a high-spirited player flying high in the sky above Hanfeng City, flying to the edge of the microflame world amid the cheering of a group of players, looking at his face. It seems that there is nothing more to say, and then he curiously poked the microflame world with his finger. It was obvious that he was also very careful, only touching a little bit, but when he touched the flame, sparks exploded, and the player instantly turned into ashes. The booing stopped abruptly. Mo Lan rolled his eyes at this. You're courting death. After the words fell, Mo Lan's full attention was focused on the miniature flame world in the sky. Even he couldn't be distracted by the next smelting. Chapter 824 God Level Gold. 99%. Mo Lan seemed to be bargaining at this moment. At the beginning, it was 10% per second, 20%, and when it reached 80%, although 90% was a bit slow, it was no problem if I took it seriously, it was easy. But when it reached more than 90%, it was slow at every step. Mo Lan thought it would be the hardest. But when it reached 99%, Mo Lan suddenly realized, oh, I am still too young. At this moment, the sky was covered by a miniature flame world. At this moment, the computing power was fully exerted. Using the illusory world, the knowledge of the structure, and the authority of the mage to drive the temperature of the miniature flame world to the peak. At this moment, Mo Lan had already gone all out. However, moment after moment, this last 1% remained motionless. The black steel with a purity of 99% was like pure gold. But the more it was at this time, the more eye-catching that black spot was, and the more unbearable it was. This last 1% seemed to have been fixed on it, and it was impossible to be smelted out. After half an hour, there was no movement in the last 1%. Mo Lan looked helplessly at the black steel with golden patterns the size of a lead ball. And the purity was still 99%. In the past half hour, Mo Lan used all his skills. But he couldn't do anything with this 1%. The first 99% was easy. And the difficulty of the last 1% seemed to break through the sky in an instant. Even gods can only sigh in vain to deal with this last 1% difficulty. Mo Lan shook his head helplessly, stretched out his hand and clenched it. The miniature flame world that originally covered the sky and earth shrank instantly, collapsed inward at an extremely fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, the miniature flame world that was just in Red Maple City, the Mage Association turned into a mixed sphere that wrapped a lead ball-sized liquid gold-patterned black steel. The last way. If this doesn't work, then there's nothing we can do. Mo Lan muttered to himself. As soon as he thought about it, some structures inside the micro-flame world were adjusted and staggered. The staggered structures collapsed to the core in an instant, and the power of creation inside the micro-flame world disappeared completely, leaving only pure high temperature and violence. At this moment, fire abandoned its warmth, leaving only rage. In just a moment, the micro-flame world collapsed to the outside of the golden black steel. The huge micro-flame world was only the size of a water tank. However, the spirituality inside had been completely annihilated, and the red-orange flame had turned black. This pitch black was not extinguished, but extremely high temperature. Break. Emolan made a mouth shape, and at the same time, the pitch black sphere that collapsed to the size of a water tank completely exploded, and the terrifying power was pulled to the sky by Emolan. Boom! The terrifying flame soared into the sky, and the flames broke out above the dome in just a moment. The terrifying aftermath blew away the clouds within a radius of 10,000 meters. The titans nearby couldn't help but look up at the flames that broke out above the dome. Their eyes were indifferent, as if this was still not enough to make them feel emotional. Emolan, who was in the sky above the floating city, looked up, looking at the aftermath of the flame explosion on the dome. The flame that was released was just like what he said just now, exploding on the dome. Literally, the dome, in other words. It exploded in the sky, and on the world membrane. This world membrane is much stronger than the world membrane of the Abyss continent. It's not broken like this. But fortunately, it didn't break, otherwise it would really break the sky. After saying this, Emolan turned his head, and looked at the core that had just exploded. For this last 1%. Such a big fuss was made. I don't know if the last 1% was melted or not, Emolan said softly. In theory, the last explosion of the flame microworld has drained every bit of power from the microflame world and its structure. It is an explosion that extracts all power and abandons all the power of creation to transform into extremely high temperature. In this way, the temperature should be raised to another level. This terrifying temperature can vaporize all substances within the range that cannot withstand its high temperature even for a moment. Emolan turned his head and looked at the golden ball the size of a lead ball. Before Emolan could confirm its purity, an extremely terrifying edge burst out. In just a moment, Emolan felt that his eyes were pierced. If he had not used energy to protect them in time, then Emolan's eyes would have been blinded. While Emolan was using energy to protect his eyes, he looked intently and saw that the terrifying edge was like a spear pointing towards the sky and piercing through the dome. Silently, a hole was pierced through the dome, and golden air was wrapped around the hole, which could not be restored for a long time. When the titans who were looking at the sky just now saw that the dome was pierced with a hole and could not heal for a long time, their pupils shrank sharply. Emolan quietly looked at the ball of pure golden liquid metal in front of him. At this moment, Emolan did not need to detect for a long time, and he could make a positive statement without checking. This ball of liquid metal has become pure, and the last 1% of purity has been conquered in front of the exploding miniature flame world. It's not appropriate to continue to describe this metal as golden patterned black steel, right? First, this metal is qualitatively different from golden patterned black steel. Second, this metal is no longer black, and even the black pattern is gone. If we call it golden patterned black steel again, it's impossible to always call it golden patterned black steel with 100% purity, right? That would be too many words, and too inconvenient. Emolan looked at the liquid metal quietly, thinking in his mind, refined into gold? If that's the case, then the metal smelted from the gold-patterned black steel is called refined gold. Emolan looked quietly at the ball of liquid refined gold in front of him. This ball of refined gold seemed to have just exploded, and all its sharpness had burst out. Now it has fallen into calmness, or it has restrained its edge. On the surface, it looks like an ordinary piece of gold, but in terms of value, no amount of gold can compare to this small piece of refined gold, Emolan thought, and wrapped the still liquid refined gold with his mental power. After thinking for a moment, he guided a trace of gold element into it. Clang! The moment the gold element was injected into it, although the liquid gold had no edges, it still burst out with amazing sharpness at this moment. Even the mental power felt a sharp pain. It was pierced with holes and could not be controlled. The moment before losing control, Emolan injected a batch of gold elements into it. The liquid gold fell after losing mental control, and before it hit the ground, it pierced a groove in the ground. No, not just the groove. In that sharp aura, a dark red light flashed. Boom! Chapter 825 Golden Bullet. Boom! With a muffled sound, The extremely hard ground of the floating city collapsed, creating a large pit, and the rocks at the bottom melted directly, turning into magma. Seeing this scene, Emolan suddenly realized that, when he smelted the golden black steel, he also activated the power of creation derived from the microflame world, and smelted it with all his strength. And the golden black steel completely took it, which means this ball of pure gold perfectly imprinted the structure of the entire microflame world. If the microflame world is compared to a divine kingdom of origin, then this ball of pure gold is the god born in the divine kingdom. This ball of pure gold is not only extremely sharp, but also has the structure of the microflame world, and has reached the god level in terms of flame. Emolan stared at this ball of pure gold, and took a deep breath slowly. This is simply the best divine weapon embryo. The weapons forged with it can directly hurt the gods. This combination is absolutely amazing. The extremely sharp refined gold can penetrate the world membrane. This sharpness is definitely not weak among the gods. It can definitely penetrate the defense of the gods. The refined gold itself may have strong lethality, but it has more penetration than destruction, and it is very likely to cause penetrating injuries to the enemy. But now the refined gold is imprinted with a complete microflame world structure. As long as the defense is broken by the refined gold, then the power of the flame can be activated, penetrated into it, exploded with divine level flames inside, or even equivalent to the explosion of a weakened microflame world. No matter what kind of creature it is, compared to its appearance, its interior is definitely more fragile. It may not cause any damage if it explodes outside, but it will be completely different if it is transferred to the inside of the body. If the weakened miniature flame world of the god level really explodes inside the body of Titan, it can directly injure Titan even if it cannot kill Titan. Moreover, this kind of flame brought by the structure of the miniature flame world is inextinguishable, and can absorb the energy of the burning object to burn for a long time, which is extremely difficult to extinguish. After injuring Titan, even if Titan runs away, the flames wrapped around his body may cling to him like a maggot attached to his bones, and directly make Titan recover for thousands of years, and suffer from the torture of flames. This refined gold no longer needs any forging, or I use a microflame world containing the power of creation to smelt it. Using the power of creation to breed is the top, the most perfect, the most exquisite forging method. The heaven and earth are the furnace and creation is the work. Isn't this the best explanation for smelting refined gold in the microflame world? What kind of acquired forging can compare to treating the material as a god, using the power of the world, and breeding it with the power of creation? Although the microflame world is illusory, although the microflame world is extremely small compared to the real world, but in any case, the microflame world already has all the elements that the world should have. It already has the structure of the world. It already has the power of creation of the world. Even if the materials bred in this way are not as good as those bred in the real world, but for ordinary forging methods, it is already beyond the scope. To put it in a more mysterious way, it is the preconditioned technology for the miraculous return of acquired nature to innate nature. When we can truly create a big world, we may be able to truly return to innate nature, and create real gods with acquired materials. However, even now, this refined gold has already matured. It only needs the simplest method to become a very powerful god-killing weapon in the game. However, do we need to make a sword? Emolan fell into deep thought. Although the sword is a melee weapon, refined gold is an excellent material. We only need to input enough gold elements, fire elements or magic power, and then we can easily swing out sword chi. As long as it hits, all creatures below the level of gods will either be torn into pieces by the sword energy, or be annihilated by the explosion of the weakened miniature flame world. Such a picture gradually emerged in Emolan's mind. He stood in the air, wielding a long sword, like a sword fairy, with sword energy running wild, killing those below the god level like mowing grass. It must be said that this picture is very tempting. But at this moment, a question emerged in Emolan's mind. Is this sword energy a threat to gods and titans? Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. The gods may not be able to withstand the sword itself, but the sword energy from the swing may be enough. If it is forged into a long sword, I can kill the gods in close combat? Emolan frowned. I am not a warrior, and close combat is not my specialty. If I have to hold a long sword or some similar close combat weapon to fight the Titan, I will probably be killed by the Titan dozens of times before I get close. Just to show off, forge it into a close combat weapon for combat professionals? Emolan shook his head slightly. He could not do such a luxury at the moment. If there is a lot of black steel with gold patterns, then it doesn't matter if you play with it. There is indeed a lot of black steel with gold patterns, but there are not many gold patterns. Most of the black steel with gold patterns will be vaporized and evaporated during the smelting process. Only the gold patterns are pure gold. And the black steel with gold patterns is a kind of elemental metal that is used very frequently by the Mage Association. There are many kinds of alloys that are based on black steel with gold patterns. Once the black steel with gold patterns is lost, then the Mage Association will be greatly affected. So even if Emolan can smelt pure gold now, it is impossible to smelt all the black steel with gold patterns into pure gold. Although there is a lot of black steel with gold patterns, the pure gold still needs to be used sparingly. If we don't fight in close combat, then the goal is very clear: long-range attack. Flying sword? This thought suddenly popped up in Emolan's mind, and was immediately extinguished. Use mental power to control the long sword to attack. If someone attacks Emolan like this, Emolan will laugh to death, just by interfering with mental power. You can pick up a god-level long sword for free. Is there such a good thing in the world? Emolan shook his head and thought. Arrow? Emolan recalled the scene when the sun Galenal cast an arrow with his body, and shot the sun god, and took a breath slowly. Shooting arrows with a bow? No, it's better to use a strong crossbow. At least the strong crossbow has a long range, high accuracy, fast shooting speed, and a high upper limit. But the strong crossbow? Emolan looked down at the liquid refined gold. It had begun to show signs of cooling and solidification. Emolan understood that once the refined gold cooled, he would most likely not be able to forge it, because he did not have the ability to melt the refined gold again. If he let the refined gold turn into a golden lead ball because of hesitation, it would be really ridiculous. Emolan only thought for a moment. The thought moved, and the liquid refined gold changed rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a slender bullet with sharp threads slowly took shape. Refined gold bullet. Chapter 826 Foundation. Let's call this a god-killing bullet, Emolan said softly, as he looked at the slowly cooling and solidifying fine gold bullet. This fine gold bullet is about 1.5 forearms long, the thickness of an egg, and has circles of sharp threads on the top. The god-killing bullet is hollow inside, leaving an area for storing fire elements. According to Emolan's estimation, if it is compressed at the basic particle level and the fire elements are stacked, the internal cavity can just store the fire elements that will weaken the power of the miniature flame world to the extreme. After the god-killing bullet cooled and took shape, Emolan reached out and held the long bullet, looked at it, and then nodded gently. Compared to using the flying sword to bully the weak, to do what I can easily do with a floating city, it is better to use the refined gold as a blade. Use refined gold as the material to cast the god-killing bullet, and then wait for the electromagnetic railgun of Linwa's main gun level to be cast. Then fire the god-killing bullet at an extreme speed, as long as it can touch the gods, as long as it can break the defense. Then the microflame world structure contained in it will completely explode, and the gods will be either dead or disabled. And if one or several god-killing bullets can be used to exchange for a god, even if the stock of refined gold is small, it is worth it, Emolan thought, stretched out his hand and threw it. And the god-killing bullet went directly into the highest level treasure house of the Mage Association, and turned into a foundation of the Mage Association, which was enough to kill gods. After that, Emolan melted 2 more god-killing bullets and stored them. With the accumulation and progress of knowledge, some of the things that the Mage Association had accumulated in the past gradually turned into a powerful foundation of the Mage Association. Perhaps it has never changed. This is the accumulation of the Mage Association from the beginning to the end. This is the foundation of the Mage Association from the beginning to the end. However, in this process, the sky was pierced twice in a row, and the surrounding titans were stunned. The terrifying and sharp golden energy and the world-destroying fire explosion frightened them all. In this case, Emolan found that the frequency of titans passing by had once again returned to the past, as if the years were peaceful, and it bought a lot of development time for the Morse Kingdom area. However, this seemingly peaceful life is just an illusion. There is a greater crisis hidden behind it. The frequency of Titan spying has decreased. General Titans dare not spy on the Morse Kingdom anymore. But this also means that the Morse Kingdom has entered the vision of more powerful Titans. This also means that those who dare to spy on the Morse Kingdom must be more terrifying. Especially the sharp golden energy. Titans are not detached from the world. On the contrary, compared with the belief in gods, these ancient god Titans are just a group of more powerful creatures in Emolan's view. On the contrary, The belief in gods is more like gods. Since they are living creatures, they have all kinds of desires. And they must have a stronger desire to win. When they cannot make progress in a short period of time, choosing or making a strong enough weapon is the fastest way to improve their strength in a short period of time. The question is, what kind of material can withstand the power of titans? What kind of material can be used to forge titan weapons? What kind of material can increase the strength of titans? I don't know how many materials of this level there are, but there must be some that can be exposed. At present, it is probably the refined gold smelted in Emolan's hands. Emolan actually knows this very well. Otherwise, he would not have made 2 god-killing bullets after making one. If he was not worried that continuing to make them would cause big trouble, Emolan would even plan to continue making them. Although it would consume a lot of gold-patterned black steel, 3 god-killing bullets are still too few. The firepower is a bit insufficient. In order to have enough firepower, it is not a problem to give up some gold-patterned black steel. I am a god-level warrior, and I have demonstrated the ability of a miniature flame world. Therefore, the titans who dare to come must be powerful enough. And there is a high probability that there are more than one. 1 is too few. 3 is too many. And it will affect the distribution of refined gold. So roughly 2 titans will attack together to snatch the refined gold. Emolan muttered to himself, while using computing power to deduce the virtual world. Thinking. At this moment, Emolan's virtual world is progressing fast. At this speed, it won't take long for Emolan to reach the edge of the legendary level. Of course, this does not mean that Emolan will be promoted to legendary at that time, because Emolan suspects that once he is promoted to legendary, it may cause a big change. Even if the game world has not yet materialized in reality, it is very likely that the game will update the system again. Once the system is updated again, it is certain that the death penalty will be increased again. The account will be reset to 0 after 1 death, and the account will be deleted directly after 2 deaths. There will be only one result of this increase in death penalty. That is, the game world has become so real that the player's soul and consciousness will be damaged as long as he dies. And the life safety of the player must be protected by forcibly deleting the account and restricting registration. Of course, this situation will inevitably happen in the future, and Emolan will not care about it. But at this time point, the situation is different. Now is before the war, and there will be a war between players and Titan, sooner or later. If Emolan starts the system update before the war, the result will definitely be large-scale deletion of players. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of souls will be damaged, and collective deletion of accounts. If this happens, it is basically equivalent to Emolan personally digging out the hearts of the entire player group and stabbing them in the back. Emolan will not allow this to happen, because as long as the death penalty is not increased, then even if the player dies in Titan, he can be resurrected and run away, and then accumulate strength again, which is fundamentally different from deleting the account. Therefore, Emolan will definitely delay the system update until after the war. Therefore, Emolan will interrupt before the deduction of the illusory world is completely completed, forcibly suppress his strength, and wait for the end of this war. The reason why it is so troublesome, the reason why he does not give up the accelerated deduction of the illusory world, is because Emolan also needs the best state for this battle. The superficial use of the illusory world combines the fourth-order blood pool structure to create a miniature flame world. If the illusory world is deduced to the peak, although it has not broken through the legendary level, it can still greatly improve Emolan's strength. Not only the strength of the main body, but also the strength of the god of mage exerted by the floating city will be greatly improved. Emolan thought while deducing the illusory world. But now most of the powerful titans are strongly surrounding Guangming God, with the little brother of the god of light. I should be able to stay quiet for a while. I am afraid this must be the last time I can stay quiet. Chapter 827 Production Reduction. Did it succeed? Emolan was suddenly stunned. He felt a sense of innocence, which immediately made him turn his head to look in the direction of the gate of the other world. At this moment, the gate of the other world was looking at him. The sense of innocence came from the gate of the other world. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that the demon throne has successfully connected to the fourth-level blood pool and controlled the power of the abyss continent that is enough to make the legendary demon have the strength of a demigod. Emolan pondered for a moment. Although the demigod level doesn't seem to be very useful, at least there is a demigod level combat power here. All the blood pools connected to this fourth-level blood pool should be under control. Right? And as a mage, As a scientific researcher, I have a very big advantage. As long as I understand the research, as long as I have the resources, I can mass produce the results. If this demigod demon throne is successful, then I can hunt other demigod demons, erode the territory step by step, occupy the blood pool, and convert the power of the blood pool into my own combat power. But Emolan frowned slightly. According to the last study of the 4th level blood pool, the 4th level blood pool has a higher level blood pool, which is the 5th level blood pool. Whoever controls the 5th level blood pool controls this Abyss continent and its authority. This level of Abyss Lord. The Abyss Monarch is definitely at the level of a god. Kill? Can he be killed? According to various circumstances, there should be no higher level blood pool in this Abyss continent. The highest level should be the 5th level blood pool. So there is no need to worry about killing the Abyss Monarch and causing too much trouble. But then again, in the territory of an Abyss Lord, it should be equivalent to trying to kill the god in the kingdom of a god. Is this really okay? Emolan's eyebrows jumped fiercely. Why do I feel that if I dare to do this, I will definitely fail? Emolan frowned, but then shook his head. It's a good thing that the nuclear explosion caused by killing the demigod demon did not alarm the most powerful Abyss Lord. I'm really lucky, but... A flash of inspiration flashed in Emolan's mind. Is it really possible that a divine-level power explosion would not alert the Abyss Lord? A nuclear explosion of that level? Emolan pondered this question, and involuntarily brought himself into it. If it were me, suppose a divine spirit hid me within the Morse Kingdom. Maybe I wouldn't notice it before it hit me because I was hiding. But I would definitely notice it when the attack landed. And I would rush to the scene as soon as possible. And kill the people or gods who dared to cause trouble on my territory. And if you want me to turn a blind eye, unless I have other plans in my mind. Other plots, Emolan thought. But there may be another possibility. That is, this demon monarch fell into a deep sleep and did not wake up. It is natural that he cannot be found while he is asleep. Even this demon monarch is in a bad state. Seriously injured. Or even there is no such demon monarch at all. The demon monarch who rules this Abyss continent has not yet been born. Emolan frowned. And after a moment, he made a decision in his heart. In any case, what if this Abyss monarch has other plans? What if this Abyss demon is in its prime? No matter how strong a god-level Abyss demon is, can it be stronger than dozens, or even more ancient god titans? This Abyss continent is the only way out for players in extreme situations. No matter what happens, this Abyss continent must be completely occupied. Emolan immediately turned his head to look in the direction of Linhua and said, Linhua, bring me a top-level satellite. I want to thoroughly understand the topography of the Abyss continent and the blood pool. Linhua threw a space box over and said, This is the highest level satellite I have. It has the most advanced telescopes and various sensing and detection methods. According to the design, it can clearly take a picture of a person's face in low Earth orbit. It can use the refraction of light to see any place where strong light can enter, which is the so-called perspective. In addition, the various detection methods installed allow this satellite to observe and map multiple aspects such as element fluctuations, fighting spirit fluctuations, abyssal breath concentration, element concentration, etc. Which is the best? I have only produced one of this model, which is this one. Use it carefully. This is basically an experimental model, and the cost is extremely high. In addition, the assembly and operation instructions have been sent to you. Okay. After Emolan replied, he directly used the space box, and his hand sank slightly. The weight in the space box was a bit beyond Emolan's expectation. A bit heavy. When the box was opened, there were densely packed structures piled up inside. Only after the assembly was completed could it be a real satellite. The reason for doing this was purely because although the complete satellite also had a space-stretching spell installed inside, it was still too large as a whole, and it was not easy to store without disassembling it. After taking a look at Emolan, he closed the box. With a thought, a phantom emerged from him. With the gathering of magic power, a magic body took shape, followed by the 9th level demon body. This newly formed magic body controlled the 9th level demon body, grabbed the space box with one hand, took a step and disappeared above the floating city, appeared inside the teleportation hall, and then stepped into the gate to the other world leading to the Abyss continent. Emolan sped quickly. It took a long time to arrive above the world blood pool. I saw a demon throne suspended above the blood pool, emitting the powerful power of a demigod demon. Under the terrifying power, No demon dared to approach. After arriving, Emolan looked at this 4th level blood pool. The 4th level blood pool has now been repaired and has entered normal operation. It seems that the number of demon worms produced has decreased a lot. Just as a batch of demon worms were born, Emolan looked at it and estimated. It seems that although the removal of the radiation breath raw stone did not cause any damage to the 4th level blood pool, the reduction of radiation breath still affected the production efficiency of the demon worms and reduced production. I don't know if another piece of radiation breath raw stone will condense here over time. Emolan smacked his lips. He had basically figured it out now. The source of the radiation breath was the earth. It was collected by the earth veins when collecting blood, mental power, and soul. Finally, it flowed into the blood pool along the earth veins and turned into energy for the blood pool factory. Although the radiation breath raw stone condensed in the 4th level blood pool, it was only a byproduct, condensed from the excess radiation breath. And it was not that the radiation breath was provided by the radiation breath raw stone from the beginning. Chapter 828 Sun Map. Abyss Throne. Emolan muttered to himself, and took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of the Abyss Throne. Although the Abyss Throne was just a throne, Emolan had kept the top layer of the altar when he was refining it. This layer was used to receive the energy of the blood pool and suppress it. According to some gossip, the reason why the ancient sage Emolan kept the last layer of the altar when forging the semi-magic demon throne was purely to make it easier to put his feet while making it, so that his feet would not be uncomfortable and would not be drooping and look ugly. Of course, these are all rumors. Emolan retained this layer to achieve more powerful functions, and there is no other reason. Emolan stood on the last layer of the altar at this moment, looking at the throne in front of him, and turned around to sit down. The moment he sat down, a strong abyss of chaos surged into Emolan's body from the throne. If it were just these abyss powers, then the demon throne would not be worthy of the title of semi-artifact. Along with the abyss power comes the perception of the surroundings, the affinity with power, and even the implicit control of this space. When sitting on the throne, the authority of the king has been added. This mastery of space, the power added to the body, made the demon throne the foundation of a semi-artifact. However, although the power was added, it was not completely added, which prevented Emolan from reaching the realm of semi-god, and only promoted him from the 9th order demon to the level of a legendary demon. This is not a drawback of the demon throne. On the contrary, it is precisely because of this that Emolan, a mere master-level mage, can master the power of a legendary demon, and even faintly touch some power, master some power, and become a leader among legendary demons. This is exactly the design that Emolan is proud of. And it is also the real reason why Emolan created the semi-artifact, the demon throne. If the reason for creating the god of mages staff is that Emolan does not want to become the god of mages, but wants to possess the power of the god of mages, then the demon king is actually similar. Emolan also wants to use the power of the 4th level blood pool authority, but he cannot meet the minimum threshold of the legendary level. So he created the demon throne as an intermediary, a converter, and a controller to master this level of power. Actually, to put it bluntly, it was all Emolan who wanted to get something for free. The difference is that the god of mages originally belonged to Emolan, and was condensed by Emolan, so even if Emolan did not become the god of mages, he could easily control and use it. But the demon throne is different. This authority does not belong to Emolan, and Emolan is not even qualified to bear it. In addition, this authority and its accompanying power are closer to chaos and disorder, so even with the help of the demon throne, Emolan can only reach the legendary level and master some authority. Another way to put it is that Emolan's level is not high enough, and he cannot bring out the full power of this semi-artifact. He can only use it a little. Just like driving a nuclear missile launcher to hit the enemy. It's almost the same. With the level of the demon throne, it must at least reach the legendary level to fully use it. However, it's enough, Emolan said softly, and gently tapped the armrest with his right hand. The height of the demon throne rose rapidly. The reason why Linwood did not release satellites in the Abyss world was that there were also a large number of demons in the sky, and they had a strong sense of territory. It was very easy to be attacked if they took off without authorization. Satellites are very delicate things, and their defense is very weak. They basically cannot go there without protection. To install a sufficient level of defense and attack structure, it is basically equivalent to launching a large spacecraft with long-distance detection capabilities. In fact, if launching a spacecraft can solve the problem, then in order to understand the overall shape of the abyss continent and directly locate all the blood pools, it is not unacceptable to spend a little money to build a large detection spacecraft. Spaceships are easy to deal with, easy to build, with Lin with strength and technology. No matter how many master-level demons there are, they are just food. As long as there are no legendary demons, nothing will happen. However, Linwa has not successfully launched a satellite so far, and has not yet obtained the overall satellite map of the Abyss continent. The result is predictable. The legendary flying demon is coming. Get lost, Emolan yelled, and the endless power formed a huge projection behind the throne. The terrifying demon field directly covered the sky. The legendary flying demon that came and circled a few times and flew away. Sure enough, this altitude can easily attract legendary flying demons. The territory of these legendary flying demons is too large, they have good eyesight, and are fast. Does Linwa have such a headache with them? Emolan said softly, as he looked at the legendary flying demons going away. He actually knew this a long time ago, and the reason why he dared to bring the satellite here today is because Emolan had no intention of letting the satellite take off on its own. His original plan was to fly to a high altitude, and then assemble the satellite with his head above the sky, take a picture with a click, and then bring the satellite down. This way, the satellite will not be lost, and he will be able to successfully obtain the satellite images he needs. Sky? Emolan has reached a terrifying height. The sun of this world in the Abyss continent seems to be right above his head. However, Emolan knows that this is impossible. If the sun is right above his head, he would have noticed the temperature change long ago. Emolan, who was rising rapidly, suddenly felt that he could no longer rise. There seemed to be an invisible film blocking Emolan. World film. Have we reached the highest point? Emolan said softly, and immediately opened the space box he was carrying and began to assemble the satellite device inside, and immediately prepared to start taking pictures. Although the functions of this satellite can be realized by Emolan's spells, and even more powerful, it actually has an advantage that Emolan cannot achieve. That is, when Linwood designed the satellite, he deliberately designed it to be without a spirit, even if it must be equipped with a tower spirit. The tower spirit's perception is completely blocked, and only the tower spirit is allowed to control the shooting. The tower spirit itself cannot see the picture. It is this design that makes the satellite's shooting basically not cause the feeling of being watched by others, which is also the most basic point for the satellite to exist. If this problem had not been solved, the satellite would have been blown up long ago. Emolan quickly assembled the satellite and was about to start shooting when he looked up. At this glance, Emolan was suddenly stunned. Emolan was already confused at this moment. What he saw just now was the sun. The sun was actually right above his head. At such a close distance, the sun seemed to have no temperature at all. A ridiculous idea suddenly popped up in the confused Emolan's mind. How is this possible? The sun looks big, but it's actually just a texture? Chapter 829 Contradiction. Textures. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. It is normal to find textures in a game. Basically, every game has textures, and it can even be said that most of them are textures. In large games, when you look at distant scenery, most of them are just pictures. Only when you walk in will the model be constructed and become three-dimensional. So, real game. As a super large game, it is normal for iron textures to exist in it, and it is not reasonable at all. Emolan felt full of complaints, but couldn't say anything. Speaking of which, since it's a texture, why don't I just hang a clock on it? This way it's easy to check the time. Just look up and it'll be fine. Emolan muttered silently, first turning on the satellite, letting it scan, taking pictures of the structural map, and then looking up carefully looking at the texture of the sun. The sun in the Abyss continent is not very bright. It doesn't have the temperature of the main material world. The glare, making the entire Abyss world tend to be dim and cold. Emolan thought it was just a world feature before, but now it seems that it is more likely because it is just a texture, without the extremely high temperature and energy of the real sun. This textured sun, even if Emolan looked up directly at it, it didn't hurt his eyes, it just felt a little bright, a little dazzling. Emolan looked carefully, perceiving, this is a texture. Can't the sun outside the main material world, the starry sky, also be textures? In fact, the world that can be truly explored is only the main material world plus the Abyss world plus the elemental world. The outside is all fake. Emolan frowned. The outside is all fake. Then if I want to explore the starry world with the floating city I created, won't I have to wait until the game is fully realized, and drive the floating city to reality to explore it? Emolan was a little confused, but he reacted immediately. No, that's not right. The outside of the main material world is not fake. At least the sun is not fake. The sun god inside the sun was nailed to death. If it is just a texture, then how can there be a titan sleeping in it? So that sun is also real? Or that sun is also part of the main material world? So it is not a texture. But the other so-called stars and the starry sky are just textures? Emolan felt a slight headache. Today's discovery was too abrupt. This huge amount of information made it a little difficult for him to digest. However, a doubt gradually emerged in Emolan's mind. That's not right. If the outside of the Abyss continent world is just a map, and it's all just an illusion, then what about the world membrane that I broke through before? What about the vast virtuality that I felt at that time? Could it be that what I broke was not the world membrane, but the legendary air wall? I didn't leave the Abyss continent world, but the game world? Nonsense. Although the game world has been anchored in reality to a certain extent, and even a part of it has been materialized. But most of it is still fake. It's just a game. It's real in the game, but it's fake once you get out. If you leave the game, then how can the fake satellite still exist? It has been out of thin air for a long time. Emolan calmed down and immediately fell into thought. If that's the case, the starry sky. I won't talk about the distance. It may be a fake texture. After all, think about it. It is true. Energy is limited. Real game can materialize the main material world, the Abyss continent, and many elemental worlds, which is incredible. How can it materialize the boundless and infinite universe? This is unrealistic. Textures appear real. However, logically speaking, this sun should not be a fake texture. Right? Using the simplest way of thinking, it is impossible to design a texture that can be close when it was designed. Just like the starry sky, the universe, I can't leave the main material world at all, so I can't touch these maps. So, even if it's a map, I can't find it, and the impact on me and the players is very limited. But here is a map that I can touch. Emolan fell into deep thought, muttering to himself. No, this is not normal, this shouldn't be. Looking at the sun map in front of him, Emolan looked at it for a long time, and his mental power wanted to pass through the world membrane, and wanted to sense the sun map at a very close distance. Emolan thought that this might be able to discover something. After all, there is a world membrane between them. Although they are close at hand, they are in two different worlds. No matter how you look at it, no matter how you observe it, what you see is just the appearance, which cannot compare to even a detailed exploration of the spiritual power. However, no matter what method is used, the spiritual power cannot penetrate the seemingly thin world membrane, and cannot touch the sun that is so close. Facing this world membrane, Emolan looked at the white jade lion below that had turned into stone, and was sleeping. It was trembling before Emolan came, but it fell asleep in a blink of an eye after Emolan came. However, Emolan was a little strange. The state of the white jade lion at this moment was a little strange. Has the white jade lion been affected by the abyss? Emolan sensed the white jade lion's state, and then shook his head. The mind, soul is not affected. This is not the manifestation of the abyss's invasion. It seems that the white jade lion has gained something after coming into contact with the abyss. Emolan looked at it for a few times, and shook his head. Forget it, I'd better send a messenger. I'm too lazy to let it run all the way. Emolan immediately tore off a piece of his finger, and threw it out. After throwing the finger out, it turned into a thumb-sized clone. Emolan, who was only the size of a thumb, was very delicate, white and quiet, chubby, very cute. After the clone was separated, it turned into a falcon-like demon, flapped its wings and flew away quickly. This clone had no principle yet, and its consciousness was still connected to Emolan. But it soon left Emolan's perception range. The consciousness intercepted by this clone was very small, but it still had the wisdom of a normal person, and it should not be a problem to carry out simple message tasks. After sending the clone away, Emolan once again cast his eyes on the sun sticker above his head. Although it was just a sticker, the sun was still extremely huge. Emolan was as small as an ant in front of it. Emolan retracted his gaze, looking down, but he didn't dare to look around, only the direction he came from, which was the direction of the gate to the other world. If he happened to see a strong person in other directions, he might be discovered. But the direction he looked at didn't matter. Even if the demons over there discovered him, it didn't matter. He could protect them. After all, they were just a bunch of noobs. Chapter 830 Projection. Is this enough? Emolan held a god-killing bullet in his hand. Looking at the world membrane above his head, a smile appeared on his lips. Buzz. Manually isolate the fire element, then introduce the gold element into the god-killing bullet, and in an instant, a golden light extended from the top of the god-killing bullet. The gold element that Emolan introduced into it was not much, so the edge was not long. Looking at the edge that spiraled like a flower, Emolan silently raised the bullet above his head, and then suddenly injected a large amount of gold elements into it. The properties of gold-patterned black steel are hardness and sharpness. The activation methods of these two properties are the same, which is very simple. That is, injecting gold elements. The manifestation of the hardness property is that the gold elements are integrated into the gold-patterned black steel. The structure changes slightly, and its hardness doubles. Therefore, the hardness property is actually not obvious. If its properties are not tested, it cannot be perceived even if you just look at the surface. However, the sharpness property is different. The sharpness property will be exposed when it appears, and the exposure form is to form a layer of golden light on the edges and corners of the gold-patterned black steel surface. This layer of golden light is very sharp, which means it is sharp. So this actually brings some characteristics to the forging of gold-patterned black steel, which are actually some points that need attention. Just like casting a sword, since it is determined that the edge is in front, then the end of the hilt cannot have edges or even a little spike. Otherwise, this sword will complete an achievement for you the moment the gold element is injected. Tang-style Jedi Knight Suicide. The essence of gold-patterned black steel is pure gold, so the two characteristics of gold-patterned black steel are actually the two characteristics of pure gold. You don't need to pay too much attention to the hardness characteristic. As long as the gold element is input, its hardness can be doubled, which is very useful. But the sharpness is different, especially when the characteristics of the fine gold exceed the original gold-patterned black steel characteristics by 10 or 100 times. This characteristic brings a certain degree of difficulty to the forging of fine gold. If a forger without certain skills dares to touch the fine gold, it will definitely be another weapon that kills the master. It will be even better if a heavy armor is forged, and there will not be a single corpse left. You must know that the edges and corners required by the fine gold are not the edges and corners in the literal sense. The edges and corners of the basic particles are also edges and corners. Of course, the difficulty of forging fine gold has not reached this level. It does not need the basic particle level. It only needs to be generally flat, smooth and without edges and corners from a microscopic perspective. Although the edges still bring a little edge, the edge is too small, and it is harmless. The god-killing bullet made by Emolan fully considers the characteristics of this feature, while taking care of its own safety. It also makes some small designs to increase its aggressiveness, the attack surface, the coverage, well, in fact. In other words, it is easy to understand. Emolan used this feature to design, adding a very precious attribute to the bullet of the god-killing bullet, accuracy. Accuracy plus 10. Clang. The spiral golden light like a flower suddenly surged, and the sharp golden light directly broke through the world membrane. Emolan thought, the god-killer bullet directly simulated the launch state and rotated at high speed. At this moment, the spiral sharp edge like a rose rotated, and it instantly crushed everything in the range like a meat grinder. The attack of the god-killer bullet is not only based on the microflame world structure imprinted inside, and when the world membrane was torn apart, Emolan had already extended his mental power, and directly sensed the sun's texture at close range. But when the mental power extended out, Emolan found that the sun was not a map. It looked like a map before because of the distortion of the world membrane. When Emolan's mental power touched the sun itself, his mind suddenly shook. This feeling. Emolan closed his eyes, and used all his mental power and attention to perceive. Perceive carefully. This is the sun, and this is not the sun. Emolan suddenly opened his eyes, and said softly, this is just a projection. A projection like a mirage. So this is the sun, and it is not the sun. There is indeed such a sun in the world, and for some reason, it is projected over the Abyss continent, bringing the sun and light to this Abyss continent. Emolan muttered to himself, his mental power continuously penetrating into the sun itself. Although this is just a projection, Emolan seems to still be able to sense the huge energy belonging to the sun. However, perhaps because this is a projection, Emolan feels these energies as if they are separated by a thin film. Hazy and unclear. The membrane of the world wall slowly closed. Emolan did not break through it again. He already knew what he wanted to know. If he wanted to continue researching, he could just bring another god-killing bullet. It would be simple and straightforward. He put away the god-killing bullet and stored it in a container that isolated the gold and fire elements. Emolan was more cautious when storing it. After all, this god-killing bullet was a weapon used to kill gods. If it was allowed to come into contact with the gold and fire elements, even if the amount was small, it would make Emolan terrified. Who knows if he will fail to kill the god, and then kill himself? That would not be fun. After properly storing the god-killing bullet, Emolan grabbed the satellite next to him. At this moment, the satellite has roughly outlined the outline of the Abyss continent. Emolan took a look. Maybe because of his relatively remote position, or maybe because his current altitude is not high enough. The part of the map taken by the satellite is clearer under his feet. But the farther he goes, the blurrier it becomes. The accuracy decreases with the increase of distance. When he reaches the edge of the opposite continent, a large mountain range is only a tiny line on the map, which is very blurry. But even so, this is extremely precious, because it is a map of the entire Abyss world. In the center of the map, there is a bottomless abyss. The dark and gloomy abyss is like a mouth that swallows everything. Emolan felt a chill in his heart even when looking at the picture, although he didn't know what was inside the abyss. Its significance must be extraordinary. In addition, in the area with higher precision and clearer images, Emolan also saw 3 fourth-level blood pools, and there were countless third-level and second-level blood pools. Compared to the bottomless abyss at the center of the only continent, the coordinates of these blood pools are a huge fortune that can be quickly converted into cash, especially the 3 fourth-level blood pools. Emolan is now considering whether there are any radiation-bearing stones inside the 3 fourth-level blood pools. If there are, the smile on Emolan's face gradually becomes abnormal. Chapter 831 The Devil's Gaze. For pieces of radiation raw stone, Emolan muttered to himself. If I really have 4 radiation raw stones, then no matter how precious or rare they are, I will be extravagant and take out a radiation raw stone for experiment. Whatever lightning and fire, whatever cutting and crushing, I will do a thorough inspection and test, and try to obtain as comprehensive properties as possible. Emolan was quite excited, but this is also very normal, because each piece of radiation raw stone basically means a super energy source. Its energy level can completely activate any magic circle nowadays, even directly maintain the consumption of a city, and it is easy to support a shield covering the entire area of the Morse Kingdom. No one would dislike this level of super energy, as long as there is a radioactive stone. Emolan has a lot of ideas and inspirations to try. Energy is so crucial, and if there is a radioactive stone, it also means this point. A crucial point. That is, the appearance of the radioactive stone is not a coincidence, not a special case. Then this is already a cohesion process that can be replicated. And Emolan can even study the cohesion method of the radioactive stone by studying these 4th-level blood pool structures. Of course, this is still illusory at present. But if these 3 4th-level blood pools also have radioactive stones, then it can fully illustrate one point. That is, other 4th-level blood pools also have radiation stones. If you want to find radiation stones, then you can find the world blood pool, or even the blood pool of a higher level. Emolan was tempted as he thought about it. He was so tempted. TSK. Emolan looked at this tempting map, and he tisk-tisk twice. He backed up the data in it, and stored a copy in his head. After the backup was completed, he disassembled the satellite, and stored it in the space box again. Then the demon throne quickly descended, and looked up at the projected sun, before descending. He had a feeling that the sun projection might not be that simple. It should not be just a special natural phenomenon. Although he had this feeling, he could not find any clues or inspiration. At this level, it is just like all rivers flowing into the sea. All channels, all forms of expression, and promotion channels of various professions actually have the same destination. The essence is not much different. They are all about mastering rules, mastering authority, using rules, using authority, creating structure, and using structure. What warriors, what mages, and most the difference is the use of the structure on their own body, and the use of it in the outside world. Emolan can say that, as long as you reach this level, There is basically no difference between the high and low professions. Everyone is the same. One thing, the level that Emolan said is the city of gods. What? You said that pure warriors basically can't reach this level, because they are more difficult to study than mages, to create a structure? Oh, that's for crude warriors. What does it have to do with me? A mage? I just said that when they reach this level, there is no essential difference between them and mages, but I didn't say they can reach this level. Of course, this is just a joke. It is not that a warrior cannot become a god-level fighter. And Emolan does not look down on warriors. It is just that it is easier for a mage to reach this level than a mage who is good at research, good at creation, and has a large amount of knowledge accumulation. What? You said that there are warriors who are good at research, good at creation, and have a large amount of knowledge accumulation comparable to mages? What a joke. Such people will never become warriors. Right? You know, a warrior needs a supernatural core to change his job, but a mage doesn't need anything to change his job. Although mages who have only one spell, and are in the stage of knowledge accumulation at the newly changed professional level, are easily beaten by simple and crude warriors. They can beat them back when they reach the elite level. If there is really a day when the probability of gods appearing among warriors is higher than that among mages, then there is only one possibility. A very sad situation. That is, the knowledge and methods of the mage profession have been monopolized by a group of the most stupid and corrupt people. And the methods of mage job change and promotion have been lost among the people. Talented people can only choose the simple and crude warrior profession. Emolan cleared the distracting thoughts that suddenly emerged in his mind, and retracted his gaze towards the sun projection. He knew that, sooner or later, he would come up again. The demon throne quickly lowered its altitude, and he looked down, squinting his eyes. There seemed to be some irregular mud and rocks below, surging to form regular buildings. Emolan saw that the building looked vaguely familiar, and he realized it the next moment. Is this a revised version of the city design I released? Well, this designer is quite capable. He made some adjustments based on the terrain. Just take a simple look. There shouldn't be any major problems. The altitude was rapidly decreasing, and Emolan saw more and more clearly. After seeing everything clearly, he smiled. Wow! It's so lively. They've already started building the city. And over there, what's going on? The houses are still matchboxes, but the rice fields are already in rows and large greenhouses? Where did the seeds come from? Oh, I remember. The project team has cultivated sorghum seeds that can grow in the Abyss continent, and they've already started selling them. This kind of seed has no disadvantages except that it must be grown in a special environment to germinate. It has high yield, is drought resistant, and is cold resistant. Or is it that the difficulty of cultivating this kind of seed is not actually a disadvantage? It won't be long before others can cultivate food seeds that can be planted in the Abyss continent, at most. They are a little worse. Emolan thought. He has never looked down on other players. He even knows very well that there are basically some magicians in those large guilds, whose technical strength is extremely strong, and some are even as good as some elders of the Mage Association. These people are forced to stay by the major guilds with extremely high treatment, and they can't leave even if they want to, because they give too much. So much that the treatment they give exceeds the attraction of the Mage Association, and stay in their guild. Money is secondary. The main thing is to provide resources, support, and use the power of the entire guild to form a project team for them to help them research projects. Therefore, although the scientific research capabilities of the top guilds cannot compare with the accumulation and resource integration of the Mage Association, the scientific research capabilities in certain fields should not be underestimated. While Emolan was thinking, the players below also discovered the demon throne and the hideous demon in the air, especially when they found that the demon lowered his eyes and stared at them with indifferent eyes. They suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The gaze of the demon. Chapter 832, Fight the Boss. Emolan retracted his gaze. The demon throne continued to descend, and soon he returned to the sky above the blood pool and thought quietly. The player he just saw gave him a hint of inspiration. Behind a mountain, the player's station, after the terrifying demon retracted its indifferent gaze, everyone found that their backs were soaked with cold sweat, several people's legs softened, and even fell to the ground. Some players muttered to themselves. So scary. What level of demon is this? Legendary level? I feel it's not just a legend. If it's a legend, we certainly can't beat it. We will certainly be killed in seconds, But it's impossible for a mere look to make us look so embarrassed. Hiss, could it be a god? I just saw where it landed. It's not very far from us, not to mention gods, even with the legendary movement speed. It's close distance, super close distance. Maybe it will come over in a somersault. Shit. We just got out of the tiger's den, and into the wolf's den, said a player in shock. And then when the others heard it, they were all numb. After a long time, someone said with a smile. So do you think we are lucky or unlucky? Unlucky. We settled down in a demon god. Oh no. The name announced by the Mage Association is the Demon Lord. They call the possible god-level demon lord the Demon Monarch. We may have settled down next to a demon monarch that the Mage Association has never seen. Never found. But only said may exist. And we are its neighbor. What level of luck is this? And if we say we are lucky, we just settled down next to a demon monarch. What level of luck is this? The two identical sentences fully express the inner state of the guild leader at this time. This is simply an alpaca ordering takeout. It's so delicious. Fuck. It's okay. President. We can think about it from another angle. We should be lucky. You see, we found a demon lord who is at least legendary, or even god level. Isn't that good? As for this station? Anyway. Except for the greenhouse. All the buildings have not started yet. At most, they have laid the foundation. We have just started. We can move away. We can move the greenhouse together. At most, we lose a little time and a customized design drawing that is adapted to local conditions. The loss is not big. But what did we get? We got the coordinates of a demon lord who is legendary or even higher. We can explore secretly. Even if we can't explore it ourselves, wouldn't it be profitable to sell its coordinates to other associations or even the Mage Association? What's the loss? This is a big boss. Mage Association, yes. This is indeed a big boss. The president clapped his hands when he heard it. Yes, this is a big boss, that's great. If we can defeat it, the boss itself is a valuable material, plus its blood pool. Wait, this may not be a lord. Right? It is said that in addition to lords, there are also ordinary demons in the Abyss continent. Then we will explore in this direction later. If there is a blood pool, it really is a demon lord. I heard that someone has occupied the second level blood pool, and is preparing to attack the third level blood pool. If we can directly attack the fourth level blood pool, according to the news released by the Mage Association, our association may directly control the authority of a fourth level blood pool. If we directly control this territory as the guild's headquarters, hiss, we will be able to gain a foothold in an instant? What is there that players can never refuse? 1. Treasure chest. 2. Health bar. 3. Boss with health bar. Players can never refuse these three temptations. Just like if there is a red dot in the software, you must click it. If there is a treasure chest, you must open it. If there is a boss, you must fight it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll transfer people over. I'll raise money. I'll sell my family property to raise money. If it's feasible, I will take all my property to the Mage Association to customize a Legion Array Core. Okay. Let's do it. About going to the Mage Association to customize weapons, and then fight the president of the Mage Association. Emolon didn't know that someone had already set his sights on him. He used his elemental body to merge with his demon body. And the image he showed to the outside was actually a humanoid demon, a ferocious demon with goat horns, goat hooves and bent knees. And he sat on the demon throne with a fierce rage, and he was actually a powerful abyss demon lord who ruled a large territory. But if Emolon knew that someone was targeting him, his first plan was to sell his property and go to the Mage Association to customize the Legion Array Core. Maybe he would be happier to act? Player, Demon Throne of Abyss Power. Inspiration gradually emerged in Emolan's mind. The power of the Abyss is too strong. It even contains part of the authority of the Abyss continent world, making it so strong that even I can't bear it. So I forged the Demon Throne, connected the Demon Throne to the 4th level blood pool, carried the power of the 4th level blood pool, carried this power of the Abyss, carried this authority, and used this power with the help of the Demon Throne. Emolon pondered. Generally speaking, ordinary players should be weaker than me. The power of the Abyss that I cannot bear. The authority that I cannot bear. According to common sense, I and ordinary players should not be able to bear and use. But I have already used the Demon Throne to receive this power. And then I successfully used the power of the Abyss by using the Demon Throne. and even use the power of this authority. According to this line of thought, can ordinary players use the power of the demon throne? In theory, it should be possible. At most, because the upper limit of the player is a little lower. The power that can be borrowed is a little lower. And it is impossible to use the power of authority. If that's the case, then as long as players are within the radiation range of the demon throne, they can borrow the power of this 4th level blood pool and get a certain bonus in strength. Leaving aside the combat power, it is stable to improve by 1 level as far as strength is concerned. Molan pondered. Now all the players have settled in. And the lowest level players are basically full of professional level, elite level. And most of those who dare to enter the abyss are above elite level. So there is a problem that has not been highlighted. That is, if ordinary people migrated to the abyss world on a large scale, would it lead to mass death and mass killing by demons? But if they could be given the power of self-defense, it would be much better. Right? And this power was given by me. So if they committed crimes, I could take it back directly. In addition, with great power, they would be good at moving bricks. Chapter 833 New Career System. Give it power, Molan said softly. In fact, this is equivalent to creating a career system in disguise. But compared with the normal career system, this is the opposite. It is a reverse career system. The normal career system first selects an energy, then finds ways to use this ability to strengthen itself. But my idea is different. My idea is not to find a kind of energy, but to create one directly, and then create a way to use this ability after the creation is completed. No. Molan shook his head. That's not right. I didn't create a kind of energy. I just built a converter, which converts a huge and uncontrollable energy into a power that people can control through the converter of the Demon King. In essence, this is still an ordinary professional system. Or the only difference is that once this professional system is created, the power and ability of all professionals in the entire professional system are controlled by the person in charge of the professional system. Molan said softly. It's like if I really develop and build this kind of professional system that uses the power of the abyss. Then I will become the absolute controller of all professionals in this professional system. This is different from a mage. For a mage, although I am the strongest mage, although I can even become the god of mages, the power held by other mages is also real power. I can kill him. I can destroy him. I can destroy all his mental power. But these are all violent means. I can't make him lose his power just by thinking about it. Assuming that the demon occupation system is successfully established, then it is possible. As long as I think about it, any professional in the entire occupation system will lose power, no matter how strong they are. Because all power belongs to him given by the system, and this power never belongs to him from beginning to end, but belongs to the system. Unlike other occupations, every bit of power, every bit of knowledge is truly his own, and no one can take it away. Molan pondered. But everything has two sides. This occupation system has great disadvantages. But it is not necessarily a disadvantage. It can only be said that while it has this characteristic, it also has other corresponding advantages. The first point is that this kind of career system has almost no threshold to speak of. Or it can be said that there is no threshold at all. It doesn't matter if you are a person or a dog. Anyone can be employed. At most, it is a little troublesome to control. But for things like controlling power, it may be a little difficult to practice to the pinnacle. But normal use only requires time and proficiency. And there is no threshold. So, as long as this world can hold up, I can make almost everyone a professional. Although this has a limited range. As long as I expand its coverage to the entire world, then this is not a disadvantage. Molan was suddenly scared by himself. Is this a fake version? No. A youth version of everyone being like a dragon? Molan was confused. I accidentally touched the edge of a goal that even saints need to look up to. But that's not right. Saints don't pursue everyone to have strength, but a state of mind like a dragon. But this is awesome enough. Everyone has extraordinary power. Everyone can enjoy the convenience brought by extraordinary power. It's like using network traffic. Extraordinary becomes a network service. It only costs a very low fee. Everyone can become a superhuman and enjoy its convenience. When the clothes are dirty, the washing technique, the drying technique, the clothes are washed and dried, you can even use the ironing technique to iron them, or a comprehensive spell that combines all these together. When the floor is dirty, mop the floor. When you are hungry, the Manhan banquet technique. When you have no money, this is not okay. No, absolutely not okay. Emolan shook his head repeatedly, but the things he just thought about still made him think about it. If it really comes true, then it will be like the steam age, the electrical age, the information age, and become a brand new era. This era is called the extraordinary age, the age of everyone being extraordinary. Just like everyone can enjoy the convenience brought by the electrical age and the information age, in the extraordinary age, every industry can enjoy the convenience brought by the extraordinary. Emolan calmed down and thought slowly. Of course, these have nothing to do with the demon throne. Emolan looked down at the demon throne, feeling the chaotic power of the abyss and the simple authority of the abyss world. These spells are impossible for the demon throne to perform. The inherently chaotic power of the abyss may be a good choice for releasing offensive spells. If you want to release spells such as laundry and bathing that require extremely precise control, don't even think about it in your next life. Let alone those who rely on the system to gain extraordinary power. I can't do it. This is the disadvantage of the power itself. However, if I can use the demon throne to tame the power of the abyss and build this entire professional system, then I may refer to the power of the abyss, the model of the demon throne, use the elements or the priesthood of the mage as the source of power, replace the power of the abyss, and replace the demon throne with a floating city. In this case, maybe I can build a foolproof mage career system suitable for all ordinary people. Just like software. Just click on the part where you don't understand. Emolan muttered to himself. Now the power of the abyss. The demon throne and other ready-made conditions are here. Everything is ready. If it can be built, it proves that this path is feasible. Then I can lay the foundation for the mage career to supplement the architecture and accumulate experience. Emolan immediately made a decision in his mind. Decided to build this demon throne system. And started thinking immediately. After thinking for a while, Emolan came up with the best solution. Which was amazingly fast. Am I stupid? What am I thinking about here? I am only a part now, just a clone, with no full consciousness. Why should I think about such a difficult problem? Are you free? This problem is obviously to be thrown to the complete me to do. Sorry, complete me, I'll leave it all to you. After thinking it over, Emolan felt relieved immediately, leaning on the demon throne, suddenly noticed something, glanced slightly. Player? Just saw me. Right? You ran to me. Emolan didn't care, and was ready to leave immediately, but his eyes made the group of players feel as cold as ice, until Emolan looked away and breathed a sigh of relief. But when they saw the huge blood pool below, they instantly became excited. Chapter 834 Blood Pond Network and Abyss Demon. Such a shameless, helpless thought. Is it really mine? After connecting with the consciousness of the clone, Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, because the previous inspiration and solution have been integrated into his mind. What kind of solution is this? Wait, is this really my clone? How can a person who is so hardworking and diligent give birth to such a lazy clone and idea? The most incredible thing is, it's okay to paddle in other people's water and touch other people's fish, but this kind of person actually touches his own fish and paddles in his own water? Emolan felt as if he had been punched in the body, and it hurt, but he couldn't do anything about it. Could he cut off the hand that hit him? His own consciousness, his own clone. He couldn't deal with it, couldn't solve it, and couldn't even punish it. Could it be that he was setting a trap for his future clones? Trying to exploit his clones? Wouldn't that just torture himself? No matter how sick he was, he couldn't do that. The main reason was that the clones didn't have much consciousness and thinking. So they couldn't do anything substantial if they were really exploited. At most, they could do some low-tech or hard labor. The low-tech ones were thrown to the elders. And wouldn't it be appropriate for elite members to study them? As for hard labor, it would really be a waste of time. Oh, by the way, you can do some low-tech work. Anyway, when you clone, you have to clone. And you can't study cutting-edge projects after you clone. It's better for each clone to study a low-tech one, making full use of every minute and every second, and not letting the clone sit idle. Besides, if I release the slightly lower technical content to others, it will take a long time to study it. It just so happens that I have solved it, which can also save the main body a lot of time. Yes, that's it. Before the next clone, assign tasks to the clone, and start working as soon as it is separated. Emolan smiled with satisfaction, and the smile was exactly the same as the smile when the clone decided to blame the main body before. Just like a person, this is a person. It is worth mentioning that the main body is only the main body when it is complete. Once it is a clone, then each one is a clone. There is no relationship between the clone and the main body, or each one is the main body. There is no such thing as the main body and the clone existing at the same time. Another point is that, when the two clones are within the sensing distance, their consciousness will naturally merge and communicate. It is impossible for two MO-LANs to exist within the sensing range. It's arranged. Let's get down to business now. MO-LAN smiled and began to think about the feasibility of establishing a demon power occupation system. He also came up with a solution after just a moment. MO-LAN's solution would naturally not be to leave it to the clones. MO-LAN's idea is actually very simple. The demon throne is not like a mage's priesthood. Only I can use it directly. The demon throne is just a semi-artifact. Just a tool. As long as you pass the verification method I left, you can control it and use it. This is also the advantage of the demon throne's weakness of not being able to bless me with all its power. It will not recognize people like the mage priesthood, so there is room for operation. As long as people use mental power to connect to the demon throne from a distance, or use a tower spirit as a mental power intermediary to actively connect the player and the demon throne, becoming a bridge in the middle. Then within the radiation range of the demon throne's power, the demon throne's blessing should be able to go directly, just like the blood pool blessing. And you only need to complete a few magic arrays on the demon throne, and install a tower spirit to easily complete multi-threaded blessing of the abyss power, which means that you can bless many targets at the same time. As for increasing the radiation range, it is also simple. It is mainly divided into two parts. The first part is that the player contacts the demon throne. This part can be easily completed using the existing mental power channel and the mental power network. Players can connect to the demon throne through the mental power network as long as they are within the network laying range. The second part is to bless the player with the power of the demon throne. The power of the demon throne is actually the power of the abyss. This is actually not difficult at all. To put it simply, the power of the abyss is the power of the blood pool. Since the demon throne can connect to the power of this 4th level blood pool, it can carry the power of this 4th level blood pool. Then I can use the same method to bless the power of other blood pools on the demon throne. In this way, once the player applies for power blessing, he can directly use the nearest blood pool for blessing. If the nearest blood pool is not enough, he can mobilize the surrounding ones, or quickly mobilize power through the ground veins between the blood pools for blessing. This should be feasible. Moreover, this way, the power of the remaining blood pools can be gathered together and used as the backup force of this system. In this case, the power that can be mobilized by using this system at the same time will also increase significantly. As for the coordination problem, as the demon throne that carries part of the authority, it is easy to control the power of some blood pools below the 4th level with the status of demigod or even controlling part of the authority. Besides, these blood pools are basically connected to the lower level blood pools below the 4th level blood pool. The 4th level blood pool suppresses and controls it, which is even simpler. There is no difficulty. MO-LAN nodded gently after thinking about it. Well, that's it. The network built on the blood pool is the blood pool network. The blood pool is the node, and the ground vein is the vein. The blood pool network coverage is the coverage of this professional system. When the blood pool network connects all the blood pools in the entire abyss continent, the coverage of this professional system will reach the entire world. The power brought by this system in the entire abyss continent is effective, and it can directly mobilize power. Moreover, in this way, all the 4th level blood pools and all the low level blood pools are gathered. MO-LAN had an idea in his mind. Will the power level integrated in this way reach the god level? Will the demon throne that carries these powers become a magic weapon? A true demon god? A true demon monarch? MO-LAN pondered. Since it is the power mobilized with the demon throne as the core, then this power is called the demon power, and this professional system is called the demon power system. If all the blood pools are really integrated, then this may be a professional system with an abyss demon god as the source, and the upper limit or peak of this system is the abyss demon god. Chapter 835 Projection? The abyss demon god. MO-LAN muttered to himself. The upper limit of a system constructed in this way should not be too low. Right? With the power of an abyss demon god as the source, with the status of an abyss demon god as the upper limit and peak, how many professions lack a way to directly reach the god level? This demon power profession system, this blood pool network, this almost represents a god position that directly leads to the gods. If there is such a day, then the demon throne is the real throne, a throne belonging to a demon monarch, Similarly, whoever sits on it, then he is the real demon monarch. If it is formed, then perhaps this is another god-level heritage. And with the characteristics of the demon god, its combat power is probably the best among many ancient gods. And such god-level combat power can only be taken away, seized, or abolished by others. No matter what, it will not betray, and will always loyally guard the Mage Association. It is an authentic and completely trustworthy god-level heritage. Just like a floating city that can be passed down from generation to generation. This is far more precious and real than normal gods. The Mage Association now has the god-killing cannon, Mage Priesthood, god-killing bullet, and in the future there will be the floating city, Demon Throne. And I suddenly realized that the cards in my hand are already quite impressive. After counting them, Emolan said in surprise, which he himself had not imagined. If it continues to develop step by step at this speed, then what's the point of running away? It should be these titans who are planning to run away. Right? Each titan is a scorpion, a unique super-protected animal. If they don't run away, who will? Then it will be their turn to stage the Ragnarok of the gods. Emolan muttered. But it was just a joke. Even Emolan knew one thing very well in his heart. So, although the Mage Association seems to be developing rapidly, and it is actually developing rapidly, with endless god-level backgrounds, but this is actually just an explosion. None of these backgrounds were acquired suddenly, and none of them were picked up for nothing. There is no such thing as picking up a magic weapon when going out, and ascending to become a god after walking a few steps. No, there is none of these. Where do the current god-level backgrounds and the upcoming god-level backgrounds come from? This all comes from the long-term persistence and accumulation of the Mage Association's long-term development. These have long been transformed into the foundation of the Mage Association. But they are usually not obvious and seem to be lukewarm. But in fact, after such a long period of development, with the knowledge of countless players, inspiration is gathered. The Mage Association, which was young, simple, and newly established, has become a huge Mage Association with a profound foundation. This foundation is not just wealth, but also various technologies, knowledge, and the talents of mages who can continuously generate inspiration and transform it into technology and knowledge. Just like the god-killing bullet. The god-killing bullet is essentially refined gold. And refined gold comes from gold-patterned black steel. The original gold-patterned black steel came from Earl Hanfeng, which was snatched by Emolan with his own ability. The subsequent gold-patterned black steel was taken by Emolan after he smashed a door to another world. As for the ability to smelt refined gold, it was accumulated by Emolan bit by bit. None of these factors were picked up, and the finished refined gold was not picked up either. Then, there is the Mage Priesthood. This is Emolan's creation and publication of mages. He has been continuously researching mages and perfecting mages. This is Emolan's continuous organization of the Mage Association, expanding the influence of mages and helping other mages. This is the comprehensive result of Emolan's long-term respect by countless player mages and aboriginal mages, and his knowledge products are learned and studied by others. It is also the comprehensive result of Emolan's continuous accumulation of knowledge, unremitting efforts, and positive progress. These are all Emolan's actions, Emolan's efforts. Not a single bit is given by others, and this rule is created by Emolan himself. This noble is also created by Emolan himself. Let's talk about the god-killing cannon. Its raw materials and principles are the product of exploring the other world. The alloy used in the god-killing cannon comes from the association's knowledge accumulation, from the various elemental metals collected. The technology of the god-killing cannon comes from the Mage Association's knowledge accumulation, from Lin was vigorous development, the genius speed, and it was not suddenly picked up from that ruins. The floating city, the demon throne are all like this. It can be said that, behind every background of the Mage Association, there can be a series of stories belonging to the Mage Association. These are the long-term accumulation of the Mage Association, and finally sublimated into a god-level background. This is also the fundamental reason for the explosive development of the Mage Association during this period. This is an epic of the Mage Association. But at the same time, it is precisely because this is the epic of the Mage Association, and it is the result of the long-term accumulation and sublimation of the Mage Association. Therefore, after waiting for this period of explosive growth, the Mage Association will not be able to progress at such a fast speed again, unless it has accumulated a long period of hardship and suddenly seizes a certain opportunity to make explosive progress again. Just like the progress of science and technology, it is also such an explosive progress. And the principle is similar to the current state of the Mage Association. Long-term accumulation of foundation. Grasping miracles to sublimate the foundation. Great progress. Digesting various theories during the great progress. Knowledge. And starting to accumulate again and bursting out again. It's all like this. So if you want to make the Titans run away, if you want to make Ragnarok happen in the zoo, Emolan and the Mage Association still have a long way to go. After a while. Done. Emolan took a long breath, put down the pen in his hand, and twisted his neck. The key idea of the magic circle. The skeleton has been built, and the execution concept has been straightened out. The next experiment. The details have no technical content, and the clone can also be done. It was decided happily. Let the clone do all these things. Emolan thought about it, and suddenly felt that the world was vast. It's so cool. Wonderful. Emolan laughed immediately, and then he stopped laughing after a long time, and began to think about another thing. The sun projection outside the wall of the Abyss continent gradually emerged in his mind, and he recalled the feeling at that time. As he recalled, his face suddenly changed slightly and became serious. Before, the clone always felt that something was missing. And now, Emolan thought of that little bit. It was precisely because of this that Emolan's face couldn't help but change. Including me, the Mage Association, and even all the players, believe that the Abyss continent originally had a sun, because it is natural for a world to have a sun. But what if the Abyss continent originally had no sun? There was not even a concept related to the sun. Emolan muttered to himself in shock. Then, there was one after the sun projection appeared. Chapter 836, the Sun God of Another World. The concept of the sun, I hope my guess is wrong. Emolan muttered to himself. But if my guess is correct, it means that the sun projection in the Abyss world is not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made projection, in order to forcibly insert the concept of the sun into the Abyss continent. Once this concept is inserted, then as the source of the concept, before he dies, this concept and the related authority derived from it will inevitably be in his hands, and no one else can snatch it. It's like before I die. The mage's priesthood must belong to me. The mage's concept and authority must be in my hands. And no one can take it away even if I don't want it. Emolan fell into deep thought. This means that before me, there were gods who had set their sights on the Abyss world and took action to invade it. However, if my guess is correct, it also means there is good news. That is, there is no Abyss demon god in the Abyss world. Otherwise, this blatant act of pouring concepts would have been resisted by the gods long ago. In the world, the gods who hold the authority of this world are the real gods. Or only the gods in their own world are the real gods. When arriving at other worlds, if the gods do not hold the relevant authority in this world, then even the high and mighty gods will fall from the altar. The gods who have fallen from the altar face the real gods in their own world. There is no comparison between the two. The gods who have fallen from the altar are at most legends, and may not even be legends. Just like me, the real gods can be killed with one breath. Therefore, there must be no Abyss demon god in the Abyss continent. Otherwise it would be impossible to allow other gods to vent their concepts at will. Just like me in the main material world. If I know who dares to do this, I must kill him. Even if I can't, I will directly defeat his means of venting his concepts. Emolan supported his chin with his fingers. In this case, choose one of the two. So, no matter which situation, there is good news? Emolan pondered for a while, and his mood suddenly became better. But according to my initial perception, the sun projection is most likely a means of invading another world deployed by the sun god of a certain world. Through this means, he can build his own authority and his own throne in another world, and then use this as an anchor to conquer a world bit by bit, plunder a world's high-level resources, or directly conquer and rule an entire world, and make the conquered world a subordinate world of the main world, connect to the gate of another world, and turn the conquered world into resource production areas, farmlands, pastures, and factories, and use the endless resources of endless other worlds to supply the development of the main material world. Emolan instantly conceived a series of ideas and plans in his mind, which, in a sense, are highly feasible. In this way, it seems that the resources of endless other worlds can be used to support a super wizard civilization. A multidimensional wizard civilization spanning countless worlds. However, the premise is that you cannot fail in the continuous expeditions to other worlds. And you must not be discovered by the other side and counter-invaded. In addition, in this kind of expedition to other worlds by gods, floating cities seem to be an exception. The destructive energy released by controlled nuclear fission is effective in the main material world. And it is also effective in the abyss world. This means that floating cities driven by this destructive energy can maintain normal combat effectiveness even in different worlds. In other words, if you control this floating city to carry out expeditions to other worlds, it means that you can save the time-consuming and easily discovered and resisted link of concept input. The floating city does not need any authority to bless it. As long as the energy is full, the floating city is a god-level combat force. This can directly go to other worlds and confront local gods head-on. Is this floating city a bit abnormal? Well, it can't be said that the floating city is abnormal. It can only be said that the energy of controlled nuclear fission is more abnormal. This energy is of a very high level. In addition, if you think from this perspective, the radiation ore will be of a very high level. Even in the multiverse era, it will be a very precious ore in various other worlds. This ore may even become a hard currency for transactions in the communication and exchanges between different worlds. Emolan said softly. In that case, the Abyss continent is still a very precious mineral-producing world. And the minerals are of very high value. Emolan thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Don't think about it. Both the multi-magic civilization and the mineral-producing world are empty. Look down at your feet. First, resist the invasion of the alien world this time, and save the Abyss continent. Emolan has already regarded the sun projection as the authority projection of the gods of the alien world. Of course, whether it is or not, it will not affect Emolan's rehearsal this time, because Emolan has already deduced that this way of venting concepts is indeed highly feasible. If that's the case, then there will definitely be similar invasions of gods from other worlds in the future, and there's no harm in rehearsing now. But then again, wouldn't the sun projection on this Abyss continent be the projection of the sun titan in the main material world? Emolan suddenly thought of a possibility, and immediately recalled the fluctuations of the sun projection he felt at that time, and then shook his head. No rules, authority, concepts, no matter which kind of aura. They don't match. This is not the sun god of the main material world, but the sun god of a world with the sun. But this raises another problem. Emolan's face became serious. Even if he found that the projection of the sun was suspected to be a tool for pouring concepts of other gods, he was not as serious as he was now. The main material world, the world of the Abyss continent, the major elemental worlds, the Abyss world outside the Abyss continent, this time there is another world with a sun god. There are more than tens of billions of intelligent life in the main material world alone, plus the world itself. The energy it contains is so huge that it is incredible. It is incredible that this game world can be materialized into reality. But there is an Abyss continent here. The Abyss continent is fine, although there are countless demons, but most of them are brainless, although they do not follow the law of conservation of energy, but it seems more reasonable. But the real Abyss world outside the Abyss continent that we saw before, or the world Abyss. That's fine, I can bear it, but now the sun god and his other world are ready to invade the Abyss continent. This is not just the main material world of the game. Right? This is a condensation of a main material world and the endless heavens and worlds. Emolan couldn't help it. Materialize the endless world. Are all these billions of players gods? Are all of them gods? And they are not ordinary gods, they must be creator gods. Chapter 837 Abyss. The real other world? Creator god? Emolan shook his head. It would be great if they were all creator gods. All the worlds were created by humans. You would be invincible, and you wouldn't have to worry about anything. How wonderful that would be. But obviously, this is impossible. Billions of creator gods? What a joke. No novels dare not write about this. And even TV doesn't dare to do this. TV might really show this. This is too outrageous. There is no possibility. Emolan said softly. No need to think. He came to this conclusion easily. The elemental world can be explained by the subsidiary space of the main material world. But this Abyss world is a real different world. And it has nothing to do with the main material world. If so, how should the Abyss world be explained? How should the sun god, who is suspected to be a projection of the Abyss world, and the world he belongs to be explained? Emolan frowned. And suddenly a piece of information he had received a long time ago emerged in his mind. This piece of information was very inconspicuous. But Emolan remembered it at this moment. That was a message like this. It was information about the invaders from another world. Just like the little devil that Emolan met, the reason why the little devil did not attract the demon army was because the successive plans were destroyed by Emolan, and each time the gate to the other world was not successfully opened. But this was only because there were players. This group of guys who wanted to spread all over the map and had nothing to do found the little devil. And the opening of the gate to the other world was doomed to fail. Because the little devil would find that this group of shameless humans would pass on the news even if they died, and then more humans would come. The little devils tried many times but failed to silence them, or it was useless to silence them. So there are players, unless the players reach a consensus and intend to deliberately open the gate to the other world before spawning monsters. Otherwise, the gate to the other world cannot be opened. So far, the Demon Invasion expansion pack of the game Real Game has not been opened. It can only be said that this batch of demons is simply the worst batch of demons. After working so hard for so long, even the expansion pack cannot be opened. What a loser. But although this batch of demons has brought shame to all demons, the previous demons were not so shameful, or the previous natives were not as powerful and idle as the players. Therefore, in history, large-scale demon invasions of the Abyss world did occur. And thus, the legend of demons was left in the main material world. In the legend, demons cannot be killed. And even if they are killed, they will come out of the gate to the other world again in a short time. This even led to many kingdoms and nobles starting to spy on the secrets of demons. While most kingdoms paid a heavy price for their own death, there was indeed a noble who mastered the power of the demon. Although it did not involve the power of immortality, it was already powerful enough. This power, this secret was used by this nobleman to build an army. The nobleman's surname was Tulip. This army was called the Demon Legion. Even Emolan had heard of the reputation of the Demon Legion, and he was very familiar with the legend of the immortality of the demons. He originally thought it was just a legend, because although the demons did not invade, he invaded, oh no, entered the Abyss world, and killed many demons of all sizes. But not even one demon showed the ability to resurrect. Of course, Emolan guessed that it might be a special racial talent possessed by a high-level demon race. Until the last second, Emolan thought so. But at this moment, Emolan doubted it, because he thought of a new possibility in his mind. A possibility that could reasonably explain all the current problems. What if the Abyss continent world? The Abyss world was originally real? This is not actually a manifestation of the real game. This is just like what we call it. This is indeed a different world. Emolan took a deep breath. If it is a real other world, then there is no need to consider the energy problem of embodiment. If it is a real other world, then there is no need to consider the problem of suspected invasion by the concept of the sun god of other worlds. If it is a real other world, then it is completely reasonable for the demons to have immortality. How can a real life die because of death in the virtual world? Even if you think you are dead, even if there is still mental damage. But if you are not dead, you are not dead. Most of them will not die. So they will naturally continue to rush to the main material world. Then the natives at that time will naturally think that the demons are projections. And the demons have immortal characteristics. The demons at that time were actually the same as the players before, just projections, but there was no perfect death protection mechanism at most, and the demons who died in the game might really die. Emolan suddenly realized. Oh, the players at that time were called projectors by the natives. Projector, the person who projects. I was surprised why it was called this name at that time. But now it seems that this is completely literal, the original projection demon, the person who projects, the projector. So actually, someone has told me that the Abyss world is a real world. Oh no, not telling. No one has tried to cover up this matter. It is clearly laid out on the table, but no one has noticed. No one has discovered it. Until you reach this level, even if this fact is laid out in front of you, even if it is told to you directly, you would not know it. Emolan shook his head slightly, quietly sorting out his thoughts. Just a moment ago, his thoughts were a little complicated, but he was not shocked. How shocked he was. No. Only the things that were unexpected and incredible and impossible to do would shock him. There are such things. But this one doesn't count, because it has been clearly stated on the table for a long time. But he just has a low vision and only discovered it now. So he is not shocked at all, because these are all logical, very smooth, and not abrupt at all. But it would be wrong to say that Emolan had no reaction at all. After all, It was such a big thing, which made his thoughts a little complicated and confused. And he didn't know what to say for a while. What should I do? An idea popped up in Emolan's mind. I got it! Emolan immediately opened the chat page, found a small group chat with Linwa and Lu Bin, edited the message and sent it. The Abyss world is a real different world. 2 question marks appeared in the group. Lu Bin and Linwa seemed a little puzzled, but after a moment of silence, 2 question marks appeared in the group again. Emolan smiled at this. Chapter 838 Extraordinary in Reality. Sure enough, sharing pain will not have the pain, but it can double the pleasure. Emolan stretched his waist comfortably, his thoughts became clear, and a smile appeared on his face again. Neither Lu Bin nor Lin were stupid, and they could even be said to be very smart. The strong soul, mental power, and consciousness brought about super-fast reaction ability, super memory, analysis ability. After Emolan said this conclusion, the 2 of them quickly found clues, found possibilities in the impossible, and reacted. Although they reacted, this incident still made them confused and dazed, which was exactly the same as Emolan's state just now. This is a joke. After a while, Lin was said slowly in the group. This is not a joke. Emolan typed with a smile. But just after sending it out, 2 powerful mental powers came directly. Mental connection. I said that it is difficult for players to materialize the main material world so far, let alone materialize the Abyss world. Linwa projected a little man in the world of mental connection and sat down, crossed his legs and said, of course, it is just a way of expression. In fact, it is still directly transmitting information with mental power. With the mental strength of Emolan, Linwa, and Lu Bin, the data transmitted in an instant can be calculated in PB. GB is TB, and TB is PB. This is just the normal communication speed of 2 people. It is conceivable to what extent the communication efficiency of the 2 has reached. Lu Bin said after hearing this. It is indeed impossible to materialize the myriad worlds. And materializing the main material world is actually not enough. After my observation and research, the main material world may not be purely materialized, or the materialization is just a trigger. First, the overall framework is built through materialization, and the core water pump is built. Well, to make an analogy, it can be regarded as the engine of the materialized world. The elemental world should play the role of the water pump. We have all been to the elemental world and have seen it. You are also familiar with the situation inside. There is a constant flow of elements into the main material world at all times. In my opinion, this elemental world should be the first to be materialized. After successful materialization, it will enter the operating state, continuously extracting energy from the outside universe and nature to fill it into the virtual framework of the main material world. Energy is filled into this virtual shadow. Slowly, this need is substance. And slowly, this world has become real. Lu Bin said. This model is highly feasible. It is more reliable and much simpler than relying solely on people to materialize. This is why only a few billion people can condense intelligent creatures that are hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times their own, as well as the ancient god Titan. Otherwise, it cannot be explained and does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. This is reasonable. In addition, the architecture of this game, if nothing unexpected happens, its initial architecture should have a good fortune architecture, which may be very superficial, but it must exist. So what is materialized by the player is actually a world seed, a prototype of the world. And then this seed, under the watering of the player, continuously absorbs nutrients and grows vigorously. So, if you say so, doesn't it mean that there are also extraordinary things in reality? Lin was said slowly after a moment of silence. I know that the current president has certain extraordinary characteristics in reality. And even Lu Bin and I have some signs. But this is because a considerable part of the game world has been materialized. Our abilities are just synchronized with the original body. When I say that there are extraordinary things in reality, I mean the past and the outside world. Emolan said to Lin was question. Are you thinking about the Abyss world? Linwood nodded slightly. If there are really extraordinary things in reality, if the Abyss world is really a different world, then where is the Abyss world located in reality? What is the relationship with our planet? Do we know each other? And is there a threat? Lin was said again after a moment of silence. The demon invasion was just an expansion pack that was not opened in the game. It was defeated by the players before it even started. But if it were put in reality, it might not be so funny, not so fun. I'm not kidding. I have actually thought about the question of having extraordinary powers in reality. First, it may exist in itself, just like the game world we live in. With active elements, there is a natural opportunity to give birth to extraordinary monsters, and even people who are born with extraordinary powers. In this world, it is normal to be extraordinary. The second is that just like our reality, the extraordinary does not exist. Maybe because the world level is too low. Or maybe because the level is too high. There is no obvious extraordinary. But with the belief of countless people, the gathering of thoughts, the extraordinary world and extraordinary phenomena are finally born. The universe is so huge. I think both situations should exist. As for which kind of abyss world is, we don't know. But since we already have the ability to go to the abyss world, it means that we are not completely powerless. And there is another thing. No matter how powerful we are, no matter how fast we develop, we must admit one thing. Emolan grinned. We are just a civilian group. We are just a group of amateurs. We are just weak. The real boss is still behind us. What are we afraid of? As for whether the boss can do it or not, whether the professionals can do it or not, Emolan grinned. Linhua. Lu Bin. Don't forget that we have never been passive in contacting the extraordinary from the beginning to the end. We actively stepped into the extraordinary. We are fully prepared. With guns and cannons. And chariots roaring. Ready to attack the extraordinary world. We are the attackers, we are the hunters, they should be the ones who need to panic. Linhua and Lu Bin felt their bodies tremble when they heard this. After pondering for a long time, Linhua looked at Emolan in confusion. Gods, vulnerable groups? Is there any problem? Emolan said confidently. Linhua's mouth twitched slightly, asked again. Vulnerable folk groups? You are not? Yes. Yes. But? Isn't that the end? Emolan curled his lips and said. As a vulnerable civilian group, we should just do what we should do. Forget it, don't think too much, let's find a way to defend against these titans at home. Who knows why there are so many titans at home? On the other hand, there are not panics even with so many titans at home, there are ways to deal with them. What is the Abyss Continent, and the strange sun god that have not been found outside? Chapter 839 The Gate to the Real World. Why do I feel that what you said makes sense? Linhua said slowly. Emolan smiled when he heard it. Linhua, Lu Bin, do you think the three of us are the smartest in the world, and the most talented in mages? Emolan said softly, and then waved his fingers. No, maybe we do have some talent, maybe our talents are top-notch, but there are definitely more than three of us. Do you understand what I mean? Why are there so many geniuses, but only the three of us are famous, and at most some mages from the top guilds? Why? The smile on Emolan's face slowly faded, and he said solemnly. Because there are more talented people who choose to remain unknown. Emolan smiled again after he finished speaking. I just talked about my peers. Young man. What about the previous generation? What about the previous generation? We are standing on the shoulders of giants. So that's great. What about those giants? What about those giants whose names we don't know? But who must exist? You know. They can develop super strategic weapons that are comparable to a blow from a god in a world without supernatural powers. What can people of that level do when they have supernatural powers? Restore vitality, greatly improve their mental power, have active thinking, and double their computing power? They can do anything. We know this. We are not stupid. We have always known it. Linhua said. Emolan smiled. This is the answer I gave. Why do you think what I said makes sense? Because it makes sense in itself. Listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. Emolan shrugged indifferently, turned his head to look at Lu Bin, and asked curiously. Lu Bin, I have had an idea in my mind since I concluded that the Abyss is a real world. This idea makes me feel itchy. I don't have an answer, but I still plan to ask you. President. You say. Emolan pondered, and said after organizing his words a little. I'm just giving an analogy. I'm just giving an analogy. I'm asking, I'm just curious, it doesn't mean anything, you just need to listen. President, what's the problem you've emphasized so much? Don't keep us in suspense, okay? Okay, we know you're just curious. Linhua said unhappily. Emolan nodded. Well, okay, I just want to ask, aren't we in the main material world? Can't we construct the gate to another world through spatial coordinates? Can't the gate to another world be opened in different worlds, and allow people to pass through? And isn't the Abyss a real other world? Linhua and Lu Bin didn't understand what Emolan was saying at first, and were a little puzzled, But halfway through, they suddenly reacted, and suddenly widened their eyes, looking at Emolan in shock. President, don't tell me you want to. Emolan smiled at the incredible looks of Lin Wei and Lu Bin, and nodded shyly. Yes, I just want to ask. Since the Abyss world is a real world, our reality is also a real world. And the gate to the other world can build a space channel across the world, and we can go to the gate to the other world. Then under the above conditions, it should be feasible in theory. I want to ask now, on a specific technical level, do we have the ability to build a gate to the other world from the Abyss world to the reality, and then use the Abyss world as a transit point, so that our bodies in the game, and even some other small specialties, such as mechas, such as floating cities, can go together? Soldier, a supervisory mage suddenly discovered extremely violent experimental fluctuations inside the association, and immediately looked over. Hey, Chairman Lu's laboratory, let me see it. Oh, the tower spirit has a record. Lu will be doing space experiments. That's fine, but with such violent space fluctuations, will Lu collapse the entire space? At the same time, another violent explosion was heard from another direction, and the dazzling light seemed to penetrate the building, so that the entire mage association was immersed in a milky white light, which dissipated after a moment. The on-duty supervisory mage, who had just been alarmed, looked at the source of the light again, only to see the embarrassed Lin were protecting a group of mages outside the mage tower, and only half of his mage tower was left, and the ones above the second floor had been directly melted in the light just now. Lin Hui? How come Lin Hui also had an accident? But it seems that everyone was protected by Lin Hui. No one died. Just half of the mage tower was melted. It's not a big problem. But Lu Hui and Lin Hui are both people who rarely have experimental accidents. Why did they both have accidents now? Could it be that Lin Hui and Lu Hui were chatting together just now, and someone told a funny joke? The supervising mage shook his head immediately after thinking about this. Impossible, it should be something else that happened. How could Lin Hui and Lu Hui be distracted by chatting while doing experiments? So it must be something else. The supervising mage muttered, while Lin Wei and Lu Bin, who were chatting and had an accident, ignored the accident on their side, and stared at Emolan. Emolan shrugged innocently. Why are you staring at me? You are all old wizards. You have done countless experiments. How can you make such a low-level mistake and cause an experimental accident? You must reflect on yourself. Lin Wei and Lu Bin seemed not to hear, just staring at Emolan. Why are you staring at me? Reflect on yourself? Okay, didn't I just say that? I am just curious, just asking. I definitely don't want to build one to try. By the way, I just suddenly thought of a question. If the Abyss world can be connected to the real world, then such a relationship is formed. The main material world and the Abyss world can be connected through the gate of the other world, and the Abyss world and reality can be connected through the gate of the other world. Then can the main material world and reality be connected directly through the gate of the other world? Can they be equated? Of course, this is based on the premise that the Abyss world and reality can be connected directly through the gate of the other world. Emolan hurriedly tried to divert his attention, and began to judge. Judgment was successful, and attention was diverted. Lin Wei turned his head to look at Lu Bin. Lu Bin fell into deep thought after a long time. He looked at Emolan and said slowly, "It is theoretically feasible, because the Abyss world also exists in reality, and the Abyss world should not be far away from us. After all, the main material world has encountered the Abyss demon. If the distance is far, it will not be so easy to come, and it will not be so easy to encounter. But this is also theoretically. In fact, I haven't even fully understood the spell model of the gate of the other world, which is only at the master level. There is still a very critical thing missing. Chapter 840 Define the rules. Origin of space. You haven't mastered the master level gate to another world? Emolan looked at Lu Bin in surprise, a little bit unbelievable. How long have you had this spell? Have you never studied it? Otherwise, how could you not have mastered it completely until now? Lin Wei also looked at Lu Bin in confusion when he heard this, and Lu Bin rolled his eyes when he saw this. You are talking lightly. You have the ability to see if you can use the gate to another world spell structure as a sample to create a feasible cross-world space channel, and a spell that actually has a world on the other side. Emolan and Lin Wei blinked their eyes when they heard this, and smiles appeared on their faces immediately. Hey, isn't it because you are professional, Lu Bin? In the field of space, whether it is the understanding of space or the use of space magic, you are a well-deserved master, a well-deserved authority. We were just a little surprised. Is the structure and principle of the gate to another world spell really that difficult? We have not really learned about this. But as a 7-ring spell, it can't be that difficult. Right? Lu Bin shook his head and said slowly. The gate to another world itself is not difficult. The real difficulty lies in some parameters and nodes inside the gate to another world. These nodes have stuck me for a long time. For example, the spell structure of the gate to another world is a car. Normally, you can just drive it. But you find that the car has not been built yet. The road has not been paved yet. And the place you want to go is very far away. You may have a 1 in a billion chance of reaching your destination by yourself. But the navigation software has just created a folder and clicked on the folder to rename it. Lu Bin paused and continued after a moment. This is the current situation of the gate to another world. You can use it to drive and navigate to your destination. If this is difficult, then it is also difficult. This is the normal use of the spell. There is one thing to note, because the model of the gate to another world spell I got is like this, I can't understand why it couldn't be improved before, so it can actually be understood like this, that is. The intersection where the vehicle turns and where to go straight have been edited by the program, and you can't modify it, and you can only choose this route in the navigation, this starting point, this destination, cannot be changed. So what do I want to study and understand? Produce vehicles, learn to drive, build navigation software. If I get all of this done, then the wizard can use this portal to another world again with a simple navigation. Just navigate to where you want to go. There is no difficulty at all. The navigation part is what I am stuck on. What I am working on now is the navigation, or the map part. Lu Bin pondered for a moment, and slowly said something. In fact, this is also the way I plan to advance to the legend, or the anchor point. Emolan and Lin will looked at each other, and both of them became serious and looked at Lu Bin. In fact, after saying so much, what I want to do is very simple. I have said this a long time ago, mentioned it, and thought about it. It's just that I didn't have the ability to do it at that time. When I heard you, the president, talk about the virtual world and the way to upgrade to a legendary mage, I knew in my heart that the opportunity for me to define the spatial coordinates had come. Similarly, this also means that this is the opportunity for me to be promoted to a legendary, and even to be promoted to a higher level in the future. Lu Bin continued. There are some differences between my virtual world and the president's virtual world. Your virtual world is built deep in your consciousness and serves as an anchor for conscious thinking. The virtual world I conceived is different. My virtual world is in the outside world. I plan to move it into space. No matter what happens, this virtual world will not change its position. It will always be fixed in the same position. At this time, my virtual world will also become an anchor point. But this virtual world is not only anchored to myself, but also to a space node. This kind of space node has extremely high precision. I call it a 5-dimensional node. The space node anchored by my virtual world is the first 5-dimensional node I defined. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Using 5 latitudes to locate a space node basically guarantees the uniqueness of the space node in the coordinate system, and also basically meets the cross-world positioning standard. 5 latitudes? Yes, if it is a spatial coordinate positioning in the same world. For latitudes can be used for positioning. But if you want to cross the world, you must use 5 latitudes for positioning. Once this origin is successfully defined by me, then the space wizards, who construct space channels in the future, whether in the same world or across worlds, can directly use the origin as a reference point and cast spells in the coordinate system I constructed. And with the merit and frequency of use of the cross-world space coordinate system, it only takes a period of fermentation. And it will definitely be enough for me to condense the virtual world into reality. Maintain it for a long time. Or even never disappear. After Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolan fell into thought and suddenly said, Lu Bin, have you ever thought that once you define the origin of this space, defining the cross-world space coordinate system may also reach the standard of another thing? What thing? Emolan took a long breath and said slowly under Lu Bin's gaze. Define the rules. The origin of space. Lu Bin was startled when he heard this. Wait, President. Are you saying this is considered a defined rule? Why not? Does the main material world originally have this rule? Can your rule fill the gap? Can your contribution be recognized by the general public? Can your cross-world space coordinate system be widely used by everyone? And these, don't you have the answer in your mind? Lu Bin was slightly startled, and Mo Lan continued. When all these are gathered together, it only takes some time. And you can not only be promoted to a legend, but also condense the authority corresponding to the origin of space. Whether you use this authority to become a god directly or to create a divine weapon, it will definitely give you the strength comparable to that of a god. Mo Lan said softly, but asked again after he finished speaking. Let's get back to the point. Lu Bin, what you mean by this is, when you successfully complete the definition of the origin of space, you can open the door to the other world in reality? President, you really don't give up. Lu Bin continued after a pause. I don't know either. But if you can collect the coordinates of the 5-dimensional space in the real world, it shouldn't be a big problem. But President, you dare to cross the world to open the door to the other world. Aren't you afraid that someone will send a courier to send warmth the moment the door to the other world in reality opens? Chapter 841. What approval procedures do I need to go through? President, I can guarantee you that if you dare to open a door to another world in reality, not to mention the abyss world with risks, even if it is opened in the main material world, it will definitely be monitored. Then, President, you will be warmly welcomed under the continuous express delivery. If your mental power can be extended at that time, you may be able to sense something. For example, monitor a nuclear strike in progress. Lu Bin smiled. Although it's not possible to launch a nuclear strike on the mainland, it's good to be able to directly deliver the express to the other side of the space channel, which shouldn't be considered the mainland. Right? Mo Lan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, because he knew that what Lu Bin said was not exaggerated at all. If he thought about it a little, he would probably understand that this situation is completely realistic. Mo Lan pondered for a long time and smacked his lips. Lu Bin, is there any benefit in building a gate from the main material world to the real world at this stage? Lu Bin rolled his eyes when he heard this. President, since you asked me this, how can you not have an answer in your heart? As far as we are concerned, the only use of this alien world gate is to accelerate the synchronization of the power of the main body and the game world, which directly leads to the flow of breath, elements, and even the touch of rules between the two worlds. To be honest, it is not very useful to accelerate the synchronization of the power of the main body and the game world. We are in a peaceful country, and pure strength will not help us in any immediate way. On the contrary, it may lead to our own complete death. Even a powerful in-game protection system cannot protect players who commit suicide outside the game. As for the flow of other elements and the collision of rules, I think we should not affect them too much. In short, in my opinion, although the current stage of the construction of the gate to the other world in reality is not harmful, it is indeed not beneficial. Mo Lan nodded when he heard it. I generally agree with your point of view, but I have an idea, and I want you to listen to my thoughts on one aspect. Mo Lan organized his words a little, and then said, I have another friend. He was healthy, but suddenly one day, he broke his leg. Mo Lan said quietly. Car accident, no one did it. He didn't break the traffic rules, it was others who broke the rules. He was totally unprovoked. This matter has been dealt with. Everything went according to the normal channels. Compensation was received. He was discharged from the hospital, but his leg is indeed broken. Lu Bin was stunned. At this moment, he realized what Mo Lan wanted to say, and Mo Lan continued. It may be a bit taboo for me to say this now. If someone who is superstitious hears it, he may not be happy, but I still want to say it. We should be prepared for the worst. I, Linhua, and Lu Bin all have parents and relatives. We might encounter an accident tomorrow. If they break their legs like my friend, it's fine. At most, they will suffer a little. They won't die. Everything is fine. When the game world is fully realized, when we synchronize our strength in the game with reality, we can use various methods to help them recover. It's not difficult. But what if they die directly? Walking on the street and being hit by a car accident. No matter how powerful your magician is. Can you reverse time and save people directly? No. But can you prevent this kind of thing? If you can, will you regret it for the rest of your life? Why should we leave this risk when we can avoid it with a simple water shield spell or a simple crisis-triggered flash spell? Mo Lan took a deep breath and said, I once read a novel. An urban fantasy novel. The protagonist is very strong, destroying the world, killing people, and turning flesh into bones. Then his mother was pierced to death by a branch during a typhoon. There was no way to save her. Wow, I was so sick when I read the novel. But although the plot is disgusting, This situation does exist. To put it bluntly, accidents happen all the time. It could be you, it could be me. You never know which will come first. Tomorrow or an accident. Emolan took a long breath after he finished speaking, and sorted out his thoughts. I've said too much. Before, I was touched by some things, so I said a lot. In short, it was okay if I didn't have the ability before. When I didn't have the ability, I could only pray that no accidents would happen. And I could only pray that the things that happened would happen to others. But now it's different. We have certain abilities, and I want to do something. At least, I don't want to be a wizard who can call the wind and rain in a game, and have great power, and then my parents will have an accident that I will regret for the rest of my life because of a car accident, or falling objects from a high altitude, or a leakage of electricity at home. To put it bluntly, when an accident happens, you may hit the wall and die directly. Lu Bin and Lin Hua fell into silence after hearing this, and Emolan said slowly. Sometimes, a water shield spell, a flash spell, or a healing spell that integrates crisis triggers can prevent accidents from bringing us unbearable consequences. Moreover, as long as we open the door to the other world leading to reality once, we can directly summarize the spell model. Next time, let me say something unpleasant. Even if someone's parents die, we can open a door to the other world, use the body in the game to enter, and spend some money to bring their bodies into the game world. Even if they die, they may be saved. At worst, we can maintain their current status and keep them in shape, waiting for us to find a cure. Lin Hua and Lu Bin were silent after hearing this. Emolan turned his head and looked at Lu Bin. Lu Bin, can you do it? Lu Bin nodded slowly after a moment's silence. Give me 5 days, I can imprint the concept of the origin of space. What about the spatial coordinates of reality? I can try. Okay. Emolan nodded. I'll handle the application and reporting. Molan said nothing, directly logged into the network using the game console, and made a phone call. Hello, customer service center, what can I do for you? Nothing, I just want to ask how to open a portal to another world to reality. What procedures do I need to go through? Emolan was calm, as if he was asking whether he could go to work today. There was no talking on the phone, only the faint breathing sound made Emolan understand that the call was not hung up, and the signal was not bad on the other side. Hello? Oh, this matter, please wait a moment, I will ask the leader, and call you back later. Oh, okay, thank you for the trouble. Beep beep. The phone was hung up. On the other end of the phone, the person who answered the phone kept muttering. Calm down. Calm down, can't lose face, it's just a consulting business, I can't lose face, it's just a business, I can't seem so ignorant, I'm still on the phone, I can't lose face. Oh, the phone was hung up. Fuck. Chapter 842 The Power of Restraint. Fuck. After a long time, this special operator slowly calmed down. Calm down. Calm down. It's just opening a small gate to another world. It's not like the real body is coming over. Wait, it seems that the real body can come over after the gate to another world is opened. Right? With the strength of this Buddha, if the real body from the game world comes over, even if there are no elements in the real world, his destructive power should be equivalent to that of nuclear weapons. And the earliest mobile element pool for storing elemental power was developed and created by the Mage Association. There are no elements in reality, he can bring them over from the game world. In other words, opening this alien gate is almost equivalent to letting a self-propelled nuclear missile launcher with unlimited ammunition enter the country. Although they are citizens of the country, not external forces. My head started to hurt again. Forget it. Forget it. I'm just an operator. Why should I worry about such things? Let the boss worry about it. Why should I worry about it? The operator immediately figured it out, and stood up to report to the boss. It was a long time before Emolan received a call back. But the person who spoke was no longer the original operator, but a middle-aged man who sounded more stable. Emolan, can I call you that? You should know yourself well. And you should have a very accurate positioning, so are you serious? I have already made this call. Emolan said softly. Okay, in that case, then when you are ready, please report in writing the opening time, duration, location, passing personnel, passing objects, and possible impacts of the gate to the other world, using a written application, and fill out the application form. The application form will be sent to you by staff later. After your written application and application form are filled out, send them in the same way. We will review your application within 3 days. If approved, You can choose a date to open the door to the other world with a full accompaniment of staff. If not approved, we will also provide feedback on the reasons for rejection. Thank you. Emolan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked again. Why did you agree? I thought they would not agree. Emolan is very clear about the power he controls and his own abilities. Emolan believes that the people on the other side of the phone have a better understanding of this power, combat power, and destructive power. To be honest, he was a little surprised by this reply. No, very surprised. Because making such a decision requires a very big risk. If he really went crazy, even without the help of the floating city, it would be easy to flatten a city with the power of a master mage, giving Emolan's game body a chance to return to reality. This risk is very big. Of course, daring to take such a big risk, the confidence hidden in it also makes people think deeply. Emolan's question made the other party laugh a few times, and then said, First, we will never refuse family members to return home for any reason. Second, you are the first, but you will not be the last. Since you raised this question today, I think you are very clear about many things, even knowing them well. So to some extent, your application is also a rehearsal for us, which allows us to gain some experience and formulate more reasonable space channel control regulations, game world item management regulations, epidemic prevention regulations, security regulations, and many other related regulations, in order to prepare for the complex and ever-changing management and control work in the future. The other side of the phone smiled. We are about to usher in a new era, aren't we? Indeed. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. It's an honor to help. If there is anything that needs to be coordinated, I and the entire Mage Association will fully cooperate. It's good to have this heart. Beep beep. The phone hung up. Emolan logged into the game, connected to Lu Bin again. Linwa and the two of them connected spiritually, and said to Lu Bin, It's done. It's up to you now. Lu Bin looked at Emolan in surprise. Is it really done? Well, it's not difficult. The family is already preparing for someone to go home. My phone call is just a rehearsal. So as long as we follow the approval process, and use it within the supervision, there are no other problems. The family still has ways to supervise us. Emolan smiled happily when he said this. He smiled very happily. The worries in his heart were swept away. The same was true for Linwa and Lu Bin. When they heard the news, they all smiled. This is not because Emolan, Linwa, and Lu Bin are sick. On the contrary, this is the manifestation of their long-term vision. Being able to supervise Emolan and others means that they are also able to supervise others. The possibility of the hero using martial arts to cause chaos will be strangled in the bud. The overall situation remains stable. They and their families and children can still live in a stable and safe environment as before. Another point is that Emolan can now guarantee that he has no ulterior motives. Not at all. So even if he returns to reality, there will be no danger. But if Emolan is bottomless, no, it doesn't need to be bottomless, as long as no one can supervise Emolan. As long as Emolan's power is unrestrained, the situation will be different. At that time, Emolan can also guarantee that there will be no disloyalty at the beginning. Emolan is still that sincere young man. But people will change, especially when they are invincible. When they lose their restraints, may be fine for 1 or 2 years, but after 9 or 10 years, Emolan himself is worried that he will lose his awe. As a person, once you lose your sense of awe, you may be able to do anything. Emolan doesn't want to become like that. He doesn't want to become someone he doesn't know himself. Emolan doesn't need absolute freedom. Emolan pursues freedom. But he pursues freedom within constraints. Freedom under supervision. So when he realized that he was still under supervision, Emolan was happy from the bottom of his heart. President, I'll go and prepare. I need some preparation to imprint the concept of the origin of space. I also need to conduct a comprehensive and thorough inspection of the entire knowledge. After all, this will be a fundamental coordinate system. If we must find a similar concept, it will be the longitude and latitude of the universe and the altitude. We must not make mistakes. Well, go ahead. Lu Bin disconnected, and only Emolan and Linwa were left in the mental link. Linwa looked at Emolan and pondered for a moment, and said aloud, President, I have a suggestion. Chapter 843, I will repay you with my countrymanship. What suggestion made you so serious? Emolan asked in surprise. Usually, Linwa was not so serious when he spoke. Whatever he said was said directly. Today, he suddenly became serious, which was a bit strange. Linwood looked at him all on. My suggestion may involve a lot of things. So much so that it may affect our overall practical interests. Of course, for the overall situation, it will definitely be beneficial without any disadvantages, but for us, our association, it may not be the case. I thought about it briefly. There are indeed many advantages, but it may also cause many disadvantages. This is not a suggestion, it's just a simple idea. I want to discuss it with you. The president. When Emolan heard this, his face immediately became serious, and he nodded. Well, you say? Well? Linwood hesitated for a moment, organized his words, and spoke. I'm thinking, the various spell structures, models, arrays, even the mage tower, floating city, mobile element pool, fixed element pool, etc., that we created are all our valuable intellectual property rights, which belong to the Mage Association. The question I'm thinking about is, do we need to apply for patents for these intellectual property rights in reality? Emolan was stunned when he heard this. Linwood's question really made him fall into deep thought. And he murmured unconsciously, apply for a patent. In the small temporary mental space, the little man transformed by Linwood's mental power stood up, crossed his chest with his hands, supported his chin with one hand, and said as he walked, for the overall situation, as the Mage Association, we can take the lead in applying for patents first, which is very likely to drive other players. And other guilds will also begin to register their technologies as patents. This is about the influence from the perspective of the overall situation. If everyone can develop the habit of registering these technologies for patents, it will definitely be a good thing. In addition, President, you said that there are many smart people. We are not all of them. But we are also part of the top group. In our respective fields of expertise, we are definitely at the top level. The technology developed from the top level research is definitely the top, the most profound, and the best. If we register these technologies as patents, it means that they can be licensed and authorized for use at home. I think these specific technologies or related research directions can definitely help the family and save a lot of time at home. This part is about the support of specific technologies for the overall situation. Of course, this is also partly about repaying the kindness of others. If you treat me as a great man, I will repay you as a great man. Linwood slowly expressed his thoughts. This is my view on the overall situation. Next, I will talk about the impact on our own interests. Let me talk about the good aspects. After we register the patent, these technologies will be written with our names, and our technologies will be protected by law. If anyone dares to touch them, we can protect our personal rights through the law. After all, there is no death in the game world. We can fight and kill as we please, but it is different in reality. If you still fight and kill in reality, you will definitely be killed. So I want to protect our legal rights in reality. So we should try to avoid fighting and killing. We should follow the formal channels. We should follow the law. After all, as the strongest substantive civilian organization, the organization with the greatest influence, we should still pay attention to setting a good example in these aspects. Okay, that's what I want to say. You're really a chunim. Emolan curled his lips when he heard that. What? Nothing. Are you done? I'm done. Is there any problem? What about the disadvantages? What about the drawbacks? Didn't you say to talk about it from both good and bad aspects? Emolan was puzzled. And Lin was suddenly understood when he heard that. Oh, this? I don't know. I can only think of the benefits at present. But when I think about it, how can there be only benefits? It must have some impact on us. So I just talked about the benefits I thought of. And I didn't think of the drawbacks. So isn't it waiting for you, the president, to add to it? Oh, so, as for the drawbacks. Emolan thought for a moment, and then said quietly, if we are an illegal organization that wants to break the law, we are equivalent to revealing our true colors. But none of us has such an idea. If that is the case, this matter is beneficial to us and the overall situation. If we must talk about some disadvantages, it is that after we set this example, we are likely to be hated by some hypocrites. But since we are all hypocrites, it doesn't matter if they hate us. This is not a big disadvantage at all. So, I agree with your suggestion. I agree to register these intellectual property rights and technologies as patents, and take up legal weapons to protect our intellectual property rights. But this is a big deal after all. And these intellectual property rights do not all belong to us. The members of the association have also made great contributions, and have developed a lot of technologies. In addition, there is Lu Bin. For this matter, let's first seek Lu Bin's opinion, and then call a meeting of elders. Yes. Linwen nodded. He understood that although Emolan said so, since he had agreed, then this matter could basically be implemented, and there would be no problems. In the game world? In a different space, in an underground base, in a certain mountain, a middle-aged man was reporting to a group of old men. The situation is roughly like this. Although it was Emolan who applied, but based on his research on space, this gate to another world is probably operated by Lu Bin, after all. It is not his forte. The middle-aged man said, although his guess was generally correct, he was still wrong about one thing. Maybe Emolan said this before, but when Emolan deduced the virtual world to a certain extent, it was completely different. Emolan's attainments in space also reached an extremely high level. Integrating the five gods' original kingdom structure as the basis, plus a series of other space structures, the seeds of the illusory world integrated by the magic array, when Emolan successfully deduced it, Emolan's attainments in space had been raised to an extremely high level. Of course, in other words, if Emolan's attainments in space had not reached an extremely high level, then he would not be able to deduce the seeds of the illusory world, even if he basically integrated most of the Tower Spirit Cluster computing power of the Mage Association. That's not necessarily true. An old man said with a smile. Chapter 844 Telephone Communication. You said that Emolan is not good at space. His attainments in space may not be as good as that young man named Lu Bin in their association. But I guess that except for the old guys in the development team, no one in the entire base can compare with him, the old man said with a smile. Seeing that the middle-aged man who reported was still a little unconvinced, he thought for a while, and said again, Are you still not convinced? Look at this. The middle-aged man was still a little indignant. Professor Lee, you specialize in space architecture, and you are the best in the country. Emolan is really good. I have to admit that. But space is not his specialty after all. No matter how good he is, he can't be better than you. Right? The old man called Professor Lee shook his head. That's not necessarily true. In terms of theoretical research, this young man may have some shortcomings. And there are some big shortcomings. I should be better in this aspect. But in actual operation, in the depth and creativity of space architecture, he has surpassed me. He and I are like the difference between the academic and the practical. Generally speaking, he is better at using space than I am. Look at this picture. Professor Lee brought up a picture through the projector. The picture was the scene of the miniature flame world that covered the world when Emolan was smelting refined gold. I saw someone judged it as a spell, but in my opinion, this is not a magician, it is a space structure. The flames called spells are just the carriers of this space structure. Professor Lee said with praise. When I saw this spatial structure, I immediately understood how far this young man had come in terms of spatial structure. The middle-aged man looked at the projected picture after hearing this. This was not the first time he had seen this picture. But before, he only thought that Emolan was very powerful, and his spells were powerful. Although he was still shocked at that time. That was all. But at this moment, after Professor Lee's guidance, he was not a mediocre person. He immediately understood a little. But it would be fine if he didn't understand it. What he was afraid of was that he could understand it a little. After understanding it a little, he could truly experience the horror and shock. That kind of awe-inspiring feeling was simply something that no one could envy. People will only be jealous of those who are slightly better than themselves. For those who they can never catch up with, the thought of jealousy will not arise. Isn't this too outrageous? Professor Lee shook his head slightly and sighed. Never underestimate the people in the world, not only Emolan, but also this young man named Lu Bin. For the gate to the other world in the present world, we use the method of physical connection as the medium, but they can never have the physical basis of physical connection, so they must use their public technology of the gate to the other world. But if the gate to the other world is to be opened in reality, it must be accurately positioned. And the spatial coordinates in reality must be obtained. The extraction of spatial coordinates is extremely difficult. The so-called coordinates are just a relative concept with a reference object. So what does he use as a fixed reference object? Professor Lee said softly. In just a few words, he analyzed the spatial channel leading to reality thoroughly, and locked the core technology of the entire plan at a very fast speed. What a pity. If we can communicate, we will gain a lot. TSK, it would be great if we could take this young man over for systematic theoretical study. Although I can't be his master now, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be his teacher. But? Professor Lee thought of something, and shook his head slightly. The middle-aged man next to him thought about it, and suddenly said, "Professor, since you want to, why don't you just call me?" Professor Lee was moved when he heard this. "Just call this number." Although Professor Lee was tempted, he still restrained himself. He knew the importance and seriousness of confidentiality work. Considering this problem, he pondered for a moment. "Xiao Zhu, help me connect to the confidentiality department. Just say I want to communicate with the outside world and apply for confidentiality approval." The middle-aged man next to him nodded immediately. "Okay, Professor, I'll contact you right away." Lu Bin from the Mage Association was suddenly stunned. His game cabin prompted that a call was connected. He looked at the number. Strange number? What kind of fraud call is calling me? Lu Bin, who was doing some data verification, hung up the phone without thinking and continued his verification work. Hanged up? In a different space, Xiao Zhu was stunned, others were a little stunned, and the protagonist, Professor Lee, who had just hung up the phone, was slightly stunned and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After a while, Emolan answered the phone, and after talking for a while, his face suddenly became a little strange, and his mental power immediately covered Lu Bin's laboratory, and knocked. Dong dong dong. The sound that only mental power can detect made Lu Bin look up. "President, what's the matter?" "Oh, nothing," answered the phone. "What?" Lu Bin was stunned, and then found that another call came in, and when he saw the number, it was the unknown number just now, and then Lu Bin reacted immediately. "Oh, who is it?" "President?" "Who is the caller?" "Just answer it." Oh. Lu Bin answered the phone. He was a little indifferent at first and acted politely. However, after a few minutes, Lu Bin's expression changed slightly. He became more and more surprised. He looked at Emolan in surprise, raised a finger and pointed upwards, looking at Emolan questioningly. Emolan nodded immediately, and his voice rang in Lu Bin's mind. "Yes, that's right." Lu Bin immediately became serious when he heard this. He no longer held back and talked with Emolan and Lu Bin as usual. The more they talked, the more surprised they were. The more they talked, the more excited they were. This was the first time Lu Bin met someone who was as accomplished as him in the field of space. Even Linhua and Emolan couldn't do it. They were indeed strong, but they could only help Lu Bin in terms of space. They couldn't communicate freely at all. They could only taste it briefly every time. But this time was different. The words spoken by the old man behind the phone often made Lu Bin feel novel. And each novel viewpoint often made Lu Bin suddenly realize something. In addition, the old man behind the phone had extremely solid and comprehensive theoretical research. No matter what space phenomenon Lu Bin mentioned, he could find standard words to explain and communicate. This surprised Lu Bin, because he found that some of the things you revealed on the phone could actually make up for some of his basic deficiencies. This shocked Lu Bin greatly. Chapter 845 Invitation. "You've taken the bait," Professor Lee said to the old man next to him. The people around him immediately laughed when they heard it. But as soon as he made a sound, Professor Lee gestured with his finger in front of his mouth. "Shoo!" After everyone quieted down, Professor Lee let go of his hand covering the microphone, and said casually on the phone, "Xiao Lu, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll just call you Xiao Lu. I've gained a lot from communicating with you this time, but although your research level is high, I feel..." Professor Lee hesitated for a moment, and didn't say it. Lu Bin smiled bitterly over there. "Your foundation is a little weak, right?" "Yes, you give me the impression that your foundation is indeed a little weak. Some parts are strong, but some parts are, average." Professor Lee, after all, I am not a graduate of a professional school. Although I have achieved some results by chance, I know my own business. My foundation is indeed very poor. I have made up for some parts through my own research and learning, but there are still many gaps. I wonder if there is a chance to ask Professor Lee for advice. Well, I can't say that I have learned much, but I can communicate. If you have any ideas, Xiao Lu, I do have a training class here. How about you come over and give 2 classes? Xiao Lu. And learn together? Lu Bin smiled slightly when he heard this, and he knew what was going on. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. "I can't give lectures, but it's my honor to exchange and learn with you all. This way, Professor Lee. How about the beginning of next month? As you know, I'll have trouble with my business in the next few days." "Yes. Sure. We'll contact you then." Professor Lee smiled proudly at the people around him. "Hey, it's done." At this time, someone outside the door heard it and laughed. "Old Lee, You are smiling like this, as if he is willing to be your disciple, willing to inherit your mantle. Hey, old Joe, how do you know he is unwilling? I checked. Xiao Lu is a bachelor's degree graduate. Believe it or not, I will let him study for my master's degree later. Oh, it's still uncertain whether he is yours. This Lu Bin. You can't teach me anymore? Professor Li's eyebrows immediately raised when he heard this, and stared at old Joe. Old Joe, you came to me to cause trouble today, right? Hey, I'm really not here to cause trouble today. I just want to say, this Lu Bin. I say, you too. Can you stop being so childish? It makes us look like a low-end training institution, robbing everything. Another person said seriously, which immediately made Professor Li and old Joe a little embarrassed. Don't fight over Lu Bin. Both of you. For fairness, I'll take care of Lu Bin. Damn it. Old Zhong, you're the most shameless one. Hey, you have the time to fight over Lu Bin. Why don't you contact Emolan? I just saw that old thief Jiang has submitted his application to the confidentiality office. If you don't go, you won't get anything. Damn it, why didn't I think of Emolan? If I can recruit Emolan, Lu Bin, and Lin Wu to study for a master's degree, I'll have to crawl out of the ground to invite me. Not to mention becoming an academician. That's a good idea. I wouldn't dream of such talk. Actually, I personally think that those elders are not bad at all. It's not that people from the Mage Association are good. But these people are selected by the Mage Association from thousands of people, and the probability of talent is very high. Moreover, they live and work in the Mage Association, and are exposed to the most cutting-edge research projects in the mage world, which broadens their horizons and has a big vision. The most important thing is the number of resources, the level, and the approval system of the Mage Association. To be honest, I am jealous. Recruiting such a graduate student, not only will there be someone to inherit the mantle, but also some benefits. How do young people say it? This is called freeloading. Hiss, why didn't I think of that? How could you think of freeloading your apprentice's scientific research resources? Shameless. Ugh, I teach my apprentice knowledge, principles, experimental methods, and then guide him to do experiments. What's wrong with taking him to do experiments? You don't want it? Only a fool would not want it. I'll tell you in advance, I like that Mu Qian. He suits my taste. Don't touch him. I'll tell you too, I want that Zhang Guangmo. Okay, don't touch mine. And I won't touch yours either. Silently, a war without gunpowder began. A group of professors and bigwigs showed off their magical powers. It was really exciting. The most powerful player force in the entire game, the only one that could resist the ancient god Titan, was divided up. Until hey, wake up. You guys, you are arguing like this. It's not certain whether they want you or not. Who has booked who? Who has booked who? Don't forget, Lu Bin just said he came to exchange and learn. Whether to become a disciple or not. Whether to study for a master's degree or not. To be honest, let alone Emolan, Lu Bin, Lin Wu and the other 3 and the 10 elders. Even the elite members of the Mage Association basically have a lot of knowledge and technology. Some of which have been realized. And some are still in the form of points. Some of them also took advantage of the large number of players going to the Morse Kingdom area to buy a lot of industries. Even those who are oblivious to the outside world have a value of more than 100 million yuan in points and technology licenses. No. It should be said that the poorest are worth more than 100 million yuan, but it may not be cash. But as long as they want to cash out, they can cash out at any time. Some are guilds. Companies want to acquire their technology. The Mage Association can basically be called a billion-level club. I suspect there are more than 100 billionaires in existence. And because of the special nature of the Mage Association, they basically have considerable power in their hands. And as excellent mages, their status in the academic world is also quite high. For such a group of people, why do you think they will come here to study for your master's degree? Indeed, judging from the personalities and brief exchanges between Emolan, Lin Wu, and Lu Bin, they are indeed the kind of people who will settle down to do academic research and the kind of people who will settle down to study. But this does not mean that they will go to study for a master's degree, because with their status and ability, they will at least be professors on a temporary basis if they come here. This is not to say that they are arrogant, but they have to be like this because of their status and position. They have no choice. Of course, They will definitely have this awareness, because they represent not only themselves, but the entire Mage Association. So what are you talking about? Are you still looking down on the Mage Association? I think what Professor Lee said at the beginning was right. Inviting them to come here to exchange and learn, instead of studying for a master's degree. Chapter 846 Taboo. Do you understand? The old man emphasized again. Old Chi, it's enough. It's almost enough. We are just talking nonsense. With the achievements of those three, they are all epic-making top figures. Who dares to accept such disciples? No matter how shameless you are. You can't do such a thing. It's just a dream, and talking nonsense. Alas, I wish my doctors and masters could be as capable as Imolan, Linwa and others. After saying this, Professor Lee looked at his students and researchers with a look of disappointment. The group of doctors and masters were stunned when they heard what their boss said. Imolan had gained a few hostile people for no reason. If he had a negative emotion collection system, he might be able to pop up a pop-up window. Ding, 999 negative emotions from someone. Unfortunately, Imolan didn't have one, so Imolan didn't know how many people hated him, and were ready to call his name a second later when they met him, not directly, in order to let him calm down for a second and recognize himself. Hey Lao Chi, see if you can come up with such a model, talk to Imolan, and have an exchange. Let him call all the elite members of the Mage Association and above to come here, and exchange and study together for a week or two, and then we will organize people to go to the Mage Association to exchange together for a week or two. We will teach the mages in the Mage Association theory, and we will learn application and some specific operation experiments from the Mage Association, and maybe we can come up with a secondment system similar to exchange students. Do you think it is feasible? After hearing this, Lao Chi paused and nodded after a moment. Theoretically, it has certain operability. But I will report to the leader first after all. You all know our confidentiality level. We can communicate in other places. Who says we must communicate in the unit? Professor Lee said casually. Lao Chi nodded. I will report to the leader. Lao Chi left after saying that, and after he left, professors fantasized about Imolan, Linwa, Lu Bin becoming their graduate students, and then looked at the doctors, masters, researchers who seemed to be very good at ordinary times, and suddenly they felt something was wrong, and they were not satisfied with it. This is simply the worst class I've ever led. The doctors and masters were stunned when they noticed that their boss's eyes were not right. Can love disappear? Okay, that's no problem. I'll let Lu Bin lead the team over then. Yes, I can't come. I have to stay in the Morse Kingdom. Otherwise, I can't suppress the titans around. After all, the player industries gathered in the Morse Kingdom area account for more than 5% of all the player industries. And it is the only large-scale industrial gathering area. Once it is destroyed, the loss of money and time will be too great. They trust me. And it's okay if I lose the battle. But I definitely can't let this happen because of other problems. Or negligence. For Imolan, he is the only deterrent that can shock Titan. Of course, if he takes out the God-killing cannon or God-killing bullet, as long as it goes through 1 or 2 public combats, it can basically gain the corresponding deterrent power. The deterrent power against Titan. But Imolan firstly doesn't want to expose his trump card. And secondly, he dares not expose such a trump card. This may be because Imolan does not know enough about the ancient god Titan. So he is worrying too much. However, as long as there is a possibility, Imolan will not dare to relax and ignore it. That is the god-killing cannon. The meaning of the god-killing bullet itself is that the god-killing bullet is fine. It can be regarded as a material problem. As long as it is smelted, it will be a natural artifact. At most, it will cause the Titan's greed and then be targeted and attacked. In this case, it is relatively better. But the God-killing cannon is different. Although the God-killing cannon also has certain material factors. Most of it is the crystallization and sublimation of technology. And it is completely replicable. The meanings represented by these are different. Of course, there is a high possibility that Imolan is just worrying about nothing, but there is a little worry. Imolan is worried that this super weapon, which is condensed from the crystallization of human wisdom and sublimated, will provoke the sensitive nerves of the ancient god Titan. It is fine to believe in gods, although it may give birth to gods equal to them, but they can also use them to enhance their strength. The methods and means to enhance the strength of the ancient god Titan are not common. The god-killing bullet is fine, it's just a god-level material born from heaven and earth, without wisdom, without consciousness, and if you can just grab it and improve your combat effectiveness, that's even better. But what about the god-killing cannon? Haha, a race created a weapon that can kill gods, and it's replicable, and anyone can use it. As long as you have a hand. This is literally as long as you have a hand. In a sense, this technology, the existence of the weapon makes the Titans feel a sense of crisis and shame, because they might have died before, but they must have died at the hands of gods of the same level and status. But once the god-killing cannon is available, it means that any lowly ant or cockroach could kill him. This is like the Tower of Babel in ancient Babylon. And it is like the god-killing weapon of the high-level goblin civilization described in the novel. The Tower of Babel collapsed, and the entire race of high-level goblins was destroyed, leaving only a group of ordinary people in the wilderness. Except for their appearance, they have no connection with the high-level low-level civilization, and the technology belonging to the high-level goblins. Even the lowest technology has become an absolute taboo. Once touched, it will surely bring divine punishment. Emolan is not sure whether such a thing will happen, but as long as there is a slight possibility, Emolan will not let it happen, because the current player's strength is indeed not a match for Titan, and they cannot resist Titan. Emolan will not allow the entire human race in the main material world to be exterminated. Emolan will not allow any technology related to magic arrays to become taboos, even if it is just a magic array light. Emolan will not allow a group of monkeys to become the new human race in the future. Except for the title of human race, they have nothing to do with the real human race. Emolan will not allow the current human race to be called the ancient magician civilization in the future, because it means that this civilization has been destroyed. So Emolan would rather pay the price of not being able to leave the Morse area than expose the god-killing cannon. The god-killing cannon will only appear in front of the public in one case, and will appear on the battlefield, that is the moment of the decisive battle. In addition, because as a mage, there is no complete communication between reality and the game, so although the memory in the game will not be forgotten in reality, but in terms of computing power, he who is still in a normal state in reality is far inferior to him who is comparable to a supercomputer in the game. This is not just the case with Emolan. All mages, including professors and researchers, are like this. So as long as it is technology-related communication and collaboration, it must be done in the game, unless one day the body in the game and the real body have been completely integrated. So when talking, Emolan said that he could not leave the Morse area, and the other party immediately understood. At this stage, it is not very realistic for the real body to go out for communication. However, what if you are allowed to keep the door to the real world open during the communication? Chapter 847 High Trust. I don't really understand what this sentence means. Emolan had a vague guess in his mind, but it was too incredible, so he was afraid that he had misunderstood, so he asked directly. I mean, you open the door of reality directly inside our base, and let your body in the game communicate through the space door. But professors, aren't the teachers in the game world? Do I communicate with them in the game? No, I mean, there is also a space channel inside the base in reality that connects the inside and outside of the game. In the base, professors can also maintain their status in the game world, so as to carry out mutual communication and research activities in reality. All this communication seems to be taking place in reality. But in fact it is just your bodies in the game using reality as a node for transfer, with the help of reality as a transfer station. Communication is completed across long distances through two interworld space channels. Emolan was silent, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. The amount of information contained in this sentence is too much, and he needs to digest it carefully. The information revealed in the words is simply too incredible. But after thinking about it carefully, it suddenly feels completely normal. Which is normal, as one of the operating units of the game world. If your understanding of the game, the use of advantages, and the collection of resources are not as good as those of a latecomer player, it would be too funny. You are not a fool. In addition to some possible backdoors or advanced preparations, it is normal to have a cross-world space channel between the real world and the game world. However, Emolan also understands very well that their space channel must have been opened not long ago, and the communication between the two worlds has just started not long ago. It is a very simple question. The game world used to be a complete game world, a digital world, with only countless frameworks and codes. No matter how you prepare, no matter how many first moves you reserve, you can't open a real space channel between a real world and a false world, a code world. As for whether there was a space channel between the real world and the Abyss continent in the past, Emolan estimated that there was no space channel. It did not exist. If there was such a space channel at that time, the 5 operators would be crazy to unite and create and materialize this illusory game world. Wouldn't it be great to directly enter the other world to explore? Capture demons for research. And search for elements for research? Do you have to make it known to billions of people? There is no other way to make it known to everyone now. You must use so many people to complete the materialization of the game world. So before this, there was definitely no space channel leading to the world of the Abyss continent. But now it is uncertain, 80% of it is. After digesting this information, Emolan only felt a sense of trust. Just as this thought came to his mind, another sentence sounded on the other side of the phone. Don't tell anyone. When you know the location of the space channel and the location of the base, don't tell anyone. I'm guaranteeing you with my head. If you tell anyone, you will lose your head. Of course, but regardless of the issue of trust or not, according to the installation confidentiality discipline, this is not allowed to be disclosed. Only the relevant departments and the relevant levels can know. Right? That's right. Originally, your level was indeed not enough. But once you open the door to reality, the importance of this space channel will plummet, and the confidentiality level will also decrease. Of course, even if it decreases, it is still not enough if we really talk about your confidentiality level. However, after the organization's meeting and discussion, you actively approached the organization, acted steadily, had a big picture, had a sense of the whole, and did not act rashly. The organization unanimously decided to have a high degree of trust in you. So this is the fundamental reason why I was able to tell you that just now. Otherwise, the phone would be cut off within 10 seconds of my words. I would be suspended from my position within 10 minutes. And I would be held accountable and punished within 10 days. The organization has great trust in you. And we hope you can keep it up. Thank you. Emolan said with a chuckle. I will be there on the day of the exchange. Well, you are welcome. But you should pay attention to one thing. This high level of trust is only for you. So you can only be in front of the door of reality at that time. You must understand the seriousness of this matter. The trust in you is not only the trust in your character and personality, but also the trust in your ability. Do you understand? I understand. Then, see you at the exchange? No. 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 We will see each other soon. Well? A few question marks popped up in Emolan's mind. Just when he wanted to ask, he found that the phone had been hung up. We'll meet soon? What does that mean? Emolan muttered, then shook his head, recalling the previous exchange. He didn't expect the other party to give him such a degree of trust. This made him feel warm, of course. It was due to his ability, strength, and status, but if Emolan's behavior and actions were not recognized by them, then no matter how strong his ability and strength were, he would only get deeper defense, rather than trust. Of course, a considerable part of the reason was the several inquiries Emolan made before. People who are capable, can get things done and are not reckless, and know how to ask for instructions are liked everywhere. As for what level of trust Emolan has obtained, let me briefly describe it based on the information I have obtained so far. Emolan will learn the coordinates of an extremely important secret base and enter it. The importance of this secret base is reflected in the space channel that communicates with the game world. And depending on the form of communication, Emolan will either accompany a group of professors with a very high level of confidentiality to communicate face-to-face, or Emolan's game body will project into the base, and then follow the space channel in the base to enter the game world again, to communicate with the game bodies of these professors. The former means that a group of professors with extremely high value and status are in contact with him. The real bodies, which are really dead when they die, are in contact with his game body with a master-level magician. What level of trust is this? As for the latter, although he did not come into contact with the real bodies of many professors, the game world on the other side of the space channel must also be a very high-level base. Once Emolan went there, the simple situation would definitely not be hidden from Emolan. It was basically equivalent to telling Emolan about a base in the game. And there might be many top-secret confidential projects in it. What level of trust is this? It is precisely because of this that he was so cautious when he said on the phone before the communication can be carried out when the door to reality is open. Now thinking back, the weight of that light sentence is simply too heavy. Chapter 848 Definition, 5-Dimensional Origin. What kind of weight is this? Emolan is now deeply shocked when he thinks back on that sentence. You know, all of this is based on Emolan's strong strength as a master mage. If he tries hard, He can reach the legendary level. If he fights hard, he can fight against the gods. Once a person with this kind of strength bursts out with all his strength, it is basically impossible to suppress him immediately without a higher level of strength. No matter how many of them there are, they can't stop a divine-level explosion, unless they aim to kill from the beginning to the end, and attack and seriously injure the enemy as soon as they see him, and then kill him. With this level of strength, with this destructive power, he still maintains this attitude, which is simply an enviable trust level. Emolan took a long breath, moved his mind away from this matter, and prepared to start working. But after thinking for a while, a more wonderful way came to Emolan's mind. One deduces the false world, and the other constructs the blood pool network. I am really a genius, Emolan muttered to himself. The next moment, an arm turned into a clone and flew to the space transmission hall. The body that lost the arm re-evolved in the blink of an eye. It was just an arm. What really determines the integrity of the elemental body is never the apparent integrity of the body. The elemental body can maintain the integrity of its appearance even in the weakest state. What really determines the integrity of the elemental body is the amount of consciousness, the number of souls, and their integrity. The moment the separated part entered the abyss world and the gate to the other world closed, the main body had already turned into two clones. After entering the abyss world, the clone looked at the plan and implementation plan in his mind and immediately got angry. Damn, it's great to arrange plans for others, right? Wait, it seems that I arranged it myself. Emolan was silent. Damn, there is actually such a shameless main body, throwing everything to the clone to do. The clone complained, of course, although he said so, but in fact it was just one person playing two roles. There was no difference between the clone and the main body. There was no so-called main body commanding the clone, arranging the clone. This was just him playing by himself. But playing like this won't really make the clone a permanent, independent clone, right? Although it is anchored in the virtual world. This situation cannot happen before the virtual world has problems. But what if the virtual world really has problems? Then it will become an independent clone? Emolan thought about this question carefully, and suddenly became excited. Doesn't this mean that I have a clone with independent consciousness? Emolan's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that I have a clone that I can exploit and command without breaking the law? Doesn't this mean that I can throw everything to the clone, including things in the main material world? There is such a good thing? Emolan was shocked. But if I become a clone with independent consciousness, I will be exploited by the original body. Emolan's eyes widened instantly. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. This situation must not happen. Emolan, who was in the abyss world, shook his head and threw away all the strange ideas in his head, and then thought for a moment, and immediately had a plan in his mind. This way, first go to the spiritual demon worms that the six-armed snake demon is looking after, and see if those so-called spiritual demon worms can bring me some surprises. After reading it, follow this road to the demon throne. Well, just do it. Emolan immediately rushed towards the direction of the six-armed snake demon at high speed. On the way to the abyss, something happened at the Mage Association. Emolan, who was using computing power to deduce and perfect the virtual world, was suddenly stunned. He looked up in the direction of Lu Bin's laboratory. Over there, a space fluctuation spread out with Lu Bin's laboratory as the center. This layer of space fluctuation spread in all directions like ripples, one wave after another, just like someone kept throwing stones at the same place on the water. No, this description is not vivid and specific enough. It should be said that it is like the waves on the seashore. One wave after another. One wave after another. The space fluctuations were relatively stable at the beginning. But as time passed, the intervals between the space fluctuations became shorter and shorter, just like the tides became more and more intense. Gradually, it turned from a normal wave into a prelude to a violent tsunami. Wave after wave. Another wave. As time passed, the terrifying space fluctuations made the surrounding space slightly distorted, and the space fluctuations had not yet reached their climax. As the world passed, the space fluctuations became more and more intense. Finally, after a long period of accumulation and accumulation, the highest wave of the tsunami hit the coast fiercely. Boom! The invisible and silent spatial fluctuations seemed to become real at this moment. The terrifying fluctuations completely distorted the surrounding space and reached the limit. Soldier. With a crisp sound like glass breaking, the space around Lu Bin's mage tower completely collapsed under the extreme distortion. Everything around Lu Bin's mage tower collapsed along with the collapse of space. Fortunately, the mage towers were not distributed at a high density, so it did not affect other mage towers. It only collapsed his own mage tower and his own laboratory. As the space shattered, Emolan noticed that Lu Bin had taken out all the other mages in his mage tower and thrown them aside. After the fluctuation reached its peak, it slowly began to fade, and the surrounding space slowly healed in the aftermath. Emolan looked at the position where Lu Bin was, and felt the core point where the space was broken. This core point seemed to have no size, height or width, and it seemed that it would never change. Just looking at this point, two words emerged in Emolan's mind. Origin. This is not something Emolan imagined, but the information that appeared in the world when he saw that point. This basically means that Lu Bin has successfully added an origin to this world, and the spatial coordinates finally have a systematic, universal, and highly accurate reference and spatial coordinate system. The moment he saw the origin, the general principle gradually emerged in Emolan's mind. If the star realm is compared to a vast ocean, then the worlds are islands, continents, or driftwood, and ships. Some things will change, some won't. The sea is rough, and no matter what floats are put on it, they will be washed away by the current and cannot be used as a reference. The origin defined by Lu Bin is basically to use an extra long nail to nail it firmly into the seabed. And the point that emerges from the water is the origin. Lu Bin's coordinate origin is the 5 latitude origin, which means that Lu Bin's nail passes through and is firmly fixed on 5 latitudes, so that it can become a spatial coordinate reference. Success? Emolan asked when Lu Bin suddenly appeared in front of him while reading a book. Success? Emolan smiled slightly when he heard it. Then let's go! Open the door. Chapter 849: The Origin of Space and its Coordinate System. Let's prepare first. Lu Bin replied. Emolan nodded and walked with Lu Bin to the center of the floating city. While walking, Emolan was thinking. After Lu Bin finished defining the concept of the origin of space, Emolan immediately noticed the concept itself, but it disappeared without a trace the moment it was born, and it was impossible to find any trace of it. This concept has been integrated into the world, and has become a part of the world. If Emolan can find it, it basically means that Emolan can try to control it, but this is naturally impossible. Just like the authority of a mage, if Emolan is not dead, no one can master or even touch the authority of a mage. Only after Emolan's death, and after a long time, all the marks and traces left by Emolan are erased by the world and time, and only after the later generations have reached the pinnacle of the mage's path will there be a slight chance to comprehend and master this authority. This is a common feature of this kind of artificially created concept. The concept of the origin of space defined by Lu Bin naturally has this feature as well. Before his death, and for a long period of time after his death, no one can master this concept, and the authority attached to it. How to master the concept of the origin of space and its authority? If you discover and observe it, there is a slight chance to master it. At least there is a chance to try. If you discover and observe the concept of the origin of space, just master the concept of the origin of space and its authority. Walking on the road, Emolan said to Lu Bin, "You should not have fully mastered this concept yet?" "Mastered it." "Huh?" Emolan was a little surprised at this moment, looking at him in surprise. "Mastered it? How is it possible?" "The mastery I mentioned is a little different from the mastery you understand, President." "Well, how to say it, it's like the master level, President. You broke through directly, so you can't understand the existence of the half-step master level. You think that if you don't reach the master level, you have failed to break through. But although I haven't become a master, I have broken through the original realm and become a half-step master, so it's also a success for me. The principle is similar, I have mastered it." Lu Bin smiled. "After all, the concept of the origin of space was created and defined by me. How can I not control what I can create? The concept of the origin of space has been under my control since the moment it was born, and no one can take it away, but this control is similar to the half-step master level I just talked about with the President. Although I have mastered the concept of the origin of space, I am not strong enough, or there is no suitable medium to fully develop its properties. If I am a legendary, then I can become this medium to make me a god, blossom the power of the gods, blossom the authority of the concept of the origin of space, and use its power. Or like the President, use the power of faith condensed by the title of mage to condense into a priesthood. The priesthood is tailor-made according to the concept of mage. The concept of mage is integrated into it, using it as a medium. It can also release the authority attached to the concept." Lu Bin said slowly. So now I have mastered the concept of the origin of space. But I don't have the corresponding authority. Because I lack a tailor-made medium. I can't attach it to any object. Which means I can't make it into a magical artifact. This is easy. You just need to spread your concept of the origin of space and make it an axiom. In terms of the applicability of the concept of the origin of space, any space channel, space spell, and space structure can be used. No magician will give up using space spells. And no force will give up space channels, storage space, and other spells. As long as they use it. It means the application of the concept of spatial origin. And naturally a force of faith will gather. And Emolan looked at Lupin. If I'm not mistaken, the more people use your concept of spatial origin, the greater the benefit to the concept itself. Right? It's a very easy to understand principle. At present, your concept of spatial origin is just a point. The origin, you are just a fixed point. Since it is called the origin, then the word origin must also be reflected. The word original should be reflected in the core point of the coordinate system. No matter which point it is, there is only one origin. No matter which spatial coordinate is used. As long as your system is used, the reference point is your spatial origin. The origin only has meaning when there is a coordinate system. All uses of the spatial origin and the emergence of all spatial coordinates are the improvement, supplement, and strengthening of this coordinate system. Although I have no evidence, I absolutely do not believe that the strengthening of the coordinate system has no effect on the closely related spatial origin. There is definitely reinforcement. Right? Emolan looked at Lupin with a smile and said, President, you speculated these from the name of the concept of space origin? Lupin did not answer, but asked instead. Emolan nodded. I am the first to define the concept. I think I understand the concept quite well. And the name of the concept itself contains a lot of information, which is enough to explain many problems. Lupin nodded when he heard it. President, you are right. All coordinates that use the space origin as a reference will become part of the space coordinate system. A component. In addition to that trace of faith, there will be a trace of power added to the space origin, strengthening the space origin, and strengthening the concept of the space origin and its authority. But I didn't expect you to be able to infer so much information just from a name. President, it seems that we need to keep the name of authority confidential in the future. At least we can't let the public know, after all. For us now, the definition of the concept and the authority we hold are the main components of our strength. This kind of key information is leaked, and once it is known by people with ulterior motives, the risk is not small. Indeed. Emolan nodded. Then you should sort out the location and usage of the origin of space as soon as possible and publish it. As long as it is published, I think it won't take long for you to gather enough faith to entrust the concept of the origin of space, and thus use its authority. Well, this is simple. By the way, President, I will send you the sorted method later. You can use the official account of the association to post it. There are many people following that account. And we send less information. Basically all of them are heavyweight. As long as they are sent, they should be on the hot search, so the news will spread faster. Okay. Emolan nodded. There is no problem with this little thing. By the way, you can't use your authority yet. Can you build a gate to the present world? Chapter 850 game system? Can it be done? Emolan turned his head and looked at Lupin and asked, if it is still impossible to open the door of reality now, then it must be necessary to wait until the authority can be used, and then there will be a lot of waiting. Who knows how much faith power is needed to carry the concept of the origin of space, and who knows how long it will take to condense. And Emolan's title of mage cannot be used as a reference, because the title of mage has existed since the beginning of the game, and has been condensing the power of faith. Before, it was just because the game world did not exist in reality, so the title and the faith power attached to it could not break through the constraints of the attribute panel, which was just a few words on the attribute panel. It was not until several system updates that the game world had a certain degree of authenticity. It was not until this time that the title and the power of faith on it began to break through the attribute panel and become a real thing. Finally, with the opportunity of defining the concept, it broke through the constraints of the attribute panel and condensed completely. Therefore, this title and the power of faith were not condensed until they reached the standard of carrying the concept. All the power of faith that had been condensed must have exceeded the standard of carrying the concept. So it cannot be used as a reference. It is worth mentioning that the concept that Emolan defined and mastered was not actually a mage, but the root and foundation of a mage. That is, spiritual power. A mage is just a clergymanship born from the concept of spiritual power and authority combined with the power of faith. However, no one knows this, and everyone only knows that Emolan's concept is a mage. Moreover, due to the high overlap between spiritual power and mages, as long as Emolan doesn't say it, almost no one can see the difference. Even the top mages can't. As for whether Emolan would tell others, Emolan himself almost forgot that the concept he defined was mental power, not magician. There was no way. He said it too much. He believed it. In other words, there was no problem in using magician to describe the concept of mental power. It was reasonable. So what Emolan said was not wrong. If it was not wrong, Emolan would believe it. This was true. Although mental power and magician have essential differences and distinctions, otherwise this concept would not be called mental power concept. Emolan shook his head, shaking off the thoughts in his mind, and suddenly an idea popped up. The attribute panel is not something that exists naturally. Is it also a concept defined by someone? Attribute panel concept? At this moment, Emolan was frightened by his own thoughts, but after thinking about it, he shook his head again. No, the attribute panel has existed since the beginning of the game, and it did not appear in the middle. There may be other extraordinary worlds in that period of time, but there should be no extraordinary in reality, otherwise this game world would not have been born, and I would have studied the extraordinary long ago, and if I don't have the extraordinary, then there is no basic condition for defining the concept. The attribute panel is not a separate concept. It is just an extension of the game system, a part of the game system, and so on. Emolan suddenly had drops of cold sweat on his forehead, after rejecting the attribute panel as a defined concept. What he got was not a false alarm, but a bigger shock. Emolan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If the game system is just a system before the game world is materialized, just lines of code, then what happens after the game world is materialized? What happens after the game world becomes the real world? How can there be a system in the real world? If this system disappears, it will be fine if the attribute panel disappears with the materialization of the game world. But the attribute panel, the game system is still good, can be used normally, and there is no change at all. Emolan opened the attribute panel, closed it again, opened the forum, and closed it again. Everyone has an attribute panel. The whole world is shrouded in the game system. Even the Abyss world has it. No, it shouldn't be the Abyss world. It's the place where the player is. The attribute panel is there. Oh my god, what the hell is this? What the hell has it become? Oh my god. It's okay if you don't think about it, but once you think about it, this is too deep. Emolan paused and suddenly spoke out. The more you see, the more you will know how to be in awe. At the same time, the more you know, the more you will feel your own ignorance. Huh? What? Lu Bin looked at Emolan in confusion. He didn't know that thousands of thoughts had just passed through Emolan's mind. Emolan shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about the question just now, and said, Nothing. I just want to ask if you could open the door to the other world now, when you can't use your authority. Yes, Lu Bin said directly. Opening the door to the other world does not require the use of authority. The reason why I have to define the concept of the origin of space before opening the door to the present world is that before there is an origin of space, I can't accurately describe any spatial coordinates. It's like we can't set a certain coordinate to open a space channel before the origin of space is defined, and can only open the space channel through certain fixed features, just like the 6th level lava beast, like the 1st level stone puppet. That's the reason. I cannot define the coordinates of the present world, so I cannot open the door to the present world, and now, after the origin of space is defined, I can get the coordinates of the present world by referring to the origin of space, and then use this as a basis to open the door to the present world. This does not require authority, or even concepts. Oh no, that's not right. Concepts are still needed. Because it crosses the world, and we don't have a specific algorithm, so the spatial coordinates of the other world are difficult to calculate directly, and the relative coordinates can only be obtained through the induction between different worlds. So far, it seems that I am the only one who can sense across boundaries. I should be the only one who can sense the spatial origin that I defined. Of course, when your real-life strength is completely synchronized with that in the game, you may also be able to sense your in-game body in reality, and thereby calculate the spatial coordinates of the real world, no matter what method is used. After obtaining the spatial coordinates of the real world, you can use the gate to another world spell model to open the gate to the real world. The door to the real world. The opening process only requires the release of the gate to another world spell. And there is no need to use the concept and authority of the spatial origin. Anyone can do it, Lupin said slowly, and smiled slightly after he finished speaking. The coordinates are obtained.